The Law of the Soviet State. Andrey Vyshensky. General Editor. Translated from the Russian by Hugh W. Babb. Professor and Head of the Department of Law of the College of Business Administration, Boston University. Forward Life and Thought. In the difficult problem of the selection of books for translation, the Administrative Committee has had the counsel and cooperation of Slavic scholars throughout the United States and Great Britain. It is thought that the books chosen will be useful to general readers interested in world affairs, and will also serve as collateral reading material for the large number of courses on Russia in our colleges and universities. Since Russian history is a continuum, the volumes translated are of various dates and have been drawn from both the pre-revolutionary and post-revolutionary periods, from writings published inside and outside of Russia, the choice depending solely on their value to the fundamental aim of the project. Translations are presented in authentic and unabridged English versions of the original text. Only in this way, it is believed, can American readers be made aware of the traditions, concepts, and ideologies by which the thinking and attitudes of the people of Russia are molded. It should, of course, be clearly understood that the views expressed in the works translated are not to be identified in any way with those of the Administrative Committee or of the Council. The Administrative Committee. John A. Morrison, Chairman. Harold Spivaka. Sergius Jakobson. Mortimer Graves. W. Chapin Huntington. Every Soviet student of government and law reads Vyshensky's book. Administrators and jurists use it for reference. It is, in a sense, the militant handbook of those engaged in government. It provides a guide through the intricacies of the central and local levels of administration, an explanation of the Constitution, and a documented analysis of the laws relating to the courts, elections, and rights and duties of citizens. It is designed also as a means of instilling in the public official a firm conviction that he is a part of a system of government which has no equal in the world outside. Much of the determination of Soviet soldiers in the war just ended can be traced to sources typified by this book. Much of the persistence and confidence evidenced by Soviet diplomats in international councils can likewise be traced to the same sources. Vyshensky and his team of collaborators present the doctrine which Soviet men and women are taught in their schools and general reading. In view of this fact, Vyshensky's book provides one avenue of approach to an understanding of the habit of thought which has become characteristic of Soviet citizens. Americans will find interest in this book not only because it is a statement of a creed and an outline of the structure of the Soviet form of government, the book is also revealing of Soviet pedagogical techniques. American readers will be introduced to the vigorous, uncompromising manner in which Soviet teachers present their thesis. There is to be found a highly critical and even scornful approach to non-Soviet systems of government. There is to be found frequent repetition of ideas in varying forms. All of this is characteristic of the Soviet textbook, whether it be written for mass consumption or for the advanced student in the professional school. A brief statement of the setting in which the book was written may aid the American reader who approaches Soviet political and legal literature for the first time. It will be remembered that the year 1936 was a milestone in Soviet constitutional history. A constitutional drafting commission under Stalin's chairmanship brought forward a draft of a new constitution in June 1936, to replace the constitution under which the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics had come into being. The draft constitution was enacted by the 8th Congress of Soviets on December 5, 1936. It was heralded as a reflection of the changed economic and social conditions which had resulted from 6 Introduction 7 the industrialization of the country under the 5-year plans and the collectivization of agriculture. The year 1936 was accepted as the date for which many had been waiting. It marked the end of many of the controls established by the revolution to make certain that no combination of forces would arise which could threaten seriously the continued existence of the Soviet government and the political and economic system for which it had become known. Whole classes of the population had previously been discriminated against in legislation relating to education, military service, and even the obtaining of employment. The 1936 Constitution changed all of this by eliminating discrimination on the ground of social origin or occupation. Procedures, including the secret ballot and direct elections, were introduced, although the fundamental position of the Communist Party remained unchanged. To many, an age of greater tolerance seemed to be dawning. The process of establishing the Soviet government on a firm foundation had been long and arduous. Vyshinsky's book is a chronicle of the steps which were taken and the experiments which were tried. American readers will be able to learn much about the problems of Soviet government from the account. It may be helpful to bear in mind that Lenin maintained that Marxism provided no precise blueprint for the future government of revolutionary Russia. He foresaw the need for experimentation, and the record of the constitutional and legal history of the USSR has borne out his expectation. Various measures have been tried and abandoned to the accompaniment of bitter criticism, both within the USSR and abroad. Vyshinsky's book was published 2 years after the adoption of the new constitution. Much had occurred in those 2 years to affect the outlook of Soviet leaders. The imminence of the Second World War had become apparent to all. International tension had been reflected in the domestic life of the USSR. Production was the principal requirement for war, and the government had indicated that nothing was to be permitted to impede it. Multi-candidate elections, of which Stalin had spoken favorably to Roy Howard in 1936, had never materialized. A single candidate appeared on the ballot in electoral districts for deputies to the Supreme Soviets of the Union government and of the republics. Labor legislation had been enacted to place strict curbs upon labor turnover and to require discipline. Jurists who thought that the state should begin to wither away as socialism was achieved were denounced and removed from their positions. The spirit of war psychology is clearly reflected in Vyshinsky's book. Outsiders have sometimes felt that restrictive legislation and practices were the result of a need to prepare for war and could have been explained to the public in such terms. Vyshinsky is, apparently, of a different view. He has fitted the tightening of controls into the general plan of his book as a logical development of the process of government, and has given little reason to suppose that they were to be abandoned with the coming of peace. Events since the publication of Vyshinsky's book in 1936 have been momentous. In some ways they have definitely dated the book. There has been a world war and the beginning of a period of reconstruction. Every country of the world which participated in the war found it necessary to modify its governmental structure to meet the emergency. The USSR was no exception. Changes in the Soviet structure concerned an increase in the number of commissariats to administer the new types of production required by the war. There also came into being immediately after the USSR was invaded in 1941 a State Committee for Defense with supreme authority over government and Communist Party agencies. In 1944 the relationship between the republics and the federal government was affected by amendments to the constitution. The republics regained the authority which they had surrendered at the time of union in 1922, and in some cases earlier, to establish their own commissariats of foreign affairs and defense. The new commissariats were required by the amendments to follow the policies established by the commissariats of the same name in the federal government, but the change of 1944 affected the international status of the republics, 2 of them, indeed, the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic and the Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, even gained separate admission to the United Nations. Since the end of the war, changes in the Soviet structure of government have continued to occur. The State Committee for Defense has been abolished, and the established agencies of government have resumed their constitutional functions. Elections have been resumed after having been postponed during the war. The commissariats in the federal government and in the republics were given the name of ministries by constitutional amendments in 1946. The Council of People's Commissars became the Council of Ministers. The prosecutor of the USSR was renamed the Prosecutor General of the USSR. The number of members of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR has been reduced to make the body easier to assemble. At the same time the number of ministries has continued to rise. Molotov has explained that this was made necessary as new functions were assumed by government or as efficient administration demanded a splitting of a single industrial ministry in two, as was done with the Ministry of the Coal Industry. Changes of the nature referred to have been largely matters of detail. Those who have familiarized themselves with the basic material in Vishin Introduction 9 Sky's book will have no trouble keeping pace with these and the changes which can be anticipated in the future by following the pages of American political science reviews and comparative government textbooks. Readers will do well to remember that the pace of translation and publication is always so measured that only those who can follow Russian language originals can hope to keep up to date. A few words may be appropriate for those interested particularly in political theory. American readers will find that most of the great names in the history of political and legal theory will be found in Vyshinsky's book. Vyshmsky presents his interpretation of what the non-Marxists believed and taught, he then adds his criticism of their teaching. This technique is familiar in all Soviet textbooks for adult readers. Vyshinsky's aim is to acquaint the Soviet reader with what others have said and why he believes it to have lost validity. Such an approach is designed to bring the Soviet student to believe confidently in the strength of the political theory adopted by his country's leaders, and to understand why the theories proposed by others have been discarded. Vyshinsky's method may have important effects upon international relations. His book aims to make certain that a Soviet student who reasons his way through the ponderous passages of this and similar works does more than memorize the fact that the accepted doctrine in the USSR is the preferred theory. From my own observation as a foreign student in a Soviet law school a decade ago, I believe that Vyshinsky's purpose was achieved with most of the students. If this is a correct observation, it explains the tenacity of Soviet citizens in argument with people of the West. The arguments of the West do not come to Soviet citizens for the first time when they are presented by diplomats, newspapers, radios, or in informal conversation between Soviet citizens and American students, government officials, businessmen, or tourists. The Soviet citizen has met these arguments before and is prepared with an immediate response. Consequently, few of them seem to be quickly moved by argument alone. A final word is necessary about Andrey Yanuaryevich Vyshinsky. His reputation as Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of the USSR has already become so well established that he almost needs no introduction. Yet, because of this very fame in the diplomatic field, his career as a jurist is sometimes overlooked. Before entering the Ministry of Foreign Affairs during the war, he had been prosecutor of the USSR. In this position he had supervised the preparation for, and conducted the prosecution in, the trials of Bukharin, Pyatakov, Kamina, Radek, and their colleagues for treason against the USSR. Vyshinsky has also evidenced qualities as a legal scholar by lecturing at X Introduction the Moscow Juridical Institute and at meetings of Soviet jurists in Moscow and elsewhere. When the School of Jurists, headed by E.B. Pashikanes, was ousted in 1937 because of its support of a program of progressive withering away of the state, Vyshinsky came forward as the principal organizer of the new jurisprudence. He became editor of the leading law review, Sovetskoye Gosudarstvo I Pravo. He was also named a member of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR and was a leader in the work of the section of Economics and Law of the Academy. In spite of his duties in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Vyshinsky has found time during and since the war to write and lecture extensively on law. In 1947 he was awarded a Stalin Prize for a textbook on the law of evidence. In preparing the volume on law in the Soviet state, Vyshinsky made use of his colleagues in the Institute of Law of the Academy of Sciences. The volume is a composite of their work, but Vyshinsky is well known in the USSR as an editor who takes great care with any manuscript on which his name appears. As a product of Vyshinsky's editing, this volume carries the weight of considerable authority. The original Russian-language edition of Vyshinsky's work contained no index. The index to the translation has been prepared by Catherine and Henry Clarenbach to facilitate use of the volume by American political scientists familiar with American index headings and terminology. In consequence, the arrangement and choice of words may sometimes be unfamiliar to such Soviet jurists and American specialists on Soviet terminology as happen to examine this edition. The translation of Hugh Webster Babb of Boston University has been prepared from a similar point of view. The Russian sentence structure has been changed in many instances to reduce the occasions in which American readers might have been hampered by an unfamiliar style. Professor Babb's effort to retain the original spirit and textual accuracy is notable, however. The translation reflects the translator's facility in Russian and legal scholarship. John N. Hazard, The Russian Institute, Columbia University. Contents page forward. The Russian Translation Project v. Introduction by Professor John N. Hazard. 7 Chapter I. Introduction. Section 1. The October Socialist Revolution and the State. I. 2. The Foundations of the Marxist-Leninist Theory of State and Law. 5. 3. The State and the Law of the Period of Transition from Capitalism to Communism. 38. 4. The Demolition of the Machinery of the Bourgeois State. 62. 5. A State of Soviets, not a bourgeois parliamentary republic. 76. Soviet Socialist Public Law, its object and its method. 74. Chapter 2. The Fundamental Stages of the Development of the Soviet Constitution. 1. Introduction. 87. 2. The Great October Socialist Revolution, the formation of the RSFSR and the First Soviet Constitution. 89. General characterization of the period. T89A. The October Decrees and their constitutional significance. 92. 3. The development and confirmation of the First Soviet Constitution, Lenin and Stalin its creators. 94. 4. The 1918 Constitution of the RSFSR and the constitutions of the other Soviet Socialist Republics. 99. Contents section 3. The formation of the USSR and the First Union Constitution. */ General characterization of the period of the formation of the USSR. 101. 2. The development and confirmation of the Constitution of the USSR. 104. 3. Changes in the constitutions of Union republics on the basis of the USSR Constitution. In 4. The victory of socialism in the USSR and the Stalin Constitution. 113. 1. Changes in the mode of life in the USSR during the period. 9*4-193.32. The development and confirmation of the Stalin Constitution. 123. The special characteristics at the foundation of the Stalin Constitution. 123. 4. The creation of new constitutions of Union republics on the basis of the Stalin Constitution. 125. I. Chapter 3. The social organization of the USSR. 1. Introduction. 1. To the power of 9th. 2. The social order of the USSR. The order of socialist society. 13*. 3. The class structure of the USSR. 135. 4. The political basis of the USSR. 140. I. The rise and confirmation of the authority of the Soviets. 141a. The Soviets, a state form of the dictatorship of the worker class. 152a. Crushing the resistance of class enemies. 153b. The strengthening of the union of the worker class with the peasantry. 155c. The dictatorship of the worker class as an instrument for building communism. 158d. The leading role of the Communist Party. 159.3. The Soviets of the deputies of the toilers, the highest type of democracy. 160a. Soviet democracy as democracy of the highest type. 160b. All authority in the USSR belongs to the toilers. 164c. Soviet authority as authority which embodies the will of the people. 168d. The Soviets as the truly democratic mechanism of state authority. 172.4. The Soviets and Proletarian Internationalism. 176. Contents 13. Section page 5. The economic basis of the USSR. 6/ The confirmation of the socialist system of economy and socialist property in the USSR. 178. 2. Two forms of socialist property in the USSR. 185. 3. Small private economy of individual peasants and craftsmen. 193. I. 4. The right of private property in the USSR. 194. 5. State planning of the national economic life of the USSR. 198. The realization of the socialist principle, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil. 204. 1. Chapter 4. The state organization of the USSR. 1. Introduction *IO2 The basis of the state organization of the USSR. 213. 3. Federation in the teaching of Marx and Lenin. 2204 The principles of building the Soviet Union state. 228 5 Forms of bourgeois state organization. 237 Bourgeois Federation. 237 2. Confederation. 243 3. The Unitary State. 24 5 6 The development of forms of federative unification of the Soviet republics. 249 1. The foundations of Soviet Federation, the right of nations to self-determination. 249 2. Military and economic unification of independent Soviet republics. 251 5. The origin and development of Soviet autonomies. 257 4. The formation of the USSR. 261 5. National delimitation of Central Asia, extension of the Union. 265 6. The development of the Soviet Union state prior to the Stalin Constitution. 267 7 Legal forms of the Soviet Union state. 272 I. Composition and boundaries of the USSR. 272 A. Sovereignty of the USSR. 275 3. Jurisdiction of the USSR. 284. The legal position of Union republics and their jurisdiction. 284 5. The USSR as protector of the sovereign rights of Union republics. 288 6. Laws of the USSR as expressing the unity of the socialist state. 289 7. Citizenship of the USSR and of the Union republics. 298. Administrative territorial organization of Union republics. 293 9. Legal position of autonomous republics in the USSR and in the Union Republic, their jurisdiction. 298 J. The Coat of Arms, Flag, and Capital. 304 JDV Contents Section Page Chapter V The Supreme Organs of State Authority of the USSR and of the Union and Autonomous Republics. I. The Supreme Soviet, the highest organ of USSR state authority. 39 2 The Theory of the Separation of Powers. 3*2. 3. The bicameral system of the USSR Supreme Soviet. 3. 4. The Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. 3*95 Statute, Decree, Statutory Interpretation. $33 6 Sessions of the USSR Supreme Soviet. 343 7 Standing Commissions of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. 348 8 The Deputy of the USSR Supreme Soviet. 352 9. The highest organs of state authority of the Union and Autonomous Republics. 356 Chapter 6 Organs of State Administration of the USSR and of the Union and Autonomous Republics. 1 Introduction. 362 2 Councils of Peopled Commissars. 37 1 R. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. 371 2. The Commissions and Committees under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. 377 3. Councils of People's Commissars of Union Republics. 381 4. Councils of People's Commissars of Autonomous Republics. 385 3 People's Commissariats. 386 People's Commissariats as organs of state administration. 386 2. The different kinds of People's Commissariats. 389 3. The system of People's Commissariats. 392 4. The jurisdiction of People's Commissariats and the official acts of People's Commissars. 413 5. Local organs of People's Commissariats. 419 Chapter 7 Local organs of state authority. 1 Introduction. 4 Cube 2 Pre-revolutionary local administration and self-government. 4*7 Contents 15 Section Page 3. The Soviets from October, 1917, to the adoption of the first Soviet Constitution. G.Lee, 1918, 435 4 Local organs of state authority during the foreign military intervention and the Civil War. 44*5. Local organs of state authority in the transition period to peaceful work for the rehabilitation of the national economy. 449. 6. The Soviets in the struggle for socialist industrialization. 457. 7. The Soviets in the struggle for the collectivization of agriculture. 438. Local organs of state authority under the Stalin Constitution. 473. The significance of the Stalin Constitution in strengthening local organs of state authority. 473a. The territorial structure of local administration. 473.3. Objects of jurisdiction. 478.4. Drawing the masses into the work of the Soviets of Deputies of the Toilers. 485.5. How local organs of state authority work. 488.6. Executive organs of the Soviets of Deputies of the Toilers. 489.7. The material basis of local Soviets. 492. Chapter 8. The Court and the Prosecutor's Office. 1. The Court and the Prosecutor's Office in the Socialist Statute of Workers and Peasants. 497. 2. Principles of Socialist Democracy in the Organization and Activity of the Soviet Court. 54. 3. The USSR Court System in Operation. 5. 2. Jr. The People's Court. 521. 2. The Territorial and Area Courts and the Court of the Autonomous Region. 522. 3. The Autonomous Republic Supreme Court. 523. 4. The Union Republic Supreme Court. 523. 5. Special Courts. 523. 6. The Supreme Court of the USSR. 524. 4. Fundamental principles underlying the organization of the Soviet Prosecutor's Office. 525. 16. Contents section. Page 5. The tasks and functions of the Soviet Prosecutor's Office. 53. Chapter 9. Fundamental rights and obligations of USSR citizens. 1. Introduction. 538. 2. The fundamental rights and obligations of citizens in bourgeois states. 54. 3. The fundamental rights and obligations of citizens of the USSR. 55. 2. The genuineness and breadth of the rights of the toilers from the very first days of the existence of the Soviet state. 552. 2. Proletarian Declarations of Rights. 554. 3. The provision of the Constitution of the RSFSR concerning civil rights and obligations. 557. 4. Fundamental rights of citizens of the USSR under the Stalin Constitution. 559a. The right to work. 563b. The right to rest. 571c. The right to material security in old age and in case of illness or loss of working capacity. 575d. The right to education. 580e. The equality of the rights of men and women. 586f. The equality of the rights of citizens of the USSR regardless of their nationality and race. 598g. Freedom of conscience. 605h. Freedom of speech, of the press, of assembly, of meetings, of street parades and of demonstrations. 610i. The right of citizens to unite in social organizations. 618j. The inviolability of the person and of the home. The privacy of correspondence. 629k. The right of asylum. 633. 5. The basic obligations of USSR citizens according to the Stalin Constitution. 636a. The inseparability of rights and obligations of USSR citizens. 636b. Observance of the Constitution, fulfillment of the laws, observance of labor discipline, an honorable attitude towards social duty, and respect for the rules of socialist community life. 639c. The obligation to safeguard and to strengthen socialist property. 645d. Universal military service and the defense of the fatherland. 650. Contents 17. Section page chapter X. The elective system of the USSR. 1. Introduction. 659. 2. Universal suffrage. 666. 3. Equal suffrage. 682. 4. Direct suffrage. 689. 5. Secret ballot. 692. 6. The organization of elections. 695. 1. Voting HSTS. 695. 2. The organization of election districts and voting precincts 697 3. Election Commission 705 4. Nominating candidates to the Supreme Soviet JOG 5. The method of voting and the determination of the results thereof 713 6. The recall of a deputy 719 Russian transliteration table Index 1 Introduction SEC 1. The October Socialist Revolution and the State. The Great October Socialist Revolution of 1917 destroyed the bourgeois state and created one of a new and higher type state of the proletarian dictatorship. Thereby it opened a new epoch in world history, the epoch of the socialist state of workers and peasants. In doing away with the old bourgeois state machine, the Russian proletariat, under the guidance of the party of Lenin and Stalin, followed the great historical instructions of Marx and Engels, the founders of scientific socialism. On the basis of the experience of the Paris Commune, they established the proposition that the working class cannot simply take possession of a state machine ready prepared and set it in motion for its own ends, but must demolish and utterly break up this machine and build its own new state machine. Lenin, on the eve of the Great October Socialist Revolution of 1917, wrote on this same subject, "The revolution consists in the proletariat's destroying the apparatus of government and the entire state apparatus, putting in its place a new apparatus, composed of armed workers. The revolution must consist not in the fact that a new class manages with the help of the old machinery of state, but in smashing the old and commanding and managing with the aid of new machinery. 2. The violent seizure of authority by the proletariat, the demolition of the exploiting society's machinery of state, and the organization of a new state is the most important thesis of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of proletarian revolution." 1. Marx and Engels, Manifesto of the Communist Party, p. 6. 2. Lenin, Selected Works, Vol. XXI, p. 450. 1. 2. The law of the Soviet state. This thesis is directly and immediately related to the most important problems of Soviet public law. The greatest service of Lenin and Stalin is not only that they played the chief role in unmasking opportunist attempts to pervert this most important thesis of Marxism, but that they translated this doctrine into reality and led the Russian proletariat to shatter and demolish the bourgeois state apparatus, thus following the teachings bequeathed by the great founders of scientific socialism. To shatter this machine, to demolish it, such is the real interest of the people, of a majority of the people, of workers, and of a majority of the peasants, such as the preliminary condition of a free union of the poorest peasants with the proletarians, and, without this union, democracy is unstable and social reform impossible. 3. The proletarian revolution transfers authority to the laboring people. Bourgeois revolutions had considered the vast state edifice the chief spoil of the victor/4 and handed it over to the bourgeoisie and its parties. The bourgeoisie constantly improves this edifice, directing all its powers against the laboring people, the workers and the peasants. The pressure of bourgeois exploitation turns the peasants increasingly into a natural ally of the proletariat, destined to overthrow the bourgeois order. Under the influence of sharpening class contradictions, which gradually enlightened even the most backward and politically undeveloped peasant minds, bourgeois demagogy lost much of its efficacy. The bourgeois state was still more hostile to the interests of the proletariat, which by the course of historical social development was ordained to become the Gravedigger of the old, exploiting society. The chief lesson drawn by the proletariat from the heroic 73 days of the Paris Commune was expressed in Marx's famous dictum of the necessity for the proletariat to destroy the machinery of the bourgeois state. 6.3 Ibid, p. 396. 4. Marx and Engels, Selected Works, Vol. 8, p. 405. 5. As early as 1852 Marx wrote that most of the French nation had turned into troglodytes, that 16 million peasants live in dens, and that their houses have only 1 or 2 windows, rarely 3, whereas windows are to a house what the 5 senses are to the head. He went on to say the bourgeois order became a vampire, sucking its heart's blood and its brain, and casting it into the alchemist's retort of capital. The legal code of Napoleon is now merely a code to carry out court judgments, to levy execution on property and to sell it under the hammer. Marx and Engels, Volume 2, p. 324. 8. See Marx's letter to Kugelmann, April 12, 1871. Introduction 3. In its battle against the parasite, the Paris Commune came to this conclusion. The necessity of destroying this machinery, as a condition precedent to the triumph of the national revolution, is explained by the characteristics of the bourgeois state machinery as a mighty instrument of repression and restraint. Without demolishing this machinery, without smashing the basic means whereby the exploiters oppose the national revolution, it is impossible to assure the revolution's success. If the old state apparatus is left intact, it is impossible to direct the state apparatus, the state, to the solution of new problems, to serve the interests of the new class which has come to power. The proletariat must, therefore, demolish and destroy the old bourgeois state machinery as it did in the great October Socialist Revolution. The theory of Marx and Engels on the revolutionary overthrow and annihilation of the bourgeois machinery of state power is organically connected with the entire Marxist theory of the state. They debunked the pseudo-scientific notion of bourgeois Philistines and liberals concerning the state. They demonstrated the class origin and class nature of the state. At the same time, they showed that the proletariat, after seizing power, must of necessity utilize the state in order to continue its struggle for freedom, for the triumph of socialism. The Soviets were the state form of the proletarian dictatorship revealed by Lenin, the new state form most closely corresponding to the requirements of the proletarian revolution and to the tasks of the period of transition from capitalism to communism. Suppression and the use of force by the state are still essential during the transition period. Force, however, exerted by the exploited majority upon the exploiting minority, different in type and new in principle. The indispensability of this force necessitates a special apparatus adapted to realize these purposes. The Soviet state is the particular apparatus, the special machinery, to crush enemies and all elements hostile to socialism. The new Soviet state is a machine to crush the resistance of exploiters, to do away with exploitation and class domination by exploiters, to reinforce the class dominance of the proletariat and its leadership of the rest of the toiling masses to the end of finally liquidating classes in general and passing into communism. The state of armed workers / the state of the Soviets of workers and peasants, that is what distinguishes this new state. The Stalin epoch is marked by the final and irrevocable victory of the law of the Soviet state socialism, which created the new constitution of the socialist state of workers and peasants. The Soviet state played the decisive part in the achievement of these triumphs. It guaranteed the destruction of all the forces of bourgeois counter-revolution and the suppression of all attempts at restoration by the bourgeoisie and its Trotskyist Bukharinist agents. In the fire of battle and in the heroism of socialist construction, it consolidated the alliance between the working class and the peasants, under the guidance of the working class headed by the Communist Party of Bolsheviks. It defended and preserved all the gains of the proletarian revolution. It raised proletarian democracy to unprecedented heights. The Great October Socialist Revolution shattered to its very foundation the machinery of the bourgeois state, that frightful and monstrous mechanism for suppressing the toilers and ensuring the dominance of the exploiters. It destroyed and demolished the old bourgeois state and erected in its place a new state, its Soviet state of workers and peasants. It made the state strong, and raised it to a gigantic height of historical development. Guided by the Lenin-Stalin party, the proletariat built a new state, the socialist state of workers and peasants. The Soviet state, whose first foundations were laid in the victorious October Socialist Revolution, grew and became a mighty proletarian power, an unassailable stronghold of communism, a gigantic force, guaranteeing the further victorious advance of our country's toilers to communism. The organization, development, and flowering of the Soviet state resulted from the heroic struggle of the laboring masses, from the victories of the inviolable union of workers and peasants, from the genius of the Communist Party led by Lenin and Stalin, in guiding the movement and the struggle of the masses. Lenin and Stalin, who had armed our proletariat with the invincible weapon of Marxism. The Marxist-Leninist theory of proletarian revolution and of the Soviet state guaranteed the correct solution of the problems and methods of building the Soviet state, and of ways and means of realizing the triumph of socialism. Without a correct understanding of the nature and essence of the state and of state power, proper guidance in the matter of building the state and the swift successes attained by our country's toilers would have been equally impossible. The genius of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin provided a correct understanding of the nature and essence of the state, of its part in the history of human society and in the matter of the struggle of the proletariat for political and introduction 5 social emancipation, and finally of its historical development and historical fate. Bourgeois theories of state and law, irrespective of the subjective aspirations and wishes of those who created those theories, serve the cause of exploitation. To expose their real nature is the first and most important problem of Soviet knowledge, dedicated, as it is, to the development of a theory of state and law. The Marxist-Leninist theory of state and law in general, and of the Soviet state and law in particular, guaranteed the correct solution of all questions as to concrete problems, methods, and forms of building the Soviet state and Soviet law. We therefore begin our course on Soviet public law by examining a series of fundamental precepts of the Marxist-Leninist theory of state and law, as contrasted with bourgeois theories and all sorts of anti-Marxist perversions of questions related to a given branch of legal science. SEC 2. The foundations of the Marxist-Leninist theory of state and law. The nature of the state is the most important question in the science of public law. The theory of the state is the basis not only of the science of state law but also of law in general, inasmuch as a scientific understanding of law is impossible without a correct understanding of the state. Law and state cannot be studied separately and apart from each other. Law draws its force, and obtains its content, from the state. Law is nothing without a mechanism capable of compelling the observance of legal norms. This fundamental precept of the Marxist-Leninist theory defines the relationship between law and state. We shall later discuss this precept in greater detail when we describe in their entirety the bases of the Marxist-Leninist theory of law and state. This theory illustrates to the last detail all the falseness and pseudoscience of the various bourgeois theories of the state, which pervert the nature of the state to gratify the exploiters in order to perpetuate capitalist exploitation. It reveals the artificiality and the unscientific character of bourgeois theories of law. Those theories portray their subject perversely and falsely. They disguise the class-exploiting character of bourgeois law. By phrases about the general welfare and social and popular interests, they strive to conceal the fact that bourgeois law, that subtle and poisoned instrument which defends the interests of the exploiters, is oppressive and hostile to the people. Opposed to bourgeois theories of law and state, which are utterly arbitrary and developed in complete abstraction with no truly scientific content, stands the authentic Marxist-Leninist theory, the only scientific theory of law and the state. Starting from its general methodology of dialectic materialism, the Marxist-Leninist theory presents a strictly scientific explanation of the origin and development of law and state. Marx wrote as early as 1844. My investigations have brought me to the conclusion that neither legal relationships, nor the forms of state, can be understood by themselves alone or by the so-called universal development of the human soul. On the contrary, they have their roots in the matinal conditions of life, the totality whereof Hegel united under the name civil society. The anatomy of civil society, however, must be sought in political economy, the study of which I began in Paris and continued in Brussels. The general conclusion to which I had come may be briefly formulated thus: in the social production of their lives people enter into definite and necessary relationships which are independent of their will, production relationships, which correspond to the definite degree to which their material productive powers have developed. The totality of these production relationships constitutes the economic structure of society, the real basis upon which is built the juridical and political superstructure and to which definite forms of social consciousness correspond. The means of production of material life condition the social, political, and spiritual processes of life in general. 2. Here is a complete understanding of the fundamental laws of motion governing social development. Those laws similarly disclose the secret of the origin and the nature of law and state, and this revelation is one of the most important and original characteristics of Marxist-Leninist theory, its greatest strength. Marxism-Leninism is forceful and vital in that in its practical activity it rests specifically on the needs of society's material life to develop and is never separated from society's real life. 8. Only by an analysis of the material conditions of human society can one understand the true nature of the law and state produced by civil society, that is, by the totality of production relationships of society and of the social economic relationships conditioned by it. Criticizing Hegel's philosophy of law, with its idealistic interpretation of the relationship between society and the state, Marx wrote, "The family and civil society turn themselves into the state. They are the moving element. But according to Hegel they are created by an actual idea. Their unification into the state is not the result of their own development but is predetermined by the development of the idea. Family and civil society are the spheres wherein this idea is finite. Their existence is conditioned by another's spirit, not by their own spirit. They are not self-defining but are definitions introduced by a third element. For this reason they are also defined as finite, as the particular finiteness of the actual idea. The object of their existence is not this existence itself. The idea separates these premises from itself so as, passing through their ideal nature, to be for itself an eternal, actual spirit, that is to say, a political sovereign cannot exist without the natural basis of family and the artificial basis of civil society. These are conditions indispensable to the state. But in Hegel the condition is itself conditioned, that which defines is itself defined, and that which produces is the product of its product. 4. Having disposed of Hegel's views of state and law, and disclosing their complete indefensibility, Marx and Engels laid firm and accurate foundations for a scientific world outlook which explains all the most complicated questions of sociology, history, and law. We know from Engels how Marx arrived at this new world outlook. He wrote, "Criticism of the debates in the Rhineland Landtag compelled Marx to the study of questions of material interests. He arrived at original views anticipated neither by jurisprudence nor by philosophy. Starting from Hegel's legal philosophy, Marx came to the conclusion that not the state but rather civil society was the sphere in which the key to an understanding of the process of man's historical development must be sought." 5. What are the characteristics of that civil society which Hegel so disdained? According to Marx, in his Holy Family, natural necessity, qualities of the nature of man, interest, these are what bind the members of civil society to each other. The real bond between them is not political life but civil life. Moreover, it is not the state which unites the atoms of civil society, but precisely the fact that they are atoms and the fact that they are not divine egoists but egoistic people. In our time it is sheer political prejudice to continue to imagine that the state unites civil life. The reverse is the fact. Civil life unites the state. 6. Studying the history of the development of human society, Marx and Engels came to conclusions which decisively changed and correctly evaluated all the views previously prevalent in science. This was particularly true of jurisprudence. Jurisprudence had floundered about, utterly impotent in a vicious circle of contradictions, which had actively influenced all bourgeois theories of law, even those of such authoritative and powerful thinkers of the bourgeois world as Kant and Hegel. Marxism revealed the indefensibility of bourgeois scientific methodology, which was completely incapable of disclosing and formulating the basic laws of social development. Marxism revealed the pseudo-scientific character of diverse trends in the field of legal science. It put an end, once and for all, to the conceptions of formal jurisprudence and abstract idealism which had so completely muddled the idea of law and the state. Marxism explained all the hitherto inexplicable questions and problems, and brought into a strictly scientific and logical system the solution to these questions, which were thus raised to the level of truly scientific theory. Marx and Engels showed that the state was the result of a definite plane of development of society's productive forces, that the state was founded on the ruins of the tribal regime, and that it experienced in its turn a series of cataclysms associated with the division of labor, the rise of classes, the appearance of private property in land, money, mortgages, and so forth. 7. The origin of family, private property, and the state. Concerning the social revolution in the tribal regime, Engels wrote the tribal regime was helpless against new elements which developed independently. It was postulated upon members of one gens or ton be living together in a single territory settled exclusively by them. This ceased long ago. Everywhere races and tribes were intermingled. Everywhere slaves, clients, and foreigners lived among free citizens. Localized settlement came only at the end of the intermediate stage of barbarism and was occasionally destroyed by the mobility and change of abode consequent upon trade activity, occupational change, and the alienation of property in land. Members of tribal organizations could no longer meet to solve their common affairs, although there was perfunctory observance as to matters of small moment, such as religious festivals. Side by side with those demands and interests for whose disposition tribal organizations were summoned and adapted, there came new demands and interests not merely alien, but in every respect opposed, to the ancient tribal order. The interests of artisan groups which sprang up with the division of labor, and special demands of city as opposed to village, demanded new organs. And since each of these groups included people of different races, associations, and tribes, and even foreigners, such organs had to come into being outside the tribal organization side by side with it, and at the same time contrary to it. In every tribal organization in turn this conflict of interest found expression. It was sharpest where within one and the same gens and one and the same tribe rich and poor, usurers and debtors were united. There was the further addition of a mass of new population alien to the tribal groups, and capable of become introduction. 9. The tribal form of society knew no antitheses within itself. But as Engels has said, here a society arose, doomed by all its economic conditions of life to split into free and slave, exploiting wealth and exploited poverty, and not only unable to reconcile these contrasts but bound to make them constantly sharper. Such a society could exist only in constant, open struggle between these classes, or under the domination of a third power which puts down their open conflicts and permits class struggle only in the economic field, in its so-called legal form. The tribal form of society became obsolete. It was destroyed by the division of labor and the consequent division of society into classes. Its place was taken by the state. 8. The whole course of the development of the state as a force brought about by the very development of society and in no sense attached thereto from without is here shown in its entirety and with marvelous clarity. The state is the product of society in a certain stage of development. It is an acknowledgement that this society is inextricably involved in conflict with itself, that it has split into irreconcilable contradictions and is impotent to rid itself of those contradictions. And force became necessary in order that these contradictions, these classes with conflicting economic interests, might not devour each other and society in a fruitless struggle. Force standing manifestly above society, force which would moderate the conflict, hold it within the bounds of order. And this force, issuing out of society, but putting itself above society and ever more alienating itself from society, is the state. 9. In the state, subjects settle throughout the territorial divisions, the state's social authority is established, exacting taxes, and consisting not only of an armed population but also of material accessories, prisons, and every sort of compulsory institution unknown to tribal society. 10. This authority is negligible where class contradictions are still not obvious. Where they are sufficiently sharp and serious, however, the significance of authority and the part that it plays becomes stronger, and its influence grows in proportion. Authority here subordinates all persons to its influence. Its legal base is in statutes, by virtue of which those exercising the authority become particularly sacred and inviolable. Supreme power is here embodying a force in the land. Moreover, this new population was too numerous to be included gradually in gentes and tribes related by blood. Opposed to this mass stood tribal groups, closed and privileged corporations. The natural democracy of primordial times became a hateful aristocracy. Finally, the tribal regime grew out of and was only adapted to a society which had known no antithesis within itself. It had no means of constraint other than social opinion. In the coercive force of this authority which rests on the might of the class whose interest it serves. The whole history of mankind proves that the state had its origin in class contradictions and conflicts created by the development of tribal society, in the need to curb class opposition. It was precisely this fact that made the state the organ of the authority of the strongest economically dominant class which, with the support of the state, thus becomes the most powerful class politically as well. This in turn provides it with new means to crush and to exploit the oppressed class. Such is the exploiter state of every sort: the ancient state, preeminently a slaveholder's state to crush the slaves and keep them in check; the feudal state, the organ of nobles and landholders to hold the peasant serfs in check; and the bourgeois state of our own time, the instrument whereby capital exploits hired labor. 11. The state is an organization of the class of haves to defend itself from the class of the have-nots. 12. Political power, in the exact sense of the words, is organized force of one class to repress another. 18. Marxism-Leninism gives a scientific explanation of the rise and development of the state, indicating its beginning and its end. The state did not always exist. There were societies which got along without a state and without any conception of state or state authority. At a certain stage of economic development, necessarily connected with the split of society into classes, and by reason thereof, the state became a necessity. We are now fast approaching the stage in the development of production where the existence of these classes has not merely ceased to be a necessity but has become a direct impediment to production. The future disappearance of classes is just as inevitable as was their rise. With their disappearance, the state will inevitably disappear as well. Society, organizing production in a new way, on the basis of the free and equal association of producers, will relegate the whole state machine to what will then be its proper place, a museum of antiquities, with the distaff and bronze axe. 14. Bourgeois political scientists strive, each in his own fashion, to prove that the state existed from the beginning. They assert that it stands above life and history, as it were an eternal category of some sort. This assertion is utterly arbitrary, however. There was a period when there was no state, the time when there were no classes in society and therefore no division of it into exploiters and exploited. Lenin says in his lecture on the state, "Before the first form of man's exploitation by man, the first form of division into classes, slave owners and slaves, there was the patriarchal family. Traces of these primordial times remain sufficiently well defined in the way of life of many primordial peoples. Take at random any work on primeval culture, and you always come up against more or less definite descriptions, indications, and reminiscences of how there was a time more or less like the primeval communism when there was no division of society into slave owners and slaves. Then there was no state, no special apparatus, for the systematic application of violence and for subjecting people to it. Such apparatus is called the state." 15. The state was always, and still is, an apparatus of constraint, of violence, with whose aid the dominant classes ensured the obedience of their subjects. The state is a machine to sustain the domination of one class over another. 10. Under capitalism, as under feudalism and in ancient society, the state protects private property as the basis of exploitation and the interests of those who as exploiters hold private property. It serves to preserve and confirm the class interests of exploiters, dominant in that society. This is the part it plays, irrespective of forms of political organization. The form of state domination may vary. Capital manifests its force in one way where there is one form of domination and in another way where there is a different form. Power remains essentially in the hands of capital, however, whether a right is based on some qualification or otherwise, and whether or not the state is a democratic republic. Actually, the more democratic it is, the more crude and cynical is this domination by capitalism. 17. Lenin pointed to the United States of America to illustrate this utterly cynical domination by capital. Nowhere else is the power of capital of a handful of millionaires over all society manifested so crudely, with such open venality, as in America. Once capital exists, it dominates all society. Nor does any democratic republic, nor any right to vote, change the essence of the matter. 18. Of course, the fact that the power of capital is dominant in modern bourgeois states in diverse political forms does not exclude the necessity that the relation of the proletariat vary as does the form of bourgeois political domination. Bourgeois democratic republics and the regime of parliamentary representation, broader suffrage and more limited suffrage, fascist regime or bourgeoist democratic regime, these are not matters of indifference to the proletariat, which must differentiate in building its policy with reference to bourgeois states. Under capitalism, the proletariat is extremely interested in bourgeois democratic freedoms and civil rights, which ease the process of organizing its ranks and guiding its allies. Without parliamentarianism, without the elective right, this development of the working class would be impossible. 19. The proletariat is interested in the movement of bourgeois society forward, not backward. Fascism drags the society backward from bourgeois democracy to the feudal state of lawlessness and to medievalism, perpetuating the slavery of the toiling class and dooming it to extinction and to eternal bondage. The interests of the working class and of all toilers thus demand a decisive battle with the totalitarian state of fascism, and with fascism in its entirety. This does not derogate, however, from the significance of characterizing every type of bourgeois state, even the most democratic, as a machine to crush and to repress the toilers, as a bludgeon in the hands of the exploiters as against the exploited. Marxism-Leninism rendered an enormous scientific service in defining and explaining scientifically the social nature of the state as an instrument of the socially dominant class, thus putting an end to the clerical bourgeois notion of the state, and to the fiction that by nature it is superior to class and expresses and preserves the interests and the culture of all mankind alike. The machinery called the state, before which people pause in superstitious reverence, giving credence to old tales to the effect that it expresses the will of all the people, this machinery the proletariat casts out with the words, "This is a bourgeois lie." 20. Marxism-Leninism thus draws a sharp line between the bourgeois and the proletarian viewpoint of the state, between bourgeois and proletarian theories concerning the state, and finally discloses as myth the proposition that the state is neutral and is above all classes. Despite the idealistic and mechanistic notion concerning the state held by bourgeois and pseudo-Marxian politicians and political scientists, Marxism-Leninism showed conclusively the historical development of the state as emerging and disappearing at a certain stage of economic development. Marxism plucked from the state the flowers of idealistic romanticism and showed its true nature as the instrument of the dominant classes, as a means of suppressing and enslaving the laboring masses where exploiters are dominant, as the means and instrument of emancipation from suppression, beggary, and enslavement by the exploiters where the toilers are dominant. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the state is not limited solely to an investigation of the nature of the origin and disappearance of the state, of its nature and characteristics. It also exhaustively elaborates and illuminates a series of other and most important questions connected with the state on the one hand, and problems and interests of the proletarian battle for emancipation on the other. Typical of such questions are those concerning the state of the period of transition from capitalism to communism, concerning the proletarian state as a state form of proletarian dictatorship, concerning the state and democracy in general, concerning the Soviet state and socialist democracy in particular, concerning the forms and methods of reinforcing the proletarian state, concerning communism and the state, and, finally, concerning the state's disappearance or withering away in the highest phase of communism, complete and fully developed. Marxism-Leninism gives a clear definition of the essence of law. It teaches that legal relationships are rooted in the material conditions of life, and that law is merely the will of the dominant class, elevated into a statute. It starts from the proposition that political, legal, philosophical, religious, and literary development is defined by and is a superstructure over economics. Law is one of the superstructures above the totality of production relationships forming society's economic structure. Marx wrote in a letter to Annenkov, "Take a definite stage of development of production, exchange, and consumption and you get a definite social order, a definite organization of the family, of social orders, and of classes. In a word, A definite civil society. Take a definite civil society and you get definite political relationships, the official expression of civil society. 21. Elsewhere Marx says, if, like Hobbes and others, we admit that force is the basis of law, then law, statutes, and so forth are merely a symptom, an expression of other relationships on which the authority of the state rests. In the material life of individuals, in their mode of production and the form of their community, is to be found the real basis of the state, and this continues to be so in all states wherein division of labor and private property are still necessary. These actual relationships are in no way created by the authority of the state. On the contrary, they are themselves the force which creates state authority. Aside from the fact that the individuals dominant in these relationships must constitute their force in the form of the state, they must give their will universal expression in the form of the state's will, in the form of a statute as expressian whose content is always given by the relationships of this class, as is proved particularly clearly by private law and criminal law. 22 Marx says further that a statute is the expression of this will but the existence of neither statute nor state depends upon this will. In his critique of Hegel's philosophy of state law, Marx brilliantly analyzes Hegel's understanding of law and reveals the indefensibility of Hegel's idealism. 23. With extraordinary profundity, Marx reveals the indefensibility of the idealistic notion that law and the state are generated by the will of the people. Here we read these notable words: so long as productive forces are still insufficiently developed to make competition superfluous, and so long as competition would accordingly be produced thereby again and again, the hitherto subordinate classes would be wishing for the impossible if they had the will to abolish competition, and with it state and law. 24 Law and legislation and crime also are generated by the condition of production forces and not arbitrarily. The origin of crime, the struggle of the isolated individual against dominant relationships like the origin of law, is not purely arbitrary. On the contrary, crime is rooted in the same conditions as is the governing power existing at the time. 25 Marx satirizes the visionaries who see in law and legislation the dominance of some independent/general will, and who can perceive in crime a simple violation of law and legislation. In reality, the state does not owe its existence to any dominant will, but on the contrary, growing out of the material way of life of individuals, it has likewise the form of the dominant will. If that will loses its dominance, this means that not only the will, but also the material being and life of the individuals, have changed, and for this reason alone their will is changed also. 26 State and law emerge from the material form of life of people and have only the form of the dominant will. In other words, they represent an expression of that will. Marx further unmasks the specific illusion of jurists and politicians who imagine, on the contrary, that legislation depends on the whim of people. Philosophers, says Marx, could conceive of a peculiar development and dominance of pure thought, by reason of which political and civil history is ideologically dissolved in the history of the dominance of successive statutes. In the history of the development of the courts, Marx points out the close association between juridical relationships and the development of production forces and production relationships. How close is the connection between juridical relationships and the development of these material forces arising out of the division of labor, is evident from the example of the historical development of the power of the courts and from complaints of feudal seigneurs against the development of the law. It was precisely in the transitional epoch between the dominance of the aristocracy and the dominance of the bourgeoisie, when the interests of both were clashing, when trade relationships between European races were growing and international relationships began accordingly to take on a bourgeois character, that the power of the courts began to increase. It attains the highest point under the dominance of the bourgeoisie, when this broadly developed division of labor becomes absolutely necessary. What those in bondage to the division of labor, the judges, or most particularly the professors of law, conceive therein is a matter of the utmost indifference. 27. From the foregoing it is clear that Marx never confused juridical relationships either with the material forces arising out of the division of labor or with production relationships. In the German ideology he again emphasizes that law depends on, and is generated by, Production relationships. He says in so many words, production relationships of individuals must likewise be expressed as legal and political relationships. 28. Notwithstanding the extraordinary clarity of Marx's exposition of this question, we have several miscellaneous theories professing to be Marxism, yet representing a crude perversion thereof. Such anti-Marxist theories include that of Stuka, who defined law as a system of social relationships and thus reduced it to economics. In his article, Notes on the Class Theory of Law, he asserted that Marx speaks of relationships of production 29 or, in juridical terms, relationships of property, 80 and claimed that the juridical and legal relationships are also production relationships. He either used an incorrect translation of the passage from the preface to Marx's Critique of Political Economy, however, or himself translated it incorrectly from the German. The expression of Marx which he translated or, in juridical terms, should be translated, or which appears to be merely a juridical expression thereof, the difference is obvious and eliminates any possibility of interpreting the famous instructions of Marx and Engels to mean that legal relationships are also, as it were, productive relationships, or a system of productive relationships. Confused in his analysis thereof, however, Stuka tried to put the responsibility for his own confusion off upon Marx himself, who had been brought up, as it were, on Roman law and on ideas of law for 30 years and was familiar with the terminology of Roman law. Stuka went so far as to assume as an obvious matter that now Marx would speak another language. Complete confusion in defining the idea of law prevails also in bourgeois juridical science. Because its representatives are not objective, and because of their class interest, bourgeois legal science is in no position to afford a correct and genuinely scientific explanation of the question. Furthermore, it is characteristic that, notwithstanding a great many utterly dissimilar and mutually exclusive theories, the bourgeois science of state law discloses with extraordinary clarity the ideological unity therein expressed. While each of the basic schools of bourgeois law refutes the other and attributes really scientific significance to itself alone, in reality all of them are unanimous in their obdurate yearning to veil the true essence of the bourgeois state as an instrument of class domination by a minority, to suppress and crush the people. The contradictions distorting the science of bourgeois state law attest to the extraordinary weakness of the scientific propositions from which it starts, the fallibility of the fundamental sources and of the very basis of the scientific methodology of these schools. 31. Let us follow this into the ideas of individual representatives of bourgeois legal science. George Jelinek was one of the most eminent of these representatives in the 19th century. Starting from his methodological ideas of principle, he deduces the very basis of the state, and knowledge of its purpose, from the general welfare. He defines the state as the expression of the inner unity of the nation. He speaks of the state as governed by the general will. We have agreed that the tasks of the state are to preserve itself, to ensure the safety and development of its might, to organize and protect the law, and to cooperate with cultural interests. The guiding idea in this definition of purposes is the knowledge that planned organization of safeguarding solidary national interests can originate only in the most powerful of social factors, which is the state. 80-81 Even representatives of bourgeois legal science are forced to admit this. The contemporary science of public law actually appears unstable in its foundations and in need of radical revision, according to Novgorodtsev in his preface to the Russian translation of Dukat, Constitutional Law, A General Theory of the State. George Jelinek, A General Theory of the State, pages 170, 191-192. So he concludes that the state is the dominant union of the people endowed with legal personality, satisfying the individual, national, and solidary interests of mankind in general, in the direction of the progressive development of society. This definition of state cannot withstand criticism. Of course, the bourgeois state, of which Jelinek is speaking, guarantees certain interests. But where is the proof that these are solidary and national? That the state and its activity exist specifically for the sake of satisfying these interests? Not only is this proposition not supported, it is categorically refuted by history. It is without logical proof. Such an assertion is an abstraction and a fiction contradicting the facts of history. Jelinek's definition of the state is extremely gratifying to the bourgeoisie, with its interest in glossing over class antagonisms and in propagandizing the view that the modern bourgeois state is to be regarded as the means of satisfying national needs and interests, an institution which preserves the rights of the people and guarantees to the people the development of their spiritual powers and the satisfaction of their cultural and material interests. Jelinek clothes the state with legal form so as to give it the utmost authority in the eyes of the masses. The modern state, according to him, is a Reichsstaat, a state bound and limited by statutes promulgated by itself. In defining the interrelation of law and state, he starts from the idea that law is a psychological phenomenon, existing only in our psyche, and calls it a certain part of the content of our consciousness. On the other hand, he proceeds to reason that law represents the totality of rules of human conduct, distinguished from rules of morality, from the imperatives of religion, morals, and the like, in that the purpose of law is to defend and to preserve human welfare and human interest. The legal norms are those issuing out of acknowledged external authority, and guaranteed, by external means at the state's disposal, to be obligatory. The entire legal order is, in his view, built on the conviction that we are bound to follow these norms. 33 Such conviction of the people is construed by him as force not formed under the pressure of higher measures of a compulsive character, but influenced by another type of motivation which excludes constraint. The essential sign of the idea of law is thus not constraint but guarantee. Legal norms are less coercive than guaranteed. All this construing of law as a guarantee serves very well to suggest the idea that the people's subordination to their oppressors is voluntary, that inner morality approves this law, that the people morally excuse the violence inflicted upon them with the aid of the state and screened under the form of law. Passing to the problem of law and the state, and seeking to answer the question whether or not the state is subordinate to the legal order, Jelinek starts from the fiction of a general will, making no distinction between the will of those who are dominant and that of those who are subject. The will of the state is the human will. The question is thus reduced to the establishment of the presence of norms binding upon the human will representing the state. The existence of such norms must be considered as proved as soon as their being and operation are confirmed both by those in power and by those subject to power. 85. Jelinek's own theory is basically merely an eccentric modernization of the old theory of so-called natural law, although he also declares his dissent from the theories of that law. He objects to the principle that the state is not bound by law. It follows from this theory that what is law for the subject is not law for the state itself. In other words, if we look from the heights of the state at the lowlands of the law, we find only an empty place. 86. He holds that the state is bound by law. The activity of the state is regulated by stable legal norms, binding upon state organs and upon the state itself. That even the state must be bound by legal norms is a necessary condition of uninterrupted cultural development, inasmuch as it alone also creates that social confidence without which mutual relationships between men would be possible only in the most elementary, rudimentary forms. 87. The law is binding on the will of the state. The state creates all law, but finds in law its own self-limitation, a voluntary self-limitation, however, and therefore not prejudicial to its power, its sovereignty. In the act of creating law, however this law arose, the state takes upon itself, with reference to its subjects, the obligation to apply and to effectuate this law. 88. Legal literature has already noted that this theory of the self-limitation of the state is clearly artificial and without scientific significance. It does not start from real facts but from assumptions, assumptions which have no place in actual practice. Of course, law and statutes, as one of the forms of expressing law, are binding even upon the state, or rather, upon state organs, institutions, and officials. It is impossible to conceive the state as a definite organization of social order, social relationships, without acknowledging the obligatory character and the universality of statutes promulgated by it. To say that they are binding upon organs of state authority is not an expression of the self-limitation of any will. It is an expression of this will itself. The core of the question, however, does not relate to this but to the very essence of the state will. According to Jelmek, the essence, the content of this will is solidary interests of the people. But this is not so. As regards its subjects, the state is not bound in any manner whatever. It is not obligated, it rather obligates its subjects. State statutes are the form wherein the class dominant in a given society obligates all other classes to definite conduct, to the precise conduct advantageous and pleasing to that dominant class. We may mention Horiot and Duguet as representing the modern bourgeois science of public law. Horiot starts from the proposition that the state is possible only where the nation has become civil society, i.e., where political power has been separated from private property and has acquired the features of public power. He maintains, accordingly, that the feudal state is not a state at all in the true sense of the word, only the modern bourgeois state, supposedly representing the entire nation, is such a state. The state is the juridical personification of a given nation, consequent upon the political, economic, and juridical centralization of the nation's elements to the end of realizing civil life. 89. On this theory, the state is formed to the end of making civil life and civil society real and effective. The civil order or regime of civil freedom is a regime of freedom and equality, established by a political organism in order that the automatism of economic society might be able to function within the state. 40. What is this automatism of economic society? Apparently it is the famous laissez-faire, laissez-passer, everyone who minds his own business is, almost inadvertently, minding society's business. Horiot's later exposition of the question reveals him as a bourgeois reactionary, straining to prove that the highest realization of civil life is manifested in the middle class, as distinguished from the rich and the poor. In the spirit of narrow-minded, petty bourgeois, sickly sentimentality, he outlines a seductive perspective of solving the social question, by invoking the common property of employers and workers and at the same time preserving the open bourgeoisie. Into the open bourgeoisie will pour the best of the working class, but there will always be re-established therewith a class of toilers in the proper sense of the word. The extraordinary banality of his ratiocinations regarding the essence of the state and the perspectives of its development is adequately shown by the tirade. The Roman state became a state of patricians and plebs, and it is entirely possible that the bourgeois state will, after an indeterminate time after revolutions, debates, and accords, become a bourgeois workers' state. If we allow the civil order to finish its business, it will provide all the objects necessary for life and actually furnish each normal individual with a minimum of property, be it only properly in the form of an official position which will make him practically, and not merely theoretically, a free man. 41. Enough has been said to demonstrate the pitiful pass to which even prominent representatives of bourgeois science are brought when their purpose is to vindicate at whatever cost the bourgeois state, and to justify its parasitic and exploiting character. The same may be said of Duguet, who, in his time, notoriously influenced even a number of Soviet jurists who portrayed his theory as if it were a socialist theory of law and sought to reconcile it with Marxism. Duguet criticizes the juridical conception of the state, categorically objecting to the theory that the state is the sole source of law. He seeks an explanation of the state which would neither put it above the law nor make law dependent upon, or a derivative of, the state. Human reason feels a strong need so to define the basis of law understood as a social norm that this norm be binding, not only upon individuals, but upon the state as well, however the state be understood, and irrespective of the fact that for us the modern state is above all the creator of norms. 42. He considers that his concept of law also solves the question of the state. The purpose of the state is to effectuate law. The state is founded on force, but this force is lawful only when applied in conformity with law. We do not say that law is the policy of force. We assert that political power is force given over to serve the law. 43. Duguet sees the principle of social solidarity as the basis of state and law alike, asserting that people are united by bonds of a social solidarity which embraces all members of the human race and is the source of law itself. He sees the basis of legal form in the social obligations resting on each man, in his social role. Freedom is the right of man, but it is a right which man can realize only in proportion as he dedicates his activity to the realization of social solidarity. The very law of property is justified by the social mission supposedly resting upon the owner. A juridical act is a manifestation of will which conforms in purpose with social solidarity. He rejects the idea that the state is a person, and looks at it from the point of view of factual possession of power, defining it in its most general sense as every sort of human society wherein there is political differentiation between rulers and governed. In a word, political power. 44 He is particularly emphatic that the word state serves to designate specifically those societies where political differentiation has attained a certain degree of development and where, for that reason, political power presents definite and characteristic features. He acknowledges that political power is a fact completely independent of the legality, or otherwise, of the power, and that this fact is a product of social evolution. He expressly declines to furnish philosophical justification of political power or to study all the details in the evolution of society in this direction. He confines himself to the task of merely showing the chief stage, and defining the most active factors, in the formation of society. He defines the most important of these factors in a singularly inept manner. Some individuals, more powerful than others, make their will binding on the latter. They thus acquire definite political power with reference to those others. This political power, being factual, seeks no justification in the law. From the moment the conception of law is created in society, the idea emerges that the orders of this power are legitimate only in so far as they are in accord with the law, and that the application by this political power of material force is likewise legitimate only in so far as its purpose is to guarantee the sanction of the law. Thus Duguet solves the question of the purpose of the state or of political power. This purpose is the realization of law. All the state does is done in the interest of guaranteeing the law. The acts of the state must themselves be classified according to the action they exert in the world of the law as an expression of the legislative, the judicial, or the administrative function of the state. At the same time, Duguet sees the state as possessing public power in the sense of a subjective right, the right to promulgate orders and forcibly to compel obedience to them, and also as a Rechtsstaat, as bound by law, as resting on a regime of legitimacy. The state is bound by statute. Its legislative power is bound by objective law which is higher than the state and precedent thereto, or, more accurately, representative thereof. The explanation of why the state is thus bound by the law is based neither on natural rights of individuals nor on the self-limitation of the state, but on the idea of social solidarity, 45, which is supposed to be the one foundation and the sole content of law and of legislation. It is not difficult to show that this theory is indefensible. One need only point out that the very idea at the foundation of Duguet's entire conception of the state, the more powerful individuals, is utterly indefinite and devoid of scientific content. He was obviously in no position to explain the source of this greater power of some in relation to others. Unsuccessfully seeking to discover such source in the religious, economic, moral, or property advantages enjoyed by some in relation to others, he reveals his helplessness still more, being driven to confine himself to such lamentations as this: the rulers always were, and are, and will be, those who are in fact the most powerful. 46 This explains nothing, for it does not explain the fundamental question why some, rather than others, possess power. His assertion that the aim of political power is the realization of law is completely arbitrary and devoid of historical content. His basic postulate, social solidarity, is itself artificial and metaphysical. But he begins from precisely this principle, considering that solidarity is the life element of society of every sort. 47 This social solidarity takes us back once again to the general will long cited by bourgeois philosophers and jurists in their efforts to conceal and gloss over the class and exploiting character of the bourgeois state. They strive to prove solidarity between bourgeoisie and proletariat, actually rather to subordinate the interests of the proletariat to the interests of the bourgeoisie. The best possible refutation of these fables of social solidarity is the annals of the state political life of any capitalistic country taken at random. Fair illustrations refuting them may be found in an analysis of bourgeois statutes. Characterizing English legislation, Engels said, "Manifestly all legislation is directed to the protection of those who have as against those who have not. Statutes are necessary only because there are have-nots. Hostility to the proletariat so regularly forms the basis of a statute that judges very readily acquire the sense, especially the inferior judges, who belong to bourgeois society themselves, and are the judges with whom the proletariat comes chiefly into contact. When a rich man is summoned or rather invited into court, the judge expresses regret that the rich man had to inconvenience himself and tries in every way to turn the matter to the rich man's advantage, and if he must, despite everything, condemn him, he again expresses his infinite regret, and so on. But if some one of the poor has to stand before that judge, he nearly always has to spend the preceding night in jail with a mass of others like himself. He is looked upon as guilty from the very beginning. He is shouted at, and all his efforts to justify himself are met by a contemptuous, 'Oh!' We know these excuses. On the one hand, these dogberries interpret the laws only in the strictest sense therein contained. On the other, they are themselves bourgeois, and see the chief foundation of every kind of true order in the interests of that class above all else. And the police are the same as these judges. No matter what the bourgeois has done, the police are always civil to him and keep strictly to the statutes. To the proletariat they behave coarsely and cruelly. Poverty itself casts suspicion of every sort of crime upon the proletariat, at the same time depriving it of lawful means of defense against arbitrary authorities. Consequently, the statute does not defend the proletariat. The police, without the slightest hesitation, burst into a proletarian's house, arrest him and deal with him at will. 48. Such are equality and social solidarity in England, one of the most democratic of the bourgeois countries. At the time of the 1926 coal strike in this same England, the famous Habeas Corpus Act was temporarily shelved so as not to hamper the police in dealing with the strikers in their own way. A quantity of similar examples could be cited from the practice of any of the capitalist countries. All this refutes, with sufficient eloquence, the professorial babbling of the law as the expression of social solidarity and of the state as the savior of this sacred altar of universal well-being. The idea of social solidarity, which is fundamental to Duguet's entire juridical conception of the state, contradicts the fact of the class division of society, and of the class struggle which destroys that solidarity. Duguet does violence to facts and falsifies history. He declares war on the German school of juridical formalism, only that he may set off against it juridical normativism. He takes a certain objective norm, standing above positive law, and binding upon both subjects and rulers alike, as the key to the solution of all questions of the modern building of state law. He operates with ideas and formulae which lead to error as to their actual content. Objecting to individualism and defending social solidarity, he describes the juridical norm as itself a means to compel the force at the disposal of the rulers to react to the service of social solidarity. He portrays the state as force put to the service of law. This latter circumstance led the social reformists to see Duguet as representative of the new social and all but socialist trend, whereas in his teaching he asserts the principles of bourgeois law, completely defends the interests of capitalism. Gumplowes claimed a still more socialist character for his doctrine. He warred against juridical formalism more decisively than did Duguet and flirted violently with socialist phraseology, although he did not in fact advance a single step over his bourgeois predecessors and contemporaries in solving the problems of state law. He opposed the prevailing individualist theories of such political scientists as Lauband, Gierke, and also the theory of law and state of which we spoke above. He sharply criticized the bourgeois science of state law as tendencies, concerned only to justify a given state order in conformity with the individual viewpoints of the authors and without taking the trouble to know its actual nature. The extent of the material to be studied in no way defined the difficulty of the scientific problem in this field. According to Gumplowes, on the contrary, the difficulty of its task lies in the deceptiveness of this material. Nowhere, for some reason or other, has there been so much concealed and obscured as in state affairs. Nowhere is so much done for appearance as in public and in international law. Nowhere has there been so much lying, so much said and written with frank intent to deceive, as in this field. Nowhere is so much done on behalf of convention. Nowhere are so many deliberate comedies played out, as here. 49. All explanations of the essence of the state given by the bourgeois science of law from Welcker, Robert von Moll, Ahrens, Bluntschli, and Gerber to Hegel and Kant are completely unsatisfactory to Gumplaues. He defines correlation between state and law in these words. Law is conceivable only in a state. It exists and falls with the state. 60. He asserts further that the state did not arise on the basis of law, that law is not its cradle. Nor did it emerge by peaceful development out of the idea of law or in any other peaceful manner. The state arose through violence, which thus becomes the midwife of this new social phenomenon, and not out of the family nor by way of the family's development. No, the state emerges only from various human groups, from various tribes, and consists of them alone. The victors formed the ruling class, the vanquished and the enslaved, the class of workers and servants. 51. He finds in tribes the fundamental bases, the actual cornerstones of the state. The state was created from tribes. They and they alone preceded the state. With the foundation of the state is created a bond between such tribes as join the state life. These state unions turn the tribes into a nation. The chief sign of a nation is a single state authority, under the principle whereof the nation stands and to which it is subordinated. The state will, not to be confused with national will, also corresponds to the state power. This state will, according to Gumplaues and to the satisfaction of the racist ***, is the will of the predominant tribes with sufficient means and enough force at its disposal to make itself in reality the dominant will. In the process of state development, he continues, tribes turn into castes or classes and devote themselves to certain occupations, which are handed down by inheritance. These classes are welded together by the force of the state and organization of domination. Consequently, domination, the government, takes this multiplicity in its grasp and forms a unity. The relationship of the elements dominant in the state toward those who are subject is expressed in the form of state organization. This form changes precisely as that relationship of domination changes and balances. 52. Gumplaues criticizes what has been done by such German jurists as von Moll, Stahl, and Lorenz von Stein, as well as the constitutional monarchy developed by Bluntschli, contrasting with it his own modern Kulturstate. This Kulturstate, incidentally, is notable, in his opinion, as resting on culture and contributing to the further development of culture. The modern Kulturstate is above all a state, and, as such, it is always and everywhere an organization of domination, destined to support a certain legal order. Many years of development have resulted in remarkable mitigation of the forms of this domination. It now emerges in less severe shape. Old forms of slavery and servile dependency have disappeared, and free forms have appeared in their place. Their most important condition is that coercive domination is here realized on the basis of law, and not arbitrarily. 58. There is, of course, no difference between the so-called Kulturstate, so treated, and the so-called Rechtsstaat. Law and statute operate in each alike as the supposed court of last resort * of all social and state relationships. Gumplaues sees the essential sign of this Kulturstate in the fact that state activity is itself nothing more than the exaction of taxes and the conduct of wars, and that this activity supposedly aims at promoting the national welfare in every way and thereafter affords active support to the aspiration to all higher, ideal, human purposes. 54. Gumplaues depicts state officials themselves as bearers of culture, as warriors for culture and progress, acting in the name, and in the spirit, of the law. With their cooperation, legislation likewise works toward culture, ceaselessly and ever more strenuously, wherefore, he says, the field of law becomes ever wider and richer in the modern Kulturstate, and public law develops to dimensions literally unprecedented. The cultured character of this modern state finds expression in the attraction of the middle and the working classes, to participate side by side with the privileged class of nobles in social and state affairs. Freedom of speech guarantees the influence of the educated classes upon social opinion, upon the election of national representatives, and thus upon the participation of the democratic strata of the population in legislation and in all state government. The Kultur state is concerned with the population, with the national economy, with the ideal side of national life, with the sciences and the arts, in a word, contributes to the successful solution of all problems common to humanity in general, problems connected with neither more nor less than the social forms of the future. Such is Gumplau's portrayal of this famous modern Kultur state. His teaching as to this Kultur state was, in its turn, caught up by social reformism and in a particularly monstrous form by fascism. In reality there never was and there can never be any such Kultur state in the history of exploiter societies. Not a single one of the qualities so sentimentally described by Gumplaus was, or could be, possessed by the modern bourgeois state. Qualities of this sort are in direct and sharp contradiction to the true class and exploiter nature of that state. The best refutation of the juridical and cultural illusions of Gumplaus and his reformist followers is to consider any of the modern bourgeois states. At each step they afford an infinite number of examples of an inhuman, bestial relationship to the exploited masses of the people, of complete and utter unconcern for their needs and interests, of total aversion from dealing with the problems of mankind in general, those problems which have never appeared on the agenda of any bourgeois state. This is sharply manifest in the activity of fascist states, which have in fact reached a stage of plain cannibalism. The modern bourgeois state is an imperialist state, which, every day and every hour, sacrifices culture and the interests of cultural construction to its rapacious policy of wars and aggressions, fire and the sword. How can one possibly speak of the culture of the modern bourgeois state unless he chooses to close his eyes to the grievous barbarism created by it in every corner of the earth where the power of capital and of exploitation holds sway? Gumplaus was in no position to understand the actual nature of the state, the sources of its origin, the laws of its development. Even criticizing the theories of a formal juridical trend, and attempting to contrast with it a new scientific teaching in the field of public law, he was utterly helpless in solving the fundamental problems of the science of public law. One of the causes of this impotence is his failure to understand the connection of state and law, on the one hand, with the class organization of society on the other, his failure to understand the organic connection between law, state, and politics, his failure to understand that the activity of law and the activity of the state cannot be understood and correctly appraised in isolation from politics, which is the expression, and the struggle for existence, of the class interests prevailing in a given society. His understanding of the actual problems of scientific investigation is perverted and utterly incorrect. He makes it a necessary condition of truly scientific and impartial investigation of political science to keep as far as possible from politics of every sort. The political scientist must know how to draw the line between his science and politics. It is for him to investigate the laws of political development in isolation from party life. Let politicians and publicists quarrel among themselves as to what conduct is proper. Study of the state is not occupied with such questions. The attempts to explain the state from the viewpoint of juridical relationship are of significant interest. The chief representatives of this trend are the Germans, Loning and Affolter, and the Russians, Korkunov, Lazarevsky, and others. Criticizing the will theory of the state, Korkunov concludes that it begins with the explanation of the state from the fiction of a juristic person, whereas in reality state domination is neither a fiction, nor a methodological mode, but the totality of real phenomena. Hence Korkunov considers that the scientific explanation of the idea of state power must relate to the establishment of domination as a particular group of the real phenomena of social life, rather than of a fiction of juridical construction. He correctly notes that all the phenomena of state life cannot possibly be reduced to the manifestation of any single will. He deems the very idea of a single will artificial, a juridical fiction. This is true, if we have in mind the will of all society. Korkunov and others holding this theory believe that the idea of power does not coincide with the idea of will. Domination presupposes no dominant will. Domination requires only the consciousness of dependence, not the reality thereof. If this is so, Power is force conditioned by the subject's consciousness of dependence/55, thus reducing the whole matter to the subject's consciousness. This theory avoids answering the basic question, where and wherein must we see the forces of state power operating imperatively upon the consciousness of subject people. Unity of language, of customs, of culture, ties of kinship, patriotism, these explain nothing here, since each of them requires to be itself explained. The state is a social union of free people with a peaceful order established, by constraint, by turning over the exclusive right of constraint to organs of the state alone. BC The basic element of the state is, in his definition, independent coercive domination. State power is force, conditioned by consciousness of dependence upon the state as a social union wherein peaceful order is established by constraint. 5t Admitting that coercive state activity is the fundamental sign of state community, Korkonov emphasizes that another most important sign of state domination is domination over free people only. It is pertinent to note that this is an obvious excuse for depriving of civil and political rights all who, by reason of the domination of exploiters, do not enjoy individual freedom. Korkonov frankly declares, he who is not free, but subject to the private power of another, is thereby excluded from participation in state life. Only the free participate immediately in state community, only those for whom state power is not overshadowed by the power of private persons over them. 58. Basic to Korkonov's theory of state is his definition of power, not as will, but as force conditioned by consciousness of dependence upon the state. He holds that the state's unity is based on the unity, not of its will, but of incitement to subordination to state domination. But he further reasons that such unity is no longer unity of personality but unity of relationship, hence the definition of the state as a single juridical relationship. Examining the state from this point of view, Korkonov proves that the interests making up its content are limited by the adaptation of the object to joint enjoyment by separate individuals. This proposition of Korkonov amplifies the other proposition that state power, in order to remain such, must be an object of common enjoyment by all those who constitute the state. If the state itself is a juridical relationship, its subjects are those who participate in the state community, from the monarch down to the lowest member. 69 Korkonov does not see the difference in the position occupied in the state by the monarch and that occupied by the lowest subject. Nor does he see the class nature of the state, which guarantees domination over their subjects to various monarchs and to the social forces supporting them. His formula is a typical abstract juridical formula. It conceals the true class character of the state, wherein the actual subject, who bears state power, is not all those who participate in the state community but only certain social classes which make use of the machinery of state for their own class interests. Korkonov himself sees the artificiality of his thesis, and is in no position to deny that, even in bourgeois democratic states, the extent of the rights of those participating in the state community varies so widely as to afford no basis for maintaining that any broad democratic group of the population participates therein with equal rights. Accordingly, he is compelled, with reference to certain separate groups of the population, to reduce rights to obligations which, of course, destroys the basis of his entire theoretic structure. To eliminate the absurdities inherent in this construction, he has to resort to a new juridical construction, orders in the interest of another, so-called. This he understands as the actualization of obligations resting upon organs of state power, whereas he construes the state domination itself not as unilateral domination, not as issuing from opposition of rulers and subjects, but as starting from the distribution of domination among all who participate in the state community. To be sure, he himself admits that some people attain in addition a predominance of power and others an obligation to obey, but he holds that this does not exclude the possibility of speaking of the state as a juridical relationship and of the inhabitants as the subject thereof. The rights comprising the content of the juridical relationship of state domination he reduces to the right to influence the realization of coercive power to this or that extent. Thus, from the legal point of view, the state seems a juridical relationship of independent, compulsive domination, whose subject is the entire population of states, whose object is the compulsive power itself, and whose content is made up of rights to participate in domination and obligations to obey. 60. Asserting that the state is a real juridical relationship between ruler and subject. Korkunov and other advocates of this theory see this as a customary legal relationship resting on the principle that each side has equal rights, that the rights and obligations appertaining to each side are of equal range. This theory thus perverts the essence of relationships between rulers and subjects as relationships under which the dominant are not juridically and are still less factually equal with those whom they dominate. This alone is sufficient to refute completely the theory of the state as a juridical relationship and to demonstrate that it is a theory completely devoid of all scientific foundation and significance. Even in its own time, Korkunov's theory, which regarded the state as a juridical relationship, provoked in legal literature a whole series of very substantial objections. 61. Korkunov characterized it as a theory of subjective realism, deducing the cause of subjection to state domination, neither from the individual will of the subjects nor from any metaphysical will having power over people, but from their own subjective consciousness of their dependence upon the state. To show the utter indefensibility of construing the state as a juridical relationship is a simple matter. It is enough to point out that, in reducing the cause of subjection to the subject's consciousness of their dependence upon the state, Korkunov did not explain how this consciousness is defined and has therefore defined one unknown by another unknown. If the state were really founded upon the consciousness of individual people of their dependence upon the state, state unity would be utterly impossible. Consciousness is extraordinarily individual and diverse. It is defined by people's social position, by the place they occupy in production relationships, by their class position. Therefore consciousness has of necessity a profoundly class character and so differs sharply in one class from the consciousness of another class. The theory of the state as a juridical relationship is vitiated by inner contradictions, insoluble if we remain within the field of so-called subjective realism. Critics of the theory point out, not without cause, that in the last resort it is a repetition, with certain modifications, of Montesquieu's theory of the separation of powers. In the last resort the theory of the state as a legal relationship, beginning from the thesis that the entire population actualizes state domination, clearly contradicts historical facts. It has not the slightest confirmation in the slave-owning state, the feudal state or the capitalist state. In each of them the state power is actualized, not by the population, but only by an insignificant minority which has concentrated in its hands economic domination over the majority, over the people. The fundamental defect in the reasoning of Korkunov and other representatives of the juridical relationship school is the same as that of bourgeois scholars in general. They strive to deduce the idea of state and law out of themselves, to solve this problem with the aid of diverse juridical constructions, of formal and abstract juridical thinking, or the formal structures of juridical logic. Meanwhile, the actual nature of state and law may be understood and defined from an analysis, not of juridical relationships here, but of the relationships of social production, of which juridical relationships are only an expression. Attempts to cope with this problem while keeping strictly within the sphere of juridical logic are doomed to complete failure. Contemporary bourgeois science, however, is in no condition to emerge from the vicious circle of juridical scholasticism. Over it still hangs the weight of the prejudices of the trend of juridical formalism so characteristic of bourgeois jurisprudence in its entirety, irrespective of the differences between separate juridical schools, rivaling each other in subtlety and casuistry of juridical analysis. Recent bourgeois juridical theorists modernize the ideas of Kant, who also erected his theory of law on the idea of the supremacy of human reason. According to him, the guiding principle of human activity is the demand of pure reason. The moral law or the categorical imperative is raised above all else. It prevails likewise in the field of law. Law itself is morality contemplated from the external side. Hence the fundamental requirement of legal rules, to act in conformity with the demand of the moral law, so that individual freedom be in consonance with the freedom of all other persons. The province of law is the province of external human relations. Therein operates private law, coercive in character, and defended in its totality by the common will which Kant defines as the state. But law of every sort has, according to Kant, the task of guaranteeing the actualization of law in general, and of the idea of justice. The error of this reasoning is manifest. There never was, and there cannot be, any idea either of justice or of a general law endowed with a content independent of class. Hence to define law as the expression of any universal idea, or of any abstract legal principle characteristic of law of every sort, law in general, is possible only if one is distracted from real social relationships, historically formed. Kant's idea of justice and general law or law in general is just as elusive as his Ding and Siegfried. 62. It is not difficult to perceive that Kant's basic legal ideas coincide with those of Rousseau and the encyclopedists, who started from the same abstract propositions as Kant, in particular, from the idea of the general will of the people. To Kant, law is the external expression of morality, merely a peculiar way of expressing morality. A most important trend of bourgeois legal science formed under the immediate influence of Kant was normativism, which most sharply expressed Kant's fundamental idea, the separation of the juridical form from its social content. The most eminent representatives of normativism are Krabbe and Hans Kelsen. The essence of normativism is in the complete dissociation of the juridical norm from social content, in asserting the supremacy of the juridical norm. Krabbe starts by admitting that law is self-sufficient, and that for law the principle of autonomy, and not of heteronomy, is operative. 63. Consequently, the true and supreme criterion of law is found in law as such, not in phenomena lying outside it. Norms established by legislation are legal norms because the legal order acknowledges the legislator as an organ of law. The coercive force of this legal order is due to the conformity of its norms with the people's legal convictions. Legal norms are thus portrayed as expressing the legal convictions of the people, and as such they are the supreme regulator of social and state life. In clarification of the meaning of objective law, Kelsen finds and construes the proper regularity of law. The state itself, from his point of view, is the unity of the internal sense of legal propositions, merely the personification of objective legal order, and properly to be understood as a norm or order, as an idea identical with law or legal order. From the juridical point of view, state and law are one and the same. Legal norms are absolute as ethical principles. Kelsen makes no distinction whatever between public and private law. He identifies the state with the legal order. He directly asserts that the state is a legal order, but not every sort of legal order can be called a state. The legal order can be called a state only in case it establishes certain organs functioning on the basis of division of labor to settle and to execute the rules whereby it is formed. The legal order is called the state when it has attained a certain degree of centralization. The theory of three sorts of state power, or state functions, has as its object different stages of creating state order. State organs are understood only as organs of creating and actualizing law, and the state form is nothing but methods of creating legal order, figuratively called manifestation of the will of the state. 04. Thus, normativism does not see the material content of social relationships, does not admit of the class structure of society, the struggle of social classes, and does not acknowledge the state as an organ of domination and repression. It excludes all this as meta-juridical, lying outside juridical categories and normative ideas. Normativism shows completely and logically the vacuity of neo-Kantian methodology, which struggles only to disguise by juridical norms and legal formulae the class antagonisms destroying bourgeois society and the capitalist order. It is precisely for this reason that normativism became one of the havens of refuge for the spirit of reaction and for the trend of bourgeois juridical thought which expressed it. By the examples of the chief bourgeois scholars of various tendencies, we have shown that the theory of the state, created and developed by bourgeois science, was helpless to answer the fundamental questions of political science, that various attempts to do so ended inevitably in utter failure, and were essentially no more than attempts to rehabilitate the exploiter state because of hypocrisy and class interest, or from ignorance of what is described as representing and preserving the general welfare and general interests, the rights and interests of the people. We observe the same picture of bankrupt bourgeois science in the field of legal theory also. Here, too, has accumulated a pile of scholastic rubbish, perverting the idea of law, its nature, its role in social history, its historic fate. Even the works of outstanding scholars of the bourgeois world, who have left to later generations the best models of their investigation in the field of law, were likewise unable to lead bourgeois jurisprudence out of the labyrinth of contradictions, provisos, abstractions, fictions, and schemes. Kant had every reason to say of bourgeois science, J or *STSS*C*, a definition of the idea of their law/Gumplow is noted that Kant's observation is valid even now. Even at the present time jurists are seeking a definition of law, but they will not soon find it, for they have wandered into a false path and are in dreadful error, thinking to find their way from law to state, which they see as produced by law. 65. And bourgeois legal science, pursuing this false path and moving along it, is in truth unable to cope with problems of truly scientific investigation. Suffice it to say, that so outstanding a representative of bourgeois philosophy as Auguste Comte finds a way out of this position by the forthright denial of law itself, denial of its right to exist. He asserts that human rights, advanced by metaphysics against theocracy, played only a negative part. The word law must in the same measure be eliminated from our present political language as must the word cause from our present philosophical diction. Of these two ideas of metaphysical theology, the former is just as immoral and archaic as the other is irrational and sophistical. In the positive state, which acknowledges no divine principle, the idea of law irrevocably disappears. Each is obligated before all others, but no one has rights as such. In other words, no one possesses any right other than the right always to perform his duty. 06. To the question, what is subjective law? Duguid replies, this is an idea of purely metaphysical order. The eternal quarrels as to the actual nature of subjective law are the best proof of all the artificiality and instability comprised in that idea. 67. Karner, clearly disclosing his ignorance as to the most important question of the origin of law, puts the question as to the part played by law in society thus: how does society create its law? How does law create its society? He found nothing more intelligent to say of legal science than to cite Kant: a purely empirical theory of law is a head like the wooden head in the fable of Phaedrus, which may be beautiful but is, unfortunately, devoid of brains. Karner adds, the science of law therefore begins exactly where jurisprudence ends. 68. Yanuaryevich, having analyzed various legal systems, comes to this conclusion: there is no hope of discovering the desired trait, applicable to law of every sort, and capable of serving to distinguish law from other manifestations of society. 69. Completely without hope of discovering the material content of law, he concludes that it is necessary to pass from the material side of law to its formal side. Bergbohm, Gierk, Mayer, Gumplowes, Jelinek, Ihering, Anton Mengier, Krab, Duguid, Prajitsky, Kelsen, Karner, and others define law, each in his own way, but none of them is able to take a single step forward or beyond the pitiful idealistic conception which flutters in the clutches of solidarity/social function/ and so forth. All the impotence of bourgeois legal thought is expressed with particular clarity in the utter inability of bourgeois legal scholars in the matter of explaining the very origin of law. Characteristic in this regard is the doctrine of Stammeiler, who, as he says, set out in defining the idea of law not from a priori judgments and notions, but from experience. He contemplates law as one side of social life, another side of which is economics. The legal order and the economic order are absolutely one and the same. The material for every sort of social regulation is joint human activity directed at the satisfaction of needs, and he explains that by joint activity is to be understood social economy, all social life. 70. He sees law itself as coercive regulation subordinated to the idea of the human community. The superficiality of his definition of law is obvious. Von Ihering, one of the most outstanding representatives of bourgeois legal science, also acknowledged legal compulsion to be a fundamental and most important sign of law. Von Ihering set forth his basic views on this question in a treatise which is, perhaps, the most famous of all the juridical works of the 19th century. He starts by admitting that the basic source of law is human interest, protected by law as a special form of constraint. A legal proposition without legal constraint is an inner contradiction: fire which does not burn, light which does not illuminate. 71. He regards law as one of the provisos guaranteeing the vital conditions of society. He starts from the idea of the self-limitation of state authority, assuming that it is specifically in law that the state, guided by the interests of all society, puts limits on its activity. It goes without saying that this conception is no less artificial than that of Jelinek, who started from the abstract idea of social solidarity as the source of legal and state life. Hering's theory undoubtedly answered burning questions of the contemporary bourgeoisie and served to justify the bourgeois state and law, concealing their true exploiter nature. In the juridical literature of pre-revolutionary Russia, the same absolutely unscientific views prevailed as in the bourgeois theory of Western Europe. It is enough to point to such outstanding jurists of old Russia as Chicherin, Gradovsky, Korkunov, and Petrozhitsky. Instead of setting out a concrete definition of law, Korkunov obliterates the boundary between law and morality and talks of delimitation of interests as the fundamental task of law. Understanding law as the delimitation of interests, he was clearly bound to remove public law, criminal law, and civil law beyond its boundaries. Petrozhitsky considers the nature of law incognizable. Its nature, he says, drives jurists upon a false road and permits no knowledge of itself. Nevertheless, he stubbornly seeks the key to cognition of the law and finds it in psychology. According to him, law is a psychological experience, consciousness, emotions. We shall understand law, in the sense of a special class of real phenomena, as those ethical experiences whose emotions have an attributive character. 72 His law is intuitive law, and there are as many intuitive laws as there are individuals. 73 It would hardly be necessary to spend time on this theory if there were not connected with it, in legal history of the post-revolutionary period, an entire group of crude perversions and anti-scientific acrobatics by pseudo-Marxist jurists, whose idealistic, psychological, and other theories and theorists of every kind threaten to submerge Soviet juridical literature. In this connection it is impossible not to mention Professor Reisner. 74 In his words on law he perverts Marxism in the most blatant way, unceremoniously substituting Marxism for it. Not Marx, Engels, and Lenin, but Mach, Avenarius, and Bogdanov. 75 are Reisner's actual teachers, although he elaborately strives to conceal this fact, giving out his own eclectic concoction as true Marxism. Reisner considers that his merit in the field of legal theory is to have revised Petrozhitsky's theory of intuitive law, in the sense of putting it on a Marxian basis, by reason of which intuitive law was transformed into the most genuine class law. However, this perversion of intuitive, idealistic law into class law of the proletariat, of which Reisner speaks, really took place only in Reisner's own imagination. In historic fact, such a metamorphosis as idealism resting on a Marxist foundation has never occurred without, as happened in Reisner's case, that foundation itself being completely perverted. Because of this radically mistaken view of the essence of law, Reisner could tolerate the assertion that the foundation of our legal order, with all its special characteristics and class principles, was the application by the proletariat victorious in 1917 of intuitive law. For Reisner there are no real legal phenomena in the sense of phenomena serving as intermediary links with social relationships. For him, the source of law is not production relationships, but the psyche, sensation, emotions, and ideas. He holds that law is a function of the psyche, and understandable only out of itself and of the human psyche as its basis. We are involuntarily reminded of the words of Marx. Society does not rest on law. That is a fantasy of jurists. On the contrary, law, in contrast to the arbitrariness of the separate individuum, must rest on society, must be an expression of society's general interests and needs, as they emerge from a given material means of production. 76. Reisner arrives at the assertion that the highest criterion of law is justice understood as a self-sufficient, a priori category. 77. Starting from these vicious theoretical propositions, Reisner construes his class law as the law of different classes, a compounding of ideological fragments of diverse class ideas, a parti-colored fabric, created on the basis of the legal demands and views of the most diverse social classes. 78. He flatly objects to the Marxist understanding of law as the law of the dominant class, showing that side by side with the law of the dominant class there exists the law of the dependent and suppressed class. To positive state law he opposes the law of these other classes. The reactionary character of Reisner's legal theory is particularly clear from his crudely anti-Marxist Leninist understanding of Soviet law. Completely incapable to explain the correlation of the law of the Soviet state with that of the proletarian dictatorship, he seeks in defining law, a social side which would put some distinction between law and state constraint, between law and authority. Finding no such distinction, he doubts the necessity of law where there is a firmly realized class interest. Why legal regulation, once we have a firmly realized class interest and proper technical means to actualize it? We remain as before in complete perplexity, thus we do not know whether or not law is necessary to us, in what degree it is necessary to us, and whether or not we can put up with painting over the proletarian dictatorship and the class interests, for some reason, into enigmatic shapes and forms of law. 79. Such reasoning can be explained only by a completely perverted idea of law as enigmatic shapes and forms of law. In fact, law is no enigmatic shape one but a living reality, expressing the essence of social relationships between classes on the basis of the dominance, domination, repression, and subjection, by the dominant classes, of other classes who are subordinate to this dominance. It is precisely their failure to understand this basic phenomenon, this basic social fact, which explains the exceedingly crude perversions of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of law and state and, in particular, of Soviet law and the Soviet state, in Reisner, Stuka, and a group of other pseudo-Marxists who have spared no effort to litter our juridical literature with pseudo-scientific rubbish. SEC 3, The State and the Law of the Period of Transition from Capitalism to Communism. The question of the period of transition from capitalism to communism was posed by Marx, and further exhaustively treated by Lenin and Stalin. As Marx showed, it occupies an entire period of history. A state of a special type, the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat, belongs to this period. Between the capitalist and the communist society lies a period of revolutionary transformation of the former into the latter. A period of political transition corresponds to this, the government of which can be none other than the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. Having conquered and cast down the bourgeoisie, won political power, and established its revolutionary dictatorship, the proletariat is not limited to victories already achieved. To consolidate them, and further to develop its successes, the proletariat requires a state, organized anew, and playing a most important part in the further proletarian struggle to realize its ultimate aims. In the course of this entire transitional period, the state realizes its great mission of service in the building of socialism and the transition to communism. Progress forward, that is to say, to communism, goes through the dictatorship of the proletariat. It can go no otherwise. To shatter the resistance of exploiter capitalists is impossible to anyone else and in any other manner. 2. The pseudo-Marxists have put the matter as if, with the overthrow of the bourgeoisie and the seizure of political power by the proletariat, the kingdom of universal freedom had come. Engels refuted this fantastic and sickly sentimentality when he pointed out that the proletariat still needs the state, needs it in the interest, not of freedom, but of crushing its adversaries, and when it becomes possible to speak of freedom, then the state as such ceases to exist. 8. After the proletariat has grasped power, the class struggle does not cease. It continues in new forms, and with ever greater frenzy and ferocity, for the reason that the resistance of the exploiters to the fact of socialism is more savage than before. The triumph of the proletarian revolution, and the passing of power into the hands of the proletariat, do not end the struggle for socialism, they are only its beginning. The overthrown exploiters cannot resign themselves to their defeat, to the loss of their economic and political domination. They hurl themselves into battle and do not hesitate to use any means whatever to seek the return of the lost paradise, of lost privileges, and former influence and significance. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine is that the dictatorship of the proletariat is the class struggle of a victorious proletariat which has possessed itself of political power, against the bourgeoisie, vanquished but not yet annihilated, which has neither disappeared nor ceased to resist, but has intensified its resistance. For Stalin always warned and still warns against lack of understanding or denial of the continuance of the class struggle under conditions of triumphant socialist construction. For example, summing up the results of the first 5-year plan, he recalled that, the growth of the might of the Soviet state will intensify the resistance of the last remnants of the dying classes. For the very reason that they are dying and living their last days, they will pass from one form of attack to other and fiercer forms of attack, appealing to the backward strata of the population and mobilizing them against Soviet authority. There is no mischief or slander that these have-beens would not raise against Soviet power, and around which they would not strive to mobilize the backward elements. On this basis, shattered groups of the old counter-revolutionary parties of social revolutionaries, 5 Mensheviks or bourgeois nationalists in the central and border regions, may revive and stir, as may splinters of counter-revolutionary, opposition elements of Trotskyists and right-wing deviationists. This, of course, is no reason for alarm. But it must ever be kept in mind, if we wish to have done with these elements quickly, and without special sacrifices. Stalin disclosed all the danger of interpreting incorrectly the thesis of the abolition of classes, of creating a classless society and of the withering away of the state. Theoreticians of the Trotskyist Bukharinist stamp consciously perverted this thesis in order to achieve a weakening of the power of the Soviet state. The abolition of classes is attained by intensifying, not by extinguishing the class struggle. The withering away of the state will come, and not through weakening state power, but through the maximum intensification of it, necessary to finish off the remnants of the dying classes and to organize defense against capitalistic encirclement, which is as yet far from being, and will not soon be, destroyed. 7. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as a form of proletarian political power, has nothing in common with the power in a bourgeois state about which the bourgeois jurists prate. It is the power of one class, the class of proletarians, which does not and cannot share that power with other classes. 8. The state of the transition period from capitalism to communism is one which itself effectuates the political power of the proletariat, the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is differentiated sharply and fundamentally from the bourgeois state by a series of most important characteristics. Under capitalism, we have a state in a peculiar sense of the word, a special machinery for one class to crush another. Of course, the success of such a business as the systematic crushing of the exploited majority by the exploiting minority postulates extreme atrocity, ferocity of suppression, and seas of blood through which humanity, the slaves, the serfs, and the hirelings goes on its way. 9. The state of the transition period is of completely different character. During that period, the state is still necessary to the proletariat, because the majority which was only yesterday the exploited must now crush the exploiter minority. The particular apparatus, the special machine of suppression, the state is still necessary. Already, however, it is a transition state and no longer a state in the strict sense, since the suppression of the exploiter minority by the hired slaves who were yesterday's majority is a matter so easy, simple, and natural by comparison that it will cost far less blood than crushing the uprisings of slaves, serfs, and hired workers, and be far cheaper for mankind. Marxism-Leninism, as distinguished from anarchism, starts by admitting the necessity of proletarian utilization of the state for its purposes of emancipation. As distinguished from social reformists and opportunists' views of the state, it starts by acknowledging the peculiar character, the particular nature of the state of the transition period as a special machine to crush exploiters. The state which the proletariat won by conquest and organized is not only machinery to crush the exploiters, to destroy and annihilate their resistance. The organization of violence and repression with reference to exploiters and their agents does not complete the historic tasks of the state of the proletarian dictatorship. The latter is a special form of union of proletarian and non-proletarian working classes, a special form of class alliance between the proletariat, the vanguard of the toilers, and numerous non-proletarian strata of toilers, or a majority of them, an alliance against and for the complete overthrow of capital, and for the utter crushing of bourgeois resistance and attempts on its part at restoration, an alliance for the purpose finally of building and consolidating socialism. 11. The proletarian state is a special form of leadership of the remaining masses of toilers by the proletariat. For precisely this reason it represents the highest form of democracy possible in a class society. This democracy is expressed first of all in the very fact of participation by the working population in state government, in the fact that officials are all elected and can all be replaced, and in the extraordinarily simple forms and methods of state government, accessible to every worker. Further developing this thought, Lenin emphasizes that this is one of the most important points of Marxism, the very point most thoroughly forgotten and perverted by opportunists. Why is the proletarian state not strictly a state? Because any state other than the proletarian state is a special power in the hands of the minority to repress the toiling masses, whereas the new proletarian state of the transition period is universal power of the popular majority of workers and peasants to crush the exploiter minority. It is the democracy of the oppressed classes. 12. Bourgeois democracy, while progressive as compared with medievalism in the history of social development, remains narrow, curtailed, formal, and hypocritical, a paradise for the rich, a snare and delusion for the exploited poor. 13. In a bourgeois democracy, capitalists employ tricks by the thousand, artifices, outright swindles, forgeries, and violence to discourage the masses from taking part in government. This is required by bourgeois class interests whose defense is the raison d'etre of the bourgeois state's functioning. On this score Lenin wrote, "Participation in the bourgeois parliament is fended off from the toiling masses by thousands of barriers, and the workers know and sense, see and feel exceedingly well that the bourgeois parliament is an alien institution, a bourgeois instrument to oppress the proletarians, an institution of a hostile class, the exploiter minority." 14. Conversely, the proletarian state of the transition period is the Soviet state, the toiling masses' very own state. It attracts the masses to state government. It rests upon them. It gives hitherto unprecedented breadth to democracy for the enormous majority of the people. This is proved with extraordinary clarity and brilliance by the Great Stalin Constitution and by the first elections to the Supreme Soviet of the USSR and to the Supreme Soviets of the Union and Autonomous Republics. These indicated the political activity of the masses, and the indestructible moral and political unity of the Soviet people. The Soviet state is the historically integrated form of the state during the transition period from capitalism to communism. It is the mightiest and most decisive factor of socialist construction. It guaranteed to the masses of the people such development of their creative powers in all fields of social, economic, and state construction as further conditioned the triumphs of socialism in the USSR, triumphs now a part of world history. The foregoing does not, however, constitute an exhaustive survey of the special features of the Soviet state. That state has nothing in common with bourgeois parliamentary states, with their apparatus of officials, with their dead, soulless state institutions, with their privileges, with their wealth in the hands of a negligible handful of exploiters, and their masses, millions of workers and peasants in monstrous beggary, and with their oppressed, exploited, and enslaved toilers who have no rights. The Soviets are the spontaneous organization of the toiling and exploited masses themselves, facilitating the possibility of themselves eliminating the state and governing it in every possible way. It is precisely the vanguard of toilers and exploited, the city proletariat, which has the advantage that it is best united by big undertakings. It is entirely easy for it to elect and to follow up elections. Automatically the Soviet organization facilitates the unification of all the toilers and the exploited around their vanguard, the proletariat. The old bourgeois apparatus officialdom, the privileges of wealth, bourgeois education, connections, and so on. All this disappears under the Soviet organization. Freedom of the press ceases to be hypocrisy, because the printing presses and paper are taken away from the bourgeoisie. The same occurs with the better buildings, the palaces, the private dwellings, and the landowners' houses. The Soviet authority took thousands and thousands of these better buildings from the exploiters straight away, and thus made 1,000,000 times more democratic the right of masses to assemble, that right of assembly without which democracy is a delusion. 15. This is why Leninism correctly affirms that Soviet democracy and the Soviet state are 1,000,000 times more democratic than the most democratic bourgeois republic. The essential and fundamental preeminence of Soviet democracy consists in the fact that for the first time in history the nation itself truly carries state government into effect in its own interests, depriving exploiters of all their privileges and advantages. Herein is also the fundamental feature of Soviet state order, guaranteeing the satisfaction of all demands and needs, of all the interests and requirements of the popular masses of toilers. Actual freedom of the people consists precisely in this, not in so-called rights and guarantees. Actual freedom obtains only where exploitation is abolished, where there is no crushing of some by others, where there is no unemployment and beggary, where man does not tremble for fear that tomorrow he will lose his work, his dwelling, and his bread. Only in such society is personal and all other freedom possible, in reality and not merely on paper. 16. The transitional state is a form of the dominance of the proletariat. Without the state, the proletariat cannot secure its successes, and its victories cannot guarantee to itself the success of the further movement toward communism. Socialism is unthinkable without the dominance of the proletariat in the state. 17. The proletariat can realize the overthrow of the bourgeoisie only by its metamorphosis into the dominant class, capable of crushing the inevitable and desperate resistance of the bourgeoisie and of organizing for the new type of economy all the toiling and exploited masses. Once in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels emphasize very decisively precisely this aspect of the matter, showing that the first step in the workers' revolution is turning the proletariat into the dominant class, which means expropriating from the bourgeoisie all capital, instruments, and means of production, and concentrating them in the hands of the state, that is to say, the proletariat, organized as the dominant class. 19. The suppression of exploiters cannot be represented, however, as a mechanical act or as the sum total of mechanical acts. The proletariat suppresses exploiters with the aid and by means of a whole system of measures of direct violence as regards class enemies of the proletariat, and measures of economic and ideological organization, uniting, under the guidance of the proletariat, the non-proletarian masses, and guaranteeing to the proletariat the possibility of guiding these masses in the interests of socialist construction. 20. To guarantee final victory in the struggle for socialism, the proletariat must know not only how to crush its enemies but also how to guide its allies, how to unite around itself and under its banners millions of toilers from the non-proletarian classes, how to convince them that its cause is right, how to prove to them the significance of proletarian victory for their immediate interests, how to inspire them with confidence in victory, and how to lead them into battle for the triumph of the common interest. Socialism was built in the USSR under conditions of a fierce class struggle which put its stern mark on the entire transitional period and on all the activity of the state during that period. The theory that the kulaks would peacefully assimilate into socialism is a provocative snare of fascist agents of Japan and Germany, who strove to prepare the defeat of the proletariat, to corrupt its consciousness, to disarm it ideologically and to deprive it of its magnetic force. The entire 20-year history of the October Revolution illustrates in infinite profusion the cruel resistance of our enemies to the cause of socialism. The entire history of bourgeois counter-revolution in the USSR is connected with active efforts of the international bourgeoisie to overthrow the power of the Soviets. Not a single conspiracy of any seriousness whatever against the Soviet authority in the USSR has occurred without the direct and most active participation of foreign capitalists and militarists. 31 of the most brilliant examples of uniting measures of repression and measures of economic organization is the conduct of the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, on the basis of complete collectivization. The mass kolkhoz movement arose on the basis of such measures as the development of socialist industry and the equipment of the country with machines and tractors, the organization of a network of sovkhozes and machine and tractor stations, the development of agricultural cooperation and, finally, the decisive struggle with the kulaks. This is the foundation on which the mass kolkhoz movement of millions of poor and middle peasants arose. It began in the second half of 1929 and opened a period of great crisis in the life of our country. Stalin, Questions of Leninism, p. 373. In 1921 Lenin warned us, "We are encircled by the bourgeoisie of the entire world which is on the watch for every moment of vacillation so as to send back its own people, to re-establish the landowners and the bourgeoisie." 21. Stalin is tireless in reminding us of the danger of capitalist encirclement, demonstrating that the resistance of the dying classes of our country is not an occurrence isolated from the external world but is supported by capitalist encirclement. 22. Is this not true also of the notorious Shakti affair, 28, which was conducted primarily by Polish, French, and German capitalists united with the wreckers in a struggle against the USSR? Did not Dvorzhanchik, the Polish mill owner, the French stockholders, and the German AEG, and the militarists of a series of capitalist countries supporting them all, inspire that 1928 conspiracy so as, in concert with the general staffs of foreign countries, to drench our country with blood? Is it not the same story with the notorious Industrialist Party affair, where the white migrant 6S Ryabushinsky and General Lukomsky, the English explorer Colonel Lawrence, and the French General Wanville played first violin alongside Ramzan and Chernovsky? It is well known that the Shakti people and those of the Industrialist Party not only were occupied with wrecking and preparing diversionary acts in case of war, but were carrying on systematic espionage. This was obvious in the Industrialist Party affair. Ramzan had even organized a special commission to carry on this work of espionage under the direction of the saboteur Professor Ositchi, at that time acting chairman of the State Planning Commission. The program of the Industrialist Party stimulated interest in diversionary activities in Moscow, Leningrad, Donbas, and the Urals by blowing up bridges, destroying railroads, blowing up power stations, and causing the stoppage of works and factories. Surely the devilish work of foreign scouts in our country is further evidenced by the affair of the English engineers, Thornton and MacDonald, and other agents of the intelligence service unmasked in 1933, who organized wreckings and diversions in various power stations, people who had prepared the support points for an impending intervention. Evidence of the same type of activity is finally afforded by the last court proceedings 11 Lenin, Volume XXVI, JX 248. A. Stalin, Questions of Leninism, p. 386. 93. In 1928 the USSR Supreme Court had before it a case involving a number of engineering and technical workers in the coal mining industry, charged with a plot to wreck that industry. These workers, belonging to the apex of the bourgeois intellectuals, were linked with the former owners and with foreign reconnaissance. 46. The law of THB Soviet Stats of 1936 to 1937, which unmasked monstrous crimes of spying, terrorist bands of followers of Trotsky and Zinoviev and other anti-Soviet elements, who put themselves at the service of foreign police organizations and were transformed into their spies and agents for diversion and terrorism. To exactly the same effect is the utterly convincing evidence of the nightmarish crimes of these bandit gangs who were annihilated by the sentences of the Soviet court. The proceedings against Zinoviev and Kamina, against Pyatakov and Radek, and against a group of military traitors prove that our enemies do not plan quietly to creep into socialism, as Bukharin, Rykov, and others associated with them proclaimed in order to conceal their foul and treacherous work, but they grab the most extreme, cruel, and filthy weapons for carrying on the struggle. This was shown fully by the proceedings whose chief heroes were those who organized and inspired the anti-Soviet right Trotsky bloc, Bukharin, Rykov, Yagoda, and other traitors who were unmasked as inveterate enemies of the socialism of our country, of our people. Capitalist encirclement is a real fact, whose significance for the entire cause of socialist construction in the USSR must not be in the slightest degree underestimated. Stalin set forth the essence of this question at the 16th Party Congress when he showed that capitalistic encirclement is not a mere geographical notion. 24. Analyzing the shortcomings of party work and pointing out measures for liquidating Trotskyists and other double dealers, Stalin said in 1937. We are in the habit of chattering about capitalist encirclement but are unwilling to consider with care what kind of a thing it is. It is no empty phrase, it is an extremely real and unpleasant phenomenon. It means that there is one country, the Soviet Union, which has established within itself a socialist order, and that there are, beside, many countries, bourgeois countries, which continue to carry on the capitalist form of life and encircle the Soviet Union, awaiting an opportunity to fall upon it and to shatter it, or at least to undermine its power and weaken it. 25. Some people do not understand, or fail to remember, this, intoxicated and captivated by all sorts of demonstrations, stupefied by the atmosphere of conceit and self-satisfaction zealously diffused by the enemies of the people. Stalin says of such people that they forget certain essential facts of paramount significance for the fate of our country. They fail to observe such unpleasant facts as capitalist encirclement, new forms of wrecking, and the dangers connected with our successes and the like. Capitalist encirclement? Absurd. What meaning can any capitalist encirclement have if we fulfill and more than fulfill our economic plans? New forms of wrecking? Struggle with Trotskyism? All nonsense. What significance can all these trivialities have when we fulfill and more than fulfill our economic plans? The party rules, the elective character of party organs, the responsibility of party leaders to the party masses? Is all this necessary? Is it worthwhile to fuss with these trifles if our economy is growing and the material position of workers and peasants is constantly better and better? All this is nonsense. We are more than fulfilling our plans. Our party is not so bad. The Central Party Committee is likewise not so bad. What further stimulus do we need? Strange people sit there in Moscow on the Central Committee of the party. They think up questions, they talk about some kind of wrecking, they do not sleep themselves and do not let others sleep. 26. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine is that the state of the proletarian dictatorship can smash the resistance of exploiters and render harmless the influence of capitalist encirclement only if it is democratic and dictatorial in a new fashion. 27. The state of the transitional period, the carrot. Soviet state, the socialist state, guarantees on this basis of the joining of the proletarian dictatorship and proletarian democracy a solution of all the historic problems connected with the proletarian battle for freedom. The proletariat requires the state apparatus, a definite state order, the socialist legal order, which signifies the stability of socialist social relationships and of socialist discipline, respect for the rules of socialist life in common, respect and preservation inviolate of socialist property, the basis of the entire Soviet order, the observance of all Soviet laws. Special forms of the class struggle correspond to the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship, and the state during this period is confronted with special problems related to those forms and responsive to the demands of this period. The sharpness of the class hatred of the exploiters and their remnants within the USSR toward the cause of socialism, the hostility and irreconcilable malice toward the USSR on the part of the capitalist encirclement, and particularly and especially on the part of the fascist countries which unceasingly prepare for military invasion of the USSR and form within it their spying bandit bands of wreckers, diversionists, and terrorists out of the remains of the exploiter elements and the riffraff of Trotskyists and Bukharinists, SRs, Mensheviks and bourgeois nationalists. All this demands the intensification of the proletarian dictatorship. A strong and mighty dictatorship of the proletariat is what we must have in order to scatter completely the last remnants of the dying classes and to smash their thievish machinations, is the teaching of Stalin, revealing all the harm to the cause of socialism in underestimating the problem of administration in the Soviet state, as the historic form of the proletarian state. 28. The dictatorship of the proletariat solves the problems of the proletarian revolution both with the aid of law and with the assistance of measures strictly defined by statute, through administrative and judicial organs. The dictatorship of the proletariat is authority unlimited by any statutes whatever. But the dictatorship of the proletariat, creating its own laws, makes use of them, demands that they be observed, and punishes breach of them. Dictatorship of the proletariat does not signify anarchy and disorder but, on the contrary, strict order and firm authority which operates upon strict principles, set out in the fundamental law of the proletarian state, the Soviet Constitution. The Soviet state faces the task of reinforcing the power of the proletarian dictatorship in all its incisiveness and strength. This task is interwoven with that of the further developing and reinforcing of proletarian, Soviet democracy. The Soviet order is the maximum of democracy for workers and peasants. At the same time it signifies a break with bourgeois democracy and the rise of a new type of democracy in world history, that is to say, proletarian democracy or the dictatorship of the proletariat. 20. The greatest expression of the development of proletarian democracy and at the same time of the organic synthesis of the principles thereof and of the proletarian dictatorship is the Stalin Constitution, which records in the form of law the brilliant and epoch-making triumphs of socialism. It is at the same time the greatest monument of Soviet socialist law, the greatest historical act, in which is expressed the will of the Soviet people, the will of the working classes. The Stalin Constitution signifies the ultimate strengthening of the Soviet order, of the proletarian dictatorship, which rests on a still more mighty socialist basis than had ever existed in the previous 20 years of the history of our socialist revolution. It reveals the ultimate essence of socialist democracy, which is the direct consequence of the triumph of the proletarian dictatorship and the integration of the development of the Soviet socialist state order. The Soviet state represents the expression of the highest possible form of democracy. It represents the gigantic force of organization, education, training, and cultural growth of the national masses, the form of guiding the huge mass of the population, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and the semi-proletarians in setting up socialist economy. 30. The transition to communism can be accomplished only on the basis of gigantic development of productive forces. The Soviet state completely assures this development. The expropriation of the capitalists, taken by itself, has already vastly accelerated the development of the productive forces of human society. This development of productive forces attains ever-increasing successes in proportion to the reinforcement and further development of the Soviet system, which rests on socialist property and leads to the complete annihilation of classes and the class division of society. Socialist property obliterates the boundaries between intellectual labor and physical labor, between city and country. At the same time, a new socialist attitude toward labor, society, and the fatherland is ever increasing. New cadres, new people grow up and are educated. The new society grows strong and develops. The Soviet state protects and assists this growth, purifying society of any capitalism that survives in the economy and the consciousness of the people. Here the role of the state as an organ of constraint and of education for discipline and self-discipline, for remaking human consciousness, for reinforcement and respect for the rules of socialist society, of respect for social and civil duty, emerges particularly sharply. Thus, gigantic problems confront the state of the transition period from capitalism to communism, problems whose solution guarantees to the proletariat the final triumph of socialism, in which the proletariat is vitally concerned. The solution of these problems is possible only upon condition of having a mighty and invincible state. The significance, for world history, of the teaching of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin is that on that basis is fostered the revolutionary energy and socialist consciousness of the proletariat, convinced of the vast historic role of the state in the cause of socialist construction. 81. The treachery of the Second International and its Trotskyist Bukharinist agents was, in part, that these gentlemen carrying out the will of their capitalist masters suggested to the working masses a perverted notion of the state, of its significance in the socialist revolution, and of the state policy of the proletariat. This perversion relates chiefly to two questions, that of the relation of the proletariat to the bourgeois-state machine in winning power, and that of transforming political domination into the basis of the socialist reorganization of society. These are the most important questions of the epoch of the Transition 31. In this regard, it is particularly necessary to emphasize the extraordinary character of the history of the All-Union Communist Party, a short course, published under the editorship of a commission of the Central Party Committee. This is a no-tall guide in the matter of education in the spirit of Bolshevism, in the spirit of the great ideas of Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, under whose banner the toilers of our country have achieved the world-shaking victories of socialism. Their incorrect solution disarms the proletariat and hands it over to its foe. Marxism teaches the necessities of using law as one of the means of the struggle for socialism, of recasting human society on socialist basis. In the Soviet state, law is entirely and completely directed against exploitation and exploiters. Soviet law is the law of the socialist state of workers and peasants. It is invoked to meet the problems of the struggle with foes of socialism and the cause of building a socialist society. As socialist law, it puts these tasks into practice from the first moment of its rise. Law is the totality of the rules of conduct, expressing the will of the dominant class and established in legal order, and of customs and rules of community life sanctioned by state authority, their application being guaranteed by the compulsive force of the state in order to guard, secure, and develop social relationships and social orders advantageous and agreeable to the dominant class. Soviet law is the aggregate of the rules of conduct established in the form of legislation by the authority of the toilers and expressive of their will. The effective operation of these rules is guaranteed by the entire coercive force of the socialist state in order to defend, to secure, and to develop relationships and arrangements advantageous and agreeable to the toilers, and completely and finally to annihilate capitalism and its remnants in the economic system, the way of life, and human consciousness in order to build a communist society. We learn from Marxism that the proletariat requires the state also to crush exploiters and to guide the vast mass of the population in the matter of setting up the socialist economy. Here an exceptional role falls to the lot of such state organs as the court, whose activity is organically associated with legal norms, statutes, legal customs, legal views with all of law. The special character of social relationships during the transitional period makes it inconceivable to suppose that it is possible to solve the problems of restraint merely by administrative repression with the aid of extraordinary and exceptional measures and methods. The proletarian dictatorship acts also by legal means with the aid of courts, of procedural rules and orders. It organizes and sets in motion a court system resting on such procedural principles as publicity, immediacy, and contestation. Court and law are necessary to the proletariat, as are the criminal code, the civil code, and codes of procedure. The criminal law of the proletarian dictatorship is not at all a form of communion of egoistic, isolated subjects, bearers of an autonomous private interest or ideal property owners as Pashikanis asserted. Soviet criminal law, in the name of the Soviet state, requires certain conduct, a certain relationship toward civil obligations toward duty, the fulfillment of which is obligatory under sanction of criminal punishment. Soviet criminal law explains and regulates by authority social relationships arising between the Soviet state and citizens in certain cases under certain circumstances likewise defined by state authority. Like all socialist law, Soviet criminal law expresses the state will of the proletariat. The will, if it be the state will, must be expressed as law established by authority. Otherwise the word will is an empty concussion of air by an empty sound. 82. Developing the doctrine of Marx and Engels, Lenin, and Stalin teach proficiency in utilizing law and legislation in the interests of socialist revolution. Thus in October, 1922, Lenin, at the fourth session of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, said with reference to the civil code adopted at that session, even here we have sought to observe the boundaries between the lawful satisfaction linked with contemporary, economic trade turnover, on the one hand, and an apparent abuse of the new economic policy which is legal in all states and which we do not desire to legalize on the other. 88. According to Lenin, the civil code was directed against the abuse of the new economic policy, that is, against the bourgeois principles and the bourgeois content of the civil codes of capitalist countries. Stalin teaches the strengthening of socialist legislation, emphasizing the supreme importance of the stability of Soviet statutes as regards our further progress. This idea of the stability of statutes was reflected in the Great Stalin Constitution, in its principle of referring the legislative function solely and exclusively to the competence of the Supreme Soviet, and in its delimitation of laws, decrees, directives, and orders. Why is stability of statutes essential? Because it reinforces the stability of the state order and of the state discipline, and multiplies tenfold the powers of socialism, mobilizing and directing them against forces hostile to them. The law not merely gives rights, it imposes obligations. The annihilation of classes is our basic need. Without it, the annihilation of class domination is economically inconceivable. In place of the equal right of all one, I propose the equal rights and equal obligations of all. Equal obligations constitute an addition to bourgeois democratic equal rights, which is particularly important for us, an addition which removes from the latter their specifically bourgeois meaning. 84. This observation contains an extraordinarily important indication of the sense in which Marx speaks in his that in the first phase of communism there is as yet no equality, no equal rights. This law is still unequal law inasmuch as it starts by applying an equal and identical gauge to dissimilar persons, dissimilar in their needs and in their positions. Consequently, this law is still unequal, and in this sense it is still bourgeois law. Under socialism, however, the means of production became common property, and to this extent bourgeois law declined. In this society socialist principles are already realized: he who does not work must not eat, and an equal quantity of the product for an equal quantity of labor. This distribution according to labor is an injustice, still necessarily preserved, but being ever more and more mitigated and lessened. The socialist state corrects unequal law by sanatoria, rest houses, dispensaries, free training, pensions, a system of reliefs, and so on. Meantime, individual people are not equal, some are stronger, some weaker, some are married, others unmarried, one has more children, another fewer children, and so on. 35. And into this inequality Soviet power introduces its corrections, easing the position of those with many children, with large families, and so forth. Thus does the Soviet socialist law ever increasingly develop. As a means of control on the part of society, a means of regulating social relationships, a method and means of preserving the interests of socialist society and the rights and interests of citizens, Soviet law carries out a social function of gigantic importance without which the socialist state could not get along until that time when it completely withers away. Law, like the state, will wither away only in the highest phase of communism, with the annihilation of the capitalist encirclement, when all will learn to get along without special rules defining the conduct of people under the threat of punishment and with the aid of constraint, when people are so accustomed to observe the fundamental rules of community life that they will fulfill them without constraint of any sort. Until then, however, there is necessity for general control, firm discipline in labor and in community life, and complete subordination of all the new society's work to a truly democratic state. The central part of the Marx-Engels doctrine is that concerning the dictatorship of the proletariat, a doctrine re-established and further elaborated by Lenin and by Lenin's companion in arms, the genius Stalin. Marxism-Leninism, starting from the law of the inequality of capitalist development in the epoch of imperialism, teaches that socialism cannot be victorious simultaneously in all countries, but will be victorious originally in one or in some countries, while the others remain for a certain time bourgeois or pre-bourgeois. 86. Lenin and Stalin unmasked the falsity of the counter-revolutionary Trotsky and Buchan theories, directed at snatching the victory away from socialism in our country. These theories were reflected also in denial of the socialist character of Soviet law, in attempts to portray Soviet law as bourgeois law, as law resting on the same bourgeois principles and expressing the same social relationships inherent in the bourgeois order. These persons trod the well-worn path of Trotskyist Bukharinist perversions, which transferred into the field of Soviet economy the laws of capitalist economy, the economic laws of capitalist society. Thus an adherent of the Bukharinist law of labor payments / Stukha like Pashukanis transfers the Bukharinist perversions of Marxism-Leninism from the field of economics to that of the law. The wrecker character of the Bukharinist law of labor payment consisted in its carrying over into the socialist economy the legalities of capitalist society, in which relationships are regulated on the basis of the law of value. The law of value was in this way identified with the law of movement of Soviet economics, which meant reducing to zero the principle of planning in Soviet economy, cheapening the economic role of the proletarian dictatorship. But Stukha cried here before us is a ready scheme of the law of the present transitional period, 87, and declared that socialist development according to plan is in legal language simply the law of nature which, in a society where there is anarchy of production and of exchange, is manifested only elementally through endless crises. 88. Stukha crudely perverted the Marxist doctrine of law of the transitional period, robbed it of its revolutionary role and its essential fighting character, reducing the whole matter to a verification of our capacity to compete with. 80. Ibid, Volume 19, p. 325. 37p. Stukha, State and Law in the Period of Socialist Building, No. 2, p. 20. 38. Fit, Volume I, p. 165. 54. The Law of the Soviet State, the owner of private property. He radically perverted the idea of Soviet law, treating it as a compromise between the idea of law and economics, and in the class sense as a compromise between interests of classes, but with the interests of the dominant class clearly and definitely paramount. He regards Soviet law, in particular Soviet civil law, as imported bourgeois law. The entire distinction between our civil code and the bourgeois civil code he saw in the fact that there has been injected into ours a new element, socialist planning. 40. The reference to planning does not, however, change the matter. Stukha's fundamental perversion in this question is that he reduced Soviet civil law to the sphere of production and barter. What then is to be done with the part of law which regulates marriage and family relationships? Or must these likewise be regulated from the viewpoint of socialist planning? Clearly civil law embraces a sphere of relationships broader than those of barter only, or even those of production and barter only. From this point of view the theories of Stukha and Pashukanis are undoubtedly related and similar. It is not without reason that Stukha in his time extolled and widely advertised the pamphlet of the wrecker Pashukanis, The General Theory of Law and Marxism. Stukha characterized Soviet civil law and the Soviet civil code as basically bourgeois phenomena. He flatly declared all the law of the period of the new economic policy to be bourgeois, asserting that we have simply imported, borrowed, bourgeois law. Our new codes were to him the result of concessions to bourgeois law, as landmarks of retreat, thus repeating the anti-Leninist fabrications of Zinoviev and Bukharin and transferring Trotskyist Zinovievist principles into the field of legal theory. In the revolutionary role of Soviet law, Stukha wrote that he had succeeded with the help of his comrades in formulating a new revolutionary dialectic conception of civil law in general and of our Soviet civil law in particular. This new conception, for whose invention Stukha takes special credit, was the notorious theory of so-called economic law, whereby, as everyone knows, Stukha and some of his pupils understood a part of the civil law embracing questions of an administrative economic character. The roots of this economic law lie in the rotten theory of the wrecker Pashukanis. The gist of this economic administrative law was the cleavage of Soviet law into civil law, covering relationships between, pages 16 to 17. 40 IHD, p. 70. Introduction 55 State organs and private persons and between private citizens inter se, and economic law, covering relationships within the state or the socialist section. As to its content, Stukha said that administrative economic law regulates economic relationships of the socialist section, whereas the law of private economics, or civil law, regulates the property relationships chiefly of the section of private property owners and, in part, intersectional relations. Stuka further explained that the difference between these two laws is that the first is distinguished by its planned character, and the second by the anarchic character of the freedom of competition at the basis of these relationships. A struggle was going on between these sections and so between these laws, also wherein one section sought to annihilate the other. 41 Obviously the same must occur also with laws one of which must seek to annihilate the other. The foregoing shows the limits to which Stuka's confusion goes in essence, actually approaching Reisner's theory of one's own and another's right. As confirmation of the profound error of his position, Stuka asserted that purchase and sale will never be socialist. Being a bourgeois institution, whereas socialism contemplates only direct supply, and that consequently it is necessary to set aside in a special code that which now concerns not the civil law, but simply regulation of relationships of the socialist section. 42 Here everything is confused, from the smearing of Lenin's watchword, learn to trade, to the deliberate disregard of the familiar decisions of the 14th Congress of the Bolshevik Party concerning the new economic policy and socialism. The new, revolutionary dialectic conception, proudly proclaimed by Stuka, dwindled to the right opportunist theory of two-section law, merely contrasting the interests of socialist economy with those of the socialist man, and underestimating the civil law as law which regulates, affirms, and preserves the individual and property interests of the toiling citizens of the USSR, the builders of socialism. This is a coarse perversion of the Marx-Engels-Lenin-Stalin theory of socialism as to the place and part of individuality in socialist society. Socialism does not deny individual interests, it amalgamates them with those of the group. Socialism cannot be isolated from individual interests, only socialist society can most completely satisfy them. Moreover, socialist society represents the only firm guarantee that individual interests will be preserved. 48. These teachings of Stalin define also the path of development of Soviet civil law and the problems before us in this field, problems of developing and reinforcing Soviet civil law. The extent of the perversions in the field of the Marxist-Leninist theory of law is particularly apparent in the liquidation of the discipline of Soviet civil law by Stuka and his followers, who have now come actually to be wreckers and traitors. The whole depth of these perversions is particularly conspicuous in our time, when the greatest of human constitutions, the Stalin Constitution, allots a particularly honored place to the civil rights of Soviet people, when civil legal relationships are raised, in conditions of socialist society, to the highest degree of their development. Unfortunately, the perversions of the Marxist theory of law went far deeper than would be inferred from the foregoing. A group of traitors, headed by Pashukanis and others, sat for a number of years in the former Institute of Soviet Construction and Law, and systematically practiced the distortion of the fundamental and most important principles of Marxist-Leninist methodology in the field of law. Pashukanis with his general theory of law and Marxism, Volkov with his criminal reflexology, Ginsburg and Amphiteatrov with their course of Soviet economic law, Krylenko with his anti-Marxist pamphlets on criminal law, Berman and Dotsenko with their little theories of the withering away of the law, and so forth, each in his field wrought not a little to pervert the great doctrine of Marx-Engels-Lenin-Stalin, so as to disarm Soviet jurists and expose them to the putrid vapor of all kinds of anti-Marxist, anti-Leninist theories whereby our enemies sought to sully the pure source of great and truly scientific thought. Because of the work of these wreckers over a period of years, the extremely rich scientific inheritance of Marx-Engels-Lenin, and the equally rich works of Stalin, which guarantee the further development of Soviet legal science, remained unutilized and insufficiently elaborated. Soviet legal science is confronted with the extraordinarily responsible tasks further of working out legal questions organically connected with problems of state and economic construction in the highest stages of development of socialism in the USSR. Questions of the Soviet state as a form of proletarian dictatorship and socialist democracy, a multitude of questions of socialist administrative law, labor law, kolkhoz law, inheritance law, and so forth, and finally such basic questions as the problem of state and law in communist society. All these extraordinarily significant themes the wreckers pigeonholed and left inert. They denied the very possibility of the development of Soviet law as socialist law. They tried mechanically Introduction 57 to transfer the legal institutions of one epoch into another, perverting the basic methodological settings of Marxism-Leninism, which teaches that law, or the legal superstructure, can and must be explained in the last analysis out of the economic structure of society, out of its relationships of production. It was not this penal code, which I hold in my hand, that created modern bourgeois society. On the contrary, bourgeois society, arising in the 18th century and continuing to develop in the 19th, found only its legal expression in this code. The moment it ceases to correspond to social relationships, it will become a mere package of paper. 44. This statement is similarly an acknowledgement of the inevitability of the development of law. Law, however, has not a history of its own. The history of the development of law is organically connected with the development of civil society, that is to say, of the economic production relationships. The law and the entire legal superstructure grow out of and on the basis of them. For precisely this reason, law cannot be higher nor lower than the economic level of a given society. It must correspond to it or be inwardly in accord with it. This circumstance completely refutes the idea of legal development, which starts from the possibility of mechanically transferring legal ideas and legal institutions from one economic epoch to another. From this point of view, it is easy to unmask the anti-Marxian, pseudo-scientific theory of the wreckers Pashukanis, Krylenko, and others who declared that Soviet law was simply assimilated and adapted bourgeois law. The viciousness and pseudoscience of such theoretical propositions lie in their perversion of the fundamental principles of the Marxist-Leninist theory of law. When, for example, Pashukanis spoke of the two epochs of eliminating development of general legal ideas of Rome with its system of private law, and of the 17th and 18th centuries in Europe with the universalism of the bourgeois legal form, and from an analysis of precisely these forms tried to deduce a definition of law, he perverted the Marxist proposition that each historic epoch of class society has its own corresponding law, and that exhaustive understanding of law must be sought and found in an analysis not of law, but of the social and production relationships which have generated a given form of law. This is why it is a crude perversion of Marx's doctrine of law for the Pashukanises, the Hermans, and others of their ilk to assert that the transition to developed communism was conceived by Marx not as a transition to new forms of law, but as the withering away of juridical form in general, as emancipation from this legacy of the bourgeois epoch which was destined to outlive the bourgeoisie itself. Such a proposition would be possible if, but only if, the transition from capitalism to communism were without a transitional period, which is unimaginable without descending to utopianism. We must pause briefly to consider also Reisner's anti-Marxist writings on questions of Soviet law. According to Reisner, law is a heap of ideological scraps of various classes. Starting from such an absolutely mistaken view of the nature and essence of law, he constructed his anti-scientific, anti-Marxian statement of Soviet law as a law of compromise, as a law of appeasement and reconciliation, going so far as to depict Soviet law as the totality of proletarian law, peasant law, and on the basis of tolerance and compromise bourgeois law. Soviet law is thus a complex legal order, whose structure includes large segments of socialist law of the working class and its proletarian class law. Such is the dominant position of proletarian law by virtue of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The next place is occupied by peasant class law, embodied in the land code with its predominance of collective property. The class law of the bourgeoisie, with its civil code in the framework of trade turnover, is relegated to third place. But in one relationship the bourgeoisie may still celebrate its ideological victory. By reason of capitalist encirclement, our state socialism utilizes a market as an apparatus of distribution, and in view of this the Soviet order preserves in many cases the forms of bourgeois individualist law. The effect of this circumstance is heightened among us by the further fact that almost all the jurists employed by the Soviets for their codification had come out of the school of bourgeois jurisprudence or had been to a significant degree educated under its influence. 45. According to Reisner, Soviet law is triune law, proletarian, peasant, and bourgeois, with proletarian law occupying, so to speak, a dominant position in the system. No wonder Reisner saw the danger that Soviet law might turn into a reactionary force capable of paralyzing the struggle for socialism. This is literally what he wrote. In the framework of our conditions, law is a vast apparatus of appeasement and reconciliation. It makes the proletarian dictatorship possible in an encirclement of great and small capitalism in internal as well as in external repercussions. On the other hand, the same law can become a reactionary force that will protect the transitional period in its new economic policy form over and above any actual necessity, and give to the scope of bourgeois law a breadth that can seriously prejudice the interest of the proletariat and thereby either delay the course 45 M.A. Reisner, Our Law, Foreign Law, Common Law, p. 244. Introduction 59 of the Ingrowing into Communist Society or Necessitate a New Revolution to Free the Proletariat from Bourgeois Snares which have imperceptibly wound around it. 46. According to Reisner, the result is that Soviet law appeases and reconciles the struggling classes, and saves the proletarian dictatorship from collapse under the pressure of encirclement by great and small capitalism. He considers this the positive side of Soviet law. But Soviet law apparently risks becoming a force of reaction, injurious to the proletarian interest, delaying the process of growing into communist society, and thus even causing some new revolution. This is the negative side of Soviet law. This discovery is extraordinarily characteristic of Reisner. It shows that bourgeois Menshevik conceptions of law are, in him, closely connected and interwoven with counter-revolutionary Trotskyist slander as to the regeneration of the Soviet state, the Third Revolution, and the like. Lenin's words in the Historical Fortunes of the Doctrine of Karl Marx are justified. The dialectic of history is such that the theoretic triumph of Marxism makes its enemies change clothes with Marxists. Inwardly corrupt liberalism essays to come to life again in the shape of socialist opportunism. 47. Reisnerism is one of the varieties of this opportunism, of the bourgeois vulgarization of Marxism, of the mutilation of Marxism by followers of Freud and von Mach. Marxism-Leninism contemplates the state as a historical category, thereby acknowledging that it will inevitably wither away. This matter is treated in the utmost detail by Marx in his critique of the Gotha program. There he showed that the necessity of the state as a special machine for repression disappears in proportion to the growth of the forces of production and to the spread of democracy to an overwhelming majority of the population. Commenting on this passage, Lenin wrote that exploiters cannot overwhelm the people without a most complicated machine, but the people can crush the exploiters with even a very simple machine, almost without a machine/without a special apparatus, by the simple organization of armed masses. 48. Marxism-Leninism teaches that, with the final triumph of communism in all advanced capitalist countries, the necessity for a state disappears and the excesses of individuals will be crushed by the armed nation itself with the same simplicity and ease with which any crowd of civilized people, even in present-day society, separates brawlers and prevents violence to a woman. Excesses in the form of violating the rules of community life have their roots chiefly, according to Lenin, in the exploitation of the masses, in their need and their beggary. With this chief cause eliminated, excesses will inevitably begin to wither away. We do not know how quickly or by what degrees, but we do know that they will wither away. And with them the state will wither away also. 49. It will be possible for the state to wither completely away with society's realization of the rule * from each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs, that is to say, when people shall be so habituated to the observance of the fundamental rules of community life and their labor shall be so productive, that they will voluntarily labor according to their capacities. 60. This process of the state's withering away is thus inevitably bound up with the highest development of the state, the highest flowering of the new economy and new productive forces. It presupposes a high level of communist culture and great labor productivity. It is a protracted process, connected with the radical reorganization not only of the economy of human society but of human psychology as well. It will take place under complete communism, with the triumph of communism in all advanced capitalist countries, when all shall learn to administer and shall in reality administer social production without outside help, when the necessity of observing the simple, basic rules of all types of human society shall very quickly become a habit. 51. The Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the withering away of the state has nothing in common with the anarchist theories of blowing up the state propagated by Proudhon, Bakunin, and by such traitors to socialism as Bukharin, who have sought to oppose their own theory of blowing up the state to the Marxist-Leninist theory. Nor has the latter theory anything in common with the perversions of opportunists who preach that the bourgeois state should be adapted to the needs of the proletariat. Pseudo-Marxists, and those who simply betray the cause of the working class, consciously confuse and radically pervert the matter of the withering away of the state. They forcibly separate it from the question of how constantly to increase the development of democracy and to prepare the economic and social conditions under which the state will wither away. Whereas it is only and exclusively in this connection that the Marxist 50. IB, P.S6. 7 WP 44 Introduction 61 Leninist formulation is comprehensible. Lenin emphasizes that the choice of the expression "the state withers away" is very happy, in that it indicates both the gradual nature and the elemental character of the process. 52. Lenin and Stalin have emphasized more than once that only the habit of observing the rules of community life frees people from the necessity of employing a special apparatus for constraint, that only the gigantic development of democracy, and of social relationships which radically recast human consciousness and foster a new relationship of people to labor and to society, will lead to the withering away of the state. The withering away of the state is at the same time the withering away of democracy and of law. All these processes are organically connected with each other. By what stages, through what practical measures mankind will come to this higher goal, we do not and cannot know. It is important, however, to clarify for ourselves how infinitely false is the usual bourgeois notion that socialism is something dead, something that has said, something given once and for all. In reality, only with socialism will there begin swift, actual, and genuinely mass motion forward in all fields of social and individual life, with the majority and thereafter all of the population participating. 68. As to dates and forms of the withering away of the socialist state, a most important part must inevitably be played also by the external political setting, international relations, and such facts as the capitalist encirclement. The vast successes of socialism, and the transition to the communist social economic order exclude the slightest possibility of our state withering away with capitalist encirclement still preserved and present. The triumph of communism in the USSR cannot per se decide the question of relegating the state to a museum of antiquities. With a definite international situation, particularly, with the conditions of capitalist encirclement still preserved, the USSR will not be able, and will not have any right, to renounce such force as the socialist or communist state, which guarantees the stability and inviolability of the new communist society. In these conditions there can be no talk of any withering away of the state under victorious communism. Thus the process of the withering away of the state is connected with the gigantic process of the development of socialism, the forward movement of human society by overcoming such historical legacies as the state, law, and democracy. 62. The law of the Soviet state. Marxism-Leninism makes no schematic outline of the withering away of the state. It starts specifically from a scientific analysis of the conditions which pave the way for it. Lenin scathingly ridiculed Bukharin's idea of the withering away of the state, which Bukharin presents in this form: external coercive normalizations will begin to wither away, first the army and fleet as instruments of the most severe external constraint, then the system of punitive and repressive organs, then the coercive character of labor, and so on. Lenin wrote, is it not rather the reverse, first the third, then the second, and finally the first? 54. Stalin's teaching is that the withering away of the state will come not through a weakening of the state authority but through its maximum intensification, which is necessary to finish off the remnants of the dying classes and to organize defense against capitalist encirclement, which is now far from being and will not soon be destroyed. 55. Every other interpretation of the withering away of the state under present conditions is merely an attempt to disarm the proletariat, To weaken the authority of the proletarian state and the dictatorship of the proletariat, an attempt to justify the counter-revolutionary theory of the extinction of the class struggle. Stalin has said of the propounders of such theories, these are degenerats, or double dealers, who must be driven out of the party. The annihilation of classes is attained by intensifying, not extinguishing, the class struggle. 66. Constantly by reinforcing the socialist state and law by every means, shattering one after another all the machinations of the enemies of the people, the enemies of socialism, and developing socialist democracy and culture, the toilers of our country will guarantee the building of the communist society and the triumph of communism. SEC 4. The demolition of the machinery of the bourgeois state. The most important problem of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of the state is, as previously indicated, that of demolishing the machinery of the bourgeois state and replacing it with new machinery. What is the machinery of the bourgeois state but an apparatus to exploit, oppress, and crush the toilers? Alien to the people and to their interests, it is a frightful instrument, a dreadful octopus, entwining and exhausting with its multiple tentacles the living body of the people. Bourgeois, bureaucratic officialdom, bourgeois police, bourgeois courts, prisons, and army, all these are parts of that machinery, working like a mechanism wound up to go in the one direction of subordinating all life to the interests of the exploiters, and to the single end of strengthening and confirming their domination. The state is a subtle and complex system of heterogeneous organs and institutions, of laws and directives, of methods and manners of work, all specially selected to match this work of people with their views, practices, interests, and aspirations. The modern state is nothing but the organized, integrated power of the have classes, the landowners and capitalists, directed against the exploited classes, the peasants and workers. The middle of the 19th century saw the culmination of the fundamental reorganization of the bourgeois state into the so-called national state, which overcame the previously existing dismemberment and separation of its parts each from the other, and therewith legislative separatism. Disjointed legislation regulating trade and industry, diverse forms of law disadvantageous to the turnover of trade and industry, of the state as a whole, various police chicaneries, bureaucratic and fiscal chevaux de frise. 2. Incongruous money systems and systems of weights and measures and the like, all this held back the development of the production forces of bourgeois society, with the resultant necessity for unity, for a single state high above the separate interests of these numerous different calibered states. The aspiration to a single fatherland had an extremely material basis. 1. It was the aspiration of the practical merchant and industrialist to sweep away all the provincial rubbish historically inherited by small states and which constituted a hindrance to the free development of trade and industry. 8. The attainment of this end completed the consolidation of the bourgeois national state, which turned into a national instrument of the war of capital against labor. The later development of the bourgeois state was merely the ever-increasing centralization of state power and the ever more logical and irreconcilable repression of national masses and their revolutionary movements directed toward the defense of the life interests of the toiling people. Speaking of the Bonaparte monarchy, Engels emphasized that the independence of this caste, which stands outside and so to speak above society, makes the state appear independent of society. 4. But this independence is illusory, as the constitutionalism concealing the disintegration of the old absolute monarchy. It is no mere chance that even bourgeois political scientists are compelled to admit that it is extremely difficult to distinguish a constitutional monarchy from a bourgeois democratic republic, and under certain historical circumstances, that the transition from the latter to the former is easy. This disintegration of the old state occurs in full view of everyone. In its time, the Prussian state afforded a brilliant example of the old absolute state turning into the modern capitalist state with all the faults and caste peculiarities that make it incapable of solving the social question which has come to a head. In reality, the officer-bureaucrat caste depends entirely and completely upon its society, that is to say, on the exploiter cliques dominant in that society. Swiftly developing capitalist industry, stock jobbing, thirst for wealth, and feverish bank speculation, these increasingly attract into their sphere of influence different circles of capitalist society, from ministers, princes, and generals to priests, country nobles, and bureaucrats. Here is Engels's description of this process of development of the modern capitalist state. The swift development of industry, and especially of stock manipulation, attracted all the dominant classes into a maelstrom of speculation. The mass corruption imported from France in 1870 is developing with unprecedented swiftness. The country nobility, occupied from of old with such industries as sugar refining and distilling, have long since forgotten the good old days. Their names adorn directors' lists of all sorts of stock corporations, solid and otherwise. The bureaucrats more and more disdain embezzlement as the sole means of increasing their salaries, abandon the state to the tender mercies of fate, and go off to hunt for far more lucrative posts as managers of industrial enterprises. Those still remaining in state service follow the example of their chiefs and speculate in shares or participate in railroads and similar enterprises. We even have a perfect right to suppose that lieutenants don't really mind a profit in certain speculations. In a word, the dissolution of all elements of the old state, the transition of an absolute into a Bonapartist monarchy, is in full swing. With a great crisis in trade and industry impending, the modern knave and the ancient Prussian state will go crashing down together. 6. And is the state whose non-bourgeois elements are becoming daily more bourgeois to be called upon to solve the social question or even the housing problem? 6. Of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois state, Lenin wrote, "I am entirely within my rights. I buy stocks. All the courts, all the police, all the standing armies and all the fleets in the world protect my sacred right to that stock." 7. Can such a state devote its soul and body to the interests of the bourgeoisie and preserving its right to shares of stock serve the interests of socialism? Of course it cannot. Such a state would turn its weapons against the proletariat if the latter preserved that state. The most important lesson of the Paris Commune, as handed down by Marx and Engels, consists in precisely this truth. In his famous work, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx spoke of the bureaucracy and the military organization created by the French bourgeoisie, of this horrible parasite organism winding like a net around the whole body of the absolute monarchy. Marx wrote, "All the cataclysms have improved this machinery, instead of demolishing it." 8. And with reference to these words Lenin wrote, "In this notable judgment, Marxism made a colossal forward step as compared with the Communist Manifesto. There the question of state is still put with extreme abstraction, in the most general ideas and expressions. Here it is put concretely, and the conclusion becomes extraordinarily exact and definite and practically palpable. All the former revolutions improved the state machinery, whereas it must be shattered and demolished." This conclusion is the principal and basic teaching in the Marxist doctrine of the state. In Marx and Engels' preface to the German edition of the Communist Manifesto, it is said that the Paris Commune proved that the working class cannot simply take possession of a ready-made state machine and set it in motion for its own particular ends. 9. As Marx had written as early in 1871 in his Civil War in France. With reference to the citation from the latter work, Engels wrote 20 years later, "But in reality the state is nothing but a machine, whereby one class represses another, not a whit less in a democratic republic than in a monarchy. At best, the state is an evil transferred by inheritance to the proletariat, which has won the victory in the struggle for class domination. Having won the victory, the proletariat will have immediately to amputate the worst features of this evil until a generation which has grown up in new and free social conditions shall appear able to cast out all this rubbish associated with the state." In recent times the social democratic Philistine again begins to experience a salutary fear at the words, "the dictatorship of the proletariat." Do you wish to know, gentlemen, how this dictatorship looks? Look at the Paris Commune. That was the dictatorship of the proletariat. 10. Is it an accident that the most vulgar and ignoble renegades of Marxism like the Koskais, the Konovs, and the Adlers fall in such fury and frenzy upon this doctrine of Marx relative to the demolition of the state machine? Koskai in his Proletarian Revolution and its program shamelessly tried to prove that Marx, speaking of the necessity of shattering the bourgeois state machine, had in mind merely its bureaucratic militaristic form, whereas the democratic republic is perfectly suited for the purposes of the proletarian dictatorship. Marx by no means thought that the proletariat could in no case whatever utilize the dominance it had attained without having first destroyed the state apparatus it had inherited. Marx rejected only a particular form of this apparatus, its bureaucratic militaristic form. From Marx's own words it is apparent that his position had no relation to all the existing states. Not every kind of state apparatus is adequately suited for the proletariat to be able simply to take possession of it and set it in motion for its own ends. A bureaucratic apparatus is unsuited for this. Only the democratic republic is suited for it, where this does not exist at the moment of the proletarian victory. The victorious proletariat must create it. In 1871, and for a long time thereafter, this task seemed inevitable. Later years have brought an essential change in this regard. In almost all the European countries, the triumphant proletariat will find a democratic republic in ready shape. When it comes to power, it will not be necessary for it to shatter the state machine in its entirety, only to eliminate the monarchist remnants and the bureaucratic and military privileges. And on another occasion Koski tries to prove that at the present time the war militaristic state apparatus in capitalist countries is passing more and more into the background, that now the state concentrates in its hands an increasing number of functions which are of real significance also for the exploited, and that accordingly the exploited think ever less and less of weakening the state but, on the contrary, rather of taking possession of state power and making it serve their own purposes, of turning this apparatus from an apparatus of dominance into an apparatus of emancipation. A more cynical perversion of the Marxist doctrine of the state and the proletarian dictatorship cannot be conceived. Lenin and Stalin unmasked such perversions of Marxism and purified the Marxian doctrine from all the miscellaneous rotten and loathsome opportunism and counter-revolutionism. Lenin's historical work on the state and revolution, and Stalin's works dedicated to questions of the proletarian dictatorship, left not a single stone standing of the Koski, Trotsky, Bukharin, and other counter-revolutionary perversions whose treacherous blow is aimed at the very heart of the great theory. Lenin, having cited the famous passage from Marx's Civil War in France, to the effect that the proletariat must shatter this machine, continued, "Do not allow the police to be restored. Create out of the people's militia a militia actually of all the people led by the proletariat as our state, upon condition that capitalists pay workers for days dedicated to service in the militia. Supplement the marvels of proletarian heroism by marvels of proletarian organization. Here is the watchword of the moment. Here is the pledge of success." 11 Zinoviev, Kamina, Rykov, and their supporters were notoriously concerned with preserving in every way the inviolability of the bourgeois state apparatus. At the same time, Bukharin developed anarchist propaganda against utilizing the state in general, seeking renunciation by the proletariat of the use of the state apparatus for purposes of the further struggle for socialism. As early as 1916, Bukharin defended views plainly anti-Marxian and anarchist with reference to the state, the proletarian dictatorship, and the class war. In an article published in that year, Lenin disclosed Bukharin's perversions of Marxism. The author asks wherein do the relationships of socialists and anarchists as regard the state differ, and then answers quite another question as to the difference between their relationships as regards the economic foundation of future society. This is an extremely important and necessary question, of course. But it by no means follows that we can forget the chief matter in distinguishing the relationship of socialists and of anarchists toward the state. Socialists favor utilizing the modern state and its institutions in the struggle to free the working class and likewise for the necessary utilization of the state as a unique form for the transition from capitalism to socialism. The proletarian dictatorship is such a transitional form and likewise a state. The anarchists wish to abolish the state, to blow it up as it has been expressed. Unfortunately, the author's citation of Engels' relevant words was incomplete. Socialists acknowledge the withering away, the gradual falling asleep of the state after the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. In order to emphasize the principle of hostility toward the state, it is necessary to understand that hostility with real clarity. The author possesses absolutely none of this clarity. The phrase, "the roots of the nature of the state," is completely confused, being neither Marxist nor socialist. It is not the nature of the state which clashed with the denial of it, it was opportunist policy which clashed with the revolutionary social democratic attitude toward the bourgeois state and toward utilizing the state against the bourgeoisie in order to overthrow the latter. These are utterly and completely different things. 12. Bucharm maintained complete silence with regard to Lenin's disclosures until 1925, when a year after Lenin's death he collaborated with Pashukanis in an article on the theory of the imperialistic state, in the collection of articles entitled The Revolution of Law. Lenin had refused to publish the same article of the October Revolution. The decree concerning the courts is one of them. It destroyed the old court system and replaced it by the new Soviet People's Court. Other decrees concerned land, the organization of the Red Army, the Soviet militia, the nationalization of factories and plants, and so forth. Soviet legislation gave form and strength to the destruction of old bourgeois mechanisms and to the birth of new social relationships and a new state apparatus of the Soviets. The decrees of this epoch played an enormous part in the work of propaganda and organization. At the 8th Party Congress Lenin said, "Our decree is a challenge but not in the earlier spirit, workers arise, overthrow the bourgeoisie. No, this is a challenge to the masses, challenging them to practical action. Decrees are instructions, summoning to mass practical action. That is what is important. There may be in these decrees much that is unsuitable, much that will not be put into practice. But there is material for practical action, and it is the task of the decree to teach practical steps to the hundreds, the thousands, the millions of those who obey the voice of Soviet authority." Such, however, is the part to be played not only by these decrees of Soviet authority but by each and every one of the measures directed at liquidating the remnants of serfdom in Russia, at annihilating the exploitation of man by man. In a few months the first problem was solved. Then, as the years passed, the solution of subsequent problems followed, turning the Soviet state into a mighty socialist state of the workers and peasants who have built socialism and a new socialist culture. SEC 5, a state of Soviets, not a bourgeois parliamentary republic. In the history of society, the 19th century is notable for the establishment, in almost all capitalist countries, of the constitutional regime expressive of the dominance of the bourgeoisie. England was the model constitutional parliamentary state. According to the classical English formula, the highest and supreme power resides in Parliament, which is the union of three elements: the King, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons. The parliamentary regime is distinguished by the so-called separation of powers, on the basis of subordinating executive power to the legislative body, and by the bicameral system. The legislative houses are chosen on the basis of a right of suffrage completely guaranteeing the interests of the bourgeoisie and not admitting the people to participate in fact in state government. England served as model for a number of continental countries which borrowed from her the principles and ideas of organizing the parliamentary bourgeois democratic state. Bourgeois jurists laud the parliamentary regime as the highest expression of democracy and popular power. Actually, the bourgeois democratic republics only represent a form of the domination of the exploiter minority. In the epoch of imperialism, this feature of bourgeois parliamentarism is manifested with special force. The modern capitalist state is a rentier state, a state of parasitic and rotting capitalism. 1. That finance capital wishes domination, not freedom, had to be admitted, even by Hilferding. The bourgeois democratic parliamentary state guarantees to finance capital that domination. In the bourgeois parliament the chief part is played by the stock exchange and the banks. They constitute the true legislators. Take the bourgeois parliament. Can we suppose that the learned Koskai never heard how the more strongly democracy develops, the more effectively the bankers and the stock exchange subordinate bourgeois parliaments to themselves? Does it not follow from this that we must not employ bourgeois parliamentarism? But from this it follows that only a liberal can forget the limited and conditional character of bourgeois parliamentarism in history, as Koskai does. At each step in the most democratic bourgeois state, the oppressed masses encounter lamentable contradiction between the formal equality proclaimed by capitalist democracy and the thousands of factual limitations and complications making hired slaves of the proletarians. Just this contradiction opens the eyes of the masses to capitalism's rottenness, falsity, and hypocrisy. 2. Marxism-Leninism teaches that bourgeois democracy was progressive in comparison with the Middle Ages. Even today it has important significance for the toilers in their struggle against fascism, but it is inadequate for the working class. Now it is necessary to look forward, not back to the proletarian democracy replacing bourgeois democracy. 3. And even if the work preparatory to the proletarian revolution teaching and formation of the proletarian army were possible within the framework of the bourgeois democratic state, it would still be a betrayal of the interests of the proletariat and apostasy to limit it to that framework once the matter had reached the stage of decisive battles. The proletariat needs its state not a parliamentary republic but a Soviet republic. On the basis of his study or the experience of 2 revolutions in Russia, Lenin, starting from the theory of Marxism, concluded that the best political form of proletarian dictatorship is the Republic of the Soviets, and not that of parliamentary democracy. On this basis, in April 1917, the period of transition from bourgeois revolution to socialist revolution, Lenin put forward the watchword of the organization of the Republic of the Soviets as the best political form of proletarian dictatorship. Opportunists of all countries began to cling fast to the parliamentary republic, accusing Lenin of departing from Marxism, of destroying democracy. But of course Lenin, and not the opportunists, was a true Marxist and possessed of the theory of Marxism, since he put forward the Marxist theory, enriching it with new experience, whereas they dragged it behind them and turned one of its propositions into dogma. 4. Marx contrasted the parliamentary republic with the Parisian Commune, representing the prototype of the proletarian state. Instead of deciding once in 3 years or once in 6 years what member of the dominant class should represent and repress the people in parliament, universal suffrage should be at the service of the people, organized into communes, to search out for the people's undertaking suitable workers, overseers, and accountants, as the individual right of choice serves every other sort of employer to this end. 5. Lenin called this passage from the Civil War in France a notable criticism of parliamentarism, and stated that here is expressed its real essence: to decide once in several years what member of the dominant class will repress and crush the people in parliament is the actual essence of bourgeois parliamentarism, not only in parliamentary constitutional monarchies but also in the most democratic republics. 6. The proletariat needs no such parliamentarism, but its escape therefrom lies not in annihilating representative institutions and elections but in accordance with Marxism-Leninism to change representative institutions from talking shops into working institutions. 7. Citing Marx's words, the Commune should have been not a parliamentary, but a working, institution legislating and executing statutes at one and the same time. Lenin says that these words hit the nail on the head as regards contemporary parliaments and the parliamentary lapdogs of social democracy. 8. Directing the full vigor of his sarcasm toward the unmasking of the Social Democrats' fraud on the people with their sonorous phrases about parliamentarism, Lenin continues, look at any parliamentary country you like, from America to Switzerland, from France to England or Norway and the others. The actual state work is done behind the scenes and carried into execution by departments, chancelleries, and staffs. In parliaments they only chatter with the special purpose of duping the simple people. This is true to such an extent that even in the Russian Republic, the bourgeois democratic republic, before it succeeded in creating a 4. History of the All-Union Communist Party, a short course, pages 340-341. True Parliament. All these sins of parliamentarism were expressed immediately. The heroes of the decayed petty bourgeoisie, the Skobelovs and the Tsaritels, the Chernovs and the Avksentievs, knew how to defile even the Soviets and to turn them into empty talking shops after the style of the foulest bourgeois parliamentarism. In the Soviets the Messrs. Socialist ministers swindle the trusting peasants with their flowery speech and their resolutions. In the government a parliament quadrille is in progress, so that, on the one hand, as many of the SRs and Mensheviks as possible may take turns in sitting at the feast of lucrative and honorary places, and on the other, that the attention of the people may be engrossed. And in the chancelleries, in the staffs, they work at state work. 9. This fragment from Lenin's State and Revolution gives a crushing characterization of bourgeois parliamentarism, venal and rotten, as Lenin says, using the freedoms of parliamentary debates and other externals of bourgeois democracy for deceit, and as a curtain to veil infamous and knavish doings at the expense of the electors of various parliamentarians. Lenin contrasts this parliamentarism of bourgeois society with the organization of state authority under the dictatorship of the worker class, where true freedom and true democracy are guaranteed, where parliamentarians must themselves work, must themselves execute their statutes, must themselves verify what is obtained in life, and must themselves answer immediately to their electors. 10. The specific peculiarity of the state of the Soviets is that here there is no contrasting of the legislative body with the entire mass of the population immediately participating in state government and in building up the state. The Soviet state is a new form of state organization, distinct in principle from the bourgeois democratic, parliamentarian form. The Soviets differ radically in many characteristics from bourgeois democratic parliamentary states. The gist of these characteristics is that the Soviets are truly the representative organs of the whole population, the only mass organizations embracing all previously oppressed toilers, the most all-inclusive mass organizations of the proletariat, the most mighty organs of the revolutionary struggle of the masses, making participation in building and governing the new state as easy as possible for them and to the greatest extent releasing the revolutionary energy, the initiative, and the creative capacities of the masses in the struggle to destroy the old way of life and for a new proletarian way of life. And the Soviets have all the advantages over the parliamentary bourgeois democratic state, by their very nature and by all their qualities and characteristics. They completely answer the problems of the toiling masses' struggle for emancipation. It is just they that can, as a new form of organization of the proletariat, play the part of gravedigger of the machinery of the bourgeois state, and not only smash that machinery but also replace bourgeois democracy with proletarian democracy and become the fundamental power of the proletarian state. The Soviets guarantee the proletariat and all toilers the greatest development of their creative initiative, producing conditions most favorable for bringing up the working masses in the spirit of socialism and guaranteeing such unity of purposes as assures their success in the struggle and attainment of victories significant in world history. The experience of the Paris Commune of 1871, of the Russian Soviets in 1905, and of the Great October Socialist Revolution serves as the best proof of all the advantages of the Soviet system over the parliamentary system. This is why the proletarian revolution does not strive to improve the bourgeois democratic and in particular the parliamentary state machinery, but shatters it with the iron hand of an upsurging proletariat and replaces it by a new socialist state, the state of the Soviets. SEC 6. Soviet Socialist Public Law. Its object and its methods. Soviet Socialist Public Law is one of the most important branches of Soviet Socialist law, which we have previously defined as the totality of the rules of conduct, established in the form of legislation by the authoritative power of the toilers and expressing their will, the application of said rules being guaranteed by the entire coercive force of the socialist state to the end goal of defending, securing, and developing relationships and orders advantageous and agreeable to the toilers, and of annihilating, completely and finally, capitalism and its survivals in the economy, manner of life, and consciousness of people, with the aim of building communist society. The specific mark of Soviet law, distinguishing it, radically and in simple, from the law of all other societies and epochs, is that it serves, in the true and actual sense of the word, the people society which for the first time in history comes into its own. In the USSR for the first time in history the people, the toiling national masses themselves are the masters of their fate, themselves ruling their state with no exploiters, no landlords, no capitalists. Here the socialist system of economy and socialist property in the means and instruments of production hold sway. They were confirmed as a result of the liquidation of the capitalistic system of ownership, of the abrogation of private property in the instruments and means of production, and of the annihilation of the exploitation of man by man. Here the land and its natural deposits, waters, forests, mills, factories, coal and ore mines, transport, banks, post, telegraph and telephones, big state-organized agricultural enterprises, as well as municipal enterprises and the bulk of the dwelling houses in cities and industrial localities, all these are state property, the property of the entire nation. The economic basis of the USSR defended and preserved by our Soviet socialist law is the socialist system of economy, socialist property in instruments and means of production. The political basis of the USSR likewise preserved and defended by Soviet socialist law is the Soviets of Workers' Deputies, which have grown and become strong as a result of the overthrow of the power of landlords and capitalists and in consequence of the conquest of the proletarian dictatorship. These two circumstances, of worldwide historical significance, are, in themselves, sufficient to enable us to see the socialist content of Soviet law. Only traitors and those who betray the interests of socialism could deny the socialist nature of Soviet law, asserting that our law is a mere replica or adaptation of bourgeois law. Soviet law protects the interests of the toiling masses, who have been emancipated from exploitation and the weight of capitalism. It directs all its might at crushing and annihilating exploiters and the very possibility of exploitation. The Soviet state, and Soviet law from the first days of its emergence defend the interests of labor against capital, the interests of popular masses, the overwhelming majority of the people against a handful of exploiters and parasitic elements of the old society. Only in a socialist state of workers and peasants are the interests and rights of man defended at the same time, inasmuch as individual well-being rests on the social wealth, the property of the people. For the first time in human history there is eliminated the conflict between social interest and personal interest, society and the state, and between society and the state and individuality and individual interests. In 1922 Lenin wrote to Kursky of the relation of Soviet law to the capitalist elements in economy. We acknowledge nothing as private. For us everything in the province of economics is in the domain of public law and not of private law. We admit only the capitalism of the state. Hence our task is to broaden the application of intrusion by the state into the relationships of private law, to broaden the right of the state to abrogate private contracts, to apply not corpus juris Romani but our own revolutionary legal consciousness to civil legal relationships, to show systematically, stubbornly and insistently in a series of model processes how it is necessary to act with intelligence and with energy. 1. On the same question, Lenin wrote to Molotov. We should acknowledge the chief task of the Commission as being, completely to guarantee the interests of the proletarian state from the viewpoint of the possibility of controlling all private enterprises without exception and abrogating all contracts and private agreements as contradictory alike to the letter of the law and to the interests of the toiling mass of workers and peasants. Not slavish imitation of bourgeois civil law, but a sénèse of limitations thereof in the spirit of our laws without embarrassment of economic or trading work. To these words of the great Lenin emphasized the characteristic feature of Soviet law which was established to defend the interests of workers and peasants, to defend the Soviet state. The content of Soviet law is made up, not of the corpus juris Romani, the gospel of capitalist society which rests on private property, but of revolutionary legal consciousness which defends the interests of the people, of millions of toiling masses. Soviet law is the law of the socialist state of workers and peasants, born in the fire of the October Revolution which cast down the authority of the bourgeoisie and confirmed the authority of workers and peasants. Soviet socialist law preserves and defends the interests of the Soviet state and of socialism, and the interests and rights of the toiling people. We live in socialist society. The social organization which we have created may be called a Soviet, socialist organization not yet completely built, but at root a socialist organization of society, as Stalin told Roy Howard. We still cannot proclaim the principle. From each according to his capacities and to each according to his needs / but we can already say 1 Lenin, Volume XXIX, p. 419. 2 Bolshevik, No. 2, p. 62 Introduction 77 that labor in the USSR is a duty, and a matter of honor, for each citizen capable thereof, according to the principle, he who does not work does not eat, and from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. There is not the slightest doubt that each further success of socialism will see ever-increasing obliteration of class boundaries, and that we shall build communism and be able completely to put into practice the communist principle from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. Already we embody in reality that whereof the best and noblest human minds have dreamed Thomas More or Morelli, Saint Simon, Fourier, Robert Owen. Being socialist law, Soviet law expresses the victory and the triumph of socialist principles in all spheres of our life. Expressing the essence of new socialist relationships in the USSR, it grows and develops together with the whole country, with each year and each 5-year period ever more completely and logically expressing in its institutes and its juridical formulae the principles of the socialism which is celebrating its triumph and preparing the transition to the highest phase of its development to communism. It expresses the complete and final victory of socialist production and social relationships which found their embodiment in world history in the fundamental law of the USSR, the Great Stalin Constitution. The Stalin Constitution is the greatest act of Soviet socialist law which has consolidated the sum total of 20 years of triumphant development of the Soviet state and of 20 years of struggle for socialism waged by the proletariat and all those who toil in our land. It is the fundamental source of Soviet socialist law. Upon its basis must and can be worked out a system of Soviet socialist law, not hitherto worked out although all the necessary conditions were present. The systematization of law presupposes the presence of a single, general guiding principle unvarying for all legal institutes and branches of law. In Soviet law such a single and general principle is that of socialism, the principle of a socialist economic and social system resting on socialist property, annihilation of exploitation and social inequality, distribution in proportion to labor, a guarantee to each member of society of the complete and the manifold development of all his creative forces, and true human freedom and personal independence. This is the principle of socialism. From the viewpoint of this principle, Soviet statutes and entire branches of Soviet law can and must be brought into mutual interconnection, and the unity of the principles with which they are permeated can and must be shown. A general, legal idea expressing the essence and the historical characteristics of the epoch of victorious socialism can and must make them one. The systematization of Soviet socialist law was decisively rejected by the people's enemies, who perverted socialist law and denied its creative role, predicting its withering away and evaporation. It will, on the contrary, still further reinforce our law, for it will help each branch of law to take fresh stock of its weapons, to separate those that are of primary importance and to establish connections and transitions as between the different branches of law. At present the science of Soviet socialist law lacks the necessary congruity and unity. Hitherto, for example, the development of public law, administrative law, and civil law among us has been parallel and almost without correlation and congruity of any sort. On the other hand, a series of problems still await solution in each of these branches of law, often obtaining no proper answer from any one of them. Soviet law is unitary because it expresses identical social relationships, serves identically the same purposes and problems, and employs identical methods in solving them. This is why, in speaking of Soviet public law, we must start by defining this idea from the Marxist-Leninist understanding of law in general and of Soviet law in particular. Soviet socialist state law is a branch of Soviet socialist law. It is distinguished by the same qualities and characteristics as is Soviet law in its entirety. Understanding of the essence and content of Soviet public law is possible only if we start from the Marxist-Leninist understanding of law in general. In bourgeois science there is no unanimity of understanding of the content of public law. We have already seen how contradictory, and above all else how unscientific were the attempts of divers bourgeois scholars to define the content of state and of law. This impotence of bourgeois legal science and indeed of the rest of the bourgeois social sciences is due to the vice and the ineptitude of the method ordinarily employed by bourgeois scholars. They invoke the aid of the theory of dogmatic jurisprudence to unriddle the secrets of social phenomena, a theory no more fit for this purpose than was the medieval theory of phlogiston. 8. For the cognition of natural phenomena. The formal juridical method of investigation and cognition only conditions the manipulation of abstract ideas and notions instead of studying the phenomena concealed under the veil of such ideas and notions. It is a 8. Phlogiston, a particular species of imponderable fluid, by whose hypothetical existence chemists down to the time of Lavoisier explained heat phenomena, and especially burning. Purely ideological method, a method which contemplates legal phenomena as self-contained entities, with their beginning and end originating within themselves and regardless of what exists in reality and in life outside of them. Hence the fallacy of its conclusions and the falsity of its judgments. It was no mere chance that Marx characterized the juridical method as juristisch so falsch. It is a method of ignoring the actual world of phenomena. It strives to know these phenomena by purely speculative analysis of them, not by disclosing the material causes which generated them. Hence the fetishism of bourgeois law and bourgeois legal ideas, which also in their systematized and generalized form make up the content of the science of bourgeois law. Hence the arbitrariness of diverse doctrines and theories created by innumerable scholars of all sorts as applicable to their political tastes and to the demands of their capitalist masters. For the juridical method of investigation is abstract and departs from the concrete peculiarities of the phenomenon under investigation. The more subtle distinctions of individuality depart from the view of judge and jurist, as Jelinek, for example, says they are satisfied with Gams and Titius, 5 plaintiff and defendant, representing something general, analogous to tone in acoustics or to colors in optics. In actual life, however, all agreements and delicts are individualized. Here the ancient rule is operative si duo faciant idem non est idem. In the great majority of cases, all purchases and sales effected in the market are lumped by the jurist under one and the same category. 6. A jurist employing the juridical method is not interested in the economic position of the various owners or in the diverse economic conditions of the agreements they make. The latter is the affair of economists, statisticians, sociologists, and so on. The juridical art of abstraction from collateral phenomena lying outside the legal field reigns here. Hence juridical thinking, one-sided and devoid of content, is replete with abstractions and alien to concreteness. Herein is the reason why it is impossible to use the so-called dogmatic. 4. Jelinek's observation on this score regarding the absence, in bourgeois legal science, of reasoned methodology is characteristic. In the literature on the doctrine of the state, there prevails in this regard the greatest confusion. Right down to the present time, inconceivable fabrication in the sphere of state doctrine, if only presented with due aplomb, has attracted attention in literature and has been seriously considered. Assertions took the place of facts and convictions the place of proof. Vagueness passed for profundity, and arbitrary philosophizing for the highest knowledge. Chiefly for this reason, in the history of the literature of the doctrine of state there formed very recently so noticeable a gap that in the course of the last decades not a single systematic work has merited the slightest attention. Juridical method for scientific investigation. 7. Even outstanding bourgeois jurists fail, however, to see the viciousness of the method they so widely employ, for which reason in large measure their scientific theories appear similarly vicious. The unsatisfactory character of such theories may be exemplified in any bourgeois conception of public law. Bourgeois science ordinarily defines the idea and content of public law by merely pointing at the aggregate norms defining the state organization. 8. Such is the prevailing idea of the task and content of public law in bourgeois science, which elaborately avoids broadening the object of the science of public law to the point of contact with the material substratum of the state which serves as the foundation of each and every relationship, idea, and phenomenon of public law. The matter goes even further. A number of learned jurists hold that the tasks of the science of public law are limited to the study of a juridical nature of the so-called contemporary state alone. The historian of law studies legal phenomena in their gradual development over prolongation of many centuries. He needs a definition that would help him distinguish the state from other cognate phenomena when he encounters diverse social unions in diverse epochs and among diverse peoples. With such a purpose in view, he will give a definition studiously isolated from all the characteristics of the legal order of these diverse states from that which is especially studied by legal dogma. The dogma of public law of our time needs, therefore, not a definition which would embrace states of all times and all nations, but one which would serve as the starting point for an explanation of the juridical order of the contemporary legal state. 8. The science of public law cannot, however, be limited to a narrowly juridical sphere of investigation to a study of the state, solely and exclusively. To avoid misunderstandings, it should be emphasized that denial of the juridical method of investigation does not mean refusal to investigate an object from its juridical side. As a legal institute, a complex of certain juridical relationships, science should start from actual social relationships. The nature of law and state cannot be understood by studying them isolatedly. The same is true if one seeks to understand and to portray how law and state arose, and how and in accordance with what formulae they developed. They may be understood and explained only on the basis of an analysis of social relationships, a study of the development of the latter, and a study of the history of the development of society and of the classes into which society split when private property in the form of instruments and means of production emerged. The jurist, of course, is interested in the juridical nature of law and the state, but has not the power to know that nature if he remains entirely within the limits of legal relationships and legal norms. Scientific cognition of the juridical nature of the state is possible only upon one condition: complete rejection of the formal juridical method of cognition, and unconditional transition to the method of dialectic materialism, which contemplates ideologies and other species of superstructure in connection with the production relationships upon which they are based. It contemplates state and law in connection with the life and development of all society, of all sides of its being, and above all that of its economic production. The state as a form of organizing social relationships on the basis of dominance and subordination is to be explained only in the light of a study of its economic basis, of knowing the laws of historical development of society as the development of classes and class struggle. To separate the science of public law from the science of the economic development of society, away from sociology, history, and philosophy, is to leave a dead form, a dry skeleton affording no idea whatever of the entire organism of the very essence of state and law. Juridical abstractions, illusions, and fictions flourish luxuriantly in this soil, giving off, like ignes fatui, their deceptive and lifeless glitter. Bourgeois science of public law, following its vicious juridical methodology, portrays the object of public law incorrectly, limiting it as a rule to questions merely of state organization. From its point of view, of course, it is easy to understand the ignoring of questions of social organization and of the economic and political life and history of society and of the corresponding sciences. We categorically deny that these questions can be ignored. Only on the basis of the organic connection of legal science with these sciences can the study of problems of public law be fruitful and truly scientific. Only upon this condition can a solution of the questions attracting the attention of the science of public law be attained. Here, of course, 82 the law of the Soviet state method plays a decisive part. The only scientific method of cognition is the method of dialectic materialism. In the 18th Brunner of Louis Bonaparte, Marx wrote, "Above the various forms of property, above the social conditions of existence, towers an entire superstructure of diverse and unique feelings, illusions, ideas, and world-views. The entire class creates and forms all this on the basis of its material conditions and the corresponding social relationships." 10. Dialectic materialism was the key to cognition of society and of the essence of law and the state. From them it plucked the illusory flowers of idealist romanticism and showed them in their living shape and true light. Employing the method of dialectic materialism, Marxism-Leninism showed how, out of social life of one tenor, another develops because production forces have grown and production relationships have changed. The essence of the dialectic method is that it requires that phenomena be contemplated, not only from the viewpoint of their being mutually connected and conditioned, but also from that of their moving, changing, developing from the viewpoint of their emergence and their dying out. And Marxism-Leninism scientifically illuminated all human history, all aspects of life of human society. It opened up and explained the history of the development of social relationships. It showed their true meaning and real essence. It revealed the perspective of the development and formulated the laws defining the trend and content of social relationships. Marxism answered all the most complicated and hitherto seemingly inscrutable questions of the history of philosophy, political economy, law, and morality. What was social science before Marx? Pre-Marxian sociology and historiography at best presented a desultory assemblage of crude facts and a portrayal of separate sides of the historic process. Marxism pointed the way to all-embracing, omnifarious study of the process of the emergence, development, and decay of social economic formations. It contemplates the totality of all contradictory tendencies and reduces them to precisely defined conditions of the life and production of the various classes of society. It eliminates subjectivism and arbitrariness in choosing or interpreting separate master ideas. It exposes, without exception, the roots of all ideas and all different tendencies in the condition of material production forces. It is the people who create their own history. But how are their motives and specifically the motives of the masses of people defined? How are the collisions of contradictory ideas and aspirations evoked? What is the nature of the sum total of all these conflicts in the aggregate of human societies? What is the nature of the objective conditions of production of material life which create the basis of all the historic activity of people? What kind of law governs the development of these conditions? Marx directed his attention to all these questions, and pointed the way to the scientific study of history as one process, conforming in all of its diversification and contradiction to established principles. 12. Marx and Engels turned socialism from a utopia into a science. They placed in the hands of the proletariat, struggling for emancipation, a new instrument which it had never seen before: scientific theory. Thus armed, the proletariat acquired the forces to conquer the old world and to build a new one, a new socialist society. Marxism played a gigantic part in the development of all branches of knowledge, inasmuch as it provided a stable scientific foundation and an immensely powerful scientific method for cognition of phenomena and, in particular, of social phenomena. It put an end to the mystification of social relationships and to the idealization of these. It showed that they result from a definite condition of productive forces, a definite state of economic development. The economic order of society of each given epoch represents the real basis whose qualities explain in the last analysis the entire superstructure formed by the sum total of the legal and political institutions and likewise of the religious, philosophical, and other views of each given historical period. Hegel freed the understanding of history from metaphysics. He made history dialectic, but his own view of history was essentially idealist. Now idealism has been driven out of its last refuge, the field of history. Now the understanding of history has become materialist. Now a road has been found to explain human self-consciousness by the conditions of human existence, whereas the old explanation was that human self-consciousness explained these conditions. 18 juridical ideas are the form of this human self-consciousness. In themselves they are powerless to explain anything, precisely as we are powerless to explain the ideas themselves if we remain locked within a circle of juridical concepts. Public law is concerned with legal questions, with juridical relationships, phenomena, and concepts which, however, it can explain only if it abandons legal ground and passes to that of actual social relationships. Starting from what has been already expounded, we must define the object of public law with notably greater breadth, and differently as to methodological principle, than does bourgeois science. We see the object of public law in the LFL Lenin, Volume 18, p. 13. 18 Marx and Engels Volume 14, p. 26. 84 THB Law of the Soviet State, study of the legal norms and institutes which reflect, confirm, and develop the social and state order of a given society, the system of social and state institutions, the principles of their interrelations, the extent of their rights and obligations, the methods of their activity, and likewise also the study of various sorts of public law institutes which define rights and obligations of citizens both in their relationship to society and the state and in their relationship to each other. Soviet public socialist law studies the socialist order, social and state of the USSR, its emergence and development, and the system of Soviet state institutions and organs, their powers, obligations, and problems. It studies the rights of citizens of the USSR preserved by Soviet legislation and the obligations to country, society, and state laid upon citizens by the Soviet state. State territory is not merely an expanded basis for realizing the power of the state. 14 It is the material expression of supremacy, independence, and inviolability of the people who inhabit that territory. Territorial supremacy is an organic part of state supremacy, defended with all the might of state and social forces and means, with all the might of moral, political and state unity of the population. The idea of inviolability of Soviet state territory as the basis of the supremacy of the Soviet state has been most excellently expressed by Stalin. We do not wish for a single inch of foreign land. But of our own land we will give not one single inch to anyone. 15 Soviet public law is concerned also with the idea of state authority. It contemplates authority in the state as the organization of the domination, of the guidance of the population with the aid of methods of repressing and educating the subject classes of society in the spirit of protection of the interests of the dominant class. Contemplating such qualities of state authority as sovereignty, or such forms of state domination as federation and autonomy, Soviet public law is mindful first of all of the relationships of class domination. These are apparent from an analysis of the aggregate of social relationships, namely as relationships of domination. In place of the formal juridical analysis of such categories as territory, authority, and population, Soviet public law employs dialectic materialism to explain them, thereby disclosing all the content of the object in its entirety, showing the dynamics of its development and its particular qualities, and explaining the actual substance of its outward forms and filling these in with material substance. In contrast to the methodology of bourgeois science, which rends an object into two unconnected parts, form and substance, dialectic materialism insists that form and substance are one and contemplates phenomena from the standpoint of that unity. Marx presented a model for analyzing phenomena from the point of view of unity of form and substance in a brilliant article dedicated to the question of substantive and procedural law. If procedure represents nothing but empty form, then such formal triviality is of no independent value. From this point of view, Chinese law would become French law if squeezed into the form of French procedure. Substantive law, however, has its necessary procedural forms inherent in it, and as Chinese law must have a walking stick and medieval criminal law with its draconian content required torture, so public, free procedure must necessarily have a substance which is public by nature and dictated by freedom, not by private interest. Procedure and law are just as closely connected with each other as, for example, the forms of plants and animals are with animal flesh and blood. One spirit must animate procedure and laws, since procedure is only the form of the life of the law and consequently a manifestation of its inward life. The pirates of Taidong break the legs and hands of their captives so that they cannot escape. To guarantee themselves against timber thieves, the Landtag not only broke the law's hands and feet, but even pierced its heart. In its application of our procedure to certain categories of crime we definitely see no merit whatever. On the contrary, we must pay proper tribute to the openness and logic with which unfree form has been given to unfree substance. If private interest which does not endure the light of publicity is factually brought into our law, then it is necessary to give it accordingly such secret procedure as not to arouse and nourish, at least, any sort of dangerous and illusory self-gratification. We consider it the obligation of all Rhine citizens to devote their chief attention at the present moment to the substance of law, so that there should not be left among us in the last resort an empty mask. Form has no value if it is not the form of a substance. 16 Soviet public law cannot, therefore, limit its study merely to the formal side of the object under investigation. It seeks to know phenomena from the point of view of their inward content as well as of their outward form. The object of the science of Soviet socialist law is the material substratum of state relationships as well as juridical form, not only the juridical nature of the state, but also its social-economic nature as the foundation and determinant of the juridical properties and peculiarities of institutes of public law. Public law may be understood both in a broad and in a narrow sense. In the broad sense it embraces criminal law, administrative law, procedural law, and the foundations of civil law and international law. Criminal law is part of public law in the broad sense, since it defines the conditions of civic responsibility in the criminal court and the order of application of punishment. Administrative law is part of public law, since it regularizes the relationships of government, defines the organization of government, the system of administrative organs, their powers and their responsibility, and the forms of their activity. Procedural law cannot be separated from public law. It studies the organization of justice, the forms of organization of court organs and organs of the prosecuting magistrates, the procedural order of the activity of state organs, the conditions and order of holding one to responsibility or freeing him from it. 17. It is harder to establish the connection of public law with civil law. In part of the law of domestic relations and of inheritance, this connection and kinship are beyond question. But even in other parts in the field of the law of property and of the law of obligations it is impossible to deny the connection. Thus the law of personal property in the USSR can be neither deduced nor understood nor explained save in connection with the Constitution. The right to labor, the basis of Soviet labor law, is an object of public law in the broad sense of the word. The same should be said also of international law, which is most closely related to the legal activity of the state. Thus in essence all branches of law may be included within the orbit of public law if by the latter term is understood the study of all sides of development and activity of the state as manifested in various legal forms. Public law in the narrow sense, however, limits the range of its study to those questions of which we have previously spoken in establishing the object of the science of public law. The present course of Soviet socialist public law has also defined its object from the viewpoint of the foregoing definition of our science, having put at the basis of all its exposition as the proposition wherein it originates the unshakable principles of the greatest act of victorious socialism, the great Stalin Constitution. 2. The fundamental stages of the development of the Soviet Constitution (SEC). Introduction. Soviet constitutions represent the sum total of the historic path along which the Soviet state has traveled. At the same time, they are the legislative basis of the subsequent development of state life. Thus the development of Soviet constitutions is indissolubly linked with the development of the Soviet state. Changes in the social-political life of our country are reflected in the corresponding changes of Soviet constitutions accepted by the highest organs of state authority. In Soviet constitutions we have the formal record and legal confirmation of socialist conquests won in the separate stages of the historical development of the Soviet state. Soviet constitutions are not a program. A program and a constitution are essentially different. A program speaks of that which is not yet and must still in the future be acquired and conquered. A constitution, conversely, must speak of what now is already acquired and conquered now in the present. 1. It is impossible to understand the content of Soviet constitutions and their characteristics without analysis of the historic setting in which they were developed and adopted, and of the conquests whose formal record and legal confirmation they were. The essence of the Constitution is that the basic laws of the state in general, and laws relating to the right to elect to representative institutions express the actual correlation of forces in the class struggle. When legislation and actuality part, a constitution is a fiction; when they meet, it is not. 2. The historic road along which the Soviet state has traveled is one of uninterrupted struggle with exploiters, a struggle for the building of socialism. The correlation of class forces varied in separate stages of this historic road. The first Soviet constitution, the 1918 constitution of the RSFSR-8, and the first constitutions of the other Soviet republics were confirmed in that period of existence of Soviet authority when only the first steps in building socialism were being taken. These constitutions were adopted in an atmosphere of violent civil war. The 1924 Constitution of the USSR, on the basis of which the constitutions of the Union republics were adopted, reflected the features of a historical situation that was still new. They were confirmed after the victorious ending of the Civil War, when the Soviet republics united into a single Union state successfully re-established economy on the basis of the new economic policy. In this period the landowning class had already been finally liquidated, but there still existed classes in the city and in the country which carried on a violent struggle against socialism. Finally the Stalin Constitution, and the new constitutions of the Soviet republics worked out on the basis of it, confirmed by law the complete victory of socialism in our country. They were adopted at a time when the working class and the toiling peasantry, under the guidance of the Communist Party, had successfully completed the struggle for socialist industrialization of our country and for collectivization of agriculture. They were adopted under the conditions of the victory attained by socialism in all branches of national economy, under conditions of a socialist society which had basically been established, in which all exploiter classes were liquidated, where flourished the mutual friendship of working class and peasantry, the fraternal friendship of nations in a system of a single, united socialist state. Each stage of the development of Soviet constitutions was marked by a progressive broadening of socialist democracy. Even the first Soviet constitutions were the most democratic in the world, inasmuch as they confirmed by law the authority of the toilers and the participation of the broadest popular masses in state government. They were the legal basis for the further development of Soviet democracy in the period of transition from capitalism to socialism. In the Stalin Constitution, the constitution of victorious socialism, socialist democracy found its most brilliant expression. Drawing ever broader masses of the people into the government of the state, constantly strengthening the bonds between the apparatus of authority and the people, reinforcing revolutionary legality, all this is a necessary consequence of the nature of the state of the proletarian dictatorship, the law of its development. Soviet constitutions confirm genuinely democratic rights and freedoms in the toilers' behalf. For the vast majority of the population, the rights of citizens, as proclaimed by bourgeois constitutions, are merely mythical. In bourgeois states the conditions essential to a realization of these rights in behalf of the toilers do not obtain. Soviet constitutions, on the contrary, establish and emphasize material guarantees by virtue of which each citizen can realize the rights ceded to him by the state. From this viewpoint, the development of the Soviet state represents an unbroken process of increasing material guarantees to actualize in reality and to extend rights and freedoms. This process is directly reflected in Soviet constitutions in the separate stages of their development. There follows an analysis of the basic characteristics of each of these stages. SEC 2, the Great October Socialist Revolution, the formation of the RSFSR and the First Soviet Constitution. 1. General characterization of the period. The First Soviet Constitution, accepted by the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, is inseparably connected with the Great October Socialist Revolution. This constitution was created in an extraordinarily complex and difficult setting. As a result of the October Revolution, the dictatorship of the proletariat had been confirmed in our country. For the first time in human history, the worker class, which had won power, and the toiling masses of peasants under the guidance of the worker class set about translating Lenin's plan of building socialism in our country into reality. In our country, socialism had been completely victorious in the political field as early as the October days of 191-7. In the economic field, however, the matter was more complicated. The socialist revolution proceeded in a country economically and culturally backward. In the period under consideration, the economy of the country was characterized by the presence of 5 different social economic types of life: the patriarchal, the production of small wares, the capitalism of private proprietorship, state capitalism, and socialism. Russia is so vast and so variegated that all these different social economic types are interwoven there. This is precisely what makes its position unique. 2. In the conditions given, the planned reorganization of this social and economic order with its many types of life into new socialist concord remained the historic task before the Soviet state, a program of actions calculated upon a prolonged interval of time, an entire period of transition. In complete conformity with this circumstance, the first Soviet constitution delineated the characteristic features of the constitution of a state of the transition period from capitalism to socialism. The Soviet Constitution of 1918 was created in circumstances of extraordinarily sharp conflict with enemies of the proletarian dictatorship, enemies of the Soviet state. The exploiter classes, who had been overthrown by the socialist revolution, sallied forth against Soviet authority, weapon in hand, with the purpose of overthrowing it and restoring capitalism. All breeds of Mensheviks and SRs, masking their subservience to the interests of capitalistic restoration under a sham socialism and crusade for democracy, developed intensive counter-revolutionary activity. Despicable traitors and agitators representing the bourgeoisie in the ranks of the worker class, people from the camps of Trotsky, Bukharin and Zinoviev, Kamina and Rykov and others, shaped their course for the restoration of capitalism. Indeed, in the first months of the October Revolution, the Trotsky-Bukharin traitors formed a bloc with the so-called left SRs behind the backs of the party for the joint realization of a monstrous plan to murder the leaders of the worker class Lenin, Stalin, and Sverdlov, to overthrow Soviet law and to re-establish the bourgeois landowners' regime. In the first stage of development of the Soviet state, Soviet authority marched triumphant through the cities, towns, and villages of Russia, consolidated itself in almost all the immense territory of our land. In this period, Soviet authority shattered the armed forces of internal counter-revolution with comparative ease. Very soon, however, the Soviet Republic had to encounter a much more dangerous enemy: international imperialism. From the very first days of the October Revolution, both groups of rapacious imperialists, German and Entente, though engaged in a common armed struggle to repartition the world, undertook a series of attempts with no scruples whatever as to ways and means to liquidate Soviet authority. German imperialism was, however, the greatest threat during this period. In consequence of the foul provocation of Trotsky, the Soviet Republic was subjected as early as February 1918, to attack by the German militarists. Only the tactical genius of the revolutionary leaders, Lenin and Stalin, which succeeded in winning a peaceful breathing space, and the destruction of the Bukharins, the Trotskyists, and the left SRs saved the Soviet land from almost inevitable ruin at this period. The conclusion of the Peace of Brest-Litovsk made it possible, for the party to win time to consolidate Soviet authority and to bring the economy of the country into order, to take advantage of clashes in the imperialist camp, to disorganize the enemy's forces, to organize Soviet economy, and to create the Red Army, and for the proletariat to reserve the peasantry for itself and to accumulate forces to destroy the White Guard generals in the period of the Civil War. In the period of the October Revolution, Lenin instructed the Bolshevik Party how essential it was to act fearlessly and decisively when the necessary conditions for such action existed. In the period of the Brest-Litovsk peace, he instructed the party how necessary is an orderly and momentary recession when the enemy's forces are known to exceed our own, so as with the greatest energy to make ready a new attack upon our enemies. History has shown that Lenin's plan was correct in its entirety. 8. The short breathing space, obtained by the Soviet authority through concluding the Peace of Brest-Litovsk, was soon cut short when the Entente imperialists, too, came out openly against the Soviet Republic. Beginning with April 1918, direct intervention by the Allies Japan, England, and France developed in the Far East and in the North. At the end of May 1918, at the instigation, and with the direct support, of the Anglo-French imperialists, the so-called Czechoslovak legions broke out against Soviet authority in the territory of Siberia, Ural, and the Volga provinces. Under the guidance and upon the instructions of the interventionists, the White Guards, the Mensheviks, the SRs and other anti-Soviet elements organized a whole series of counter-revolutionary uprisings, diversions, and acts of terrorism against the leaders of the Soviet state. A wave of kulak uprisings rolled over the whole country. At this critical period the village kulaks maliciously sabotaged all the measures of Soviet authority, especially in the matter of provisions, and tried to strangle the revolution with the bony hand of hunger. The Soviet Republic was subjected to a unified attack by counter-revolution, external and internal. The ring of civil war fronts tightened around the Soviet country. The constitution of the RSFSR of 1918 was thus born in an atmosphere of extraordinarily tense struggle of the toiling masses of our country against the interventionists, the White Guards, and other counter-revolutionary forces striving to restore capitalism. To the October decrees and their constitutional significance, the adoption of the first Soviet constitution was preceded by a whole series of historic decrees of the Soviet government expressive of the subsequent fundamental triumphs of the toiling masses in various fields of state construction. A. The creation of the Soviet state and the concentration of entire and complete authority in the country in the hands of the Soviets as the organs of the proletarian dictatorship. This found constitutional formulation in the following acts: the address of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets to workers, soldiers, and peasants under date of October-November 25, 1917, for the decrees of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, concerning the institution of the Council of People's Commissars, 6. And concerning the fullness of the authority of the Soviets, 6. The address of Lenin as President of the Soviets of People's Commissars to the people, 7. The instructions of the People's Commissars for Internal Affairs, the rights and obligations of the Soviets, 8. The directives of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee concerning the acknowledgement of all attempts to appropriate functions of state authority as counter-revolutionary action, 9. The decree of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee concerning the dismissal of the Constituent Assembly, 10. The decree of the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets as to changing the name of the Soviet government, 11. And others. B. The liberation of the Russian peoples and the proclamation of the Russian Soviet Federated Socialist Republic as a voluntary state union of these peoples, built on the basis of Soviet Federation and Soviet autonomy. Here should be mentioned the decree of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, concerning the peace. 12. Stalin's Declaration of the Rights of Russian Peoples. 18. Formulating the basic principles of the policy of Soviet authority as to nationalities, the directives of the Council of PEOPLE's Commissars, concerning the acknowledgement of the independence of the Ukrainian National Republic, 14. And concerning the Republic of Finland, 15. The decree as to Turkish Armenia, 16. And in particular, the directive of the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, concerning the federal institutions of the Russian Republic, 17. And the address of Stalin, as National Commissar for Matters of Nationalities, to the Soviets of Kazan, Ufa, Orenburg, and others. 18c. The actualization of Lenin's first steps to socialism directed toward the liquidation of private property in instruments and means of production. The possession of the proletarian state of commanding economic heights, the transfer of the land and the natural deposit therein, of factories, works, banks, transport, and so forth into property of the proletarian state, property of the entire people. The most important legislative acts in this field were the decree of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the land, 19. The statute, concerning worker control, adopted by the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. 20. Decrees, concerning the Supreme Council of National Economy, 21. Concerning the nationalization of banks. 22. Concerning the annulment of state loans, 28. Concerning the nationalization of foreign trade, 24. Concerning the nationalization of the largest enterprises of industry and transport, 25. And so forth. D. The conquest by the toiling masses of the most democratic rights and freedoms in the world. These rights and freedoms were proclaimed in the following decrees: the 8-hour workday, 26. The abolition of social orders and civil OFFI. 18. Civil marriage, children, and records of the condition thereof. Asterisk. The separation of the Church from the State, and of schools from the Church. 80. The enormous majority of these decrees were published in the period of the triumphal progress of Soviet authority. Their content was made general in the most outstanding constitutional act of the first stage of the development of the socialist revolution, the Lenin-Stalin Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, 81, the essence of which confirmed the conquests of the Great October Socialist Revolution and was characterized by the genius of Lenin in the following words referring to January, 1918. We have already won, the maximum of democracy, the concrete realization of the first steps to socialism, peace and land. On the basis of this notable declaration won each line a triumph of the revolutionary creativeness of the toiling masses, and likewise of the directive, concerning the federal institutions of the Russian Republic. The Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets commissioned the All-Russian Central Executive Committee to draft the first Soviet Constitution. 3. The development and confirmation of the first Soviet Constitution. Lenin and Stalin its creators. The immediate realization of the Congress of Soviets decision was hampered, however, by the attack of German imperialism and the concentration of the entire attention of the party and of the Soviet government upon the question of winning a breathing space of peace. Only after this had been guaranteed by the ratification of the Brest-Litovsk Peace Treaty by the extraordinary Fourth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, was the Soviet government able immediately to proceed with the drafting of the constitution. On April 1918, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee at its fourth session authorized the formation of a constitutional commission to prepare the constitution. Sverdlov was chosen president of the commission. Stalin played the outstanding role in guiding the activity of the commission and in the development of the basic statutes of the Soviet constitution. On April 3, 1918, Stalin's interview with a correspondent of the Izvestiya of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee was published. In it Stalin noted the characteristic features of Soviet federalism as distinguished from bourgeois federation, pointed out the principles of the organization of the Russian Federation, and characterized its structure, the rights of the federated regions and of national minorities, the construction of organs of Soviet authority, and the special characteristics of the Soviet system of suffrage. The theses worked out by Stalin regarding the type of Soviet federation were particularly significant for the Commission's work. In these emphasis was placed upon the significance of the proletarian dictatorship as an instrument for building socialism under the conditions obtaining during the transition period. Side by side with this, the theses pointed out that only regions distinguished by a special way of life and by a national structure and not regions in general and of every kind may be subjects of the Soviet Federation. Under Stalin's guidance, the Commission rejected the anti-Lenin project of federative organization of the Soviet Republic. On the basis of his theses, Stalin drafted his project, General Proposals of the Constitution of the Russian Soviet Federative Republic, accepted by the Commission at the session of April 19, 1918. In these general proposals the chief task of the Soviet Constitution was defined to establish the dictatorship of the worker class in the form of the mighty All-Russian Soviet authority for the purpose of completely repressing the bourgeoisie, annihilating the exploitation of man by man, and building socialism. It must be emphasized in this connection that it was precisely against this principle of proletarian dictatorship as the essence of the Soviet Constitution that all the enemies of Soviet authority fought with unprecedented ferocity. Our enemies from the camp of the left SRs and Trotsky Bukharinist traitors who formed a bloc with them all masquerading in the toga of friendship for Soviet authority and skulking behind ultra-leftist revolutionary phrases played an especially filthy part in this struggle. The draft of the Soviet Constitution presented to the Commission by Schreider completely contradicted the principle of proletarian dictatorship and challenged the Soviets as mere political talking shops after the fashion of the ordinary bourgeois parliaments. To counteract the Bolshevik principle of democratic centralism, the left SRs put forward the watchword, "A possible decentralization of government." This was merely an appeal for the independence of local Soviets with reference to the higher organs of Soviet authority for local non-fulfillment of statutes and decrees of the proletarian state. The Constitutional Commission declined this left SR draft of a Consti 96, the law of the Soviet Statstution, precisely as it did the manifestly anarchistic project of a constitution of a work republic proposed by the Maximalists. 82. The most important documents forming the basis of the draft of the constitution worked out by the Commission of the Russian Central Executive Committee were the Lenin-Stalin Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People and Stalin's General Propositions of the Constitution of the Russian Soviet Federative Republic. After being revised under Lenin's immediate guidance, the draft of the constitution came on for final affirmation by the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets. This Congress was held in Moscow in days of extraordinarily intense struggle with foreign interventionists and internal counter-revolution. On July 6 to 7, the left SRs perpetrated, for political purposes, the murder of the German ambassador and organized a counter-revolutionary putsch against the Soviet authority. The delegates to the Congress, under the immediate guidance of Lenin, took part in liquidating this putsch. The Congress of Soviets completely approved the external and internal policy of the Soviet government, and its final session unanimously adopted and ratified the first Soviet constitution in the name of the toiling masses of the entire Soviet land. In his address to the Congress, Lenin emphasized the fundamental peculiarity of this constitution as a document which recorded and formulated all that had already been created by the revolutionary experience, the revolutionary creativeness of the toiling masses. Turning to the delegates of the Congress, as the authentic representatives of the broadest masses of workers and peasants, he said, "If we are now able to propose a Soviet constitution to this Congress, it is only because Soviets have been created and tested in every corner of our land, because you have created that constitution, you in every corner of the land have tested it." Only a half year after the October Revolution, hardly a year after the first All-Russian Congress of Soviets, we were able to put in writing what has already existed in practice. 83. In its July Loth Directive, 84, the Congress of Soviets ordained, the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, ratified by the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets in January 1918, together with the Constitution of the Soviet Republic, ratified by the Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets, constitute the sole, fundamental law of the Russian Soviet Federative Socialist Republic. The first Soviet constitution consisted of 6 parts. Part I, the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People. Part 2, the General Statutes of the Constitution of the RSFSR. Part 3, the Construction of Soviet Authority. Part 4, the Active and Passive Right of Suffrage. Part V, Budget Law, and Part 6, the Coat of Arms and Flag of the RSFSR. According to Article I of the Constitution, the RSFSR was declared a Republic of the Soviets, all of the authority wherein belongs to the Soviets. In Article II was formulated the basic principle of the Soviet Federation, the free union of free nations. Article III established that the decisive problem of the Soviet state is the annihilation of every sort of exploitation of man by man, the complete elimination of the division of society into classes, the pitiless crushing of exploiters, the establishment of the socialist organization of society, and the victory of socialism in all countries. Completely corresponding with the setting of the savage struggle of the proletarian dictatorship with class enemies, the Constitution ordained that there can be no place for exploiters in any one of the organs of authority, and that the RSFSR deprives separate persons and separate groups of rights exercised by them to the detriment of the interests of the socialist revolution. In Article 9 it was pointed out that the basic task of the Soviet Constitution is to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and the poorest peasants. Articles 11 to 12 established the principles of unifying national Soviet autonomies within the framework of the Russian Federation and pointed out that the highest organ of authority of the RSFSR is the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and the executive committee chosen thereby. Articles 13 to 22 fixed the most important rights and obligations of the toilers: freedom of conscience, the guarantee of real freedom to express their opinions, freedom of assembly, meetings, processions, and unions, a guarantee to them of genuine access to knowledge, the obligations of all citizens to toil, to defend the socialist fatherland, the giving of political rights to toiling foreigners, the right of asylum, and the equal rights of citizens. These articles were particularly characterized by the fact that they were no mere declaration of the rights of citizens. These were, as well, material guarantees whereby the toilers could realize these rights in practice. Subdivision 3 of the Constitution established the principles and order of organization of Soviet authority in the governing center and in the rural areas, the competence of higher and local organs of Soviet authority, the order of elections, the rules of representation in congresses of the Soviets, and so on. This subdivision was extraordinarily significant as regards strengthening the unity and introducing harmony throughout the system of organs of the Soviet authority, on the basis of the principle of democratic centralism. To the end of guaranteeing the guiding role of the worker class in the Soviets, the Constitution confirmed, in the election rules, certain advantages in its behalf as compared with the peasantry. Pursuant to Article 65 of the Constitution, the exploiter elements, the landowners and the bourgeoisie, monks and ministers of religious cults, servants and agents of former police, the gendarmerie, the secret police, and so on, were deprived of voting rights. The Constitution of the RSFSR of 1918 confirmed the foundations of Soviet authority already created by the toiling masses, and projected a general perspective of further development of the land of the Soviets on the path to socialism. It was the banner of the struggle of the toiling masses for socialism, the legislative basis of the subsequent building of the Soviet state. It reflected the ideals of the proletariat of the whole world. 185. The first Soviet constitution was brought into operation in the grim setting of foreign military intervention and civil war. But even in these conditions its character as the most democratic constitution in the world found its most brilliant manifestation. In so difficult a time as that of war, when the action of European constitutions established for ages and part of the folkways of Western European man have been almost entirely suspended, the Soviet constitution was applied in the countryside in dimensions unequaled elsewhere in the world. 86. When civil war flared up in November 1918, the extraordinary Sixth All-Russian Congress of Soviets adopted a special directive, exact observance of laws 87, wherein was pointed out the enormous significance of exact observance of the Soviet Constitution and the laws of RSFSR for the further development and reinforcement of the power of workers and peasants in Russia. The Congress emphasized that measures deviating from the laws of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, or going beyond the bounds thereof, are admissible only if called forth by special conditions of civil war and the struggle with counter-revolution. Of the greatest significance in the processes of building the Soviet state on the basis of the first Soviet constitution were the directives of the 7th, 8th, and 9th All-Russian Congresses of Soviets concerning the organization of the Soviet state structure. These comprised the legislative formulation of the competence of the Presidium of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee as an organ representing the committee in the period between sessions thereof summoned by the Presidium, and emphasized the significance of the limitation of functions as between the committee, its Presidium, and the Council of People's Commissars. It should be especially noted that in the directive of the 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, for example, it was specifically pointed out that no organs except the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, its Presidium, and the Council of People's Commissars have the right to enact legislation of statewide significance. 88. Side by side with this, the foregoing directives formulated a series of most important proposals as to the work of the Soviets and of executive committees locally, summoning congresses of the Soviets, and regulating the interrelation of central and local organs of Soviet authority on the basis of exact observance of the principle of democratic centralization, and so forth. Directives of the 7th, 8th, and 9th All-Russian Congresses of Soviets were adopted and put into effect against a background of violent struggle with Detsists and other anti-party, counter-revolutionary elements, striving to undermine the guiding role of the party in the system of proletarian dictatorship and to frustrate the building of the young Soviet state. For the 1918 Constitution of the RSFSR and the constitutions of the other Soviet Socialist republics, the fundamental proposals of the 1918 Constitution of the RSFSR were models for the creation of constitutions of the fraternal Soviet Socialist republics, were supported by followers of Rykov, Bukharin, Trotsky, and other anti-party groups. 100. The law of the Soviet state Menian and Georgian SSR, formed in 1917-1921 in the territory of the former Russian Empire. These republics emerged with the direct, fraternal assistance of the RSFSR of the great Russian people, many of whose best sons gave up their lives at the fronts during the Civil War to emancipate the territories of the Ukraine, White Russia, Transcaucasia and other national borderlands from interventionists, White Guards, and the forces of nationalist counter-revolution. On February 4, 1919, at the First Congress of the Soviets of White Rus SIA, the first constitution of the White Russian Soviet Socialist Republic was adopted. The constitution of the Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic was adopted on March 10, 1919, in the Third All-Ukrainian Congress of Soviets. On May 19, 1921, the First Congress of the Soviets of Azerbaijan adopted the Constitution of the Azerbaijan Socialist Soviet Republic. On February 2, 1922, the First Congress of Soviets of Armenia adopted the Constitution of the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic. In February of the same year, at the First Congress of Soviets of Georgia, the Constitution of the Georgian Soviet Socialist Republic was adopted. In complete accord with the basic features of the Constitution of the RSFSR, the constitutions of the fraternal Soviet Socialist Republics were constructed upon the following principles: the establishment of Soviet authority as the state form of proletarian dictatorship, and the fundamental problems of that dictatorship, the transition from capitalism to socialism, the liquidation of classes, the annihilation of man's exploitation of man and of private property in land, the declaration that forests, natural deposits, and waters are state property, the taking away of the political rights of exploiters, the building of organs of state authority on the basis of the principles of democratic centralism, and so forth. The unity of the fundamental proposals of the Constitution of the RSFSR and of the constitutions of the other fraternal Soviet Socialist Republics demonstrated most brilliantly the international character of Soviet authority, which on the principles of genuine democracy rallies the toiling masses of various nationalities in the joint struggle against exploiters and for the building of socialism. Stages of the development of the Constitution 101 SEC 3, the formation of the USSR and the First Union Constitution 1. General characterization of the period of the formation of the USSR. The mutual and brotherly friendship of the nations of our country was built on the foundation of the victory of the Soviets and the confirmation of the proletarian dictatorship. The very first measures of Soviet authority relative to the emancipation of the formerly oppressed peoples won for the Russian proletariat the faith of its brothers of other nations and created the ground for a close alliance between the numerous nations of Soviet Russia. The unifying movement of these passed through the following stages: 1917 to the middle of 1918, the period of liberation of the nations, when the collaboration of the peoples had not yet a completely definite and rigidly fixed form. 1. The middle of 1918 to 1920, the period of foreign military intervention and civil war, when the existence of the republics was threatened with deadly danger and they were forced to have a united military policy in order to defend their existence, and 1921 to 1922. The victorious end of the Civil War and the amplification of the military union of Soviet republics by an economic union. In October 1922, the Red Army and the partisans of the Far East freed Vladivostok, the last bit of Soviet land in the hands of the interventionists from the Japanese. Now, with all the territories of the Soviet land purged of interventionists, and the task of building socialism to defend the country requiring further reinforcement of the union of the nations of the Soviet land, the immediate question was of closer unification of the Soviet republics in a single state union. All the national forces must be unified for the building of socialism. Strong defense of the country must be organized. All-sided development of all the nationalities of our land must be guaranteed. To accomplish this purpose, all the nationalities of the Soviet land must be brought into still closer proximity. 2. The formation of the USSR, the only state comprising many nationalities, was the final stage in developing the forms of collaboration which, on this occasion, assumed the character of military economy and political unification. In his address at the 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, Stalin pointed out the following three causes for the inevitability and necessity of unifying the Soviet republics into one union state: problems of rehabilitating the national economy, which demanded the rallying of all the forces of the Soviet republics, the constant threat from capitalist countries, the possibility of new attacks, the very nature of Soviet authority international in its essence which had led the Soviet republics along the road of unification. At the time of the formation of the USSR, the Soviet republics, which had defended their existence and independence in the Civil War, concentrated all their efforts upon building a socialist economy and culture, on re-establishing the national economy. The transition to the new economic policy played a decisive part in that campaign. The policy was calculated upon the admission of capitalism provided the commanding heights remained in the hands of the proletarian state, the struggle of capitalist and socialist elements, the growth of the role of the socialist elements to the detriment of capitalist elements, the victory of socialist elements over capitalist elements, the annihilation of classes, and building the basis of socialist economy. For a 2-year struggle to re-establish national economy on the basis of the new economic policy brought the country out of a condition of collapse. There was a steady rise, first in agriculture, and then in heavy industry. An economic basis for strengthening the union of the worker class with the peasantry through the development of turnover of goods was created. The leading role of progressive, socialist economy was strengthened in the entire national economy. The ruin caused by the war made the struggles of separate republics in the field of economic rehabilitation inadequate, however, and the further restoration of the national economy appeared impossible under a system of separate republics. The growth of economy and the reinforcement of the might of the Soviet republics were the most important factors in the acute crisis in the mutual relations of the Soviet republics and the bourgeois states. Economic blockade and attempts at the immediate overthrow of the Soviet authority in open, armed struggle were replaced by de facto recognition of the Soviet state by capitalist states and the conclusion of trade agreements. The struggle of the two systems, capitalist and socialist, took on new and still more complex forms. Defeated in open political struggle and civil war, the class enemies of the proletarian dictatorship construed the transition to the new economic policy as an evolution toward the restoration of capitalism in our land and the beginning of the bourgeois regeneration of the proletarian state. The exploiter classes and their political agents, Mensheviks, the SRs, the Trotskyists, Bukharins, bourgeois nationalists, and others counted on the Soviet authority being compelled to open the road to private capital wider and wider. In this period there was a notable revival of activity of some bourgeois intellectuals, ill-disposed toward the Soviets and seeking to utilize certain legal possibilities for a struggle with Soviet authority. The 12th Party Conference noted, anti-Soviet parties and trends strive systematically to turn agricultural cooperation into an instrument of counter-revolution, the professorial chair in higher educational institutions into a tribune of overt bourgeois propaganda, and lawful publishing into a means of agitation against the worker-peasant authority. In connection with the introduction of the new economic policy, imperialistic chauvinism began to grow and to be intensified. The idea of shifting boundary marks was born. There were vagrant desires to organize in the world order what Denikin failed to organize, that is, to create so-called one and indivisible. Local chauvinism also was intensified, threatening to turn certain of our republics into an arena of nationalist squabbling and to undermine there the bonds of internationalism. 5. Trotskyism developed a furious struggle against the policy of the Soviet authority, repeating, in fact, the watchwords of the counter-revolutionary boundary shifters Mensheviks and SRs. In conditions when intensifications of party guidance of the country's economic life were needed, Trotskyism put forward the watchword of non-intervention by the party in the activity of economic organs. Trotskyism strove to develop measures threatening to breach the union of workers and peasants, and proposed superindustrialization, a policy of violently expropriating, of devouring small commodity producers. For provocative purposes it strove for a policy of taxing the villages as much as possible and of screwing up the prices of industrial goods. In these conditions of savage class struggle the USSR was formed, the first Union Constitution was worked out, and the movement to unite the peoples of the Soviet republics, to which the laboring masses were led by the very structure of the Soviet Authority International in its class nature attained its culmination. 2. The development and confirmation of the Constitution of the USSR at the end of 1922. The Soviet republics of Transcaucasia, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia took the initiative in posing the question of unifying Soviet republics into a single union state. Almost simultaneously, the question of creating the USSR was posed in the Ukraine and in White Russia. The internationalism of Soviet authority and the pre-established bonds between the republics guaranteed the success of this unifying movement. In December 1922, the Congresses of Soviets of the RSFSR, Ukraine, and White Russia, and of the republics of the Transcaucasian Federation passed a decision that it was necessary to form the USSR, and assigned delegations empowered to work out and to accept a contract relative thereto. On December 29, 1922, there was a conference of these delegations which accepted the project of a declaration and a compact. Concerning the formation of the USSR, and on December 30, 1922, the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR assembled, consummating the movement of the peoples of Soviet Russia to unite into a single state union. The First Congress of Soviets of the USSR, after hearing the report of Stalin as to the formation of the USSR and considering the drafts of the declaration and of the compact concerning the formation of the USSR, adopted the following resolution. 1. To confirm in principle the declaration and the compact of union. 2. In view of the extraordinary importance of the declaration which has been adopted and the compact which has been concluded, and of the desirability of hearing the final opinions of all the republics entering the Union as to the text of the present compact, to transmit the declaration and compact for further consideration by the Central Executive Committees of the republics entering the Union upon condition that the responses of such republics be furnished to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR at its next ordinary session. 3. To empower the next ordinary session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR to consider the responses obtained, to confirm the text of the Declaration and the Union Compact, and immediately to put the same into operation. 4. To empower the Central Executive Committee of the USSR to prepare for the Second Congress of the Soviets of the Union a final text of the Declaration and of the Union Compact and to hand the same over for final affirmation by the Second Congress. Stages of the development of the Constitution 105. On January 10, 1923, the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, chosen by the First Congress of Soviets, formed a constitutional commission. The commission was confronted with the task of working out in conformity with the Leninist-Stalinist doctrine of Soviet Federation a union constitution completely reflecting the unity of the republics, their acknowledged equality of rights, and a plenary guarantee of their interests in the Union organs. Stalin's report at the 12th Congress of the Bolshevik Worker Peasant Party nationalist elements in the structure of the party and the state was of vast significance for working out the Union Constitution. Stalin indicated the forms and means indispensable to the realization of the development of the USSR as a single state of many nationalities. 1. The institution in the system of higher organs of the Union of a special organ representing all national republics and national regions, without exception, and on principles of equality, an organ which would reflect the special interests of nationalities, nations and tribes inhabiting the territories of the Union of Republics. 8. 2. The construction of commissariats of the Union on principles guaranteeing satisfaction of the needs and demands of the peoples of the Union. 3. The creation of the organs of national republics and regions preeminently from local people knowing the language, way of life, mores, and customs of the respective nations, in order that the Soviet authority in the republics might come to be understood and accepted by the masses of all republics. Stalin's report and the decisions of the 12th Congress of the Bolshevik Worker Peasant Party based thereon lay at the foundation of the further development of the Constitution of the USSR. This constitution was drafted in the midst of an irreconcilable conflict with opponents of the unification of the Soviet republics, the imperialist chauvinists and the bourgeois nationalists. Under the guidance of Stalin, the Constitutional Commission rejected drafts of a Union constitution worked out under the immediate influence of bourgeois nationalists and Trotskyists and contradictory to the fundamental propositions of the Compact for the formation of the USSR, to the decisions of the 12th Congress of the Bolshevik Worker Peasant Party and to the principle of democratic centralism, the basic organization principle upon which the Soviet state apparatus was constructed. The Fourth Conference of the Executive Committee of the Bolshevik Worker Peasant Party, with responsible workers of the national republics. 8. Stalin, Marxism, and the National Colonial Question, p. 123. 106. The law of the Soviet state and regions was of decisive significance in the final working out of the Union Constitution. The most important questions on the conference's agenda was that of the Union Constitution, particularly that of the structure and functions of the central organs of authority of the USSR, and that of the method of forming the second chamber of the Central Executive Committee of the Council of Nationalities, its rights and jurisdiction. The conference expressed itself in favor of the necessity of equal representation of the autonomous and independent republics, of each chamber having equal rights, preserving for each the right of legislative initiative and observing the condition whereby no single legislative proposal, introduced for consideration by the first or second chamber, could become a statute without the consent thereto of each chamber voting separately. 9. The conference noted the method of settling questions in dispute between the chambers. The conference rejected the proposal to create two presidia of the Central Executive Committee of the Union and expressed itself in favor of creating a single presidium. 10. The formation of two presidia with legislative functions is a dichotomy of supreme authority which will inevitably create great difficulties in work. The houses must have their own presidia, but without legislative functions. The conference pointed out that the presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the Union must be chosen by both houses of the Central Executive Committee, guaranteeing the representation of nationalities or at least of the largest of them. On the basis of these decisions and the directions of Stalin, the Constitutional Commission finished its work on June 16, 1923, having turned over the draft of the Union Constitution to the Commission of the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Worker Peasant Party and to the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. The first subdivision of the draft was Stalin's declaration concerning the formation of the USSR. The compact concerning the formation of the USSR, adopted at the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR as a result of the work of the Constitutional Commission, was amplified and changed. A number of separate proposals and clauses of the compact were elaborated into independent chapters of the Constitution. The most important proposals resulting from the unity of the USSR were amplified. Only the Congress of Soviets of the USSR have 9. The All-Union Communist Party in resolutions and decisions of the Congress, conferences, and plena of the Central Committee, PTI, p. 539. 10. Ibid. Stages of the development of the Constitution. 107. The right to affirm and to change the fundamental principles of the Constitution. The supreme organs of the Union have the right to regulate questions of changes of boundaries between Union republics, and Union organs conduct all diplomatic relations and conclude political and other compacts with other states. As compared with the compact, the jurisdiction of the Union organs was broadened. In June and July, 1923, this elaborated draft of the Constitution was completely approved in sessions of the Central Executive Committees of the Union Republics and the Republics of Transcaucasia. 11. On June 6, 1923, the second session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR at its first convocation approved a decision to confirm the fundamental law of the USSR and immediately to put it into operation, to introduce for final approval by the Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR the text of the fundamental law of the USSR, accepted by the present session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, and until the formation of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR on the basis of Chapters 4 and V of the Constitution of the USSR, all the powers given to the Central Executive Committee of the Union by the Constitution shall be reposed in the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR chosen at the first session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR on the 3rd of December, 1922, as a body of 19 members. 12. The activity of the all-union government began with the first convocation of the second session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, which formed the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR under the presidency of Lenin. On July 13, 1923, Kalinin, President of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, informed all the Central Executive Committees of the Union Republics of the beginning of the work of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. 18. After some days the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR entered upon its work. On July 23 the government of the USSR informed foreign powers that it had assumed conduct of the foreign relations of the Soviet republics. The ratification of the Union Constitution at the Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR completed the legislative formulation of the USSR and thereby created a firm basis for the nations of the USSR to live together in brotherhood and peace. The Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR was held during the days when the entire nation was in mourning. Lenin died on January 21, 1924. The first session of the Congress, meeting on January 26, was dedicated entirely to his commemoration. He had ceaselessly reiterated the necessity of the voluntary union of the peoples of our country, and of fraternal collaboration within the framework of the Union of Republics. 14. The climax of the first session of the Congress was the historical speech of Stalin, the genius who succeeded to and continued Lenin's work. The leader of the Bolsheviks took the following oath concerning the carrying out of Lenin's legacy: to hold high and to keep pure the great calling of party membership, to guard the unity of our party as the apple of his eye, to protect and consolidate the proletarian dictatorship, to strengthen with all his powers the union of workers and peasants, to strengthen and broaden the union of republics, to reinforce our Red Army and our Red Fleet, and to consolidate and broaden the union of toilers of the entire world, the Communist International. On January 31, 1924, the Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR finally ratified the first Constitution of the USSR. In amplification of paragraph 26, the Congress pointed out that the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR is made in joint session of the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities, but that their voting at this session is done separately. The Second Congress of Soviets of the USSR was preceded by Congresses of Soviets of the Union Republics, which unanimously approved the Constitution of the USSR accepted by the second session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. At the Congress of Soviets it was emphasized that the Union Constitution, erected on principles of mutual confidence and collaboration, completely reflects the political, economic, and national characteristics of the Union Republics and guarantees the free development of national culture and a mighty advance of the economy of the peoples of the Soviet republics. 15. The 1924 Constitution of the USSR consisted of two parts: the Declaration concerning the formation of the USSR, and the Compact concerning the formation of the USSR, which comprised 11 sections: the matters of concern to the supreme organs of authority of the USSR, the sovereign rights of Union republics and of Union citizenship, the Congress of Soviets of the USSR, the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, the Supreme Court of the USSR, the People's Commissariats of the USSR, the Unified State Political Administration, the Union Republics, the Coat of Arms, Flag, and Capital of the USSR. The 1924 Constitution of the USSR established the unification of Soviet socialistic republics into one union state on the basis of the genuine brotherhood with confidence and equal rights of nations. It defined the method whereby separate republics enter the Union while preserving the right to withdraw freely therefrom, and likewise the method of organization and the jurisdiction of the Union organs of authority. It established the principle that the most important questions of the state's life, guaranteeing the USSR's unity of action in the field of external and internal policy, and the establishment of a single system of money and credit, and so forth, were to come under the jurisdiction of the organs of the USSR. The sovereignty of the Union Republics is restricted only by the limitations set forth in the present Constitution, and with reference to matters referred to the jurisdiction of the Union. Outside these limitations, each Union Republic exercises its own state sovereignty independently. The USSR preserves the sovereign rights of the Union Republics. 16. The supreme organ of power of the USSR was the Congress of Soviets. In the period between Congresses it was the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, consisting of the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. The Constitution provided that both chambers of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR were absolutely equal in respect of their rights. The Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities consider all decrees, codes, and directives which come to them from the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee and the Soviet of People's Commissars of the USSR, individual People's Commissariats of the Union, Central Executive Committees of the Union Republics, and also those which originate with the Soviet of the Union and the Soviet of Nationalities. 17 legislative projects coining up to be considered by the Central Executive Committee of the USSR have the force of law only upon their acceptance both by the Soviet of the Union and by the Soviet of Nationalities. 18. The Central Executive Committee of the USSR selects presidents of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR in accordance with the number of Union republics originally 4. The Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR in the period between sessions of that committee is the highest legislative, executive and directive organ of authority of the USSR and publishes decrees, directives and orders. The Union Constitution established the responsibility and accountability of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR and its Presidium. The Council of People's Commissars of the USSR was formed by the Central Executive Committee of the USSR and was its executive and directive organ. Within the limits of the rights entrusted to it by the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, and on the basis of the regulation concerning the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, the Council of People's Commissars issued decrees and directives. In accordance with the jurisdiction of all Union organs of state authority and government, the Constitution of the USSR defined the organization for the immediate guidance of the separate branches of state government within the sphere of jurisdiction of the USSR Council of People's Commissars of People's Commissariats, single commissariats for the whole USSR, and united commissariats, whose organs, in carrying out their tasks within the territory of the Union republics, were the People's Commissariats of the same name in those republics. The Supreme Court of the USSR, whose president, vice president, and members were designated by the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, was established in order to confirm revolutionary legality in the territory of the USSR under the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. In Articles 46, 47, and 63, the Constitution established that the public prosecutor of the Supreme Court of the USSR and his assistant be designated and their activity defined by the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. Upon the unified state political administration, instituted under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, the Constitution of the USSR laid the duty of carrying on the struggle with political and 1. Economic counter-revolution, espionage, and banditry. Supervision over the legality of the action of the OGPU was exercised by the public prosecutor of the Supreme Court of the USSR. The next articles define the structure of organs of state authority and government in the Union republics. Such were the fundamental proposals of the 1924 Constitution of the USSR. They conformed completely with the principles of the national policy of Lenin-Stalin and affirmed the equality of rights of the peoples of the Union republics entering the USSR on a voluntary basis. It was the legislative formulation of the unification of Soviet republics into one Union state. It demonstrated to the toilers of the whole world the solution of the question of nationalities in the spirit of proletarian internationalism, in the spirit of close collaboration of nations with equal rights. It was the basis of further development of Soviet democracy and of the growth of real possibilities for the successful economic, social, cultural building of the Soviet republics. It was the juridical basis for the later legal activity of the all-Union organs of authority. The third session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR confirmed the regulations as to higher organs of authority and government, as to People's Commissariats, all union and unified, and as to the Supreme Court of the USSR, accepted the temporary regulation as to local finances, and solved the question of the order of governing industry which had all union significance and was within the jurisdiction of the Supreme Council of National Economy of the USSR. In October and December 1924, the all-union statutes concerned with the courts, finances and budget, external trade, and so forth, were adopted. 19. 3 changes in the constitutions of Union republics on the basis of the USSR Constitution. The adoption of the USSR Constitution put before the Union republics the question of revising the old constitutions hitherto in force. Article 5 of the USSR Constitution ordained, the Union republics, in conformity herewith, introduce changes into their own constitutions. During 1925 this work proceeded in the Union republics. The revision was dictated not only by the fact that the USSR had been formed but also by the fact that in die first constitutions of Ukraine and White Russia there was no solution for a series of such exceedingly important matters as the jurisdiction of the Council of People's Commissars, the system of People's Commissariats, and so forth. Aside from this, it was necessary to eliminate certain articles which reflected a stage of the struggle already past and were already obsolete at the moment when the constitutions were revised. The revision of the constitutions in the Union republics went on under conditions of struggle with the Trotsky elements and their allies, the nationalists, who sought to take advantage of this revision for purposes of changing the bases of the proletarian dictatorship and the principles of building an apparatus of authority and government. They sought to obtain constitutional guarantees for the unobstructed development of capitalist elements under cover of the new economic policy, to hamper the development of socialism, and to facilitate conditions for restoring capitalism in the USSR. Our party unmasked all THIRD-WORLDIS's efforts. The new constitutions of the Union republics, affirmed in Congresses of the Soviets in 1925 and I-927. 20. Completely reflected the principle of unifying the multinational population into a single union state on the basis of proletarian dictatorship. They introduced changes into the jurisdiction of the higher organs of republican authority and government insofar as a number of the most important questions was referred to the jurisdiction of all union organs. The new constitutions reflected changes in the budget law of the republics, in that their budgets were introduced as a constituent part into a single USSR budget. These changes, in turn, reflected new and essential elements, hitherto absent, the realization, by the appropriate People's Commissariats, of directives of the United People's Commissariat of the USSR, the right of the Central Executive Committee of Union Republics to protest against directives of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and under certain conditions to countermand the orders of individual Union People's Commissariats, and so forth. On the basis of TNE 1924 Constitution of the USSR, further organization of the structure of the multinational Soviet state took place. In I-924, 21 in connection with the national demarcation in Central Asia, new Union republics were formed, the Uzbek and the Turkmen, which had expressed in their congresses of Soviets a desire to enter, and had entered, into the structure of the USSR. 22 in 1929 the 7th Union Republic entered the USSR Tajik, formed out of the autonomous Tajik Soviet Socialist Republic. All this was confirmed in changes and amplifications of the Constitution of the USSR at the 3rd and 6th Congresses of Soviets of SEC4, the victory of socialism in the USSR and the Stalin Constitution 1. Changes in the mode of life in the USSR during the anno 1924 to 1936. The 1924 Constitution of the USSR was worked out during the period at the beginning of the new economic policy when the problem of re-establishing economy ruined by the imperialistic and civil wars was still undecided. This problem was solved in conditions of competition between two economic systems, the socialist and the capitalist. This was the first period of NEP, one when the Soviet authority, while taking all measures for the development of socialism, admitted a certain revival of capitalism, and counted on organizing a preponderance of the socialist system over the capitalist system during the course of their competition. The task was to strengthen the position of socialism during the course of the competition, to attain the liquidation of capitalist elements, and to complete the victory of the socialist system as the basic system of national economy. 2. The proportionate share of the socialist forms of economy in total industrial output was 76.7% in 1923 to 1924. In retail turnover of goods, the share of the socialist sector was defined as only 47.3% in all, while in total agricultural production it was utterly negligible 1.5%. At the beginning of the first 5-year period, when the process of re-establishing economy was successfully completed and the national income exceeded pre-war level, the proportionate share of the private economy won new economic policy. Ed. 2. Stalin, Report on the Draft of the USSR Constitution, p7*114 THB Law of the Soviet State Sector in Industry appeared already significantly lower than in 1924. Yet at this moment, private economies yielded around 10% of industrial production and distributed more than 20% of the goods. As to the villages, the predominant form of economy still continued to be the economy of the single peasant homestead, and the kulak still retained a substantial part of the grain in storage. In 1928 the sovkhozes and the kolkhozes furnished altogether only 3.3% of gross agricultural production. The further period of development of our economy, the time of Stalin's great 5-year plans, brought with it the final triumph of socialist forms of economy. The competition of two economic systems came to an end in this period with the complete liquidation of the private capitalist sector in all branches of economy and the reduction of the role of small, non-capitalist private economies to a negligible minimum. The tempestuous growth of the national income under the conditions of the Soviet authority during the years of the first and second 5-year plans is unprecedented in the history of the economic development of a state. In 1936 the national income was estimated at 86 billion rubles at 1926 to 1927 prices, whereas in 1928 it had amounted to 25 billion rubles, and in 1913 the highest point in the economy of Tsarist Russia to 21 billions. This vast economic rise was accompanied by radical structural changes in the field of national economy. If in 1928 the proportional share of socialist forms of economy in the total national income was computed at 44%, or in 1936 socialist enterprises furnished 99% of the national income, only 9% of the national income coming from private economies of the individual peasants and the home craftsmen and artisans outside the cooperatives. The socialist economic system and socialist property in the instruments and means of production were finally confirmed as the constant economic basis of the USSR, the source of the wealth and power of our country and of the comfortable and cultural life of all toilers. Social property is the basis of the Soviet regime. It is sacred and inviolate. Those encroaching thereon must be deemed enemies of the people. 8. Hitherto a country economically backward, the USSR now became a mighty industrial power. The correlation of the country's industry and agriculture was most radically changed. In 1913 large-scale industry produced 42.1% of the total output of national economy, whereas in 1937 the enterprises of large-scale socialist industry produced 77.4% of the national economic output. Construction on a colossal scale occurred in all branches of industry, but because of the fulfilling of the 5-year plans 3 CZ 1932, number 62, Art 360. Stages of the development of the Constitution 115, there was special growth of heavy industry, the basis of the economic and defensive power of the Soviet state. A whole series of new branches of large-scale industry was created. In some branches of industry the USSR stood first in world output. In its gross production in 1936 more than 7 times the pre-war level, the USSR occupied first place in Europe. The steady growth of the economy of the USSR, which knows no crises, made it possible to change all enterprises of industry and transportation to a 7-hour workday. This was carried into effect by putting into practice a directive of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR*. The number of workers and employees has increased from year to year. In 1936 it was 25.8 million, as against 11.4 million in 1914. In 1928 the labor exchanges estimated approximately 1.5 million unemployed. Since 1931, unemployment in the USSR has been completely liquidated. The development of socialist economy made it possible truly to guarantee citizens of the USSR the right to work, no less than the right to rest and to have material provision for old age and upon loss of working capacity. The socialist reorganization of the village grand in range and in results was realized in the years of the first and second five-year plans, making the USSR a land of socialist agricultural production, the greatest in the world, mechanized and with modern technical equipment. Millions of individual peasant homesteads joined the kolkhozes. In 1937 only 7% of the peasant households were outside the kolkhoz associations. The land occupied by the kolkhozes was secured in their behalf for their free and unlimited use, that is to say, in perpetuity. This was given final, formal shape, in accordance with the directive of the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR 5, by transferring special state documents to the kolkhozes. In 1936 there were as many as 4,137 sovkhozes. There were 4,993 machine tractor stations with 289,000 tractors and approximately 30,000 combines. In 1937 there were already 5,617 machine tractor stations with 356,800 tractors and 96,300 combines. There were tens of thousands of trucks in the kolkhoz and sovkhoz fields. The process of collectivizing agriculture was combined with that of complete liquidation of capitalist economy in the village. The directive of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR of February 1930, transferred to local organs of government the right to put complete collectivization into operation in their districts. THFCY were to take all necessary measures in the struggle with the kulaks, even including the complete confiscation of their property and settling them outside the limits of separate districts and territories. The same directive suspended in districts of complete collectivization the operation of the law allowing the lease of land and the use of hired labor in the individual peasant homesteads. Capitalism was liquidated in agriculture as it had been in industry. The victory of socialism in the field of industrial and agricultural production also made possible the liquidation of the private economic sector in the field of trade and, at the same time, the swift acceleration of development of turnover of goods. In 1936 the turnover of goods in state cooperative and kolkhoz peasant retail trade was 122.5 billion rubles, as against 47.8 in 1932. In 1936 the turnover of goods was 100% in the hands of the state and the cooperative. The complete victory of the socialist system in all spheres of national economy is thus an accomplished fact. What does that mean? It means that man's exploitation of man is abolished, liquidated, and that socialist property in the instruments and means of production is confirmed as the constant basis of our society. 7. Such were the results of the steps taken to construct socialist economy, results attained in the most savage struggle with capitalism and with enemies of the people, the Trotskyists, the Bukharinists, the Zinovievists, and the bourgeois nationalists. Under the guidance of the party of Lenin and Stalin, the toilers of the USSR achieved the complete victory of socialism in all branches of national economy. Profound changes also occurred in the class structure of our society from the time when the first constitution of the USSR was adopted. All the exploiter classes were liquidated. There was no capitalist class in industry. There was no kulak class in agriculture. There were no merchants and speculators in the field of commodity circulation. 8. The liquidation of the exploiter classes occurred in conditions of savage struggle by their remnants against the proletarian dictatorship. Wrecking in all fields of economy, organized acts of terrorism against party leaders and the government, betrayal of the fatherland, attempts to undermine the USSR's military might and sovereign independence and territorial inviolability, betrayals of state secrets, espionage in aid of foreign states. The class enemy tried all these forms of struggle against the proletarian dictatorship. Soviet investigating agencies disclosed a whole series of counter-revolutionary organizations proposing to restore capitalism: the Shuktinsy, the Industrial Party, the Union Bureau of Mensheviks, the Kondratyevsy, the Wreckers in Power Stations, and finally a series of organizations of the anti-Soviet Trotsky Center and the anti-Soviet Trotsky Right Bloc, which had gone over completely to the service of international fascism. Notwithstanding all the efforts of these counter-revolutionary organizations to obstruct the building of socialism, the historical task of the proletarian dictatorship to liquidate the exploiter classes was realized. How powerfully the class structure of our country had changed during the time of the proletarian revolution is shown by the following table. The worker class, the class of peasants, and the intellectuals were the social groups in the structure of the population of the USSR at the moment of the confirming of the Stalin Constitution. Altogether different groups, however, from what they were during the period of capitalism. Indicating the changes occurring in the class structure of Soviet society, Stalin says. Whereof do these changes speak? They speak, in the first place, of the obliteration of boundaries, as well between the working class and the peasantry as between these classes and the intellectuals, and the disappearance of the old 118, the law of the Soviet state class exclusiveness, so that the distance between these social groups is constantly diminishing. Secondly, they speak of the decline and obliteration of economic contradictions between these social groups. Finally, they speak of the decline and obliteration of political contradictions between them. 9. Analyzing the changes in the life of the USSR between 1924 and 1936, Stalin noted the paramount significance of the question of the interrelations of nationalities in the USSR as a multinational state. The 14 years of existence of the USSR prior to the moment of accepting the Stalin Constitution undoubtedly showed that the experience of forming a multinational state, created on a basis of socialism, had been completely successful. The absence of exploiter classes, the basic organizers of strife between nationalities, the absence of exploitation, the fomenter of distrust and inflamer of nationalist passions, the presence in authority of the worker class, the enemy of every sort of enslavement and truly the bearer of the idea of internationalism, the factual realization of mutual aid of peoples in all fields of economic and social life, and finally the flowering of nationalist culture of the peoples of the USSR, nationalist in form and socialist in content. All these and similar factors lead to the result that the whole face of the peoples of the USSR has radically changed. Their feeling of mutual distrust has disappeared, a feeling of mutual friendship has developed among them, and thus the present harmonious and fraternal collaboration of peoples in a system of a single union state has ensued. To the extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets of the USSR, which affirmed die Stalin Constitution, the peoples of the Soviet Union, even the most backward, those formerly the most oppressed by Tsarism, came with the greatest economic and cultural attainments. In such union republics as those of Transcaucasia and Central Asia, large-scale industry grew up and new cities, industrial centers appeared as a result of the fulfilling of the 5-year plans of national economy. In 1936 there was not a single union republic wherein industrial production increased less than 100% as compared with pre-revolutionary figures. In the Georgian SSR, it exceeded the 1913 level 18.6 times, in the Kyrgyz SSR, 95 times, and in the Tajik SSR, 116 times. The socialist reconstruction of agriculture guaranteed it a swift rise, mounting year by year. New lines of rail and air transport, radio, telegraph, and telephone connected the outlying regions of our state with its central regions in close economic and cultural bonds. 15. Stages of the development of the Constitution. 119. The economic growth of the Soviet Union, and the unvarying concern of the Soviet authority for the cultural development of the masses, guaranteed the flowering of culture for all the nationalities of the USSR. The number of pupils in USSR elementary and intermediate schools in 1936-1937 was 28.8 millions as against 8 millions in 1914 to 1915. In many Union republics it was tens and hundreds of times greater than in pre-revolutionary times. The production of books and papers increased colossally, as did the number of theaters, libraries, and movie houses. Peoples formerly ignorant of their own language, and individually illiterate, acquired a rich literature in their native language and produced, from their own ranks, their own scholars, engineers, doctors, teachers, and so forth. Russian literature, all species of Russian art became broadly accessible to all other peoples inhabiting the USSR, and for many millions of the Russian people, too, it became possible to know and to appreciate the cultural attainments of other nationalities. By directive of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, 10 universal compulsory elementary training was introduced in the Soviet Union. State assistance of every sort made it possible for hundreds of thousands of pupils from the ranks of workers and peasants to finish the middle and the higher as well as the elementary schools. The right to education became the right of each Soviet citizen, infeasible and genuinely guaranteed. The entire period, from the moment of the acceptance of the first constitution of the USSR, was signalized, as was the preceding period of the proletarian revolution, by the steady broadening of Soviet democracy, by the drawing into the building of the state of ever broader masses of the toilers. One of the most brilliant proofs of this is the heightened activity of voters at elections to the Soviets. Thus the percentage of voters taking part in elections for the Soviets was 50.8 in 1926 and 85 in 1934. The number of persons deprived of the right to vote declined from year to year. In 1929 it was 4.6% of the total electorate, whereas in the election campaign of 1934 it had dropped to 2.5%. The development of Soviet democracy is indissolubly connected with the strengthening of revolutionary legislation. From 1924 to 1936, enormous work was carried through in this direction by the government of the USSR, the governments of the Allied republics, and by all local organs of authority. A whole series of special directives, particularly that of the Third Congress of Soviets of the USSR, that of the Central Executive Committee and Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, concerning Committee under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, concerning the consideration of complaints of toilers 13 and so forth, were directed at every sort of measure to strengthen revolutionary legislation. One of the most important means of strengthening the proletarian dictatorship, defending the interests of workers and toiling peasants, and struggling with class enemies of the toilers and their counter-revolutionary political agents. An important step in the same direction was the institution in 1933 of the Office of the Prosecutor of the USSR. 14. To the development and confirmation of the Stalin Constitution, the complete triumph of the socialist system in all branches of the national economy, the fundamental realization of socialism, the liquidation of the exploiter classes, the annihilation of man's exploitation by man, the brilliant results in the creation of a union multinational state, the vast cultural conquests, the attraction of the broadest popular masses into the building of the state, the strengthening of revolutionary legality, all these factors evoked the necessity of changing the constitution of the USSR so that the new constitution should reflect all the changes which had occurred in the life of the USSR since 1924. Upon the motion of Stalin, the matter of changing the constitution of the USSR was set for consideration by the February plenum of the Central Committee of the All-Women Communist Party. In a resolution the plenum indicated the direction of the changes to be introduced into the constitution of the USSR. The plenum commissioned Molotov to put forward such a proposal, in the name of the Central Committee of the party, at the 7th AL Union Congress of Soviets of the USSR, which opened January 28, 1935. The Congress acknowledged the proposal of the Central Party Committee as correct and timely, and on February 6, 1925, upon a report by Molotov, directed the introduction of changes into the Constitution of the USSR. 15. In exact accord with the resolution of the plenum of the Central Party Committee, the Congress of Soviets pointed out that these changes must be directed to go further democratization of the elective system in the sense of substituting equal elections for elections not fully equal, direct elections for elections having multiple stages, and secret elections for elections which were open, and making more precise the social-economic basis of the Constitution in the sense of bringing the Constitution into conformity with the present correlation of class forces in the USSR. The Seventh AL Union Congress of Soviets proposed to the Central Executive Committee of the USSR the election of a constitutional commission to work out the new text of the Constitution and to present it for confirmation to a session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. On February 7, 1935, the first session of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR chose a constitutional commission under the presidency of Stalin. The first session of the plenum of the Constitutional Commission defined the order of further work of the Commission and directed the creation of the following 12 subcommittees to conduct the preparatory work on the new text of the Constitution, on general questions of the Constitution, economic, financial, legal, elective, court organs, central and local organs of authority, popular education, labor, defense, foreign affairs, editorial. As President of the Constitutional Commission, Stalin also presided in the subcommittees on the general questions of constitutional and editorial matters. Thus Stalin carried on the general guidance of the work of creating the draft of the new Constitution of the USSR as well as the immediate work on editing the final text thereof. He is the creator of the new Constitution of the USSR, the Constitution of Victorious Socialism, justly called the Stalin Constitution by the Soviet people. In the summer of 1936, the draft of the new USSR Constitution was prepared. On May 15, in a regular plenum, the Constitutional Commission subjected the draft of the Constitution presented by the editorial subcommittee to elaborate scrutiny and approved the final text of its 13 chapters. On June 1936, Stalin came forward with his report on the draft in the plenum of the Central Committee of the party. The plenum recorded fundamental approval of the draft of the Constitution of the USSR and recognized the necessity of convening an extraordinary AL Union Congress of Soviets to consider and to confirm it. On June 1936, the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR, having listened to Stalin's report on the draft of the new Constitution, passed the following directive: to summon an all-Union Congress of Soviets to consider the draft of the USSR Constitution, to appoint the date for calling the Congress as November 25, 1936, and to publish the draft of the USSR Constitution for discussion by the whole nation. On June 12, 1936, the draft of the USSR Constitution was published and the period for the discussion of it began. In this discussion millions of toilers took part. The draft was read with delight and discussed in all the industrial and transport enterprises, in sovkhozes and kolkhozes, and in government offices. Hundreds of thousands of written comments, supplements, and corrections came into the central and local government bureaus and newspaper offices. Numerous responses came from different strata of people abroad, where the draft attained the widest publicity notwithstanding attempts by the capitalist press to silence it. In the discussion by all the people of the draft of the fundamental law of our state, the Stalin Constitution, Soviet democracy found its most brilliant expression. Only in conditions of a socialist state of workers and peasants is it possible to draw many millions of the masses of toilers into the task of working out a constitution. The Soviet people greeted the appearance of the draft of the new USSR Constitution with enormous enthusiasm and approved it with one accord. Proposals brought in by the toilers in connection with the discussion of the project were directed at making specific paragraphs of the Constitution more exact and detailed. The editorial commission of the extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets considered these proposals in its work upon the final text of the draft. In the working out and the final version of the Constitution of the USSR, discussion by all the people unquestionably brought vast benefit. 17. The Extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets of the USSR opened on November 25, 1936. It had 12 sessions and continued through December 5. The only question on the agenda of the Congress was consideration and approval of the draft of the Constitution. In connection with this question, Stalin came forward with his report. The Congress unanimously approved. Stalin's draft of the Constitution, took it as the basis of its deliberations, proceeded to form an editorial commission with Stalin as president to Con. 17. Stalin, Report on the Draft of the USSR Constitution, p. 47. Stages of the development of the Constitution. 123 Cider corrections and amplifications. On December 5, 1936, after Stalin's report as president of the editorial commission, and as a result of voting on the draft paragraph by paragraph, the final text of the Constitution was unanimously approved by the Congress. 3. The special characteristics at the foundation of the Stalin Constitution. In his report to the extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets, Stalin indicated in detail the special characteristics of the new constitution. The chief basis of the draft of the new USSR Constitution is the principles of socialism. Its fundamental supports, already won and realized, socialist property in land, forests, factories, works and other instruments and means of production, liquidation of exploitation and exploiter classes, liquidation of beggary of the majority and luxury of the minority, liquidation of unemployment, work as an obligation and duty of honor of each citizen according to the formula: he who does not work does not eat. The right to labor, that is, the NGHT of each citizen to obtain guaranteed work, the right to rest, the right to education, and so forth. The draft of the new constitution is supported by these and similar principles of socialism. It reflects them. It confirms them in legal order. This is the second of the special characteristics of the new constitution. 18. Antagonistic classes have ceased to exist in our society. Only classes friendly to each other have remained and are in authority: the working class, which makes real its guidance of society, and the peasantry. This is the third of the special characteristics of the Constitution. The Stalin Constitution, like the Soviet constitutions preceding it, legitimizes the principle that all races and all nationalities are completely equal in their rights. It is profoundly internationalistic. This is the fourth of the special characteristics of the Constitution. Consistent democracy sustained to the end. Socialist democracy characterizes the Stalin Constitution. It abolished what remained of limitations upon political rights preserved in earlier Soviet constitutions from the time when the influence of the exploiter classes was still expressed with. 18. 124 The law of the Soviet stat sufficient force, and the Soviets were not yet strong. For the first time in the history of the existence of states, the Stalin Constitution introduced genuinely universal, equal, and direct suffrage with secret ballot. The personal capacities and personal toil of each citizen define his position in society, not his position in terms of property, not national origin, not sex, not his position in terms of service. That is the fifth of the Constitution's special characteristics. The right to work, the right to rest and to material security in old age and in case of illness and loss of working capacity, the right to education, the same rights for women as for men in all fields of economic, state, cultural, and social political life, freedom of conscience, of speech, of the press, of assembly and meeting, of street parades and demonstrations, the right to join social organizations, the guarantee of personal inviolability, legal preservation of the inviolability of dwelling and of one's papers. All this was genuinely realized in Soviet reality, legalized by the Stalin Constitution. The latter was not limited merely to fixing the formal rights of citizens, as is characteristic of bourgeois constitutions. It shifted the center of gravity to the matter of guaranteeing these rights of means to make them real, and herein is still another of its special characteristics. Such are the special characteristics at the foundation of the Stalin Constitution, constitution of victorious socialism. The adoption of this constitution was an act of universal historical significance. It confirmed the universal historical fact that the USSR has entered into a new phase of development, the phase of completing the building of socialist society and of the gradual transition to a communist society, where the guiding principle of social life must be the communist principle. From each according to his capacities, to each according to his needs. 19. In his report to the Extraordinary Eighth Ale Union Congress of Soviets, Stalin expressing confidence that the draft of the new USSR constitution would be approved by the Congress said, "This will be a historical document, treating simply and concisely almost in protocol style of the facts of socialism's victory in the USSR, of the emancipation of the toilers of the USSR from capitalist slavery, of the victory in the USSR of democracy expanded and consistent to the last detail. This will be a document attesting the fact that the USSR has already realized that whereof millions of honest people in capitalist countries have dreamed and still dream, and that what has been put into practice in the USSR can perfectly well be put into practice in other countries too." 20. The Stalin Constitution mobilizes the masses of toilers of all countries for the struggle against fascism. It is the banner, the program of action in that struggle. It confirms faith in its forces among the toilers of the USSR and mobilizes them to struggle for the complete triumph of communism. The Constitution of the USSR will be an indictment of fascism and an assurance of the invincibility of socialism and democracy. 21.4. The creation of new constitutions of Union republics on the basis of the Stalin Constitution. Immediately upon the publication of the draft of the Stalin Constitution, the highest organs of state authority of the Union republics began working out new constitutions for those republics. To this end, in June and July 1936, constitutional commissions were created in all the Union republics. After the drafts of constitutions presented by constitutional commissions were confirmed by the presidia of the Central Executive Committees of the republics, they were published and approved in final form by extraordinary congresses of the Soviets of the republics, as shown in the table herewith. The new constitutions of the Union republics were built on the basis of the Stalin Constitution and in complete conformity therewith. At the same time, they take into account the special characteristics of each republic. The chapters concerning the social organization in all the constitutions spring in their entirety from the paragraphs of Chapter I of the Stalin Constitution and as a rule reproduce them almost verbatim. Certain textual differences are here conditioned merely by the presence of historical features in the development of a given Soviet republic. Most of these differences refer to Articles 2 and 4. Thus in Article 2 of the constitutions of most of the Union republics it is emphasized that the Soviets of deputies of toilers grew and became strong as a result of the overthrow of the power of landowners and capitalists, the conquest by the dictatorship of the proletariat, and so as a result of the proletarian dictatorship freeing the population of a given republic from the national weight of Tsarism and of the Russian imperialist bourgeoisie, and destroying nationalist counter-revolution. Side by side with these, the constitutions of the Turkmen, Uzbek, and Tajik SSRs note such an important element as the reunion into a state of workers and peasants of the parts of their respective peoples formerly torn asunder in Article 4 of the constitutions of the Turkmen, Uzbek, Tajik, Kazakh and Kyrgyz SSRs, in closest conjunction with the special historical characteristics of their economic development. It is pointed out that the socialist system of economics and socialist property was confirmed as a result of the liquidation, not only of the capitalist, but also of the feudal, system of economy. Again, the chapters of the constitutions of Union republics dedicated to state organization fix the following proposals in complete conformity with Chapter 2 of the Stalin Constitution. The basic motives and purposes of the entry of a given republic into the structure of the USSR, the guarantee in behalf of the USSR as personified by its highest organs of authority and of state government of the rights defined by Article 14 of the Constitution of the USSR. The sovereign rights of a Union republic in the realization of state authority as to all questions not within the bounds of Article 14 of the Constitution of the USSR. The chapters of the constitutions of the Union republics dedicated to the questions of higher organs of state authority and state government also basically coincide. The negligible differences are concerned entirely with numbers of the population and peculiarities in the organization of the administrative territory of a given Union Republic. The following differences should be noted: in rules of representation in the Supreme Soviets, 22, and in the number of vice presidents and members of the Presidia of the Supreme Soviets. 28-23 in the RSFSR, 1 deputy for each 150,000 of the population. In the Ukrainian SSR, 1 deputy for each 100,000 of the population. In the White Russian SSR, 1 deputy for each 20,000 of the population. In the Azerbaijan SSR, 1 deputy for each 10,000 of the population. In the Georgian SSR, 1 deputy for each 15,000 of the population. In the Armenian SSR, 1 deputy for each 5,000 of the population. In the Turkmen SSR, 1 deputy for each 5,000 of the population. In the Uzbek SSR, 1 deputy for each 15,000 of the population. In the Tajik DSR, 1 deputy for each 5,000 of the population. In the Kazakh SSR, 1 deputy for each 20,000 of the population. In the Kyrgyz SSR, 1 deputy for each 5,000 of the population. 23. The RSFSR has 17 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 20 members or the Presidium. The Ukrainian SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 5 members of the Presidium. The White Russian SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 5 members of the Presidium. The Azerbaijan SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 3 members of the Presidium. 128 THB Law of the Soviet state. It is especially necessary to point out the differences in the structure of the People's Commissariats of the Union Republics. 24. The Constitutions of the Union Republics almost completely coincide with one another and all spring from the USSR Constitution as regards such important questions as suffrage, courts, and prosecuting magistracy, and rights and obligations of citizens. Certain amplifications in formulating the articles concerned with the rights of women should be noted in the constitutions of the Turkmen, Uzbek, Tajik, Kazakh, and Kyrgyz SSRs. Side by side with the general formulation of the principle that women have equal rights with men, there are in the constitutions of these republics, special editions reflecting special characteristics in the position of women and emphasizing that Soviet law stands guard over their factual emancipation. 25. In all the constitutions of the Union Republics, the indestructible moral political unity of the multinational Soviet people finds its brightest expression. At the same time they concretely disclose the essence of the Stalin Constitution, most democratic in the world. They are the legislative basis for further successes in the construction of socialism, for the triumphant advance to communism by the united and brotherly family of the peoples of the USSR. The Georgian SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 13 members of the Presidium. The Armenian SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 9 members of the Presidium. The Turkmen SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 1 members of the Presidium. The Uzbek SSR has 3 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 13 members of the Presidium. The Tajik SSR has 2 vice presidents or the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 1 members of the Presidium. The Kazakh SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 5 members of the Presidium. The Kyrgyz SSR has 2 vice presidents of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet and 1 members of the Presidium. For the Tajik SSR has no People's Commissariat of Forest Industry, or of State Gram and Livestock Farms. The Turkmen SSR has no People's Commissariat of Forest Industry. The Azerbaijan and Armenian SSRs have no People's Commissariat of State Gram and Livestock Farms. 85. As an example we may cite the final paragraph of Article 99 of the Turkmen Constitution: 1. Resistance to the factual emancipation of women, giving them in marriage while they are still of tender years, selling them into marriage, organizing resistance to drawing them into studies, agriculture and industrial production, state government and social political life is punished by law. There are similar supplementary provisions in the constitutions of the Uzbek, Tajik, Kazakh, and Kyrgyz SSRs. The social organization of the USSR. SEC 1, Introduction. As hereinbefore pointed out, Soviet public law embraces the legal rules vn relationships which confirm and organize as well the social arrangement of the USSR, that is to say, the order of socialist relationships in the economic, political, and cultural fields of social life. 1. The principles, forms, and character of our social organization are defined in the Stalin Constitution in the most amplified, exact, and classical shape. The class structure of Soviet society, its political and economic bases, that is to say, that which in its entirety also constitutes social organization, are defined in extraordinarily sharp, and classically exact, juridical form. In the bourgeois public law and bourgeois constitutions there is no section concerned specially with social organization. Separate matters of social organization are, to be sure, treated therein, but they are scattered about in the utmost diversity. As a general rule, the most important matters of social organization, those concerned with the class structure of society and the class essence of the state, are obscured in bourgeois public law. Lastly, and most important, bourgeois public law poses and resolves questions of social organization absolutely unsuccessfully, pervertedly, and in complete contradiction with social, economic, and political reality. It is not difficult to disclose the causes and essence of the difference between Soviet public law and bourgeois law in this regard. It is rooted in the class antithesis of these two historical types of law. Soviet law reflects and confirms social orders agreeable and advantageous to the toiling classes. The one in the Stalin Constitution, social order and social organization, express essentially the same content, the socialist order existing in our land. 129. 130 THB Law of the Soviet state, absolute majority of society. It is a means to crush the opposition of exploiter classes. Frankly and openly it formulates its class principles and asserts the class character of the Soviet social order. Naturally it contemplates questions of social organization in a special section dedicated to that problem. Bourgeois law reflects and confirms social orders agreeable and advantageous to the exploiter class, an insignificant minority of society. It is a means to repress the toiling classes by force. It is accordingly constrained to conceal from the masses its true class character. Carefully it skirts those questions wherein is the greatest danger of its class essence being revealed in the first instance, questions of social organization. Accordingly everyone knows that in bourgeois public law these questions are silenced as far as possible. The famous bourgeois political scientist Jelinek thus notes the round of questions forming the object of bourgeois constitutions. The constitution of the state thus embraces the entirety of the legal proposals defining the highest organs of the state, the order of calling upon them to function, their mutual relationships and jurisdiction, and likewise the principles of the individual's position as regards state authority. We see that questions of social organization are here absent which bourgeois political scientists consider perfectly normal. Scientific principles form the basis of Soviet law, principles of scientific socialism, the doctrine of the transition period from capitalism to communism. These principles are embodied in expanded and exhaustive form in the chapter on social organization in the Soviet Constitution, with special emphasis upon firmness of principle and Soviet socialist law's unity of theory and practice. Bourgeois public law is devoid of true scientific foundation. It operates with anti-scientific ideas. Its ideological function is to deceive the people. It particularly manifests these qualities in matters of state organization, since here are the most important and basic matters of law in general and of public law in particular. Texts of bourgeois constitutions are adapted to the task of befogging, clouding over, and perverting the essence of the matter, particularly as concerns social organization. Thus the Declaration of Independence of 1776, decisively influential upon subsequent epochs of bourgeois revolutions, formulates the principles of social order. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Bourgeois revolutionary declarations in their time played a progressive role mobilizing the masses to struggle with feudalism, proclaiming the abolition of feudal servile orders and of class privileges, proclaiming political freedoms and separation of church from state, and so forth. At the same time, the actual historical and class content of these declarations, and specifically their defense, in the last analysis, of the economic and political domination of the bourgeoisie, were submerged in their showy phraseology concerning man in general, citizens in general, and society governed by natural laws supposedly outside all history. Only when the bourgeoisie defended its domination and found itself face to face with the worker class and the toiling masses upon whose enslavement and repression the bourgeois domination was based was this fully disclosed. The real historical content of bourgeois constitutions, as distinguished from their phraseology, is the defense and consecration of capitalist exploitation. The idea of social organization, as a public law idea having distinct and clear formulation and scientific basis, is inherent in Soviet public law alone. The science of that law studies questions of social organization, approaching questions of social order specifically from this point of view being a special branch of legal science. It starts here from methodological proposals of general theory, proposals furnished by the Marx-Lenin doctrine of society, and particularly of social economic formations. It works with absolutely exact, scientific categories, speaking of definite classes, definite species of property, definite means of production and distribution, of the definite class essence of state authority, and so forth. In Soviet public law, as in Soviet constitutions, questions of social organization are given first consideration and occupy therein the chief position in the earlier Soviet constitution as well as in the Stalin constitution now in force. 2. Herein is made manifest the chief and decisive significance attributed to questions of social organization in the Soviet public law. And this is perfectly understandable. For the correct appreciation of separate concrete questions of public law, a correct appreciation of the nature and character of Soviet social organization is of decisive importance. 9. One of the first fundamental constitutional acts of Soviet authority, the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, adopted January 31, 1918, was basically dedicated to questions of the social organization of the newly arisen Soviet republics. In the constitution of RSFSR, the declaration was included in its entirety as the first subdivision. The same should be said, for example, of the White Russian constitution. This, too, begins with the declaration. The changes introduced into this division of public law by the Stalin constitution are of the greatest and most decisive significance also with reference to the remaining subdivisions of public law. The changes of principle introduced into them can be correctly explained only in the light of these changes. Accordingly, the subdivision concerning social organization serves as a basis and introductory part of the whole system of public law. 3. SEC 2. The social order of the USSR. The order of socialist society. The USSR is a socialist state, a state of socialist society. The confirmation therein of the socialist social order results from the socialist reorganization of the country, which started the moment the power of capitalists and landowners was overthrown and the proletarian dictatorship established. From its very first steps, Soviet authority proclaimed that its task was to build socialist society, guided by the Leninist-Stalinist doctrine as to the possibility of socialism being victorious in one country taken separately. This doctrine Lenin and Stalin established and defended even in the period of preparation for the proletarian revolution. In the Sixth Party Congress, in a resolution on the question of policy position, proposed by Stalin, it was established that the task of the proletariat and of the poorest peasantry was to win state authority so as to approach the socialist reorganization of society in union with the revolutionary proletariat of advanced countries. Against this resolution, Preobrazhensky came forward to defend the Trotsky theory of the impossibility of socialism being victorious in one country taken separately. Unmasking this theory, Stalin said, "The possibility is not excluded that Russia will herself be the country to open the road to socialism. 8. It is interesting in this regard to contrast with our constitution the Weimar Constitution, which in its time enjoyed popularity among the adherents of bourgeois democracy as a social constitution. 1. In its fifth subdivision, Economic Life, are points touching upon the economic regime of the country. This subdivision occupies the very last place. It is further characteristic that it appears in the part of the Constitution concerned with fundamental rights and obligations of Germans. Economics, it thus contemplates, not as a basis for civil rights and obligations, but only as a manifestation, a consequence thereof. This expresses the constitutional triumph of the individualist bourgeois conception of law, which treats society and the state as a union of persons irrespective of the class to which they belong, and contemplates legal problems in the light of the interrelations of separate individuals, abstracted from the decisive fact of the division of bourgeois society into antagonistic classes. We must cast away the outworn idea that only Europe can show us the way. There exist both dogmatic Marxism and creative Marxism. I stand on the ground of creative Marxism **1, and the most important principle of creative Marxism, and consequently, of Leninism, is the doctrine of the possibility of socialism being victorious in one country taken separately. As early as the first day of the existence of Soviet authority, October 25 to November 7, 1917, Lenin, reporting on the problems of the authority of the Soviets, said, at a session of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, "From now on, progress is through a new domain of Russian history. In the final analysis, the present Third Russian Revolution must lead to the victory of socialism." 8. In one of the first historical documents of Soviet authority, his address, to the population the President of the Council of People's Commissars said, "Gradually, with the accord and approval of the majority of peasants and as indicated by their practical experience and that of the workers, we shall proceed firmly and undeviatingly to the victory of socialism." 4. As the foundation of the first most important historical measures of Soviet authority, the abolition of private property in land, the confiscation of banks, the introduction of control over production, universal labor service, and organization of the Red Army, the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets put forward the basic task. The annihilation of every sort of exploitation of man by man, the complete elimination of the division of society into classes, the pitiless repression of exploiters, the establishment of a socialist organization of society, and the victory of socialism in all countries. 5. In the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, the principles and demands of scientific socialism and proletarian dictatorship were put forward in clear and distinct form as the most important constitutional act of the new socialist power. The Proletarian Declaration of Rights, baldly and openly proclaiming the struggle against exploiter classes, summoned the working masses to create a new socialist society. In his final words before the close of the Congress, Lenin said, "Now, with historic rubbish cleared away, we will erect the mighty and shining edifice of socialist society. A new and historically unprecedented type of state authority is being created, called by the will of the revolution to purify the earth from every sort of exploitation, violence, and slavery." 6. The practical measures, decrees, and directives of Soviet authority in the very first period of its existence signified a planned struggle against capitalist classes, a struggle to implant and to develop socialist forms of economy, and to educate and re-educate the masses politically in a spirit of socialism. The address of the People's Commissariat for Nationalities, signed by Stalin as People's Commissar, characterizes the activity of Soviet authority at that time in the following words: "The last 2 months of the revolution's development in Russia, especially after the conclusion of peace with Germany and the crushing of the bourgeois counter-revolution at home, may be characterized as a period of stabilizing Soviet authority in Russia, and a beginning of the planned reorganization of the defunct social economic regime into a new socialist concord." 7. The Soviet state was socialist from the moment of its emergence, setting as its basic task the creation of a socialist society, having noted the correct ways, and working practically upon the realization of this basic and chief problem. The expression Socialist Soviet Republic signifies the decision of Soviet authority to realize the transition to socialism, and in no wise admits that the new economic orders are socialist. 8. The Soviet state acted upon the general Leninist-Stalinist plan of building socialism. This included not simply and merely the re-establishment of the national economy destroyed by imperialist and civil wars, but the reconstruction of the country on the basis of socialist industrialization, the collectivization of agriculture, the establishment of the dominance of the socialist system of economy and socialist property, the liquidation on this basis of all capitalist elements, including the last capitalist class, the kulaks, the complete annihilation of exploitation of man by man and the very roots and every possibility of such exploitation. The fulfillment of this plan step by step, particularly as a result of Stalin's heroic 5-year plans, actually guaranteed also the victory of socialism. The principles at the root of the socialist society built in the USSR were fixed in Chapter I of the Stalin Constitution, Social Organization. Each of the 12 articles of this chapter expresses and confirms some separate aspect or principle of the socialist social organization formed among us. This is an organization where under the Soviets of the deputies of the toilers constitute the political basis of society. All authority belongs to all toilers as personified by these Soviets. Economy is built according to the socialist system. Property in the instruments and means of production belongs to society. The exploitation of man by man is annihilated and exploiter classes are liquidated. Society consists of toiling citizens, to whom toil is an obligation and a matter of honor, and whose personal and general interests in all fields of life are organically united and preserved by law. It is an organization which guarantees the elevation of the citizens' material well-being, and the development of all their creative capacities and powers. All these characteristics of the social organization of the USSR are apparent, in one form or another, in all the chapters of the Constitution. To study the Stalin Constitution also means, in the first instance, to examine how socialist social relationships in all their multiformity are reflected and protected by legislation in our country. The chief characteristic of the Stalin Constitution is that it is the constitution of a socialist society. It speaks of socialism as something that already is, that has already been attained and won, now, at the present time. In the Stalin Constitution, socialism emerges as an order of economic, social relationships reinforced, entering into the real, daily life, and way of life, of the population. Our Soviet society has already attained fundamental realization of socialism and created a socialist order, that is to say, it has realized what the Marxists call the first or lower phase of communism. Thus the triumph of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine of socialism found in the Constitution of the USSR its distinct expression in public law. Defending the social relationships of the first phase of communism, the Stalin Constitution thereby strengthened and makes easier the further forward movement of our society along the road of socialism to the highest phase of communism, the communist order. The idea of a social class as an exact, scientific idea applied in law and in legal science is peculiar to Soviet public law. Bourgeois public law ordinarily and in general hushes up the most important and decisive fact, the division of capitalist society into opposed and antagonistic classes, and operates by categories: population, citizens, nation, people, and so forth, abstracted from the class structure of society. 1. Bourgeois public law produces the thesis that the bourgeois state is supposedly concerned only with individual citizens or with the unification of citizens irrespective of their belonging to a class. In fact, bourgeois constitutions in all their essence reflecting and protecting the division of society into classes and the class domination of exploiters start of course from the class antagonism of bourgeois society, but pass it by in silence and suppress it. Bourgeois constitutions start from the tacit hypothesis that society consists of antagonistic classes, of classes possessing wealth and classes possessing no wealth. 2. The question of the social class structure of Soviet society is posed and decided in Soviet public law as the basic question of social organization. In complete accord with the Marxist-Engels-Leninist-Stalinist doctrine concerning society and the state in general, and society and the state of the transition from capitalism to communism in particular, Soviet public law starts from the point that classes will exist during the whole period of transition to communism. Only under complete communism can and will the complete annihilation of all class differences in society, the complete classlessness of society, be attained. The process of annihilating classes, with the help of the dictatorship of the worker class, constitutes the decisive side, the social essence of the whole panel of transition to classless, that is to say, communist society. The Soviet state sets as its task the complete annihilation of the class division of society and of the classes themselves. Its policy started and starts altogether from the facts that friendly classes of workers and peasants exist in our society, and that exploiter classes and their remnants and agents are antagonistic to socialism. Reinforcing the fraternal union of workers and peasants, and pitilessly crushing the resistance of exploiters, the Soviet state attained the essential and real successes which guarantee complete and final solution of the problem of building classless, communist society. The October Socialist Revolution liquidated the authority of landowners. 1. The word class appears in certain post-revolutionary bourgeois constitutions or other public law acts. There is obviously nowhere, however, the slightest mention of exploiter capitalist classes as dominant in bourgeois society. If bourgeois constitutions do speak of classes, it is in the incorrect and anti-scientific sense of shading away or directly denying irreconcilable class contradictions. For example, in the Weimar Constitution the following social category figures: the independent middle class in agriculture, industry, and trade. In the Fascist Constitution of Portugal, there is shamefaced and misty talk about the least guaranteed social classes. All this reflects the sharpness of class contradictions and the class struggle in bourgeois society characteristic of the epoch of the general crisis of capitalism. This is done by the bourgeoisie with the demagogic purpose of deceiving the masses with words as to the bourgeois state supposedly standing for the defense of the toiling classes and capitalists in our country, and transferred authority into the hands of workers and peasants. The final liquidation of the landowner class resulted from the triumph of the proletariat and the peasantry in the Civil War. The class of capitalists, the big industrialists and traders, was likewise liquidated fundamentally at this same time. The expropriation of big capitalist property in the instruments and means of production, the winning by Soviet authority of commanding heights in industry, the political regime established in the Soviet state with reference to exploiter classes, all this guaranteed the liquidation of the industrial urban bourgeoisie as a class. In the first period of the new economic policy the Soviet authority carried on, with reference to the kulaks, a system of limitation and dislodgement, because in the country we had not as yet the bases in the form of a broad net of sovkhozes and kolkhozes from which to maintain a decisive attack on the kulaks. 8. After the great crisis of 1929, that policy of limitation and dislodgement was replaced by one of liquidating the kulaks as a class, on the basis of complete collectivization of agriculture. With the development of this policy came the liquidation of the last exploiter capitalist class, the kulaks. All exploiter classes thus appeared liquidated, and there remained the working class, the peasant class, and the intellectuals. 4. Strengthening the proletarian dictatorship and the brilliant successes of socialist building resulted in radical alterations in the toiling classes, the worker class and the peasantry of our country. The worker class has radically changed. Under capitalism it was a class, the proletariat, without instruments and means of production, exploited by capitalists to whom these belonged. Now in the USSR it is completely and finally freed from exploitation and the possibility of exploitation. The instruments and means of production are in the hands of the state, whose guide is the worker class. Consequently the worker class together with all the people has possession of them. The worker class was formerly a class of society without rights, and oppressed. It has become free and the guiding class of a society that knows neither enslavers nor oppressors. It was formerly pushed aside and prevented in every way from participating in state government. It has become active as builder, organizer, and guide of the most powerful state in the history of the world. It has grown immeasurably in political and cultural respects. It directs Soviet society along the road of communism. Finally, it has grown quantitatively, it has sharply increased its proportional share in the general mass of the population. All this signifies that the worker class of the USSR. 3. Stalin, Questions of Leninism, pages 314 to 315. 4. Stalin, Report on the Draft of the USSR Constitution, p. 10. 138 THB Law of the Soviet State is a completely new worker class, saved from exploitation. The history of mankind has never yet known such a class. 5. All this signifies that it is now incorrect to call our worker class the proletariat in the old and ordinary sense of the word. This term has a perfectly concrete historical content. It is applicable to the past but by no means to the present worker class of our country. As employed in the Stalin Constitution, it reflects the historic fact that the proletariat of the USSR has become a completely new class, the worker class of the USSR, which has annihilated the capitalist system of economy and confirmed socialist property in the instruments and means of production, and directs Soviet society along the path of communism. 6. The peasantry, too, has been subjected to radical changes. Formerly it represented small producers subjected to exploitation by landowners, kulaks, buyers, speculators, usurers, and the like. Now it is liberated, completely and finally, from this exploitation. It consisted of millions of small proprietors scattered over the whole country, slaves of private property, of drudges helpless, in their backward technique, to rise to a comfortable and cultural life. Now it consists, in overwhelming majority, of members of kolkhozes, possessors of social cooperative kolkhoz property, of workmen of large-scale socialist agriculture which is equipped with the most advanced and mighty technique in the world, and of toilers to whom the kolkhoz structure guarantees a comfortable and cultural life. Under the guidance of the worker class, it shakes off the individualist psychology of the petty proprietor, and is permeated by collectivist psychology, taking in and assimilating socialist methods of labor and socialist forms of community life. Thus Soviet peasantry is a completely new peasantry, the like of which the history of man has never known. Finally, the intellectuals have likewise undergone fundamental changes. Soviet intellectuals of the present day, unlike pre-revolutionary intellectuals, are persons from the ranks of the workers and peasants and other strata of the toilers. The character of their activity has also changed radically. Formerly they had to minister to the wealthy classes, they had no other way out. Now they must serve the people, there are no more exploiter classes. For this very reason they are now members of a Soviet society with equal rights. Therein teamwork with the workers and peasants they carry on the building of the new classless socialist society. 7. The group of Soviet intellectuals formed and grew in the process of the creation and growth of the socialist culture which has embraced broad masses of the toiling population. The creation of Soviet intellectuals cost the Soviet state enormous material means and intense political and organizational struggles. It occurred in conditions of sharp conflict between hostile classes which, for counter-revolutionary purposes, sought to find support in certain strata of the intellectuals. Carrying on the correct Leninist-Stalinist policy as to the latter, the party and Soviet authority knew how to turn the basic and best section of the old intellectuals into the path of socialism. What is most important, they knew how to hammer out the new and numerous group of Soviet intellectuals, a completely new, toiling intelligentsia, the like of which is not to be found in any country of the world. 8. The intellectuals are, in our society too, a stratum. They never were nor can they be a class. As a social group, they represent an organic and constituent part of our socialist society. The changes in class interrelations, resulting from the building of socialist society, are also clear from this. Stalin has given a classic characterization and formulation of these changes. Whereof do these changes speak? Of the fact that the boundaries between the worker class and the peasantry, as also between these classes and the intellectuals, are effaced, and the old class exclusiveness has disappeared, so that the distance between these social groups is constantly lessening. Of the fact that economic contradictions between these social groups decline and are effaced. Of the fact, finally, that political contradictions between them decline and are effaced. Such is the state of affairs as to the changes in the field of class structure of the USSR. The class structure of our society is reflected in Article I of the Constitution of the USSR. As to this Stalin pointed out. Whereof does the first paragraph of the draft of the Constitution speak? It speaks of the class structure of Soviet society. Can we Marxists avoid in the Constitution the question of class structure of our society? We cannot. Everyone knows that Soviet society consists of two classes, workers and peasants. The first article of the draft of the Constitution treats precisely of this. Consequently, it correctly reflects the class structure of our society. 10. The first article of the Constitution says, the USSR is a socialist state of workers and peasants. In that sentence is fixed precisely what is at this moment distinct from what was in the recent past and what will be in the future. In the recent past, the kulaks still existed as an exploiter class and socialist society was not as yet built, the proletariat was not as yet raised to the height of political might to the lofty condition of socialist organization and culture which it has now attained, and the peasantry was not yet kolkhozed by an overwhelming majority. In the future all differences now existing between classes will disappear, classes shall no longer be, and workers and peasants will become toilers of a single communist society. And the expression socialist state of workers and peasants is found in the earlier Soviet constitutions prior to 1936. It then signified that the Soviet state as the authority of workers and peasants puts before itself the task of building socialist society, that the workers and peasants, with the help of the Soviet state, build socialism. Article I of the USSR Constitution of 1936 characterizes the present social structure of our Soviet society. The expression socialist as applied to our state signifies now that the socialist society is already fundamentally constructed, that ours is now a state of fundamentally socialist society. Article I says that the class structure of our society is characterized as socialist. We have herein before cited comparative figures as to the class structure of the people of our country. These must be further amplified by pointing out that the general number of workers and employees rose from 1.4 million in 1913 to 25.8 million in 1936, more than 200%. 12. It will increase even further both absolutely and relatively in consequence of the trend of our country's economic development. Such definition of the class structure of our society is accordingly extremely important and significant in principle. It is important for understanding how at a given stage the most important questions of the structure and activity of the organs of state authority in the USSR are solved, questions of the further development of socialist democracy, of the strengthening of the dictatorship of the worker class, of rights and obligations of USSR citizens, and so forth. Accordingly, the Constitution of the USSR speaks first of all specifically of the class structure of the USSR. The political basis of society means, in the first instance, to what class or classes of that society does state authority belong? And in what form is this authority carried into effect, whether or not the masses take part in governing the state, and if so, to what degree? The political basis of the USSR is the Soviets of the deputies of the toilers. All the authority in the USSR belongs to the toilers of city and country as personified by them. Through them the toilers are the direct administrators of the state. They are the state form of proletarian dictatorship, won in the USSR by the worker class allied with the basic peasant masses and under the guidance of the Bolshevik Communist Party. Won the rise and confirmation of the authority of the Soviets passed along a great and extraordinarily complicated and heroic road of historic development. As expressed in Article II of the USSR Constitution, they grew and became strong as a result of the overthrow of the power of landowners and capitalists and the conquest of the proletarian dictatorship. The Soviets of deputies came into being first in our country, appearing in the bourgeois democratic revolution of 1905 as organs of the principal mass revolutionary struggle of the worker class. They emerged in the greatest proletarian centers of the country. By the popular creativeness of the proletarian masses they were brought forth as the basic organs of revolutionary uprising which, ideologically and organizationally, was prepared and guided by the Bolshevik Party. The Soviets of Workers' Deputies, representing the assembly of delegates from all the factories and plants, were an unprecedented mass political organization of the worker class. The Soviets which first came into the world in 1905 were the prototype of the Soviet authority created by the proletariat under the guidance of the Bolshevik Party in 1917. Soviets were a new revolutionary form of the people's creativeness. They were created solely by revolutionary strata of the population, in violence of all the laws and regulations of Tsarism. They were the manifestation of the self-help of the people, who had arisen to struggle against Tsarism. Lenin evaluated at one stroke the historical significance of the Soviet. He pointed out that they are the organization of the struggle of the worker class to overthrow Tsarist autocracy, that their task was to establish a new revolutionary authority. In an article, The Dying Autocracy and the New Organs of National Authority, Lenin wrote of Soviets of Workers' Deputies as the new organs of popular authority. Concerning the burning traces of the revolution of 1905, generalizing the experience of the Soviets, Lenin wrote of them. These were undoubtedly the embryos of a new national or, if you please, revolutionary government. With the utmost force Lenin showed the extremely broad democracy characteristic of the Soviets of that period as the rudimentary form of the new people's power. The new authority, as the dictatorship of the vast majority, could hold and did hold out solely with the aid of the confidence of the vast mass, solely because it attracted the whole mass to participate in authority in the freest, broadest, and strongest manner. Nothing concealed. Nothing secret. No regulations. No formalities. Are you a worker? Do you want to struggle to deliver Russia from a little handful of violent police? You are our comrade. Choose your deputy. This is authority issuing directly from the mass, the direct and immediate organ of the popular mass and its will. 3. The Mensheviks, who in 1905 and in the following period came out against armed uprising, sought to turn the Soviets into purely representative organs in the bourgeois parliamentary sense of the word, organs which would merely help the bourgeoisie attain political power and grow strong therein, on the one hand, and into organs of local self-government, on the other. Lenin disclosed in the Soviets a concrete historical form of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, and defended with the utmost resolution the task of creating and developing Soviets in the future revolution as organs of the state authority of that dictatorship. In 1915 Lenin, speaking of the immediate task of the conquest of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, pointed at the Soviets as the state form of this dictatorship. The Soviets of the Workers' Deputies and like institutions must be viewed as organs of insurrection, organs of revolutionary authority. 4. In accordance with the doctrine of the bourgeois democratic revolution growing into a socialist revolution, the Bolsheviks viewed the Soviets as the state organization of the revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, with whose help the transition to the latter and higher stage of the revolution, the conquest of the proletarian dictatorship, would occur. This Bolshevik setting in the matter of Soviets was completely triumphant, as we shall see hereafter in the period of preparation for the October Revolution and its victory. The appearance of the Soviets in the historical arena in 1905 was a dress rehearsal for their appearance in 1917. The February bourgeois democratic revolution of 1917 overthrew the autocracy of the Tsar and the power of the landowners, the serf holders who had governed the vast country for hundreds of years. The extreme reaction of their power was manifested with particular force at the beginning of the 20th century. Tsarist Russia was an absolute monarchy. Supreme authority in the state belonged to the monarch, the Russian emperor, who ruled autocratically. The whole apparatus of state authority, from the council of ministers to the village policeman, was built on the principle of a bureaucratic, military police centralization which had attained monstrous proportions. The Tsarist official was in fact omnipotent with reference to the toiling population. Imperial laws essentially encouraged arbitrary exercise of authority by bureaucrats over the people. The police, the gendarmerie, the courts dealt pitilessly with all who sought to defend the interests of the toilers. The people were bereft of elementary civil and political rights. The stupid Tsarist censorship ran wild, stifling every sort of manifestation of living and progressive thought. Active revolutionists in the first instance and principally the Bolsheviks were subjected to the fiercest persecutions by the police, tortured and exterminated in prisons and at hard labor. Protected by the military police power, the capitalist and landowning exploiters pressed with all their weight upon the toilers. Attempts to protest against intolerable exploitation, workers coming out against industrialists and peasants against landowners, were crushed by Tsarist authority with extraordinary measures, with the aid of punitive expeditions, shootings, mass murders, arrests, and so on. The shooting of workers during the peaceful demonstration of January 9, 1905, and the Lena shooting on April 4, 1912, were particularly memorable. Class privileges of the aristocrats of the higher nobility with the Tsarist family at the top were preserved and guarded by law, as were the privileges of the landowners, by occupancy of state positions and in elections to the Duma, to organs of self-government, and so on. Class barriers were artificially sustained. At the beginning of World War I, capitalism in Russia had attained a high stage of development. The monopolist and imperialist bourgeoisie played a leading role in the economic life of the country, but politically that bourgeoisie was helpless. Political control was in the hands of the serf-owning landowners, in the person of an autocratic sovereign. The bourgeoisie was reconciled with the 144 THB law of the Soviet state autocracy because it feared a decisive political struggle. Behind its back stood the proletariat, already formed as a class and growing in revolutionary strength. The bourgeoisie relied on autocracy as a cover from attacks by the proletariat. One of the reasons that impelled the Tsarist government to meddle in World War I was its longing to retard the growth of revolution. In that war, however, the Russian state of serf-owning landowners, profoundly hated by the population and guided by unintelligent, venal, and morally decayed officials and bureaucrats, found its grave. Shattered and disorganized by defeats on the military fronts, leading the country to the verge of hunger and economic collapse, the Tsarist autocracy was cast down by the revolutionary onset of workers and soldiers in February 1917. Although they had wrested authority out of the hands of the Tsarist government, the workers and peasants could not at once take it into their own. Authority passed to the bourgeoisie, which was sufficiently organized to utilize, in its own class interests, the then existent revolutionary setting and to take authority into its own hands. In time of war, the autocracy had perforce to rely in a certain measure on the help of the bourgeoisie, having broadened its rights and permitted its initiative and self-help to develop more broadly. The bourgeoisie had received the right to organize diverse societies and social enterprises in the interests of war mobilization of resources. Guided by busy bourgeois politicians like Konovalov, Ryabushmsky, and Lvov, social organizations to cope with the problems of carrying on the imperialist war. The bourgeoisie was anxious about the outcome of the war, and with regard to the deterioration of the internal political situation. Its fear that the Tsarist autocracy and the Tsarist government apparatus would not know how to crush the growing revolutionary movement was well founded. This was the basis of the opposition moods which developed in the bourgeois upper circle. The most powerful industrialist Ryabushinsky declared in the Congress of Representatives of the War Industry Committees, "We must direct attention to the very organization of government authority, that authority 8 units of rural self-government in pre-revolutionary Russia." Ed. The social organization of the USSR 145 has not risen to the emergency. 6. The bourgeoisie had significant influence also in the Fourth Duma, which represented the interests of a bloc of serf-owning landowners and the bourgeois apex. The bourgeoisie had its political parties and was closely connected with the government apparatus. In all these organizations the bourgeoisie was preparing for itself the basis of the future apparatus of authority. When the revolutionary workers and soldiers actually overthrew autocracy, the bourgeoisie, relying upon its organizations, at once formed its government. On February 27 the State Duma formed the Temporary Committee, having for a time taken upon itself governmental functions. On February 28 the Temporary Committee appointed commissars to the city dumas and to the ministries. On March 2 the provisional government was formed, with Prince Lvov as president and a ministry composed chiefly of the cadets and progressive parties. Having been confirmed in authority, the bourgeoisie set for itself the task of halting or retarding the growth of the revolutionary movement in the city and in the country, and of continuing the war to a victorious end. It advanced the watchword of deferring the solution of fundamental questions of state order until the summoning of the Constituent Assembly. The aims of the bourgeois parties were to establish in the country firm order and powerful authority by the time of the Constituent Assembly. That is to say, their aims were to crush the revolution spreading over the land, relying upon the petty bourgeois parties which supported the bourgeoisie with all their strength. Simultaneously with the provisional government as an organization of the authority of the Russian bourgeoisie, another power, another unique government emerged, the government of workers and soldiers, personified by Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. The bourgeois leaders at once appreciated the significance of these Soviets, and set themselves the task of rendering them impotent as militant political organizations of toilers and thus reducing them to naught so as later to be delivered from them completely. The provisional government proceeded to develop this policy, maneuvering and double-dealing, and from time to time elaborately concealing its hostility to the Soviets behind democratic phrases about the unity of the forces of democracy, enjoying therein the complete support of the Mensheviks and the SRs. These parties clung to the view that, after the overthrow of the autocracy, only the bourgeoisie could create an apparatus of state authority and govern. 6. History of the CM War, Volume I, p. 16. 146 The Law of the Soviet State. The State. The old Menshevik Patrusov wrote frankly that it was specifically for the bourgeoisie that the role of master and managing director is prepared in the immediate, though it be a brief, period of history, while the developed capitalist order is reinforced in the land. 7. The Mensheviks developed the point of view that all the forces of democracy must aid the bourgeoisie to repair, under its guidance, the state machine out of the ranks of specialists / that is, of the old bureaucracy, those who were active in the zemstvos, the bourgeois city self-governments, and the bureaucratic apex of the petty bourgeois parties. The Mensheviks, considering that the revolution must end by confirming the bourgeois republic, and above all else fearing the development and the deepening of the revolution, believing neither in the force and state capacities of the masses nor in those of the worker class to rally the peasantry behind it, cynically false to the interests of workers and peasants, resolutely opposed the transfer of authority to the Soviets. The first All-Russian Congress of Soviets, with an overwhelming majority of SRs and Mensheviks, and other fragments of the petty bourgeoisie trailing along, adopted a resolution: the transfer of all authority to the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, in the period of the current Russian Revolution, would significantly weaken the powers of the revolution, prematurely repel from it the elements still capable of serving it, and threaten it with collapse. 8. Meantime, threat of revolution came from another side, that of the bourgeois counter-revolution, spreading under the dominance of the provisional government. Struggling for its own sole power and to destroy the duality of powers, the bourgeoisie sought to liquidate the Soviets, intensifying its auxiliary organizations. Aside from the war industry committees whose activity was significantly extended, other organizations of social and semi-state character were created. These include the so-called shock battalions. 1. Intended for punitive operations in crushing revolutionary outbreaks in the rear and at the front. Thus, at the beginning of the Komalov adventure, there were at the front 33 shock battalions and 1 division. At the end of October, in 85 of the biggest centers of the country, there were staffs for the formation of punitive detachments of this sort. The counter-revolutionists had at their disposal 40 shock battalions and 1 division, more than 50,000 excellently armed and equipped soldiers. Battalions of Cavaliers of St. George / battalions of Death, and so on, were created with analogous purpose. The bourgeoisie hastily created its bourgeois white guard, an apparatus for terrorist crushing of the revolutionary popular masses. The other big counter-revolutionary organization was the Union of Officers of the Army and the Fleet / with its chief committee in the quarters of the Commander-in-Chief. This carried on the work of unifying revolutionary officers and assembling active cadres of counter-revolution, devoting special attention to military schools of ensigns and cadets. The cadet groups were later among the chief forces which came out with arms in their hands against the dictatorship of the proletariat, against the Bolshevik Soviets. The bourgeoisie strenuously prepared the apparatus of military terrorist dictatorship which was bound to destroy not only the Soviets but all other organizations of the toilers. Lenin, in his April theses reporting to the All-Russian April Conference of Bolsheviks, and in numerous articles in the subsequent period, proved conclusively, in the practical experience of the revolution, that a completely new form of state, personified by the Soviets, was growing up and the apparatus of a new and higher type of state, the state of the proletarian dictatorship, emerging. Lenin showed the historical connection and successorship of the 1917 Soviets with those of 1905 and with the Paris Commune of 1871. In the light of recent experience of the Soviets, he showed the vast historical significance of the Paris Commune as the first attempt of the proletariat to create its own special apparatus of state authority. With special force he unmasked Koskai, who, perverting the facts, tried to prove that the experience of the Paris Commune supposedly tells against the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin shows how Koskai extols the Commune for its mistakes, and seeks to discredit it as a new historical form of authority. Lenin re-establishes Marx and Engels' characterization of the Paris Commune as the prototype of the proletarian dictatorship. Lenin depicted the special characteristics of the state organization of the Paris Commune as the following: the annihilation of the bureaucratic apparatus of officialdom, police, and army, their replacement by democratic organs with officials broadly elective and controlled and paid no more than a good workman, and the abolition of bourgeois parliamentarism and the unification of representative and executive functions in one state organ. He went on to show that the Soviets of Deputies reproduce, in a new historical setting and in a higher stage, these distinguishing features of the Paris Commune. He put forward as the most important question on revising the party program the demand of a state organization in the form of a commune. 9. Lenin showed that the solution of the immediate, fundamental questions of the revolution, questions of peace, land, and bread, was impossible if the old state apparatus was preserved. That apparatus must be smashed, and a new state apparatus must be created by the Soviets to replace it. Lenin and Stalin unmasked the class nature of the provisional government and contrasted the Soviets with it. In the very first days of the bourgeois democratic revolution of 1917, Lenin characterized the Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies as the rudimentary form of proletarian dictatorship. The chief point in the famous Lenin thesis of duality of power was that the Soviets were put forth as an organization of future state authority of the dictatorship of the proletariat. Lenin and Stalin called the proletariat to strengthen and develop the Soviets in every way as organs of the genuinely revolutionary authority of workers and peasants. 2 days after his return from exile, Stalin put forward as the most important task, to strengthen the Soviets, to make them ubiquitous, to bind them inter se with the Central Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies at their head as an organ of the revolutionary power of the nation. 10. In its relationship to the Soviets, the party of Bolsheviks started from Lenin's plan as to the democratic bourgeois revolution growing over into a socialist revolution, a plan worked out by him as early as 1905. Lenin's plan started from the fact that at this period the country was in a condition of transition from the first stage of revolution, which gave authority to the bourgeoisie, to the second stage of revolution which must transfer authority into the hands of the proletariat and the poorest strata of the peasantry. And everyone knows that a frenzied struggle against Lenin's program of conquest by the dictatorship of the proletariat was carried on by traitors to the worker class agents of the bourgeoisie, Zinoviev, Kamina, and Rykov. Repeating in essence the Menshevik arguments against the proletarian dictatorship, they showed the necessity of not going beyond the bounds of establishing a bourgeois democratic republic, having subordinated the Soviets to this task and turned them into an organization to realize this purpose. Thus, as early as the first stage of the struggle for authority of the 9 Lenin, Volume XX, p. 89. 10. Stalin, On the Paths to October, p. 2. 11 Lenin, Volume XX, p. 78. The social organization of the USSR 149. Soviets, these traitors later proven enemies of the people, declared themselves strike breakers and traitors to the proletarian state. The course of events entirely confirmed this. The provisional government strove to utilize as far as possible the old apparatus and its bureaucratic cadres to prosecute their class policy of hostility to the people. Setting itself the task of prolonging the predatory war contrary to the wishes and will of the masses, it sought to preserve a reactionary set of generals as leaders of the army and the old principles of army building. It contemplated using the army to crush the anti-war and, in general, revolutionary outbreaks of the masses. The nation could gain peace and the counter-revolutionary plans and doings of the bourgeoisie be nipped in the bud only by winning the army over to the side of the people, that is, in the last analysis, by creating in place of the old army a new, people's army. It was necessary to arm the people. The Soviets of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies were distinguished by the fact that, from the very beginning, they enjoyed the support of broad soldier masses of the people, and actually possessed a vast armed force, especially the Soviets of Petrograd, Kronstadt, and Moscow. In the words of Lenin, they represented the people in arms. To give the land to the peasants, that is to say, to take it by violence from the landowners and change it into property of the state, having handed it over to be used by the toilers of the country, was possible only with the help of such authority and such state organization as would stand to the defense of the interests of the peasantry, would go out from the core of the working class and the peasantry and everywhere realize their interests. Such authority was, once again, the authority of the Soviets. The provisional government, with its capitalist ministers, persons active in the war industry committees, and socialist ministers, not only took no measures whatsoever to combat the crisis in provisions and general economy and the madly growing speculation, but on the contrary organized and encouraged that crisis, to the end that the bourgeoisie, the landowners, and the kulaks might profit by it. The provisional government not only prosecuted no struggle of any kind with economic sabotage by capitalists who closed enterprises and halted production so as to stifle the revolution by the bony hand of hunger, but on the contrary encouraged this counter-revolutionary sabotage. To avert the economic bankruptcy in preparation by the capitalists, it was essential unhesitatingly to take production under the control of the entire state and to smash sabotage by the capitalists. Such control could, however, be realized only by the state authority of the toilers, that is to say, the Soviets. Only they could actually realize such control in the interests of the toilers and practically organize it with the forces of the worker mass. Only by establishing the authority of the Soviets could this most important question of the revolution be solved in the interests of the toilers. Accordingly, as early as April, 1917, the Bolshevik Party, under the guidance of Lenin and Stalin, put forward the watchword, "All power to the Soviets." The Mensheviks and the SRs were dominant in the Soviets at this initial period of the revolution and were the leaders in most affairs. Putting forward the watchword, "All power to the Soviets," the Bolsheviks set as their task the clarification for the masses of the treachery of the Menshevik SR policy carried on by the Soviets, so that the masses might in their own political experience be convinced of the necessity of transferring to the Soviets complete and full authority and of realizing in the form of the Soviets the dictatorship of the proletariat. Moreover, the Bolsheviks proceeded from the possibility at that time of the peaceful development of the revolution and the painless transfer of authority to the Soviets. In the course of revolutionary events, however, the Soviets, still constantly under the guidance of Mensheviks and SRs, finally meandered into the camp of the bourgeoisie. They not only refused to assume authority, they also supported the provisional government in its attack upon the revolution in smashing the July demonstration, organizing prosecution and pogroms of the Bolsheviks, disarming detachments of the Red Guard, and so on. Unity of authority, that of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie, took the place of duality of authority. In this connection the Bolsheviks, at the 6th Congress of the party, temporarily suspended the use of the watchword, "All power to the Soviets." That Congress put forward the immediate preparation for an armed uprising. The watchword, All power to the Soviets must be discontinued after the July days, said Stalin. Temporary discontinuance of this watchword, however, by no means signifies refusal to struggle for the power of the Soviets. It is a matter, not of Soviets in general as organs of revolutionary struggle, but only of certain Soviets which are guided by Mensheviks and SRs. 12. Lenin and Stalin put before the party the most important task, the Bolshevization of the Soviets, a task successfully solved by the party. In conditions of the mighty revolutionary uplift evoked by the struggle of the toiling masses led by Bolsheviks against the forces of Kornilov, there developed a zone of revitalization and renovation of Bolshevization of the Soviets. Factories, works, and military units re-electing their deputies. A history of the All-Union Communist Party p. 188. Sent to the Soviets representatives of the Bolshevist Party, in place of Mensheviks and SRs. At the end of September, 1917, the Soviets were already Bolshevist. They became the organs for the immediate and direct struggle of workers and of the poorest peasants to grasp state authority. When this was attained, when adherents of the Bolsheviks began to predominate in the Soviets, the party again put forward its war cry, all power to the Soviets. 13. Under this watchword the Bolsheviks succeeded in organizing the overthrow of the provisional government and the victory of the proletarian dictatorship in October, 1917. In the period before the Bolsheviks assumed authority, Bolshevization of the Soviets signified the arming of the worker masses by the Soviets and the rallying around them of revolutionary soldiery ready to support the Soviets by armed attack upon the bourgeois administration, the strengthening and development of the proletarian militia chiefly in the form of the Red Guard, which organized and preserved revolutionary legal order, that the Soviets had begun in fact through arrangement by their own officials to establish a significant degree of control over production, foiling sabotage by the proprietors, breaking up their lockouts, carrying the 8-hour workday into effect, and so on. The Bolshevization of the Soviets meant that the Soviets began to control the activity of various organs concerned with food supply and to employ revolutionary measures in the struggle with speculation, and so forth. Under the leadership of the Bolsheviks, the worker class, in the course of its struggle against the bourgeois dictatorship, making ready the socialist revolution, thus created in the form of the Soviets the apparatus of its future state authority. The watchword, all power to the Soviets, was the concentrated and militant expression of the Bolshevik plan forcibly to overthrow the provisional government and the bourgeois nationalist governments in the borderlands, a plan of revolutionary seizure of authority by the worker class and the poorest peasantry and of establishing the proletarian dictatorship. With the triumph of the October Revolution came also the practical realization of this plan. The revolution transferred authority to the Soviets, which, having assumed it, became in turn sovereign organs of the state authority of workers and peasants, a mighty state organization, essential to reinforce the conquests of the revolution and its further development. On the day following the victory of the socialist revolution, the worker class in the form of the Soviets already possessed, in general features, the foundation of the state apparatus created in the struggle against the power of capitalists and landowners. In the course of the revolution the worker class smashed the old state apparatus of mass strangulation and repression alien and hostile to the people and developed and strengthened the new Soviet apparatus of authority which had grown out of the peoples and serves the people. This was the result of the struggle of the Bolshevik Party, guided by Lenin and Stalin, for the conquest of the proletarian dictatorship. Only after creating such state organization as the Soviets could the worker class establish and stabilize its dictatorship. On the other hand, only the victory of the dictatorship, the political domination of the proletariat, made possible the uninterrupted development and strengthening of the Soviets as the political basis of the new society of the transition from capitalism to communism. Characterizing the Soviets as the new type of state authority, Stalin says, "The Republic of Soviets is thus the political form long sought after and finally found, within whose framework must be accomplished the economic emancipation of the proletariat, the complete victory of socialism." 14. A description and portrayal of the organization and activity of the Soviets require particularly the disclosure of the concrete content of the Stalin formula. In a preceding chapter we have shown how the development of the Soviets was reflected in the history of the Soviet Constitution. In subsequent chapters we shall clarify specific phases of the organization and activity of the Soviets as organs of authority, of the state government realized by the toiling masses of our socialist state. We shall now pause to set out the manner wherein Soviet public law reflects and confirms the general and characteristic principles of the Soviet state as a state of a new and higher type. 2. The Soviet state form of the dictatorship of the worker class. The Soviets have been defined in Soviet law, always openly and frankly, as state organs of the proletarian dictatorship. Such is the frank characterization of our state in Soviet constitutions since the first constitution of the RSFSR in I-9-I-8. 15. Only Soviet public law in contrast with bourgeois law answers directly and faithfully the question of the class character of state authority. This particular and specific feature of proletarian, socialist, public law attracts the sympathies of the toilers of the whole world. 14. Stalin, Questions of Leninism, p. 33*15 cf. Constitution of RSFSR Art. 9. Of the White Russian SSR Art. 4. Of the Ukrainian SSR Art. 2. Of the Azerbaijan SSR Art. I. Of the Armenian SSR Art. N. Of USSR, subdivision I, of RSFSR Art. I. Of the Turkmen SSR Art. I. Of the Uzbek SSR Art. I. And others. The social organization of the USSR 153. Specifically by reason of its having stated openly that everything is subordinated to the dictatorship of the proletariat, that it is a new type of state organization. Soviet authority has won for itself the sympathy of the workers of the whole world. 16. Thus Soviet constitutions scientifically define in principle the class essence of the Soviet state, emphasized in the program of the Bolshevik Party in the following words. In contrast with bourgeois democracy, which conceals the class character of its state, Soviet authority openly acknowledges the inevitable class character of every sort of state, until the complete disappearance of the division of society into classes and therewith of all state authority of every sort. The matter of the class essence of the Soviet state as a proletarian dictatorship was exhaustively developed in the works of Lenin and Stalin. The classic reference is Stalin's famous proposition as to the three fundamental sides of the proletarian dictatorship. 17. These sides were also reflected in Soviet public law. A. Crushing the resistance of class enemies from the moment of its emergence and down to the present rime, the Soviet state has clashed and still constantly clashes in fierce conflict with the overthrown exploiter classes and their toadies. Counter-revolutionary sabotage by industrialists and bourgeois intellectuals in 1918 was one of the earliest stages and methods of resistance by the exploiter classes. Swiftly Soviet authority entered into still more savage struggle against the White Guard and interventionist armies and all sorts of bandit gangs organized by the kulaks to overthrow Soviet authority. Rooted in the Civil War, the exploiter classes did not cease, they merely changed in forms and methods their resistance to socialism. The organization of anti-Soviet counter-revolutionary parties and conspirator groups brought wrecking, diversions, espionage, and acts of terrorism to bear upon persons active in behalf of the Soviets, all as a continuation of the savage class struggle by representatives of the dying capitalist world against the socialism which was being built. Guided by Lenin and Stalin, the Soviet state always started from the position that the perishing classes would resist with all their powers until the last moment, and that their pitiless repression would therefore always constitute an imprescriptible and necessary task of the proletarian dictatorship. Accordingly, as early as the Declaration of Rights, the pitiless repression of exploiters was openly proclaimed as one of the basic tasks of Soviet authority. 18. In conformity with this principle of the proletarian dictatorship, Soviet authority takes substantial and definitive measures to crush the resistance of exploiter classes and their elements. It expelled them from all organs of state authority and cut off from them any access thereto. The Declaration of Rights frankly established that exploiters can have no place in any organ of authority. Their organizations were prohibited and liquidated, and attempts to re-establish them were and are pitilessly crushed by Soviet authority. This is one of the basic tasks of the proletarian dictatorship, wielding the drawn sword of retribution created by the revolution, the Cheka, 19 the OGPU, 20 and the NKVD. 21 The exploiter elements and their assistants were deprived of political rights, particularly the right of suffrage. Guided solely loyal interests of the worker class, the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic deprives individuals and groups of rights utilized / them to the detriment of the interests of the socialist revolution. 22. The class and historical sense of thus depriving defined social groups and persons of rights was solely and specifically to crush the resistance of class enemies of the toilers insofar as they could utilize those rights to struggle against the Soviet order. At the present moment, with socialism victorious, depriving any social group of political rights is entirely abrogated. That signifies, however, the abrogation only of a certain concrete form of repressing resistance of the enemies of socialism. Repression itself, as a function of the proletariat state, remains and will remain so long as such resistance in whatever form continues. Only the concrete conditions and forms of repression change. In the present period, as everyone knows, primary and especially outstanding significance attaches to international capitalist encirclement, which stimulates and organizes the counter-revolutionary and anti-Soviet activity of the last of the exploiter groups and elements in the USSR. Their basic method of resistance to socialism at the present time is the pillaging and destruction of socialist property, wrecking, diversion, and espionage in aid of foreign bourgeois states, terror, attempts to undermine the military and political rights in general, and of the right to occupy political posts in particular. The social organization of the USSR 155 political might and state unity of the peoples of the USSR, and the like. Hence follow the specific tasks of crushing the enemies of socialism and the particular significance of such methods of exposing and annihilating them as intensification of the revolutionary vigilance of the toiling masses and organs of proletarian dictatorship, intensified guard of the boundaries of the USSR, intensification of measures to thwart counter-revolutionary activity, and so on. To intensify the repression of enemies of socialism, enemies of the people, it is necessary to strengthen the dictatorship of the worker class. A strong and mighty proletarian dictatorship is what we need now to dispel the last remnants of the dying classes to the winds and to shatter their thievish machinations. 28. Stalin said at the beginning of 1933, and even now his words are completely significant. Furthermore, they have acquired peculiar and real force in contemporary conditions. What is the dictatorship of the proletariat? Lenin defined it as the domination of the proletariat over the bourgeoisie, unlimited by law and resting on force, enjoying the sympathy and support of all the toiling masses. The task of that dominance is completely and finally to crush the shattered exploiters' won resistance to socialism. At the present moment a significant part of that task is already completed. But in its entirety it remains, and will always constitute an imprescriptible side of the proletarian dictatorship. b. The strengthening of the union of the worker class with the peasantry in Soviet public law. The role and significance of the union of the worker class and the peasantry is particularly emphasized. It is spoken of in Soviet constitutions, in all the most important constitutional acts, and directives of Union and Republic Congresses of Soviets. It is evidenced by the daily activity of the Soviet worker-peasant government. The very construction and daily policy of the Soviet government as a worker-peasant government is the practical embodiment of the union of the worker class and the peasantry under the guidance of the worker class. 24. The task of strengthening the union of the worker class with the peasantry and the guiding role of the worker class are especially emphasized in separate directives of Congresses of the Soviets. Thus, for example, the directive of the Third Union Congress of Soviets of 1925, concerning Soviet construction, 25. A directive particularly keenly edged against Trotskyist attempts to break the party line and the government line in this matter, points out that the fundamental task in attracting broad masses of workers and peasants consists in striving for ever greater solidarity of workers and peasants, and also of the laboring intellectuals, teachers, agronomists, and doctors around the Soviets, and in reinforcing the union of workers and peasants. At the end of this directive is the following statement: at the same time the Third Congress of Soviets of the USSR deems it necessary to remind workers and peasants of the fundamental legacy of Lenin, that the victory of socialism in our country is possible only if actual guidance of the peasantry by the working class is realized on the basis of strengthening the union of workers and peasants. The realization of the Lenin-Stalin plan of socialist industrialization of the country and collectivization of agriculture enormously intensified and gave a new and mighty basis to the union of the worker class and the peasantry. A directive of the Fourth Congress of Soviets of the USSR 2G in accordance with the report of Kalm concerning the basic tasks of agriculture in connection with the development of national economy and industrialization of the country states. Successes in industrializing the country will create a new and still more favorable condition for further confirmation of the bond between city and country, agriculture and industry, for strengthening the union of workers and peasants, for stabilizing the dictatorship of the proletariat and for the further advance to socialism. In the spring of 1929, the year of the Great Crisis, the Fifth Congress of Soviets of the USSR adopted an extremely important directive, concerning ways of raising the level of agriculture and building cooperatives in the villages. 27 here were noted definitive measures preparing the transition to mass rural collectivization beginning in the summer of that year. In that directive is found the following statement: the Congress of Soviets considers that the solution of the tasks it sets in the field of agriculture can be only on the basis of activating farm laborers and the poor and middle-class peasant masses, this to be under the proletarian guidance of the peasantry, and accompanied by the consolidation and organization of these three groups, in order to improve farming and reorganize it on socialist lines, based on a still further strengthening of the union of the worker class with the peasantry. Finally, the Sixth Congress of Soviets of the USSR. 28. In the directive, concerning the building of kolkhozes, stated and confirmed the new and higher level of the worker-peasant union attained by the brilliant success of collectivization on the basis of the new correlation of class forces. In this directive we find: the triumphant kolkhoz movement decisively changes the correlation of class forces in the USSR. On the basis of the expansion of uninterrupted collectivization, Soviet authority has gone over to a policy of liquidating the kulaks as a class and has been successfully carrying this policy into effect for the past year. The middle-class peasant, entering the kolkhoz, becomes side by side with what were formerly poverty-stricken hirelings the veritable and stable foundation of Soviet authority in the country. Thereby the union of the worker class with the peasantry is vastly strengthened, and the basis of worker-peasant power, for which henceforward the basic and chief foundation in the country is the kolkhoz peasantry, is broadened. The efficient union of the worker class with the peasantry leads to the final triumph of the kolkhoz order in the country, and the colossal growth in the kolkhoz peasantry of political consciousness and of socialist organization and culture, and all this at the same time promotes further and uninterrupted strengthening of that union under the guidance of the worker class. This union finds expression in the highest foundation, the foundation of socialist social organization, the Stalin Constitution of 1936. It is reflected in Article I, which defines our land as a socialist state of workers and peasants. It is emphasized by the definition of the Soviets as Soviets of Working People's Deputies / instead of Soviets of Worker, Peasant, and Red Army Deputies. This definition of the Soviets, wherein workers and peasants are united under the general idea of workers, indicates that in political state life workers and peasants are united still more closely, that in the given relationship also that of their part in the construction of the state the boundaries between them fall away and are effaced. Such a definition indicates in particular that in the formation of the Soviets in their elections the former distinction between workers and peasants as to standards of representation is eliminated. The political significance of that elimination is, in the first instance, that the influence of the worker class upon the peasantry, the state guidance of the peasantry by the worker class, was immensely strengthened. Raised to a new and higher level, the union of the worker class and the peasantry is emphasized in Article 3 of the Constitution of the USSR, wherein it is pointed out that state authority in our country belongs to the workers of town and country. It is reflected and confirmed in the following articles of Chapter I, which speak of the economic basis of socialism, victorious alike in city and in country in the interests of workers and peasants, and essentially in all the chapters of the Stalin Constitution, that basic law of our socialist worker-peasant state. The guiding role of the worker class has its roots in the very essence of the Soviet social order, in the historic mission of the worker class, summoned to annihilate capitalism and to build a new socialist society. That role exists because of the real relationships existent between worker class and peasantry, formed during the historical development in conditions of socialist revolution, civil war, and expanded building of socialism. It will be preserved as the most important principle of the worker class dictatorship so long as that dictatorship, that is to say, so long as class differences in socialist society continue to exist. The guiding role of the worker class is acknowledged by our peasantry, conscious of the decisive significance of that leadership for realizing the general interests of all toilers. Precisely this is the decisive point and the essence of the matter. As to the special advantages of the worker class as compared with the peasantry, advantages confirmed in legislative order and directed at facilitating the working class fulfillment of its leading role, they were never of decisive significance. Expressed basically in workers' advantages in the election law, they had a temporary character only, as was pointed out in the program of the Bolshevik Party. Their practical significance constantly diminished, and now they are completely abrogated by the existing constitution. The fact of their abrogation is particularly evident in the circumstance that guidance of the peasantry by the worker class has entered firmly into life and the manner of living, and is completely and fully guaranteed by the actual position of the worker class in society, its acknowledged authority as leader in the midst of all the toilers, and the further circumstance that the worker class has no need of any constitutional advantages in carrying out its leading role. Thus, from this aspect also, the dictatorship of the worker class grows strong and will in the future grow still stronger, and the necessity of constant intensification of the dictatorship of the working class is likewise clear. Soviet public law completely serves this task, reflecting service to this great historic purpose in its institutes and in its solution of various problems. C. The dictatorship of the worker class as an instrument for building communism. A special characteristic of the Soviet state in point of principle is that it comes forward as organizing the economic and cultural life of our society. 29. As the most important and decisive means of building communist society. In the Declaration of Rights, the establishment of the socialist organization of society is put forward as one of the basic tasks of the Soviet state. The Constitution of the RSFSR 30 proclaims the installation of socialism as one of its fundamental tasks. An analogous formula is contained in the constitutions of other Soviet republics. 81. In the Stalin Constitution, the building of socialism is fixed and confirmed as an historic fact. Having confirmed the first phase of communism already fundamentally attained, the dictatorship of the worker class thereby confirms the basis for further socialist building for the transition to the higher phase of communism, employing in full measure the conquests of socialism for the winning of new victories of communism. From the fact that this dictatorship is a necessary and fundamental means of building communist society, the conclusion is absolutely clear that its maximum intensification is for the basic interests of all the toilers who create that society. D. The leading role of the Communist Party. The political basis of the USSR comprises as the most important principle of the worker class dictatorship the leading and directing role of the Communist Party in all fields of economic, social, and cultural activity. The works of Lenin and Stalin develop exhaustively the theoretical and the organizational practical aspects of this matter. 32. A series of decisions of the Bolshevik Party firmly established the organization forms whereby the party's guidance of state organs is effectuated. Therein is likewise established a delimitation of the functions of party and state organs, starting from this principle. The party must develop its decisions through Soviet organs within the framework of the Soviet Constitution. The party seeks to guide, not to replace the activity of the Soviets. 33. 30. Sci. 1918, number 51, Art. 582. 31. Compare the constitutions of the White Russian SSR of 1919 and of the Azerbaijan SSR of 1921. The Ukraine SSR provides. The task of this dictatorship is to realize the transition from a bourgeois order to socialism by developing socialist reorganizations. The Armenian SSR constitution proclaims that the dictatorship of the proletariat has as its purpose putting an end to the capitalist order and realizing socialism with the aid of revolutionary overturn. The constitution of the Georgian SSR says, the task of the dictatorship is to realize the transition from the bourgeois order to socialism by undeviating and planned utilization of socialist reorganizations. Practically, the party's guidance of the Soviets is actualized as follows. The party verifies the work of the organs of government and the organs of authority, correcting unavoidable mistakes and shortcomings, helping them develop the decisions of the government and trying to guarantee them support of the masses, and not a single important decision is taken by them without corresponding directions of the party. In developing a plan of work of a given organ of authority, whether along the line of industry and agriculture or that of building, trade and culture, the party gives general guiding directions defining the character and direction of the work of these organs during the time when these plans are operative. 85. Of important significance in principle and practice is party guidance of elections to the Soviets, made real by the elective bloc of communists and non-party members at all stages of the election campaign. Party guidance of the Soviets is guaranteed particularly by the fact that the party teaches the toilers organized into Soviets socialist methods of state work, and non-party workers of the Soviets are also convinced in practice of the correctness of the party directions. The uninterrupted growth and strengthening of the Bolshevik Party and of its influence on the masses and ties with them, and its guidance of the state are the chief guarantee of strengthening and development toward the highest phase of communism, of the dictatorship of the worker class, the reliable political foundation of Soviet socialist society. 3. The Soviets of the deputies of the toilers, the highest type of democracy. A. Soviet democracy as democracy of the highest type. The foregoing relates to a characterization of the class essence and the historic tasks of the worker class dictatorship. Analysis of the specific state form, wherein the proletarian dictatorship of the Soviets of the deputies of the toilers manifests itself, makes possible the conviction that the Soviet state is a state democratic after a new fashion, a democracy of a higher type. That the proletarian socialist democracy is a democracy of a special and higher type was basically worked out in theory by Lenin and Stalin even before the Bolsheviks assumed authority. It was under their guidance that the Bolsheviks came to the events of October with their plan of a new socialist democratic organization of state authority already prepared. This plan was brilliantly realized in practice in the precise and definitive historic form wherein it was projected that of Soviet authority. From the very moment of its emergence from its first practical step, Soviet authority, as the state form of proletarian dictatorship, showed itself the most democratic form of authority in the history of the world. This is due to its class essence, to the historical mission of the worker class dictatorship, which cannot exist as state authority save in the form of the most elevated and authentic democracy. Lenin completely unmasked and devastatingly criticized the theories that dictatorship and democracy in general are incompatible and mutually contradictory, wherefore the dictatorship of the proletariat established in our land is supposed to exclude democracy in general. In reality, the bourgeois, like every other exploiter dictatorship, is incompatible with true and real democracy. The proletarian dictatorship excludes bourgeois democracy, but it is not only compatible with it is in fact impossible without authentic democracy. All three sides of the proletarian dictatorship necessarily presuppose and essentially signify proletarian democracy. The union of worker class and peasantry, and state guidance of society by the worker class, cannot be realized without attracting into the factual government of the state, and drawing into active and conscious political life, the broadest masses of the toilers. The same should be said of the task of building socialist society. This can be accomplished only in the event of the broadest possible masses being summoned and moved into proximity to guidance by the state of the entire process of reorganizing society and recasting the people's way of life and psychology. Whereas even the task of violently crushing exploiter resistance cannot be accomplished by the undemocratic method. Lenin and Stalin entirely and completely refuted the reactionary assertions that violence is in general incompatible with democracy. Genuine democracy of the toilers is incompatible with the violence of the exploiter classes dominant in society. In exploiter society, in a setting of particularly savage class struggle and imminent proletarian revolution, the bourgeoisie ever more and more limits and frustrates bourgeois demic 162 the law of the Soviet state racy, extirpating it violently and in certain conditions replacing it completely by the naked, reactionary, counter-revolutionary violence of fascist terrorist dictatorship. Proletarian revolutionary violence is democratic in the true sense of the word, both by its social essence and by the forms wherein it is realized. It is democratic in social essence because it is directed to the defense of the interests of the majority of the toilers against the exploiter minority. It becomes, accordingly, ever more democratic in proportion to the development of a socialist society which ever increasingly consolidates and unites the overwhelming majority of the population, and wherein the last of the exploiters become ever more and more a miserable handful. Proletarian revolutionary violence is democratic in form, because it is realized with the most active participation of the broadest strata of the population, from whose mass workers, devotedly and courageously defending the interests of society, emerge and grow. Surely the Civil War, the heroic struggle of the toilers of our country against counter-revolution in all its forms, was the highest manifestation of true democracy as to both its purposes and the forms and methods whereby it was carried on. Surely it rallied the majority of the toilers of all peoples and nationalities of our great country, raised the political consciousness and the culture of the toiling population oppressed and backward before the revolution, and brought forward from the depths of the nation tens and hundreds of thousands of persons to govern the state. Civil war against the bourgeoisie is the war democratically organized and carried on of the poverty-stricken masses against the minority, the haves. But since it is war, it must inevitably put violence in the place of law. Moreover, violence exerted in the name of interests and rights of the majority of the population is distinguished by a different character. It tramples on rights of exploiters of the bourgeoisie. It cannot be realized without democratic organization of troops and the rear. Civil war violently expropriates at one stroke and first of all the banks, the factories, the railroads, the big agricultural properties, and so on. But, precisely for the purpose of expropriating all this, it is essential to introduce also the choice by the people of all officials and officers, the complete merging of the army with the mass of the people, and complete democracy in the matter of disposing of provisions and of their production and distribution, and the like. 36. The state consciousness and activity of the toiling masses who have come to authority is, in accord with the principles of proletarian democracy, an elementary condition for successful struggle against the enemies of the people, against representatives of the destroyed exploiter classes. The most important means of successful struggle against every sort of counter-revolutionary wrecker activity of anti-Soviet organizations and persons is, in the first instance, such democratic means as revolutionary vigilance of the masses themselves and their activity in inveigling and rendering harmless the enemies of the people. Lenin and Stalin revealed with finality the fallacious and anti-scientific contrasting of democracy in general with violence in general. Precisely because democracy is a form of political organization of the state, it is unachievable without violence. Democracy is a state which acknowledges the subordination of the minority to the majority. It is an organization for systematic violence of one class of one part of the population exerted upon another. 87. So long, therefore, as democracy is present, violence in some form or other will also be present. As regards violence, the peculiarity of socialist democracy is that it is a means of building society without classes, without a state, and consequently without violence, whereas bourgeois democracy conceals and seeks to perpetuate the class violence of exploiters upon exploited. Trotskyists, Bukharinists, and other traitors and enemies of the people, with the purpose first of frustrating the creation of our state and then the strengthening of it, likewise essayed the contrast of proletarian dictatorship to proletarian democracy. Trotskyists, despicable restorers of capitalism, feigned adherence to the proletarian dictatorship, which they themselves conceived as a system of bare administration, disregard of the masses, bureaucratic centralization, and other anti-democratic methods in reality profoundly alien and hostile to the proletarian dictatorship. At the same time they demagogically demanded democracy, possibly aiming at carrying on their subversive anti-Soviet activity directed against the dictatorship of the proletariat and true proletarian democracy. The Bukharinists, rightist restorers of capitalism, campaigned for democracy, but in such form as to create the possibility of the kulaks growing into socialism, of easing class contradictions, and of re-establishing the power of landowners and capitalists. Having shattered the Trotskyists, Bukharinists, and other counter-revolutionary anti-Soviet organizations, the party and the whole Soviet people annihilated the irreconcilable and sworn enemies of proletarian, socialist democracy. Despite their resistance and the gloomy expectations and predictions of all sorts of skeptics and persons of little faith, the USSR witnessed the undeviating development of the might of the worker class dictatorship and of the strength and breadth of proletarian socialist democracy. These were as the two sides of one and the same phenomenon and process. 87. Ibid, Volume XXI, p. 426. 164 THB Law of the Soviet State Socialist Reorganization of Society by means of the Soviet State, a state of a new and higher type. In the Stalin Constitution the plenitude of proletarian socialist democracy found its highest reflection and confirmation in public law. We will proceed to clarify particular questions of socialist democracy in the USSR. B. All authority in the USSR belongs to the toilers. Article 3 of the Constitution of the USSR provides that all authority in the USSR belongs to the toilers of the city and country, personified by Soviets of the deputies of the toilers. Confirming the fact of world history in our country that authority is actually in the hands of the toilers. They in reality govern the state and all the affairs of state. Bourgeois public law starts from the principle that the people cannot and should not themselves govern the state. Only those enjoying the right to vote can express their state will through parliament and its legislative activity. The state, however, should be governed by special executive and judicial mechanisms consisting of particular officials, a bureaucracy functioning in everyday activity independently of the masses and without their participation in separate branches of state building. The people cannot and should not themselves execute the work of the state. They delegate authority belonging to them only in principle to special state organs empowered to carry out all the work of governing the state in the strict sense of the word. In one form or another this principle finds foundation in the theory of bourgeois public law. The prevailing bourgeois concepts of national sovereignty developed the idea that authority starts only from the people, that supremacy of authority is rooted in the people / and so forth. But in practice the work of the state is executed by special institutions and officials authorized therefor. Precisely in this sense many bourgeois constitutions proclaim national sovereignty / 88 the bourgeois conception whereof supreme 38. Thus, according to the Constitution of Greece, Art. 2. All authority issues from the people, exists for their welfare and is realized in the order prescribed by the Constitution. Even in the fascist Constitution of Portugal is the following: sovereignty resides in the nation. In the Constitution of Belgium, all powers emanate from the nation and are realized in the order established by the Constitution. In the fundamental law of the Republic of Turkey, the supreme authority, with no limitations or conditions whatsoever, belongs to the people. The Constitution of Latvia provides that the sovereign authority in Latvia belongs to the Latvian people. The Constitution of Lithuania, the supreme state authority belongs to the people. In the Constitution of Finland, supreme authority in Finland belongs to the people. In the fundamental law of Estonia, Estonia is an independent republic whose state authority is in the hands of the people, and so forth. It must be noted that when bourgeois constitutions become fascist, AC of the authority of the people is false in its very foundation. It gives out as the real possession of authority the right of a limited circle of electors to vote for deputies to the bourgeois parliament. This concept is built on a negation of the incontestable truth and fact that authority, the fullness of authority, moreover, the supremacy of authority in bourgeois society belongs to the capitalists in alliance with the landowners, and not to the people. In contrast with the false, hypocritical, and anti-scientific declarations of bourgeois states as to authority of the people, the Soviet state made real and Soviet public law has confirmed that authority is actually and totally in the hands of the toilers. Genuine national sovereignty, on the basis of the Lenin-Stalin doctrine as to the proletarian state. Having seized authority and built it on absolutely new foundations, the worker class in the very first days of the existence of this authority declared, through Stalin in his report at the Third All-Russian Congress of Soviets, to MS, who represent the lowly workers, it is necessary that the people not only vote but rule as well. Those who rule, not those who choose and elect, are the ones in authority. 89. From the very first days of its existence, the central task of Soviet authority was that of the broadest possible attraction of toiling masses to govern all the affairs of state. Upon this the chief attention of the Bolshevik party, headed by Lenin and Stalin, was focused. They always put this problem forward into first place. In his famous address, to the population, Lenin, president of the Council of People's Commissars, 40, said, "Comrade toilers, remember that you yourselves now govern the state. No one will be able to help you if you yourselves shall not unite and take all matters of the state into your own hands. Your Soviets are henceforward organs of state. The proclamation of national sovereignty is eliminated. Thus in the Constitution of Poland 092 I. 8. 2. The supreme authority in the Polish Republic belongs to the people. State organs are here called popular organs. In the fascist Constitution of 1935, this democratic phraseology is openly cast away. Article 2 says, at the head of the state stands the President of the Republic. Upon him rests responsibility before God and history for the fate of the state. In the Constitution of the German Empire, the so-called Weimar Constitution, Article I says, the German Empire is a republic. State authority issues from the people. Fascists, as everyone knows, abrogated the Weimar Constitution. If the principle preached in this field by fascist political scientists were formulated, it would have to be set out as follows: the Third Reich is an authoritarian state. State authority starts from the Führer and the head of the government. Authority organs with complete authority and decision. Rally around your Soviets. Make them strong. Take hold of affairs yourselves from below, with no tarrying for anyone. Bourgeois ideologists often try to embellish and shade off the fictitious character of national sovereignty under capitalism by an ideological fiction, the theory of the separation of powers. 41. The most general variant of this theory is that national sovereignty is immediately embodied in a parliamentary legislative organ whose power must be separated from the executive and judicial powers. Representative elective organs, accordingly, cannot, and must not, possess any sort of executive power, or all powers must be separated. Under capitalism, parliaments are essentially one of the state levers for the repression of the masses by the ruling bourgeois classes. The latter conduct their own policy of hostility to the masses through parliament also, forming and defending that policy by legislative acts issued by parliament. Herein the bourgeoisie succeeds by reason of its economic and political domination in the land, and by its greater political organizations as compared with the worker class and the toiling peasantry, thanks to its bold use and cultivation with the aid of the church, a venal press, the movies, and so on, of religious and political prejudices in the masses. As a result of all this, and however great the successes of the parliamentary struggle of the revolutionary proletariat, Parliament remains and cannot but remain under capitalism a bourgeois state institution, an institution to deceive, oppress, and crush the masses. From the moment when a change in the correlation of the real forces of the struggling classes in the land and in Parliament leaves the bourgeoisie no longer in a position to develop its policy further through Parliament, when Parliament ceases to be a support, and becomes an obstacle, to bourgeois domination, the bourgeoisie makes the state system fascist, liquidates parliamentarism and puts in its place the open dictatorship of military police. Realization of popular sovereignty requires the annihilation of the bourgeois state and of bourgeois parliamentarism, an instrument to oppress and crush the masses. The proletariat being in authority creates its own new system of representative state organs to replace bourgeois parliamentarism. The Soviets are truly democratic representative organs, organizations of socialist parliamentarism, at once representative organs and working organs as well, organs with whose help the people immediately executes the leading state work. 41. This theory is associated with the name of Montesquieu, who saw in the division of state powers into legislative, judicial, and executive, a guarantee of reasoning and just state government and of citizens. 1. Personal rights and freedoms. THB Social Organization of the USSR 167. In the form of the Soviets, the worker class makes true popular sovereignty real, having called the people to govern the state and made them alone the bearers of all state authority. All authority belongs to the Soviets. Such is the formula of our socialist state since the very first day of its existence. The historic address of the Second Russian Congress of Soviets proclaimed, "The Congress takes authority into its own hands. It directs, all authority in the country passes to the Soviets of worker, soldier, and peasant deputies, who must also guarantee genuine revolutionary order." 42. To actualize this decision, the Council of National Commissars published a decree 3 days later, the completeness of the authority of the Soviets, which provided, all authority belongs henceforth to the Soviets. Commissars of the former provisional government are dismissed. Presidents of the Soviets confer immediately to the revolutionary government. 48. As early as the first 2 or 3 months of its existence, the youthful revolutionary worker-peasant authority passed in triumphal march through the cities and villages of the country. This most important fact was reflected and confirmed in the first instance in the Declaration of Rights and then in the first constitution of the RSFSR with its proclamation that Russia is declared a republic of the Soviets of worker, soldier, and peasant deputies. All authority central and local belongs to these Soviets. This formula entered into the constitutions of all the Soviet republics. Furthermore, this principle is underlined still more categorically in the declaration: authority must belong entirely and exclusively to the toiling masses and their authorized representative, the Soviets of worker, soldier, and peasant deputies. The Soviet state created a democratic apparatus of authority. Local Soviets are links of one unbroken chain of organs of state authority. All the distance of the heavens from the earth separates them from the municipal and communal organs of self-government in bourgeois countries, which are in fact completely subordinated to administrative organs of state authority. Local Soviets, as we shall hereinafter show, form the most important part, the mighty foundation of all the Soviet state organization. The activity of the Soviets extends to everything which enters into the building of the country's economic and cultural structure. During the Civil War they carried out extraordinarily complex and difficult tasks in defense of the country, having created a mighty, invincible rear, and 48 cf. Pravda of that date. 43. Sci. 1917, No I, Art. 6. 168. The law of the Soviet state strengthening the unbroken foundation of the socialist state. With the transition to peaceful construction, they expanded the work of re-establishing industry and transportation of economic and cultural aid to the country. During the socialist industrialization and the collectivization of agriculture, the economic-cultural activity of the Soviets attained an extraordinary pitch. In this tense, creative state work they grew powerfully and became strong as organs of the authority of the toilers. Practical participation in the work of the Soviets not only by workers but by peasants and intellectuals also grew in enormous measure. The kolkhoz peasantry and the new Soviet intelligentsia represent the unwavering support of the Soviets. Under the guidance of the worker class, they are drawn in ever greater degree through the Soviets into everyday government of all phases of the building of the state. The special characteristic of the Soviets as an all-encompassing mass organization, embracing all toilers, is manifested with extraordinary force in the conditions of socialist society. The definition of Soviets as Soviets of deputies of toilers, in place of the former definition, Soviets of worker, peasant, and Red Army deputies, reflects the fact that the attraction of all toiling masses to govern the state through the Soviets has been raised to a new and loftier level with the triumph of socialism. The successful development of the dictatorship of the worker class, and only this could and did make true popular sovereignty an historic reality, and the Soviets are thus the sole state form wherein that sovereignty can be realized. See, Soviet authority as authority which embodies the will of the people. Democracy signifies literally the authority of the people. Only that state authority which is guided in its activity by the will of the people, and embodies that will in practice, is truly democratic. Hence only the Soviet authority can be considered truly democratic. Bourgeois ideology, bourgeois theories of public law in particular operate with the idea of a general will or will of the majority, supposedly defining the essence and everyday policy of the bourgeois state. The ostensibly universal or popular will materializes as in reality the will of an insignificant, social minority, the dominant exploiter classes. By the methods of bourgeois democracy, parliamentarism, elective latitude, and so on, the capitalists try to create a semblance of the will of the majority, to which state authority is supposedly subordinate. Even fascist oppressors of the people try, by dramatizing all sorts of plebiscites and national elections, to represent the matter as if their barbarous actions are coincident with the will of the people. The social organization of the USSR 169. Clearly, in conditions of bourgeois society, we are concerned with the falsification of this will, the will of the majority of society. In conditions where antagonistic classes exist, a single popular will is, in general, impossible. Bourgeois authority expresses and realizes the will of the dominant capitalist classes, acting in fact against the will of the majority and fastening the class will of the ruling minority upon this oppressed majority of the people. In conditions of capitalism, the so-called general will, which Rousseau advanced as the basic motive power of the democratic state, remains and cannot but remain a fiction, a false ideological pendant to the bourgeois state apparatus of class oppression. 44. The program of our party. 45. States. The bourgeois republic, even the most democratic, consecrated by watchwords of the will of all the people, or of the nation in general, or of non-class, will inevitably remain in fact a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, a machine for a handful of capitalists to exploit and crush the vast majority of the toilers. This is because of the existence of private property in land and other means of production. Those who guide bourgeois governments speak in the name of the majority of the people, frequently on the basis that they succeed in obtaining the approval of a majority in parliament. But from this it follows merely that most of the deputies in parliament stand in bourgeois positions, not reflecting the actual will of the majority of the people. It is Lenin's doctrine, and the experience of history completely confirms it, that if political authority in a state is in the hands of a class whose interests coincide with those of the majority, the government of the state can then actually accord with the will of the majority. But if political authority is found in the hands of the class whose interests diverge from those of the majority, every sort of administration according to the majority then inevitably turns into deception or repression of that majority. 46. The question of the will of the majority must be put concretely: in what setting and with what correlation of class forces does the manifestation of will take place? For the will of the majority to be capable of becoming a law for authority, it is necessary to destroy the bourgeois setting, its real conditions of motivating the will. 47. Contemplated from this point of 44. Jean-Jacques Rousseau was a famous French writer and thinker, an ideologist of the radical petty bourgeoisie. His famous Du Contre Social, wherein his views as to public law are developed, exerted an enormous influence on the development of the bourgeois liberal democratic theory of the state as the incarnation of the general will. One view: the most important task of the class struggle of the proletariat is, to unite its own ranks by a single class will, and to convince the non-proletarian masses of toilers that the proletarian will embraces the rooted interests of all toilers, the majority of the people, and that, being realized in state order, the will of the proletariat will guarantee the realization of those interests. the will of the worker class and so the will of the majority of the people can be turned into a law of the state only through the victory of die proletarian revolution. Preparing the socialist revolution, Lenin wrote. In order that the majority of the people may become a true majority in governing the state, actually ministering to the interests of the majority, actually guarding the rights of the majority, and so on, for this a definite class condition is necessary, viz., the incorporation, at least at a decisive moment and place, of a majority of the petty bourgeoisie in the revolutionary proletariat. 48. Under the guidance of Lenin and Stalin, the Bolsheviks, by their work among the masses on the way to the October Revolution, aimed at and attained the incorporation of a majority of the toiling peasantry into the revolutionary proletariat. Having overcome the resistance of Mensheviks, SRs, Trotskyists, Bukharinists, and other traitors who demonstrated that the majority of the people were supposedly against all the fullness of authority passing to the Soviets against the dictatorship of the proletariat, the Bolsheviks won over most of the toilers and brought them to the side of the socialist revolution. It is the will of this majority to which the Soviets gave expression. In complete accord with the true state of affairs, the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, in the first constitutional act of Soviet authority, the address to workers, soldiers, and peasants concerning the October Revolution and its immediate problems, proclaimed, resting upon the will of the vast majority of workers, soldiers, and peasants upon the triumphant uprising of the workers and the garrison, accomplished in Petrograd, the Congress takes authority into its hands. 49. Resting upon the will of the majority of the toilers, Soviet authority promoted the most important measures in their interests. It declared peace, transferred lands to the peasants, nationalized the banks and enterprises, and approached the task of socialist building. Resting upon the will of the majority, Soviet authority in turn strengthened and tempered that will, the will to struggle against the old world, to build a new society. In the declaration of the Provisional Worker-Peasant Soviet Government of the Ukraine is the following. In the ranks of the Red *BLMD Vol XXI, p. 53. 49. FL Volume XXII, p. 2. The Social Organization of the USSR 171. Army, behind the loom, in the factory, on the railroad, in the mines, everywhere, the revolutionary will of the proletariat and peasantry to have done with the old world and to erect a new socialist order, must be felt. In the declaration of the First White Russian Congress of Soviets, the Socialist Soviet Republic is proclaimed to manifest to the whole world the inflexible will of worker-peasant White Russia, directed at final annihilation of the dominance of capital and for the establishment of the socialist order. According to the will of the majority of the people, the Soviet authority, giving effect to this will, realized industrialization and collectivization, liquidated the kulaks as a class, created a mighty defense of the country, developed and still develops a policy of peace, created favorable conditions for science, culture, and art to flourish, and so forth. No, there never was, and there can never be, a single measure of the Soviet authority going counter to the interests and will of the majority. This is defined by the fundamental fact that between worker class and peasantry there never was, and there could not be, antagonism of any sort. Their relations are based on community of fundamental interests, and that socialist reorganization of society is in the interests of workers and peasants. The worker class guided the peasantry behind it, helped the peasantry correctly to understand its actual interests as peasants and the ways of realizing them despite agitation of the kulaks and vacillations of the wavering and unstable elements in the peasantry. By clarification and persuasion, the worker class united the peasantry to itself in fundamental, decisive questions. It did not coercively fasten its own will upon the peasantry, but helped the peasantry, practically and by deeds, to form and temper its own will in the struggle for the common concerns of workers and peasants. In addition, it rested upon the strata of the peasantry which were progressive in political respect on the poor peasants and the progressive part of the middle-class peasants. As a result, the will of the worker class and of the peasantry basically coincided, blending into a general will of the overwhelming majority of toilers, guided by the worker class. Of course, this was a complex and dialectic process. It cost no little exertion to both the worker class and to the peasantry. But under the guidance of the party it went forward ever more and more successfully in close connection with the successes of socialist building. The victory of socialism, the liquidation of the kulaks as a class, signalizes a new phase in this regard also. If, in conditions of the existence of exploiter classes, the will of the worker class and peasantry, and likewise of the toiling Soviet intellectuals, was the will of the majority of the people, so in present conditions this is the will of the entire Soviet people. Speaking of will in the social or political sense, we have in view neither the mechanical sum total of wills of separate persons, nor the mythical national will. Following the Marx-Lenin doctrine, we have in mind the will of social classes. To the extent that exploiters in Soviet society are liquidated as a class, we have a right to speak of a single will of the Soviet people, of the popular will in the authentic socialist sense of this word, and of Soviet authority as its true exponent. One further special characteristic of Soviet authority must be pointed out. In multinational bourgeois states it is impossible to speak of the general will as the basis of authority, for the further reason that in conditions where national rights are not equal, and where national contradictions and disparity are found, this is the will of the great power nation oppressing other nations and fastening its will the will of the dominant nation, or rather of its ruling classes, upon them. In contrast to this, in the Soviet socialist state the single will of the people is the single will of all the peoples of the USSR united by common purposes and common interests. Soviet authority in the USSR as the state form of the multinational socialist state expresses and realizes the will of the entire multinational single Soviet people. D. The Soviets as the truly democratic mechanism of state authority. The mechanism of the socialist state, personified by the Soviets, was created in the course of the proletarian revolution of toilers of our country. At a session of the Petrograd Soviet of Worker and Soldier Deputies, on the first day of the victory of the revolution, Lenin said, "What is the significance of this worker-peasant revolution? First of all, the significance of this overturn is that there will be among us a Soviet government, our own organ of authority, without participation of any sort whatever by the bourgeoisie. The oppressed masses will themselves create the authority. The old state mechanism will be utterly smashed and a new mechanism of government personified by Soviet organizations will be created." 60. The plan of creating a state mechanism of proletarian authority in the shape of Soviets, developed upon a manifold foundation by Lenin and Stalin in the course of preparation of the socialist revolution, was brilliantly vindicated and practically realized during the revolution, in the first period of the existence of the socialist state. Resting upon the Soviets, which the revolution turned into organs of unified and complete power of the toilers, the worker class, supported by the peasantry, smashed the old state mechanism and created a completely new apparatus, contrasted in essence and in organizational forms to the bourgeois types of state apparatus. This is the first time in history that a mechanism has been created without the participation and in spite of the exploiters, and for the purpose of crushing the exploiters. And for the first time in history a mechanism has been created to free the toilers, not to oppress them, as if it were their enemy, to attract the masses in every way to the management of state matters, not to remove them from that management, most closely bound to the people and merging with them, not fenced off from them as by a closed circle. It is a mechanism without officialdom or privileged bureaucracy, and without police and army to be guided by an aristocratic officer cast to wreak bloody vengeance upon the people. The basic and distinctive peculiarity of the Soviet state mechanism is first of all its human structure. It grew and continuously grows out of the midst of the toilers. Through the Soviets, broad masses of the toiling population are elevated to guide the state, whereas prior to the revolution in our country they were, as they are still in capitalist countries, only an object of state government. They did not govern. They were governed, that is, oppressed by state authority. The essence of Soviet authority is that the constant and sole basis of all state authority of the whole state mechanism is the mass organization of precisely those classes which were oppressed by capitalism. 51. In this sense Soviet authority is truly popular authority. Speaking as People's Commissar for Nationalities, Stalin wrote. Authority in the center has already become really popular authority growing out of the very midst of the toiling masses. Herein is the strength and the might of Soviet authority. The development of Soviet authority ever proceeded, and still proceeds, specifically toward the broadening and strengthening of its popular character, its true democratic character, and toward the attraction of ever broader strata of the people into the building up of the state in its most diverse branches and forms. The development of the bourgeois state, particularly in the epoch of the universal crisis of the capitalist system, proceeded, and still proceeds, in exactly the opposite direction. The state apparatus of capitalism is anti-popular, anti-democratic, filled with a bureaucratic caste, a professional bureaucracy especially schooled to execute specialized functions of crushing the people, to remove the people from control in whatever form of the actions of the organs of authority. The bourgeoisie tries to strengthen its state mechanism by intensifying its bureaucratization and militarism. In a particularly sharp and crude police form it produces fascism. 52. True, for purposes of social and national demagogy, the German fascists chatter about the Volksstaat, which their bloody, imperialist clique dictatorship over the people is supposed to be. But their demagogy so pitifully contradicts the facts, politics, and practice of fascism that many theoreticians of fascism consider it possible to speak openly of guidance of the state by a chosen minority. For example, the reactionary political scientist Forsthoff, having become a fascist, writes, "A particular stratum, living by its own special laws and subject to a special historical responsibility, must stand out from the mass of the people. The qualitative peculiarity of this stratum of the chosen makes it a true social order, fostered for its own preservation in indescribably savage struggle for the state." 53. Another fascist political scientist, a specialist in matters of the race theory of law, wrote that the tiny apex of the fascist party, chosen according to the criterion of race, must guide the state. This he calls Führerstum and describes it as the elite of the minority, called to domination by force of its spiritual and practical excellence. 54. Insofar as he directly speaks here of the fascist clique, it is scarcely necessary to comment on his words. What spiritual excellence of fascist barbarians can there be to talk about? Intensifying the bourgeois state mechanism by such means is very relative indeed, and evokes in the toiling masses still greater enmity and hatred for that state. The second most important special characteristic of the Soviets is that through them the toilers in fact govern the state. The party struggled, and still struggles, against attempts of every sort to pervert this Soviet principle. There is a petty bourgeois tendency to pervert members of the Soviets into parliamentarians or into bureaucrats. We must struggle against this. We must attract all members of the Soviets to take a practical part in government. 55. Further development of Soviet state organization must consist in each member of the Soviet being obligated to work constantly in governing the state, side by side with participation in assemblies of the Soviet, and in the entire population without exception being attracted gradually to participate in Soviet organization and likewise to serve in the state government. 56. Soviet authority made completely real what was already projected by the Paris Commune as to abolishing the negative sides of bourgeois parliamentarism with its representative institutions remote alike from the masses and from the work of the state. 57. Factual participation by the masses in state government sharply increased during the period of socialist industrialization and collectivization of agriculture. In the first instance and chiefly because the party and the government knew how to organize, and systematically to raise, the state activity of the broad masses, our state could carry through the gigantic work accomplished by it at this period. Only with the help of such state mechanism as that of the Soviets, and with active and immediate participation by the masses in state government, was it possible to reorganize the country in all respects in such a short time as was required in the USSR. Here we approach still another distinguishing feature of Soviet state mechanism from the viewpoint of attracting the masses to state government. Such attraction proceeds through our mass social organizations and societies of the toilers as well as through the Soviets. 58 Soviet legislation guarantees all the conditions essential to the successful development of our social organizations and societies of the toilers, and to fulfillment by them of the tasks of drawing the masses into state government. Compare particularly Articles 125, 126, and 141 of the Stalin Constitution. The fourth special characteristic of the Soviet state mechanism as being of the most democratic and highest type undeviatingly puts into practice specific Soviet principles which embody socialist democracy in the building and functioning of state authority. Such is the principle of democratic centralism, as contrasted with bourgeois bureaucratic centralism. Such are the principles of the election and recall of elected persons, the social control over the activity of Soviet organizations, and broad criticism and self-criticism. That most important and specific principle of Soviet state building, the watchword of self-criticism, is the basis of our party action, the means of 372. 57 In the directive of the 7th All-Russian Congress of Soviets adopted on the matter concerning Soviet construction, it is emphasized, the Soviets must work not only as an apparatus of agitation and information but also as a business-like mechanism. Each member of the Soviet is with the least possible delay drawn to the fulfillment of definite state work. 58 For a notable characterization and formulation of this method of drawing the masses into state government, see Stalin, Questions of Leninism, pages 147 to 150. 175 The law of the Soviet state strengthening the proletarian dictatorship, the soul of the Bolshevik method of fostering cadres. 59. For the Soviets and proletarian internationalism. Internationalism is the most important distinguishing feature of the Soviets as a new and higher form of state authority. Bourgeois states, even the most democratic, develop open or concealed nationalism, preserve and strengthen as to nationalities inequality of rights and oppression in internal and external politics as well as in building and organizing the activity of the state mechanism. In contrast to them, Die Soviets, expressing the unity of interests of the toilers of all nationalities, firmly develop the principles of proletarian internationalism. The concrete forms wherein this internationalism is practically embodied by the Soviet are a. The state unification of peoples upon voluntary principles of equal rights in a socialist union state, the USSR. Union and autonomous Soviet republics, as well as autonomous regions, are the definitive state forms wherein proletarian internationalism is developed with all logic and clarity. b. The Soviets guarantee the actual and complete equality of the rights of peoples and nationalities in all fields of the economic, cultural, and political life of the country, pursuant to Article 123 of the USSR Constitution. c. Proletarian internationalism is embodied in the everyday activity and in the building of the organs of state authority and government, from the Supreme Soviet of the USSR to the village or hamlet Soviet. d. It is embodied in the external policy of the Soviet state, directed at defending the interests of the toilers of all the peoples and nationalities of the USSR, and at bringing them closer to the peoples of the whole world in united struggle against imperialist aggressors. e. It is embodied in the public law institute of the right of asylum afforded to foreigners persecuted for their participation in the struggle for national liberation, an institute made real only in the Soviet state. Such are the basic features of the socialist democracy of the Soviets, of the political basis of the USSR. SEC 5, the economic basis of the USSR. A definite means of producing and distributing products, that is to say, a definite system of economy, and a form of property in the instruments and means of production corresponding thereto forms the Eco-80 Stalin, Questions of Leninism p. 228 nomic basis of any social order. At the basis of slave-owning society was ancient property based on exploitation of slave labor and trade in slaves. Under the slave-owning system, the basis of production relationships is the property of the slave owner in the means of production, and likewise in the production worker the slave, whom his own can sell or buy or kill like a beast. Here the slave owner is, first and basically, a full-value owner. Rich and poor, exploiters and exploited, persons with full rights and persons with no rights, and a savage class struggle between them. Such is the picture of the slave-owning system. 1. The basis of feudal society was feudal property, whose chief characteristic was the feudal serf owner's property in the land and the exploitation of the labor of the peasant serfs. Under the feudal regime, the basis of production relationships is the ownership by the feudal lord of the means of production and his qualified property in the production worker, the serf, whom he can no longer kill but whom he can buy and sell. Side by side with feudal property exists the individual property of the peasant and craftsman in instruments of production and in his private economy based on personal toil. Such production relationships fundamentally answer to the condition of the production forces in this period. Further improvement in the smelting and working of iron, the spread of the iron plough and the weaving loom, further development of agriculture, gardening, viniculture, and butter making, the appearance of manufacturing enterprises side by side with master craftsmen, such are the features characterizing the condition of production forces. New production forces require workmen with some initiative in production and disposition and interest to work. Hence the feudal lord abandons the slave as a workman not interested in labor and completely without initiative, and prefers to have dealing with a serf who has his own economy, his own instruments of production and a certain interest in the toil necessary to cultivate the land and pay the feudal lord in kind out of his harvest. Private property here attains its furthest development. Exploitation is almost as fierce as under slavery, it is only somewhat mitigated. The basic feature of the feudal order is the class struggle between exploiters and exploited. The economic foundation of bourgeois society is the capitalist system of economy and capitalist property with exploitation of the hired labor of proletarians and semi-proletarians. Under the capitalist order, production relationships are based on capitalist property in the means of production with no property at all in the production workers, hired slaves whom the capitalist can neither beat nor sell, but who are without means of production and must therefore sell their working force to the capitalist and bear upon their necks the yoke of exploitation. 2. In all these societies, property belonged as it still belongs to the exploiters. It was, as it still is, the basis for the social and political dominance of the exploiters over the exploited. Changing the forms of property in exploiter society signified merely changing the means of exploiting labor. That exploitation was taking a new historical form. 8. The transition from the dominance of feudal property to that of capitalist property signified only a transition from the dominance of one form to that of another form of private property. The form of private property as the economic basis of exploiter society changed, but its dominance and exploitation were preserved and strengthened. In contrast to this, the confirmation of the dominance of the socialist system of economy and socialist property signifies the creation of an economic basis of society wherein private property is abrogated, instruments and means of production become the property of the entire nation, and man's exploitation of man and the possibilities thereof are completely and forever abolished. The confirmation of the socialist system of economy and socialist property in the USSR. The building of the economic basis of socialist society in the USSR was the integration of a prolonged and intense struggle of the worker class and of all the toilers who had taken authority into their hands. The confirmation of the dominance of socialist property under the dictatorship of the proletariat was radically different from the manner of confirmation of the dominance of capitalist property as the basis of bourgeois society. If capitalist property was already created in the very core of feudal society and the bourgeois revolution removed the obstacles to its development, socialist property only begins to exist and to develop after the victory of the proletarian revolution and the creation of the proletarian state. If the dominance of the capitalist property begins already to form gradually in conditions of feudal society and the bourgeois state forms and confirms that dominance, socialist property becomes dominant in the national economy because the proletarian state logically develops an all-embracing plan of radical reorganization of economy. Furthermore, it has to overcome the active and sharp resistance of the forces of counter-revolution and restoration, as well as economic traditions and habits formed by thousands of years past in the conditions of exploiter society. The Soviet state elevated the national economy to ever new heights, extirpating, liquidating, and abrogating capitalist forms of economy, stubbornly implanting and uninterruptedly confirming socialist forms of economy, state and cooperative kolkhoz enterprises. Application of all the actively effective, creative, and reformative force of the proletarian state was essential to the end that, every sort of obstacle and difficulty having been overcome, socialist property should attain a dominant position, the remnants of capitalist economy be completely liquidated, and man's exploitation of man be annihilated. In the very first days of its existence, Soviet authority proclaimed the principle, the wealth of the country must become social property. Addressing the people as president of the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin said, "Guard and preserve as the apple of your eye the earth, the grain, the factories, the instruments, the products, transportation, all this will henceforth be completely your social property." 4. As a result of the imperialist war, the economy of the country had by the time of the revolution been undermined. Bureaucrats of the old ministries headed by SRs and Mensheviks tried by organized sabotage to thwart the first successes of Soviet authority. The problems of preventing economic catastrophe and rehabilitating national economy made particularly pointed the question of turning capitalist and landowner property into state property. To undermine the economic force of the bourgeoisie and to organize Soviet national economy, first of all to organize the new Soviet industry, banks, railroads, foreign trade, the merchant fleet, and all big industry in all its branches were nationalized: coal mining, metallurgy, oil, chemistry, machine tools, textiles, sugar refining, and so on. To the end of freeing our country from financial dependence and exploitation by foreign capitalists, foreign Russian loans concluded by the Tsar and the provisional government were abrogated. The peoples of our country did not wish to pay for debts incurred in prolonging the predatory war and putting our country into servile dependence upon foreign capital. 5. From the very beginning, Soviet authority adopted the principle of forcible alienation and confiscation of capitalist and landowner property without compensation. As carried out, this necessitated taking into account all conditions of a political as well as an organizational and administrative character, particularly as regards the matter of order and preliminary steps for promoting nationalization in separate branches of national economy. In the first instance, landowner property in land was completely abrogated. With reference to industry, transport, and financial enterprises, worker control over production was advanced as a transition form. This was entirely state control in behalf of a class which had established its own dictatorship. Realized in the interests of the toilers, resting on revolutionary state activity of the worker class and reinforced by the coercive power of the proletarian state, Soviet worker control of production became a real and actual control over the process of production by the producers themselves, although the proprietors still owned the means of production. It was introduced by the state as a means of preparing for nationalization. Its problem was that the worker class, having begun factually to govern economy, and accumulating experience of government, should practically prepare the transition to complete statification, the nationalization of enterprises, and to the immediate management thereof on a statewide scale. The sabotage of capitalists accelerated the transition to nationalization. From worker control the state passed to nationalization, depending upon the special necessity therefore in a given branch of economy. First, the nationalization of banks was realized. 6 weeks later, the directive of the Council of People's Commissars of the RSFSR, concerning the nationalization of the merchant fleet, 8 was published. Industrial enterprises were nationalized later. However, in cases where the proprietors or their managers refused to yield to worker control, the enterprises were transferred into state property. The Declaration of Rights ratified the abrogation of private property in land and turning the land into the property of the entire people. It also confirmed the law as to worker control as the first step to the complete passing of factories, works, mines, railroads, and other means of production and transportation into the property of the Soviet Worker-Peasant Republic, to the end of guaranteeing the authority of the toilers over the exploiters. 10. Realization of worker control, organization of the Supreme Soviet of National Economy and its local departments, and gradual assumption of possession of the state mechanism and economic guidance were in preparation for the transition to nationalization. In the realization thereof, the Council of People's Commissars of the RSFSR published a directive as to the nationalization of the biggest enterprises of industry and transportation. 11. By the end of the Civil War, the economy of the country was in still more deplorable condition than at the beginning. From the end of 1920, Soviet authorities set about the re-establishment of national economy. One of the acts in this connection was the final culmination of the nationalization of enterprises. 12. By nationalizing land and enterprises of finance, transportation, and industry, turning them into state property, the economic basis of the Soviet state was created. It then remained for the production forces of the country, freed from landowner capitalist fetters and resting upon and aided by that economic basis, to move forward in the direction of socialist reorganization. Guided by the Lenin-Stalin Party, Soviet authority came forth to organize the country's economic advance. 18. Brilliantly, and in a brief historic period, the Soviet state grappled with the problem of re-establishing national economy. Soviet law manifested therein its vast power as an active reformative influence upon economy, as a mighty instrument of the proletarian dictatorship. In ever greater degree that active influence encompassed the processes of economic life, piercing them ever more and more deeply as the organization and regulation force of the socialist state increased, and the socialist sector and its influence in national economy grew. Party and government directives on economic matters comprised the expanded programs of socialist building, indicating forms and methods of organizing the toiling masses, through state organs, to make these programs real. Soviet law stood strongly to the defense of the state's economic policy, with its point directed, during the first period of the new economic policy, against the extremes of war communism and confirming socialist property against would-be wreckers and despoilers of that property. Soviet law was thus put to serve the socialist reorganization of economy and moved into the struggle with the enemies of socialism. The decisive factor of successful struggle for the domination of socialist property was that from the very beginning the worker-peasant state held in its hands the commanding heights in the national economy, heavy and medium industry, the state bank and transportation. Under the guidance of Lenin and Stalin, the Soviet state at one stroke put itself on the road of fortifying these commanding heights in the struggle against the capitalist social economic way of life. It strengthened them so as to create and to elevate ever higher and higher the economic union of city and country under the guidance of the city, of industry, and of the proletariat. This was clearly indicated in the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets in the following words. Now the struggle between communist economy and private economy is transferred to the economic field, to the market, where nationalized industry, concentrated in the hands of the worker state, must in application to circumstances of the market and the methods of competition therein win for itself decisive dominance. The bolder and more systematic the planning in accordance wherewith the proletariat manages the vast instruments of production, the stronger the union of proletariat and peasantry, and the more rapidly the progressive elements of city and country toilers learn to conduct the struggle, the more decisive will be the victory. 14. At the decisive stage of the struggle to confirm socialist property in periods of industrialization and collectivization, the role of Soviet law and Soviet legislation grew vastly, embodying the undeviating will of the worker class and its aspiration to win a complete victory in the organization of socialism. It constituted a powerful instrument in the hands of the toilers of the USSR in their intense, unselfish, and heroic struggle for the full victory of the socialist system of economy and for confirmation of the complete domination of socialist property in instruments and means of production. This was a struggle against class enemies, against enemies of the people, Trotskyists, Bukharinists, bourgeois nationalists, remnants of Menshevik SRs, and other anti-Soviet organizations and groups striving by any kind of wrecker action to thwart the liquidation of capitalist property and the affirmation of socialist property. The execution of Stalin's 5-year plans brought this struggle to complete victory for the socialist way of life in the country's economy. 1928-1936 in the national income 44.099.1 in the gross production of all industry 82.499.8 in the gross production of agriculture 3397.7 in the retail turnover of trading enterprises 76.4 100.0 in the production funds of the entire national economy 77.8 98.7 thus in 1936. 98.7% of all instruments and means of production were social property of the Soviet people, capitalist property was completely liquidated, and petty labor private property constituted only 0.2%. This also signifies the abolition of private property and the passing of instruments and means of production into social property, the annihilation of man's exploitation of man and of the economic foundation of the possibility thereof. In order for all instruments and means of production to become social property, it was necessary to effect a radical technical reconstruction of the entire national economy, industrial and agricultural, at the same time. This task was complicated by specific difficulties evoked by the country's technical economic backwardness in the recent past, by hostile capitalist encirclement, and so on. In successfully overcoming these, the vast creative organizing might of the Soviet state and law was manifested with extraordinary force. In the Principles of Communism, Engels wrote, "Is it possible to bring about the abrogation of private property at one stroke? No, it is just as impossible as to increase at one stroke the available means of production in such bounds as are essential for creating social production." Hence the revolution of the proletariat which most probably will occur will know only how gradually to reorganize existing society and to abrogate private property only later, when the requisite means of production will have been amassed. 10. The basic means of production were amassed as a result of industrialization. This could be developed in the interests of the toilers and in such brief historic limits of time only with the aid of the Soviet state, on the basis of social property as the foundation of the socialist economy. For this reason the foes of socialism strove in every way to undermine that social property, injuring, despoiling, and annihilating it. This struggle of 10 Marx and Engels, Volume V, p. 474. The social organization of the USSR 185. The people's foes against social property attained particularly sharp and extreme forms during the liquidation of the kulaks as a class. Concerning the dispeoplers of socialist property Stalin wrote, "They feel as if by a class instinct that the basis of Soviet economy is social property, that it is precisely this basis that must be shaken in order to befoul the Soviet authority, and they actually try to shake social property through organizing mass thievery and plundering." 17. The worker class dictatorship, that knew how to create and uninterruptedly to multiply social property, knew also how to manifest the necessary firmness and pitilessness to its enemies, defending that property from those who would despoil it. 18. The Stalin Constitution confirmed and ratified this principle of Soviet authority as an unwavering principle of the defense of socialism's economic basis. 2. TVTO forms of socialist property in the USSR. According to the Constitution of the USSR, socialist property in the USSR has the form either of state property or of cooperative kolkhoz property. This definition expresses, first of all, the unity of the social nature of state property and cooperative kolkhoz property alike as socialist property. At the same time the difference between them, as two forms of socialist property, is here developed. Under the Soviet social order, property in the hands of the state is socialist property. It constitutes property of the entire people, which possesses and operates it in its interest of the toilers by means of the socialist state. It is radically different from state property in bourgeois countries where, both by its social economic content and by the methods of its utilization, state property is a variety of capitalist property. Property in instruments and means of production, in the hands of the proletarian state as socialist property, was the decisive economic basis for reorganizing the entire national economy on socialist principles. Enemies of socialism, especially Trotsky Bukharin wreckers like Sokhonikov and others, sought to assert that our state enterprises bear the character of state capitalism and not of socialism. They demanded that the methods of capitalist economy be implanted in state industrial enterprises and banks. 17. Stalin, Questions of Leninism p. 508. 18 cf. Directive of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR concerning the guarding of the property of state coming out against the state plan, state discipline, and Soviet cost accounting with the purpose of frustrating the building up of socialism and liquidating the state guidance of the national economic life. Apologists for state property from the ranks of bourgeois jurists asserted that the passing of means of production into the hands of the state meant annihilation of every kind of property in the USSR, that under the Soviet regime there would be no property of any kind at all. State property in the USSR is the highest form of socialist property. It bears a logically socialist character in the sense of the social relationships and types of the organization of labor formed on its basis, and of a form of distributing industrial products and fostering on the basis of that distribution a new labor psychology and discipline. All this defines the content of Soviet law in that part of its tasks which is concerned with strengthening and developing state property. The public character of state property means that it belongs to all the Soviet people taken as a whole. The subject bearing the right to this property is the Soviet state in its entirety. Separate state organs or social organizations carry out, in conformity with the law, diverse functions in managing a given object of state property. Separate organs of state authority, administrative and economic agencies and enterprises, carry out various functions in the management of state property. They possess corresponding jurisdiction and fulfill defined obligations entrusted to them. They themselves are not the owners of objects of state property, however. The owner of state property, its sole owner, in all these cases remains the entire socialist nation personified by its state. The decisive characteristic of state property in the USSR is the unity of all the resources of this property as expressed in the management of the property on a statewide scale. This means, for example, that the highest organ of state authority of the USSR has the right, in accordance with law, to transfer any part of state property from one institution to another gratis, for use and management. The constitutional regulations in this regard are in Articles 4 and 68 of the Constitution of the USSR, and in corresponding paragraphs of those of Union and Autonomous Republics. Directives of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, concerning the transfer of state buildings, enterprises, and constructions, 19 and 20. Concerning the method of transferring state buildings, enterprises and structures, contain definitive indications of the order of transfer of state properties from one institution to another, the right to such transfer being realized by the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. The unity of production stocks forms the basis of a single statewide stock for distribution in the shape of a statewide plan, and also of special directives of higher organs of state authority and organs of government of the USSR. Still another extremely important characteristic of the USSR state property is that its objects include those in which the right of property belongs exclusively to the state. Such are the earth and the natural deposits therein, the waters, the forests, and the railroads. They are the exclusive property of the state throughout the entire USSR and cannot be objects of property of cooperative kolkhoz organizations, but can merely be utilized by these organizations in the method established by the law of the USSR. They do not circulate in commercial trade. According to Article 6 of the USSR Constitution, state property includes the earth and the natural deposits therein, the waters, the forests, factories, works, mines, coal mines, transportation by rail, air, and water, banks, means of communication, large agricultural enterprises organized by the state and also municipal enterprises, and the bulk of the dwelling houses in cities and industrial localities. Defining the cooperative kolkhoz property in the USSR as socialist, the Constitution of the USSR reflects and confirms the actual character and essence of this property. It is socialist property because it is the social property of the collective of toilers. It is the basis upon which are liquidated the exploiter elements, man's exploitation of man and the very possibility thereof, on it as a basis is realized the socialist principle. From each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil, for all those working in cooperative kolkhoz production, on it as a basis is built large-scale collective production working according to a statewide socialist plan and guaranteeing unlimited possibilities of elevating the material well-being and cultural level of the toilers working in this branch of production. All these sides of Soviet production cooperation are integrated under the active influence of the proletarian state, under state property in land, and with the enormous material, technical and organizational aid of state socialist enterprises. Characterizing the special characteristics of the development of cooperation in the conditions of the Soviet social order, Lenin wrote, "Under private capitalism, cooperative enterprises, as collective enterprises, are distinguished from capitalist enterprises, which are private enterprises. Under state capitalism, cooperative enterprises are distinguished from state capitalist enterprises as collective enterprises. Under our existing social order, cooperative enterprises are distinguished from private capitalist enterprises as collective enterprises, but they are not distinguished from socialist enterprises if they are based on the land, with means of production belonging to the state, that is to say, to the worker class." 21 From the very first steps of its organizational and legislative activity, Soviet authority put before itself the task of collaborating in every way for the development of production cooperation, especially in agriculture. The law as to the socialization of land 22 states, the Russian Federative Soviet Republic, to the end of most speedily attaining socialism, cooperates in every way for the general cultivation of the earth, giving preference to labor communist, artel and cooperative enterprises over those of the individual peasant. The Soviet state, as we see from the very first days of the socialist revolution, summoned the peasantry to organize kolkhozes. Under the transition to peaceful economic building, Soviet authority set about the development of practical measures to create and confirm cooperation. 28. The Lenin-Stalin cooperative kolkhoz plan was one of turning the petty labor property of tens of millions of peasants, which was broken up into small parcels, into social property by the voluntary unification of the toiling, separate peasant homesteaders into a social kolkhoz economic organization. The realization of this plan during the first, and especially the second, 5-year period resulted in cooperative kolkhoz property becoming completely dominant in the country and also in the petty craftsman industry, side by side with the mighty state property of socialist society. Property of kolkhozes and cooperative organizations comprises social enterprises in kolkhozes and cooperative organizations with their inventory, products of kolkhozes and cooperative organizations as well as their social structures. Accordingly, Soviet law guards all the rights of kolkhozes and cooperatives in their property and in the management thereof. Their internal affairs are decided by themselves in accordance with their regulations. Of outstanding constitutional significance is the model regulation of the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets adopted a special directive concerning agricultural cooperation, clearly developing the idea of Lenin's cooperative plan. It said, organizational forms of concentrating the forces of the small agricultural units are given historically to the cooperatives. With the development of the new economic policy, Soviet authority makes the creation and development of agricultural cooperation one of the basic elements of its agricultural policy. The social organization of the USSR 189. The agricultural artel created under the immediate guidance of Stalin, accept at the Second All-Russian Congress of Kolkhoz Shock Workers, and confirmed by the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR and the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party February 17, I-935. 24. According to Stalin's definition, it is the highest law, the fundamental law of building new society in rural areas. 1. It is built on principles of socialist democracy and constitutes the fundamental juridical basis of kolkhoz democracy. It clearly established the problems and order of activity of the kolkhozes, especially the order of governing the economy of the kolkhoz, the admission and expulsion of members, the order of dividing the income among the members according to their work days, the rights and mutual obligations of the members and the kolkhoz, and so forth. The most important matters of kolkhoz life, the acceptance of basic production plans of the kolkhoz, the admission and expulsion of members, the confirmation of plans for dividing the income, building, and the like must be decided by a general assembly of the kolkhoz members. The assembly is considered competent to decide particularly important questions only if a qualified majority is present. The administration of the kolkhoz is an elected, standing, directing organ, responsible to the General Assembly. All members of the kolkhoz without distinction of sex, age, nationality, or social origin have equal rights and obligations in the kolkhoz. Female members are given the right of freedom from work during the period of pregnancy and childbirth without loss of their work days. On the basis of the model regulation of the agricultural artel, each kolkhoz works out its regulation with the active participation of its members and taking into account special local characteristics of production and manner of life. The regulations are adopted by a General Assembly of members of the agricultural artel and affirmed and recorded in established order by the state organs. Soviet law firmly defends the rights of the kolkhoz and of its members. Illegal obtrusion into the life and ways of the kolkhozes and their members in any manner whatsoever by administrative organs or separate officials is forbidden. The law establishes responsibility for infraction of kolkhoz democracy and for arbitrary management of the property, money resources, and landed capital of the kolkhozes. The mutual relationships of kolkhozes and state organs are built on the 94 CZ. Basis of planned state guidance of kolkhozes and every sort of state aid to them. The most important task of the state organs for guiding the kolkhozes is to control the observance of kolkhoz regulations. Daily work in this direction must be carried on by village and district soviets, resting upon inspection committees of the kolkhozes. The village soviets and the district executive committees guide the development of basic agricultural campaigns in the kolkhoz and the fulfillment of obligations due from the kolkhozes to the state. The village soviets have the right to suspend and the district executive committees to abrogate unlawful enactments of the kolkhozes. The basic economic and organizational technical guidance of the kolkhozes and aid to them are realized by the stated organization in the village of enterprises of ecologically socialist type machine and tractor service stations, which emerged in 1928-1929. The juridical relations of kolkhozes and machine and tractor service stations are regulated by contracts between them containing an enumeration of the mutual obligations of the parties. The parties are responsible for breach of contract. Controversies over these contracts are decided in the order established by law. In 1937 the number of machine and tractor service stations reached 5,617, and the quantity of tractors amounted to more than 350,000. In 1937 the stations served 91.5% of the entire kolkhoz acreage under crop. Kolkhozes are bound to carry out the programs established for them by the state. Having fulfilled these programs in the order provided by law, the kolkhozes are free to manage what they have produced their natural and financial resources. Part of the income they distribute between the members according to their work days, part they turn into indivisible funds, part they convert into cash in the market according to the prices obtaining in the market, and part they allocate to the fulfillment of contracts whereby they are obligated to state or cooperative trade organizations, and so forth. All this must be developed in complete accordance with the regulation of the agricultural artel. The Stalin Constitution, as we have seen, makes a distinction between the two forms of socialist property. State property is the higher form of social property, the form more nearly consistent with socialism. Whereas state property is the property of the entire Soviet people, cooperative kolkhoz property is property of the separate kolkhozes of the separate cooperative societies. State property emerged originally by violent expropriation, nationalization, and confiscation by coercive alienation of property of the exploiters. On the other hand, property of the cooperative kolkhoz societies emerged from voluntary socialization of the means of their members. State property constitutes a single statewide fund. Property of cooperative kolkhoz societies forms no single statewide fund. The subject of the right of property in cooperative kolkhoz societies is these separate societies. In precisely the same way, too, the division of produce between members of the cooperative kolkhoz society takes place out of the resources of each such society separately, thus work days in kolkhozes are paid for on the basis of the income of each kolkhoz separately. Finally, kolkhoz property, in distinction from state property, presupposes that side by side with the socialist social economy there exists individual, subsidiary economy of the kolkhoz member which, in the given circumstances, furnishes the best union of individual and collective interests of kolkhoz members. The funds of state and cooperative kolkhoz property exist independently. The transition from state to cooperative kolkhoz societies of objects of property is achieved on the basis of mutual reckoning and not gratuitously. State property played and still plays a leading and guiding part in the entire national economy. The development of cooperative kolkhoz property necessarily postulated its strengthening and broadening on the basis of the latest technical achievements. This made it economically and technically possible to liquidate capitalist society and the rural districts and to collectivize agriculture. In dimensions and proportional share, state property slightly exceeds cooperative kolkhoz property. The Soviet state creates conditions most favorable for the development of the cooperative kolkhoz form of economy, for uninterrupted increase of the productivity of socialist agricultural labor, and on this basis for material and cultural well-being to flourish among the peasantry. In this connection it is particularly important to point out the second part of Article 7 of the Stalin Constitution. Each kolkhoz household aside from its basic income from the social kolkhoz enterprise has for its individual use a small parcel of land appurtenant and as its individual property a subsidiary proprietorship thereon a dwelling, livestock, poultry, and a small agricultural inventory according to the regulation of the agricultural artel. The circumstance that this proposition is especially established in the Constitution emphasizes its vast significance in principle. It is an extra 192 the law of THB Soviet state Yanuaryevich essential part of the legislative confirmation of the agricultural artel as the basic form of the kolkhoz movement at a given historical stage. The right of the kolkhoz member to a parcel of land appurtenant, to personal subsidiary proprietorship, and so on, is very important for strengthening the kolkhoz, for guaranteeing its members a comfortable life, and for uniting individual and social interest. The Soviet state draws a hard and clear line regarding the agricultural artel as the basic form of the kolkhoz movement at the given period of time. 25 In the process of complete collectivization, there were in practice hostile perversions often of a provocative character and consisting of attempts mechanically to transfer to the kolkhozes the system of government established in sovkhozes. The Soviet state acted with decision to cut short attempts of this sort as politically and organizationally harmful. The distinction between sovkhozes and kolkhozes as two forms of socialist agriculture must be kept firmly in mind. 26 Article 8 of the Constitution of the USSR provides that the earth occupied by kolkhozes is confirmed in their behalf, to be enjoyed by them without payment and without limit of time, that is to say, in perpetuity. The basic juridical act, securing for the kolkhoz the earth allotted to be enjoyed by it, is State Act for Perpetual Enjoyment of the Land. This act accurately points out the dimensions and boundaries of property in the earth, with its apponages, handed over to the given kolkhoz to be enjoyed in perpetuity and without payment. All rights of the kolkhoz are completely preserved by Soviet legislation, any invasion of them whatsoever by any institutions or persons being most strictly forbidden. Transfer to the kolkhozes, and confirmation in their behalf, of the land is one of the basic specific institutes of Soviet public law as socialist law. Its historical significance is enormous. In all countries of the world except the USSR, when land is in the hands of big proprietors it serves as an instrument of the most cruel exploitation of hirelings and the poor, and, when it is in the hands of small work proprietors, it cannot serve as a basis to guarantee life and most frequently turns into a heavy burden. Having created the necessary conditions for productive and profitable socialist economy of toiling peasants, the Soviet state turned over to them the earth to be used gratuitously and in perpetuity. No bourgeois revolution has realized or could realize the actual nationalization of the earth and its transfer into gratuitous enjoyment by the toilers thereon. During the struggle against feudalism, such demand was advanced by representatives not only of the peasantry but also of radical circles of the revolutionary bourgeoisie, but it was never realized anywhere. Even at the present time the land problem is the most insistent question in most capitalist and especially colonial states. For demagogic purposes bourgeois constitutions have sometimes expressed pious wishes as to the just enjoyment of the land but they remain empty wishes. 27.3. Small private economy of individual peasants and craftsmen side by side with the socialist scheme of economy. The predominant form of economy in the USSR. The law permits the small private economy of individual peasants and craftsmen based on personal toil and not including exploitation of another's labor. Although at the present moment the proportionate share and practical significance of private economy in the USSR is already absolutely negligible, the Constitution dedicated a special article to private economy. In that article is manifest a special characteristic of Soviet government policy regarding small private enterprises of individual peasants and craftsmen, the transfer of such small private economy into large-scale socialist economy is by the voluntary choice of the petty producers themselves, convinced of the advantages of socialized economy aided by the state in every way, under the guidance of the worker class. This emphasizes the fact that the Soviet state is a complete stranger to methods of coercive socialization of the private labor economy, notwithstanding slanders of enemies, Trotsky-Bukharin bandits, and similar counter-revolutionary elements, and their provocative attempts to break the line of the party and of the government in this regard. The formula the law permits signifies that all attempts whatsoever from any quarter to suppress the peasants' or craftsmen's small private economy, or artificially, by administrative means, to limit or to hamper his active ity, contradicts the Constitution and Soviet public law, with all the Con 27. Thus the Weimar Constitution says, the distribution of land and the enjoyment thereof are under the supervision of the state, which forbids abuse and staves to guarantee to each German a healthy dwelling and to all German families particularly those with many children to guarantee a domestic hearth and roof for work corresponding to their needs. All these turgid and false expressions rein and in empty words. The earth is in the hands of Prussian landowners as it was then and remains to this very day. Far from ceasing, the ruin of the toiling peasantry went on at a much faster tempo. The supervision of the state of the Weimar Constitution consisted in millions being remitted in loans to the landowners while peasant enterprises mortgaged to the state and banks were sold under the hammer. Illusions deriving therefrom. On the other hand, it reflects the real and incontestable fact that in the USSR, at the present epoch of triumphant socialism, the place of small private economy is by way of being taken by big socialist economy, but the former is permitted by law insofar as it continues to exist. The small private economy of individual peasants and craftsmen is permitted in the USSR upon condition that individual labor be utilized without the exploitation of another's toil. 28. In direct and immediate form and in legislative order the exploitation of man by man is thus here abrogated and forbidden. 4. The right of private property in the USSR. The constitutional definition of this right is to be found in Article 10 of the USSR Constitution. The right of citizens to individual ownership of their labor income and savings, of a dwelling house and subsidiary domestic economy, of objects of household economy and use, of objects of personal use and convenience as well as the right to inherit the individual property of citizens is protected by law. The right, like every right possessed by citizens of the Soviet state, is guaranteed, really and in all its fullness, by our entire social order, by the actual conditions of life created by the socialist reorganization of the country for all its citizens. The socialist method of production and distribution in the USSR created the firm and stable basis whereon such personal property of the citizens may grow and expand. The theoretical side of the matter of personal property under socialism was most profoundly and exhaustively illuminated by Marx and Engels. They established that personal consumption is defined by the means of appropriation, and consequently by the means of production, prevailing in a given society. Annihilating the capitalist means of production and appropriation of products, the proletariat produces a complete overturn as regards personal consumption in the character of personal property. Bourgeois and petty bourgeois apologists for capitalist private property in means of production sought to represent the case as if the abrogation of such property meant the abrogation of individual property of all sorts, the abolition of personality. Marx and Engels answered. 98 cf. In this connection, the law as to the state tax on the horses of individual economies, adopted by the Supreme Soviet of the USSR on August 21, 1938. From the moment when labor can no more be turned into capital, money, land rent, that is to say, from the moment when individual property can no more become bourgeois property, from that moment, you declare that personality is abolished. Consequently, you are conscious that by personality you acknowledge none other than the bourgeois proprietor. Such personality must actually be abolished. Communism takes from no one the power of appropriating to himself social products. It takes away only the power of subjugating the labor of another to himself by means of this appropriation. 29 Bourgeois ideologists state the alternative: either private property and then just property guaranteed for all, or the abolition of private property, and then property of every kind will inevitably be abolished for all. This alternative is false from start to finish. The dominance of private, that is, capitalist, property presupposes that an absolute majority of society are without property in the means of production. We wish to abolish property. It presupposes, as a necessary condition, the absence of property in the vast majority of society. 80. Personal property, property in means of consumption in conditions of capitalist property, is for workers limited always to the extreme minimum of means necessary for their mere existence as a working force serving to bring about the enrichment of capitalists. That which the hired worker appropriates by his activity suffices only to reproduce his existence. By no means do we wish to eliminate this individual appropriation of the products of labor which serve immediately to reproduce life, an appropriation which leaves no net income whatever that could create power over another's toil. We wish only to eliminate the beggarly character of such appropriation, under which the worker lives only to increase capital and only insofar as this is required by the interests of the dominant class. 81 Here we see Marx and Engels sharply distinguish between individual appropriation by the worker which excludes the possibility of exploiting another's labor and the individual appropriation of the capitalist, based on exploitation of another's labor. Capitalist appropriation presupposes that the majority of society is without private property in the means of production and exists on an extremely low and beggarly level of personal property as regards objects of consumption. Speaking of the impending and historically inevitable annihilation of capitalist property, the hour of capitalist private property is striking, the expropriators are being expropriated. 32 Marx makes it clear that this will lead, not to the re-establishment of private property for the workers, but to the abolition of the beggarly level of personal appropriation of the toilers, to die compass and level of this appropriation being constantly higher when freed from the clutches of capitalist exploitation. The capitalist means of appropriation and consequently capitalist private property also is the first negation of individual property based on one's own labor. This itself affects a negation of capitalist production with the inevitability of a process of natural history. This is the negation of a negation. It again creates individual property, but on the basis of acquisitions of the capitalist era of the cooperation of free workers and their communal possession of the earth and the means of production which they have produced. 88. This scientific prognosis of Marx was brilliantly realized with the triumph of socialism in the USSR. Individual property of the toilers, in the form of labor income of workers, kolkhoz members, and intellectuals, has under it a firm economic basis. We have no unemployment and no crises. We have no capitalist appropriation or parasitism. Distribution is upon the socialist principle, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil. The productivity of labor in state and cooperative kolkhoz enterprises has steadily grown, with consequent raising of wages and of the value of the workday. All this makes up the material postulates and guarantees of the unbroken growth of the material blessings constituting the individual property of USSR citizens. Individual property in the USSR originates entirely in labor. Nothing is appropriated to it except by labor. Accordingly, Soviet law provides for struggle with the utilization of private property for non-labor, exploiter appropriation. Such is the legislation against speculation and likewise against agreements directed at exploiting another person. Legislation limits the extent of individual property to the end of not permitting individual property to become non-labor property, a means of exploiting another's work, whereas there is no legal limitation of the size of citizens' individual property as labor property insofar as it is not employed for non-labor purposes and has a consumer or use character. In all cases, Soviet legislation on the matter of individual property starts logically from the principle of socialism, to each according to his toil, firmly preserving all the labor acquisitions of the citizens. In the USSR there can be no antithesis of individual property to social property. Individual property is not only in no contradiction with social property, on the contrary it corresponds harmoniously. The growth of social property conditions the growth of citizens' individual property. The growth of individual property in turn promotes the rise of culture and of the production and social activity of the toilers, and thereby the growth and strengthening of social property as well. Socialism actually harmonizes the interests of separate individuality and of all society. The rise of personal, material well-being among us takes place by reason of the rise of material well-being of the entire collective, in contrast to the wolf law, the strong devours the weak, prevalent in exploiter, and particularly in capitalist, society. Collectivism socialism does not deny individual interests. Rather it combines individual interests with those of the collective. Socialism cannot be abstracted from individual interests. Socialist society alone can give the most complete satisfaction to these individual interests. S5 Article 10 of the Stalin Constitution realizes, in public law form, this basic principle of socialism in the domain of property rights of citizens of the USSR, making the idea of individual property definitive in such a way that its socialist labor character comes out perfectly clearly and distinctly, with no possibility of any idle talk. This refers also to subsidiary domestic economy. Subsidiary economy is described as individual, not private, property in Article 7 of the Constitution of the USSR. It is subsidiary property in the sense that it fills in the consumer stock of its owner. It does not, however, constitute any parallel and special form of economy, with any special form of property in the means of production. Being subsidiary to the labor of its possessor in socialist economy, the domestic economy of kolkhoz members is, in its way, an element subsidiary to socialist property. The definition of subsidiary domestic economy as individual property gives distinct starting points to our legislation, particularly to the codes, in which the right of individual property must in the USSR find its further confirmation. The law protects the individual property of USSR citizens from encroachment by anyone whatsoever. The criminal sanctions directed at its preservation must be particularly indicated. Soviet law as socialist law is characterized by the firm revolutionary defense of individual property, by strict suppression of all breaches of every kind as well as of crimes against rights of individual property, and by respect for individual property of USSR citizens. The right of inheritance in the USSR issues out of all that has been hereinbefore said as to the social nature of individual property, and concretely expresses the right of individual property. It differs radically from the right of inheritance in conditions where capitalist private property prevails. The right of inheriting individual property in the USSR is an institution completely corresponding to the interests of citizens as testators and heirs. Being one of the incitements to labor, to productive industry of USSR citizens, it cooperates to strengthen both individual and social property and to elevate the level of the welfare both of individual citizens and of socialist society as a whole. 5. State planning of the national economic life of the USSR. The economic life of the USSR is defined and directed by the State Plan of National Economy for the purposes of increasing public wealth, steadily raising the material and cultural level of the toilers, and strengthening the independence of the USSR and intensifying its power of defense. This article of the Stalin Constitution reflects and confirms the decisive characteristic of our socialist social order, that national economy is planned, all its branches are subordinate to a single statewide plan. That socialist economy shall be an economy organized and planned, as distinguished from an anarchic, elemental, and planless economy under capitalism, was exhaustively established in theory and predicted by Marx and Engels. 8*. In the epoch of imperialism, Lenin analyzed the processes of capital concentration and developed the views of Marx and Engels on this matter, showing that in the stage of imperialism capitalism prepares organizational technical postulates in the form of superpowerful trusts and syndicates for the transition to planned organization of economy, under condition of the passing of means of production from the hands of separate industrialists and societies into the hands of the state, to be managed by society. This cannot be effected merely by the forcible intrusion of the new revolutionary authority, the proletarian state, into the right of private property. Organized planned economy is impossible so long as the means of production remain for the time being in the hands of the capitalist owners. The scattered, diminutive individual economies of peasants and craftsmen must also be socialized if the entire national economy is to be embraced by a single state plan. In the program of the All-Union Communist Party, the Marx-Lenin doctrine of transition to a planned economy under socialism found expression in the teaching that one of the fundamental problems is the maximum unification of all the country's economic activity according to one statewide plan. 87. Guided by Lenin and Stalin, the Soviet state from the very beginning projected a distinct line as to planning the national economy, putting it firmly into practice and overcoming the hostile line and activity of Trotskyists and Bukharinists. That line it firmly developed in struggle against the bourgeois Menshevik SR specialist wreckers and numerous economic difficulties and difficulties of organization and technique in the practical realization of state plans of national economy which were being worked out. The question of the practical approach to the manifold planning of the national economy was posed at one stroke at the beginning of the transition to peaceful economic building. In a resolution of the 9th Congress of the Bolshevik Worker-Peasant Party concerning the immediate tasks of economic building, it was said, a fundamental condition precedent to the country's economic renaissance is the undeviating development of a single economic plan calculated upon the immediate historical epoch. To realize this, the famous plan for the electrification of Russia Goal 88 was projected, a plan already proposed by Lenin and Stalin in 1920. The 8th All-Russian Congress of Soviets especially considered the plan of electrification of the country and in a directive 89 on this matter said, the Congress appreciates the plan of electrifying Russia worked out upon the initiative of the Supreme Soviet of National Economy by the State Commission for Electrification as the first step of a great economic undertaking. First to be transferred into principles of systematic planning was large-scale state industry which, as a commanding economic height in the hands of the proletarian dictatorship, must become the basis of the switch to a plan of complete national economy. Regarding the new economic policy and industry, the 9th All-Russian Congress of Soviets directed economic calculation and statewide planning of industry based on an exact accounting of the resources of production and a budget of each state enterprise separately and of all of them in the aggregate must lie at the basis of the conduct of all state industry. 40. Practice confirmed the correctness of the purpose of the Soviet state to develop state industry with all its powers by putting into practice a definite plan of restoration, and then of reconstruction, of that industry. The 10th All-Russian Congress of Soviets pointed out 41 that the preparation of a production plan for the future must be based upon calculation of the necessity of intensifying further the work of state industry and by the actual guarantee of this plan by essential transportation, finance, production, and other resources. The principle of planning increasingly took root in the country's economic life. The plan embraced ever broader fields of national economy. Its role of regulator and director constantly increased. The state obligatory character of the plan was increasingly confirmed economically by the growth of the socialist sector in national economy. The real force of socialist planning grew in proportion to the growth of the political and organizational power of the proletarian state. A clear definition of the nature of our plans was given by Stalin, in particular, at the 15th Party Congress. He pointed out in his report that ours are plans neither of prognosis nor of guesswork. They are directive plans, binding upon the guiding organs, and upon the scale of the entire country defining the direction of our future economic development. 42. Establishing the plan in the core of economic life and actually subordinating all branches of economy to state planning demanded colossal efforts and Bolshevist tenacity on the part of the organs of authority, as well as taking wholly into account the definitive economic setting in the country, the achievements of the national economy at the given moment, and the separate branches and sectors of that economy from the point of view of the possibility of their subordination to plan. Speaking of planning in the specific setting of 1928, Stalin pointed out that it must not be forgotten that aside from elements subject to the influence of our planning, the structure of our national economy composes as well other elements and, finally, classes hostile to us which mere state planning cannot overcome. 43. The matter stood entirely differently after the kulak economy had been liquidated and most of the peasant economies collectivized, when socialist economy, built according to plan, had attained unlimited domination. In these conditions the principle of state planning becomes completely applicable to agriculture as well. Herein is expressed the vast force of state planning influence upon collectivized agriculture. Upon the People's Commissariat for Agriculture the government placed the duty of working out a general plan for the development of agriculture in perspective, with yearly control figures. 44. State planning is one of the most important forms of state direction of the kolkhoz economy. Economic plans, constructed by separate kolkhozes and cooperative associations, start from plans worked out for the cooperative kolkhoz economy of the whole country by state organs. In the aggregate they represent in the final analysis a detailed statewide economic plan, concrete in time and space, for the cooperative kolkhoz sector of the entire national economy of the country. The construction and realization of the 5-year plans are the basic and chief form of planning national economy of the USSR. They brilliantly justified themselves historically. The first 5-year plan was, as everyone knows, not only fulfilled but more than fulfilled before the expiration of the period, that is, in 4 years, at the end of 1932. The second 5-year plan was likewise fulfilled and, in certain particulars, more than fulfilled. The period of national economic life of the USSR from 1938 to 1942 is the period of the third 5-year plan, which is likewise in process of successful realization. 45. The 5-year plans of developing national economy. The yearly and quarterly plans projected for national economy in its entirety and for its separate branches have the force of obligatory state acts with all the consequences flowing from such acts, including particularly the establishment of criminal sanctions for opposing the execution of the plans, for the collapse of plans and of their qualitative and quantitative elements. 46. And likewise for the inaction of officials responsible for the fulfillment of the plan. To defend and to strengthen in the national economic life the principle of planning, plan discipline and a system of organization is the most important task of Soviet law. The guarantee of development according to plan of the fulfillment of plans concerning separate branches of national economy by separate economic societies and enterprises, is one of the basic elements of the content of Soviet law as socialist law. Not only does Soviet law in no wise contradict the principle of development according to plan as has been asserted by traders like Pashukanis, Ginsburg, and company, who declared that the intensification of planning leads to the fading out of legal form, to the withering away of the legal principle in economic life, to the crowding out of the law by the plan, and the like. It is a powerful and effective means of intensifying that principle, just as the stabilizing of that principle cooperated in turn to strengthen in its entirety the socialist legal order. Contract and contract relationships of an economic order, in particular, contract discipline, in the USSR serve as a practical means of carrying out the plan within the established time limits and with observance of the corresponding requirements as to quantity and quality. Plans of national economy in the stages of their elaboration and of their fulfillment alike represent the result of the state creativeness of broad masses of toilers, whose life interests constitute the essence of these plans. Around their fulfillment as measures of state obligation, the party and the government as well as mass social organizations, organize the production initiative and self-help of the masses. Soviet planning combines state discipline with the self-help of the masses, brilliantly expressing socialist democracy, the participation of the masses in state government. Drawing the masses into the elaboration and execution of plans is one of the most essential factors of their realism. It would be stupid to suppose that a production plan is a mere enumeration of figures and problems. It is in reality the living and practical activity of millions of persons. The realism of our production plan is the millions of toilers who are creating a new life. The realism of our program is the living persons UN 46 cf. Art. 128A of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR and corresponding articles of the criminal codes of other Union republics. Our will to labor, our readiness to work in a new fashion, our determination to carry out the plan. 47 The advantages of the socialist system of economy over the capitalist system are manifested with special force in the unbroken growth of actual development according to plan in all our national economy. Bourgeois politicians of the biggest capitalist states resort to planned demagogy, declaring that with the preservation of private capitalist property the bourgeois state must and is in condition to organize planned economy. This planned demagogy attained specially significant dimensions in the period of the world economic crisis when the anarchy of capitalist production manifested itself with monstrous force in crises. The only realism behind the economic plans and planned economy of fascist dictatorships, for example, in the form of the fascist four-year periods, is the intensification and improvement of planned robbery of the toiling masses, by monopolist capital with the supplementary aid of a police military bureaucratic imperialist state, for economic preparation for war. This is the militarization of economy under the slogan, "Guns instead of butter." It cannot be otherwise so long as the dominance of capitalist property is preserved. Under capitalism anarchy, absence of plan and economic life of an elemental sort are inevitable. Under capitalism plannedness development according to plan is the confirmation of mass hunger and beggary. Only in the USSR is true planning realized in the interests of increasing social wealth, constantly raising the material and cultural level of the toilers, confirming the independence of the USSR and increasing its defensive capacity. The specific content of any plan of national economy in the USSR, whether a 5-year plan, or an annual or quarterly plan, completely corresponds to these interests. The incentive of the capitalist economy is the egoistic capitalist aspiration for individual enrichment through exploitation. Production interests the capitalist only from the viewpoint of how his own personal wealth may be increased. The elemental and anarchic character of capitalist production, the dominance of capitalist production by the market, the aspiration to gain to the utmost profit as the sole stimulus of capitalist economy, all this results in ever sharper conflict between interests of developing production forces and capitalist production relations. Bourgeois public law, which sanctifies and preserves these relationships, is reactionary and profoundly hostile to the interests of the broad masses of the toilers. Under capitalism there is no social wealth in the true sense of the word, wealth belonging to all society and utilized in the interests of society consciously, rationally, and in accordance with plan. Under socialism social wealth grows constantly and in accordance with plan at a pace incomparably swifter than that of increment of the general mass of wealth under capitalism, even in periods most propitious and favorable for such increment. In the imperialist stage, capitalist economy is characterized not only by holding back and retarding the increment of national wealth but frequently by outright destruction of values acquired by national toil in a situation when the vast masses of toilers are being systematically deprived of necessary consumer products. The interests of capitalist accumulation of wealth by the exploiter minority are radically hostile to those of the overwhelming majority of society, to interests of raising the material well-being and cultural level of the toilers. In the USSR, On the contrary, the material and cultural interests of all toilers are the decisive factor of all economic activity directed by a single plan of the socialist state embodying this will. Under capitalism, the toilers serve as a means of individual exploiter enrichment. Under socialism, social wealth, constantly growing, serves as a means of satisfying in ever-increasing measure and in planned order the material and cultural demands of the toilers. The fundamental interests of our socialist society, as indeed of all toiling humanity, in its struggle against world capitalism and imperialist wars and aggression, are those of strengthening the independence and defensive capacity of the USSR. Putting these interests at the foundation of its plan of national economy and realizing them through public law, the USSR comes forward in this respect also as a state of a new and loftier socialist type. SEC 6. The realization of the socialist principle. From each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil. Labor in the USSR is an obligation and a matter of honor of each citizen capable thereof, upon the principle, he who does not work does not eat. In the USSR is realized the socialist principle, from each accord the social organization of the USSR 205 ing to his capacity, to each according to his toil. This article of the Stalin Constitution expresses in the finely chiseled formula of scientific communism and confirmed in public law form the most important consummation of the socialist reorganization of our society, the victory of the socialist organization of labor and of the socialist distribution of the products of labor. It contains a sort of generalization and culmination of the principles of social organization of the USSR given in the first 11 articles of the Stalin Constitution. Actually, the principles contained in Article 12 could be vitalized only on the basis and in the process of successfully building up socialism. It neither was nor could be otherwise. On the other hand, realization of these principles constitutes the most important and decisive feature of socialist society, the first phase of communism. The basic principle of this phase of communism is, as everyone knows, the formula, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil. Should our constitution reflect this fact, the fact that socialism has been achieved, 15, should it be based on this achievement? Unconditionally, it should. It should, inasmuch as socialism is for the USSR something which has already been attained and won. The practical realization of these principles signifies the triumph of the Marx-Engels-Lenin-Stalin doctrine as to communism, as to the two phases of communism and their distinguishing characteristics. 2. From the very beginning, Soviet authority inscribed on its banner the socialist principle, "Let him who toils not, eat not," proclaimed as early as the first Soviet constitutions. 8. The Soviet state put before it the greatest task in the history of the universe to annihilate parasitism and sloth, to unite the whole population for socially useful, productive activity. Liability to universal labor service in the first period of Soviet authority was introduced to the end of abolishing the parasitic strata of society and organizing economy. For this measure played its political and economic part thereafter, as applied to the problems of war economy during the period of war communism. Complete extirpation of the economic roots of parasitism as a social phenomenon was possible, however, only after reorganization of the entire national economy to harmonize with socialism. After liquidating the capitalist elements in the country's economy and annihilating the possibility of man's exploitation by man, we annihilated the ground for parasitism as well. Having, on the other hand, guaranteed to all citizens the possibility of laboring, and made labor the sole source of income for all, we made for all citizens their obligation to labor realistically capable of execution. In form, bourgeois public law evades the question of parasitism as a social phenomenon inevitable in exploiter society. Essentially and in fact, however, it sanctifies and confirms parasitism in that it sanctifies and preserves capitalist private property which, especially in the epoch of imperialism, is as inseparable from parasitism as is a cause from its proximate consequence. Soviet public law openly and proudly reflects and confirms the greatest fact in the history of the universe, the final annihilation of parasitism and the metamorphosis of all the country's population into toilers and workers in the interests, and for the welfare, of socialist society. Toil in the USSR has become a matter of honor for each citizen capable of toiling. The principle of the socialist organization of labor is a conscious, labor, socialist discipline as contrasted with the forced hard labor discipline supported by the threat of hunger under capitalism. This is the socialist rivalry of conscious and free toilers, resulting in the elevation of the national economy in the general interests of all the toilers. Socialist rivalry, called to life by the mighty labor uplift, by production enthusiasm in the ranks of the worker class, organized and directed by the party according to the teachings of Lenin V and Stalin, 6 is preserved by law and actively supported among us by means of the state organization. Emerging as early as the period of civil war, it developed and acquired vast sweep and creative force during the Stalin 5-year plans. Its significance in turning labor into a matter of honor for the Soviet citizen is extraordinarily great. State cooperation and encouragement of socialist rivalry are established in legislative form and confirmed in a whole series of directives. 7. To the end of encouraging the unselfish and heroic activity of citizens of the USSR in all fields of labor, the Soviet state adopted the practice of bestowing the orders of Lenin, of the Red Banner of Labor, and of the Symbol of Honor, and also other sorts of symbols of encouragement and distinction, such as the Badge of Distinguished Shock Workers, recording a name on the Roll of Honor, presenting valuable gifts, and so on. Encouragement of heroism and enthusiasm by the Soviet state is brilliantly expressed in the establishment of the title Hero of Labor, awarded to persons who have particularly distinguished themselves in the lists of labor over a long period of time, and the title Hero of the Soviet Union, awarded for exceptional heroism and achievements in carrying out the socialist duty to the state. Only in the USSR is there encouragement of creative, socially beneficial labor, of which there is and of course can be none in bourgeois countries, where the preservation and protection of the legal order constitutes the state's most important function. In the USSR state organs, economic and administrative, must encourage and defend socialist labor, especially in its higher forms of socialist competition and shock working. Furthermore, Soviet law provides for the criminal prosecution of persons designedly impeding the development of socialist organization of labor. The victory of socialism in the USSR was signalized by the elevation of socialist competition and shock working to its highest pitch in the form of the Stakhanovite movement, which since 1935 has embraced all branches of national economy. The historical significance of this movement is that it contains the embryo of that cultural technical rise of the toilers which creates the material conditions for the transition to the higher form of communism. 8. Accordingly, the Soviet state takes measures to strengthen it. The principle of socialism, from each according to his capacity, to each according to his toil is, in the USSR, the dominant principle of organizing labor and distributing its products. The capitalist system of labor dulls and crushes the capacities of the majority of the toilers, depriving them of the real possibility of best applying their capacities and of systematic improvement of work habits and technical knowledge. The toiler cannot, under capitalism, develop his creative powers and capacities. The Soviet regime completely guarantees to the toiler this possibility by a system of training and by affording a real possibility of choosing a profession through encouragement of higher qualifications and the like. All this combines the conditions essential for turning labor completely into a natural need of mankind in the higher phase of communism, where quantity and quality, that is, the measure of the labor which each citizen will give to society, will be defined solely by the organic demand for labor and by his own individual capacities. The measure of reward will not act as a stimulus to labor, since it will be defined only by the needs of each member of society. 8. Compare Stalin's speech at the First All-Union Conference of Stakhanovites. The transition to the realization of the principle of communist distribution, to each according to his needs, is possible only on the basis of originally putting into practice the principle of socialism, to each according to his toil. Under socialism, distribution is not yet just in the communist sense of the word, as Marx and Lenin point out. It still remains in a certain sense unjust. The injustice is that society gives to people who are unequal in capacity, family position, and so on an equal quantity of products for what is in fact an unequal quantity of labor. 9. This form of division according to labor unjust from the viewpoint of communism is inevitable under socialism. The state must scrupulously follow the development of this rule of distribution so that each may obtain exactly as much as he is supposed to have, no more and no less, according to the labor imposed by the state for social production. Soviet socialist law firmly preserves this rule from all violations whatsoever. This is absolutely necessary and inevitable because it is impossible to suppose that, after overthrowing capitalism, people will learn at one stroke to work for society without rules of law of any sort, and the abolition of capitalism does not at a stroke give economic premises of such change. 10. But the edge of this injustice is taken off by various measures of the Soviet government, which establishes supplementary rewards, prizes, and exemptions, for example, in favor of mothers having many children. 11. The socialist character of Soviet legal rules, even in this field of distribution of products, stands out absolutely clearly. 1. The development of this rule to each according to his toil for the whole population is feasible only if capitalist forms of economy are completely abolished, if unlimited dominance of the socialist system of economy is established. 2. The development of this rule is the most important factor of the uninterrupted strengthening of conscious socialist discipline of labor, of the uplift of labor enthusiasm of members of socialist society forever freed from non-labor capitalist appropriation from man's exploitation by man. Thereby it is the most important factor of the mighty growth of the production forces of society, of the creation of ample abundance of consumer products and of turning labor into the first need of life. And this makes feasible the complete abolition of all legal rules whatsoever, regulating the distribution of products in society. Thus the legal guard over the principle, to each according to his toil, subserves the further development of socialist society to its transition to the highest phase of communism. The principle of rewarding each according to his labor is concretely realized in the form of labor pay for those at work and in service and by distributing income according to work days, according to the model charter of the agricultural artel in the Caucasus. The Stalin Constitution confirms the juridical basis for the regulative activity of organs of the Soviet state in this field. The goal of these organs must be that in the practice of institutions and of the corresponding officials, the socialist principle of distribution be strictly observed and that deviations therefrom of whatsoever sort be cut down. There should in particular be elimination of tendencies to petty bourgeois wage leveling, having nothing in common with the principle of payment according to labor with the socialist understanding of equality. 12. Only so can the realization in the USSR and confirmation by the Stalin Constitution of the authentic and great equality of people on the basis of socialist toil be understood. Only this equality of members of socialist society can serve as the basis for gradual transition to the higher condition of equality, the equal right of all toilers to receive according to their needs under communist society. 19. For the classical formulation of the socialist principle of equality, compare Stalin's report to the 17th Party Congress concerning the work of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Questions of Leninism, PC 83. 4. The State Organization of the USSR. SEC 1, Introduction. State organization of the USSR treated in Chapter 2 of the Stalin Constitution embraces a number of questions associated with the voluntary unification of peoples into one union socialist state. In the struggle of two mutually opposed worlds and systems, this state represents a union of Soviet republics of developed lands and colonies that have fallen, and are falling, away from the imperialist system of economy, opposing itself to the world capitalist system in its struggle for world socialism. State organization, according to Chapter 2 of the Stalin Constitution, is the public law organization of a state of a new type, the Soviet multinational state, which guarantees the voluntary unification of the toilers of numerous nationalities into one Soviet Union state, and the broadest possible drawing of the toiling masses of all nationalities of the USSR into the administration of the Soviet state. Chapter 2 of the Stalin Constitution concerning the state organization of the USSR, establishes the structure of the USSR as a union state formed on the basis of voluntary unification of Soviet Socialist republics having equal rights, the structure of union republics and their territorial organization, the sovereignty of the Union and of the Union republics, the delimitation of rights and jurisdiction between them, and the fundamental principles of citizenship of the Union and of Union republics. This truly democratic state organization, unique in history, could be realized only in consequence of the overthrow of the power of capitalists and landowners and the establishment of the worker-class dictatorship. It completely answers the purposes and problems of that dictatorship in creating fraternal and mutual friendship and collaboration of peoples. State organization of capitalist countries offers a sharp contrast thereto. Most modern bourgeois states, particularly those with colonies, are multinational as regards the structure of their population. In them the sovereign nation, the exploiter apex of which oppresses and exploits other nations which are in a subordinate position, plays the dominant role. Frequently national inequality is further confirmed by rules of law defining the activity of state authority for that inequality. In colonies a special colonial law operates, depriving the people even of the constitutional guarantees ordinarily found in constitutions of bourgeois states. Thus the French bourgeoisie, while still a revolutionary class, proclaimed in its Declaration of Rights, "People are born free and equal in rights." But in its first constitution, consisting in part of the Declaration of Rights, the bourgeoisie noted that the present constitution has no reference to French colonies and possessions in Asia, Africa, and America, although they constitute a part of the French Empire. A special colonial law operates in the colonies of England, France, Belgium, Holland, Italy, and other states. One of the most eminent contemporary French political scientists wrote, "In the majority of states they say the people consist of various nationalities, not of course forming a nation, hence it cannot be asserted that a nation is a general constituent element of the state." To this it is answered that notwithstanding diversity of nationalities subject to a single public authority, there may exist a central core of the population which forms a united nation, and that the existence of such a nation is necessary for the presence of the state. If, for example, we contemplate France, the French nation forms the substratum of the French state as a subject of law, and the nationalities distinct from the French nation do not contribute to the formation of a subjective unity of the French state, being simply an object of the power borne by the French state. On the contrary, the French nation in its present structure forms an element of the personality of the French state. 2. In the France of which Turgot was writing, only the territory between the Rhine and the Pyrenees, the mother country, is governed on the basis of the French constitution and the parliamentary laws, whereas the colonies are governed according to presidential decrees published on the basis of proposals of ministers and their subordinate officials. Only the population of the mother country are counted as citizens. 8. 9. Turgot, Constitutional Law, d. No. 9. Political rights are enjoyed only by males who satisfy the requirements of various qualification laws. But the population of the colonies, with negligible exceptions, are considered merely subjects. Individual bourgeois political scientists openly defend the imperialist state organization aimed at crushing and subordinating the oppressed nations of the colonies and of the mother country. The famous jurist Horiot considers that the constitutional organization is the political and juridical centralization of peoples that have attained the level of nations. Only in behalf of the chosen apex of the people, the elite occupying a dominant position in the nation, does he acknowledge the right to be considered a nation. The right of independent statehood and state organization must be refused to people who have not grown to the level of a nation as he understands it. Their fate will be the concern of those who have attained the level of nations. It cannot be asserted that all races and all mixtures of different races, for example the Papuans, create nations capable of taking in the state regime. For the basis of state organization there accords with the interests of the imperial bourgeoisie's dictatorship and its administrative convenience. Fascism establishes state organization to accord with monopolist capital's bestial terrorist dictatorship over the toiling and oppressed nations. In Italy this is characterized by the creation of a new Italian empire after the seizure and enslavement of Abyssinia. German fascists by piratical violence seized Austria and united it to the German Empire and, in company with the Italian fascists, organized the intervention in Spain, military aggression against Czechoslovakia, and the like. In order to unify the state government of the country, the imperial federation was abolished by fascist methods and all the formerly independent lands are now under the arbitrary domination of Hitler's deputies. The fascist state perpetrates the most barbarous and unbridled oppression of nationalities as attested by various race laws, and especially the Nuremberg laws, which divided the German population into imperial citizens and state subjects. With the aid of the fascist state, monopolist capital, making ready for new wars, strives to subordinate to itself other nations which must become objects of exploitation by the higher German race. 4. Honu, Public Law, p. 320. The State Organization of the USSR 213. SEC 2. The basis of the state organization of the USSR. The USSR is a multinational socialist state which was formed, grew, and became strong as a result of the annihilation of the oppressive imperialist state of Tsarist Russia, the abolition of pressure upon nationalities and inequality of rights, and the unification of the peoples of our country on the basis of principles of the Lenin-Stalin policy as to nationalities. In their works on nationalities, Lenin and Stalin disclosed the special historical conditions leading to the formation, from time to time, of multinational states in Eastern Europe, where the awakening to national life on the part of many peoples lagged behind the formation of centralized states unified by the dominant apex of some more powerful single nationality. In Russia this was a dominant apex of Russians, in Austria, of Germans, and in Hungary, of Magyars. This apex subordinated to its own class interests those of all other peoples of the state. Even in Eastern Europe, however, developing capitalism shattered the old economic relationships and therewith promoted the formation of subordinate peoples into nations, intensifying their dissatisfaction and their aspiration to create their own national statehood. But although they have awakened to independent life, nations that have been driven out no longer form into independent national states. On their way they encounter stronger resistance from the directing strata of the commanding nations that have long since come to head the state. They are too late. In Old Russia and in Austria-Hungary there was an age-old struggle of oppressed nationalities for their freedom from imperialist oppression and for the creation of their nationalist statehood. Throughout its history the Lenin-Stalin party was, as it remains, the most logical and genuine champion of the equal rights of nationalities. As early as the first draft of the party program, which he wrote in prison, Lenin emphasized the requirement of equality of rights of all nationalities as part of the general policy of the program too and of the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship. The point as to the matter of nationality in the third version of Lenin's draft, he formulated as the acknowledgement in behalf of all nations entering into the structure of the state of the right of self-determination/8 and this became an essential. 1. Stalin, Marxism, and the National Colonial Question, p. 2. Lenin, Volume I, p. 15. 8. Lenin, Collected Works, Volume 2, p. 46. 214 The Law of the Soviet State. Point in the program of the Russian Social Democratic Worker Party. The party always interpreted it as the right of nations to self-determination, including the right of withdrawal. Lenin and Stalin unmasked the opportunism which, veiled under revolutionary phraseology, in fact sowed nationalism in the international worker movement, and carried on a bitter struggle against Austro-Marxist projects of autonomy of national culture, showing that they were reactionary and chauvinistic. This was the project of solving the problem of nationalities by starting from the interests of the integrity of the tattered Habsburg monarchy and the predominant position in Austria of Germans, and differentiating cultural from statewide questions by the creation of so-called corporations of entire nationalities wherein nationalist collaboration of classes was to be made real. It denied the right of nations oppressed by Austria, such as the Czechs, to self-determination. It put forward niggardly reforms to embarrass and frustrate a solution of the nationality problem by revolution. In Russia, the most characteristic adherent of such autonomies of nationalist culture was the Bund. It reduced the problem of nationality to problems of nationalist culture. Culture was thus torn out from the general bundle of economic and political matters, in opposition to the Marxist views that the school, and matters of culture in general, are most closely connected with the economic and so with the class struggle. Contemplating the nation as a category outside classes, the Eighth Bund Conference expressed itself in favor of utilizing the Hebrew religious commune as the basis of a Hebrew autonomy of nationalist culture and reorganizing it by means of legislation as a secular institution. In August 1912, the Trotsky Liquidator Conference, at the insistence of Caucasian liquidators, declared in its turn that the autonomy of nationalist culture does not run counter to the party program adopted in 1903. In contrast to all these alien views which sought confirmation in the midst of the workers, the party of Bolsheviks, guided by Lenin and Stalin, came forward still more decisively to defend the watchword of the right of nations to self-determination. This was emphasized at the August conference of the Central Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Worker Party with the responsible workers, in Lenin's articles of the period, and in Stalin's classical work Marxism and the National Colonial Question. Defending the inalienable right of nations to self-determination, the party by no means supported as inevitable in every case the separation of nations from a big state already formed representing a broader arena for the struggle in behalf of socialism. Social democracy is bound to con the state organization of the USSR 215 duck such agitation and so to influence the will of the nations that the latter may be organized in the form most in accord with the interests of the proletariat. 4. Overcoming chauvinism and opportunism in the midst of the workers, the party carried on as well a struggle against the theories of Rosa Luxemburg, who viewed the question of nationalities outside its concrete historical setting and spoke out against the slogan, "The right of nations to self-determination," asserting that there cannot be nationalist wars in the epoch of imperialism. Holding that the proletariat can aid the peasantry, she was nevertheless unwilling to understand Lenin's revolutionary formulation of the matter of the alliance of the worker class with the peasantry, in which the peasantry of oppressed nationalities plays a vast role. Trotsky, Bukharin, Pyatakov, Radek, and others took up her theory for counter-revolutionary purposes in the struggle against Leninism. Lenin proved the revolutionary significance of the demand by the oppressed nationalities for a nationalist state and demonstrated that it is directed against the imperialist state and causes it to totter. To counterbalance Lenin, and starting from interests of world economy factually from the interests of monopolist capital, Trotsky asserted that it was time in general for the nationalist state to be smashed and, altogether in the interests of the imperialist state, denied the right of oppressed nationalities to their independent state. At the time of the World War, Lenin was for a civil war of the proletariat against its bourgeoisie, for a proletarian revolution which must likewise free the oppressed peoples of the mother country and of the colonies. The Trotskyists and Bukharinists, at the same time, came out with their United State of Europe, a slogan directed in fact toward cooperation with capitalism to confirm its shaken positions and to guarantee the big European imperialists the right to plunder the colonies and to dominate over them. Lenin proved the progressive and revolutionary significance of nationalist wars, and showed that a proletariat must advance unconditionally the demand that nations have the right of self-determination, although the chance of withdrawal was possible and feasible prior to socialism in only 1 in 1,000 cases. 5. The Trotskyists and Bukharinists came out against Lenin's revolutionary watchword, the right of nations to self-determination, including withdrawal. In fact, they supported the right of imperialists to oppress nations, to pursue a barbarous policy of colonization, to retard the progressive development of backward nations and colonies. Their aim was to weaken the international positions of the Prole for Stalin, Marxism, and the national colonial question, p. 39. 8. Lenin Volume 19, p. 262. 216 THB Law of the Soviet State-Tariat, to thwart its union with the vast masses of oppressed nations of the mother countries and the colonies. Coming out against the right of national self-determination, they joined ranks with counter-revolutionary nationalist elements after the victory of the proletarian state and the Lenin-Stalin national policy with the purpose of estrangement from the Union Socialist state of national republics and of re-establishment of capitalist serfdom in the interests of bloody and barbarous fascism. We demand freedom of self-determination, independence. Freedom of oppressed nations to withdraw, not because we have dreamed of economic dismemberment or of an ideal of petty state, but because, on the contrary, we wish big states and the approximation, even the blending, of nations on a truly democratic and internationalist base, however, which is nonsensical without freedom of withdrawal. 6. The victory of the Lenin-Stalin line in the nationalist question was expressed with particular clarity after the February Revolution of 1917. That question became one of the most important matters of the revolution's further development. The borderlands were dappled with divers national Soviets proclaimed by the bourgeoisie and its intellectuals. The imperialist position of the provisional government and its supporting parties merely deepened the distrust of the oppressed nationalities toward the government and served to intensify nationalism. Numerous national Soviets, proclaimed by the bourgeoisie of each nationality and ready to trade with the provisional government about autonomy, federation, and so on in proportion to the intensification of the proletariat's contest for power, used nationalist slogans for the struggle against the Russian revolutionary worker class. The slogan of the right of nations to self-determination was given a nationalist interpretation by the bourgeoisie of separate nations, agitating for separation from revolutionary Russia, and directing all their efforts to the creation of a barrier between the revolutionary proletariat of the center and the toilers of the borderlands. At the time of the February Revolution, Lenin and Stalin came out in fiery defense of demands by Finland and the Ukraine for the right to self-determination. We are no partisans of little states. We are for the closest union of the workers of all countries against capitalists and their ilk and of all countries in general. But precisely in order that this union be voluntary, the Russian worker not for a single minute trusting either the Russian bourgeoisie or the Ukraine bourgeoisie in any respect whatsoever stands now for the right of the Ukrainians to withdraw, not obtruding his friendship upon them but winning theirs by a relationship as to an equal as to any ally and brother in the struggle for socialism. 7. The establishment of friendship between the Russian proletariat and the toilers of the former oppressed nationalities. Such were the real results of the Lenin-Stalin national policy, which contributed to draw the toilers of all nations into the channel of socialist revolution. The Bolshevist slogan, the right of nations to self-determination, in combination with all the other Bolshevik slogans of the October Revolution, particularly those of the Agrarian Revolution, became one of the greatest factors in uniting the toiling masses of the nationalities in one proletarian state, thereby vindicating the words of Stalin at the 7th April conference that after the overthrow of Tsarism 9/10 of the nationalities will not wish to withdraw. 8. Specifically because the peasantry, the basic mass of former oppressed nationalities, felt still more heavily than did the Russian peasantry the pressure of the landowners, the wealthy landowners of Central Asia, the bureaucracy, and so on, the proletariat, deciding the national question correctly, could raise the multimillion masses of national peasantry to struggle for peace, for land, and other revolutionary needs. This struggle raised the masses of toiling nationalities against their own landowners, the bourgeoisie, the wealthy landowners of Central Asia, and the imperialist intervenes who strove to separate the borderlands from revolutionary Russia. In the heroic civil war, the formerly oppressed nationalities decided the question of their national self-determination. They created the Soviet authority and in their congresses of Soviets triumphantly proclaimed their inflexible will to struggle together with the Russian worker class and peasantry for the general interests of the toilers. The toiling masses, freed from the yoke of the bourgeoisie, will strain with all their powers for union and merger with the large and advanced socialist nations for the sake of this cultural help, provided only yesterday's oppressors do not affront the highly developed democratic feeling of self-respect of the long oppressed nation, provided only they give it equality in everything including state building, experience to build their own state. 9. The Great October Socialist Revolution confirmed Lenin's foresight and realized the yearnings of the toilers of all the formerly oppressed nationalities for land, peace, and their own national statehood. The latter was created solely in democratic fashion, on the basis of Soviet Federation expressing the mutual confidence of the toiling masses of the various nationalities and their voluntary aspiration for alliance within the limits of one multinational socialist state. In his address at the extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets, Stalin noted that, creating the multinational socialist state, the Soviet authority could not but see the difficulties of this matter, having before it the unsuccessful experiences of multinational states in bourgeois countries, including the old Austro-Hungarian experiment that has miscarried. 10 The modern political map of the world shows no Austria-Hungary. The experience of the state graphically supports all the instability of the capitalist multinational state. The dominant classes of Austria-Hungary had forcibly to overthrow and crush nationalist aspirations of oppressed nationalities. The result was the collapse of old Austria-Hungary in October, 1918, under the burden of class and national contradictions. But, as Stalin noted in his report at the extraordinary 8th All-Union Congress of Soviets, we now have in the Soviet Union a completely formed multinational socialist state which has sustained all trials, whose stability might well be envied by any national state in any part of the world. And the socialist revolution made possible the consolidation of all nationalities into nations on the Soviet basis. Many of them, such as the Kyrgyz people, the Kalmyks, the Turkmens, the northern nationalities, and others, lived prior to the socialist revolution as dispersed tribes in conditions of the patriarchal way of life, without a written literature and without even an alphabet. Representatives of the dominant classes spoke of many of them as peoples without a history, meaning that they must not cherish any hope of regeneration. Hunted into steppes, arctic fens, mountains, and forests, far from the centers of culture, abandoned to the arbitrary caprices of merchants, priests, and bureaucrats, many of them were doomed to hunger, beggary, disease, lack of culture, and gradual extinction. These were peoples Ukrainian, White Russian, Georgian, Armenian, and others whom Tsarism had vainly sought to Russify. There were others, too, who had not yet attained the rank of nations, of whom scarcely anyone even knew, such as the Atelmens, the Nenets, the Karyaks, the Evenks. Only the socialist revolution brought out into the social arena many forgotten and formerly humiliated nations and inspired in them faith in their right to exist. Only the victory of socialist forms of economy shattered the former tribal seclusion, annihilated the remnants of the patriarchal way of life, and rallied the dispersed and often nomad groups into nations. The October Revolution, having burst the old chains and put forward upon the scene a whole procession of forgotten peoples and nationalities, gave them new life and new development. 12. The development of all the peoples of our country, including the large nations which had formed earlier, took place in bitter class struggle. In the contest for their class interests, the toilers of all the Soviet peoples burst nationalist, ethnic, tribal, and religious bonds which had formerly allowed a negligible handful of the rich to exploit the masses, giving out their class interests as national interests. The toilers of all the nations, under the guidance of the Bolshevik Party, struggled against attempts by their bourgeoisie and other representatives of formerly privileged classes to manipulate for their own advantage the people's rights proclaimed by the socialist revolution and broadly utilized them to create and to strengthen their Soviet national statehood and advance the development of national culture. The brevity of the periods wherein new nations were organized under the dictatorship of the worker class is unmatched in the history of the capitalist world. In the recent past, the Uzbeks, the Turkmens, the Tajiks, were still disunited, being formed within the boundaries of old Russia in various territories and regions and even in different states. After the victory of the Socialist Revolution, the Turkestan Autonomous Republic was created, the first step on the road toward the national state organization of the nations of Central Asia. In 1924, the national demarcation of peoples of Central Asia was carried out, with the result of creating two union republics, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, and later Tajikistan and Kyrgyzia. To reunite Poland, the bourgeoisie required a whole series of wars. To reunite Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, the communists required only a few months of clarifying propaganda. 18. Because they rested firmly on the will and confidence of the broadest masses of the people, the communists succeeded in deciding swiftly a matter so complicated as was the delimitation of the nations of Central Asia. The socialist revolution overthrew all the arguments of the nationalists as to the emancipation of nations being feasible only through separation from the state. The actuality of socialist building showed that nations can flourish in mutual friendship only in the Soviet state on the basis of Soviet Federation. Stalin, Marxism, and the National Colonial Question, p. 158. p. 157. 220. The Law of the Soviet State Sec. 3, Federation. In the teaching of Marx and Lenin, Marx and Engels opposed bourgeois federation, considering it a survival of feudal dispersedness and a break on economic and cultural development. In 1891 Engels wrote that for Germany to become a federalist Swiss canton would be a great step backwards. Even under capitalism, however, Marx and Engels admitted federation in the conditions of a multinational state. They contemplated federation as a means of struggling with national oppression and of establishing international bonds between the toilers of different nations, so as to accelerate thereby the process of proletarian class self-determination within the framework of the nation. Starting from this, Marx, for example, considered that not only in the interests of the Irish people but in its own interests as well, the English worker class should not only cooperate with the Irish but should assume the initiative in dissolving the alliance of 1801 and replacing it by a free union on federative principles. 1. Marx and Engels did not view the Irish question as an isolated question. They associated it with problems of the English proletarian class struggles, of winning the peasantry to their side, and of attracting into the revolutionary stream the most oppressed hirelings in England and peasants of Ireland. The Irish question is linked with questions of agrarian revolution, with the peasant question. If, after they had dealt with the Chartists, the English ruling classes felt themselves victorious over the proletariat, the Irish national movement, which is linked with the agrarian movement, could significantly strengthen the position of the English proletariat. Coming out in favor of federation with the aim of solving the national question, Marx and Engels opposed the federalism of followers of Proudhon and Bakunin, who considered that state power, after being first parcelled out upon the principle of federalism, could then easily be annihilated, and whose federalism flows immediately out of the petty bourgeois essence of their ideas. The Proudhon federation, at the basis of anarchic federation in general. 2. Is a free contract whereby families, communes, groups of communes, and so on will be mutually obligated upon definite matters consequent upon barter. 8. Each side preserves its complete freedom of action. In such relationships there are more features of confederation than of federation. Such contracts on confederation principles, according to Proudhon and his followers, must liquidate the class struggle, strikes, and conflicts in general between capitalists and workers. Socialism will thus, according to his theory, grow out of voluntary cooperative societies, under capitalism, whereas political struggle will seem superfluous and unnecessary. Proudhon was thus for the reconciliation of classes through the federative principle. The same petty bourgeois basis upon which this theory with its federalism grew served as the ground for Bakunin's later theory of anarchism, which veiled its petty bourgeois character under revolutionary phraseology. Bakunin advanced the idea of free federative unification of separate personalities in a commune as a counterpoise to the state. Furthermore, his followers, like all anarchists, had an extremely obscure idea of how exactly to replace the state. In the center of the anarchist theory is the free personality, which must establish its relations toward society. Anarchists in place of a state advanced such unreal and nonsensical formulae as free community life on the basis of mutual contracts. Individuals are united into communes, communes are federated into regions, regions into nations, and nations into United States of Europe and then of the whole world. Such was Bakunin's scheme of the emancipation of personality without any sort of state coercion and without annihilating classes. Anarchists do not in words admit a national question of any sort, considering that it is related to the field of political struggle wherewith they are, in general, not occupied. In reality, this abstention from politics is itself politics, proceeding, however, in the interests of the imperialist oppressors of the nation. Marx and Engels struggled keenly against this disdain of the national question. 4. Coming out against anarchist ignoring of the national question, they also came out at the same time against the imperialist centralism of the nationalist who, while seeking confirmation amongst the workers, subordinated worker class interests to bourgeois nationalist interests. Hence the struggle of Marx and Engels against Lassalle. 5. Lassalle was a nationalist. As to the unification of Germany and the three Marx and Engels, Volume 16, pt 2, p. No. 4 Marx and Engels, letters *pp 258 to 259. Lassalle was an outstanding representative of the opportunist wing of the German labor movement of the 19th century. He tried high agreement with the German government, and in fact at the price of betraying the revolutionary proletariat to wrest at least some concessions, to the end of bettering the worker class position. Centralization of its government, he stood opposed to Marx and Engels, starting from bourgeois nationalist ideas rather than from problems of revolution. He subordinated the interests of other nations as well to his state proclaimed by the Junkers and headed by Bismarck. He came out against the slogan of the right of nations to self-determination, against the democratic slogans developed by Marx and Engels. His proposed centralization was that Prussia forcibly subordinate to itself, not only all of Germany, but the neighboring countries as well. He was for war with Denmark so as to subordinate Schleswig-Holstein forcibly to Prussia. This he even made a matter of trade with Bismarck, promising Bismarck the aid of the workers in the war against Denmark in return for the introduction of universal suffrage. Marx and Engels were in favor of Poland's unqualified right to self-determination, not only in the interests of the Poles but also in the interests of European democracy as a whole, since the development of the latter was in the interests of the proletariat. But Lassalle was for unifying Russian and Prussian Poland within the limits of Prussia and under the latter's protectorate, so that he was in fact in favor of Prussia's absorption of Poland. Lenin and Stalin developed the Marxist position on federation, having raised it to a great revolutionary height and introducing into it much that was new in the conditions of proletarian revolution. They established that national territorial autonomy, resting on actual democratic centralism, must aid the equality of rights of nationalities, their unification and solidarity in correspondence with the class interest of the proletariat. Capitalism develops chauvinism, seeks to poison the toiling masses with it, to split their class unity, to evoke among them nationalist conflicts and quarrels. Only in the realm of socialism can complete peace be established. But even within the framework of capitalism it is possible to reduce the national struggle to a minimum, to undermine it at the root, to make it supremely innocuous for the proletariat. 6. For this, however, it is necessary to democratize the country and to make free development possible for the nations. 7. The struggle against nationalist oppression is therefore the struggle for democracy. The sole means of rallying the toilers of all nationalities around their class tasks is the revolutionary formulation of the right of nations to self-determination, including withdrawal. Stalin, emphasizing the sovereignty and equality of rights of nations, wrote that a nation can be organized according to its wish. It has the right to organize its life on the principles of autonomy to enter into federative relationships with other nations. 8. E. Stalin, Marxism and the National Colonial Question, p. 15. Asterisk, utp.I4. Ibid. The State Organization of the USSR 223. The struggle for these rights of nations infallibly becomes a struggle against the imperialist states. The common enemy of the proletariat and of oppressed nations promotes drawing the toilers of oppressed nationalities into the stream of the proletarian class struggle, and strengthens the alliance between the toilers of all nations. As long ago as July, 1903, Lenin wrote, we must always and unconditionally aspire to the closest alliance of the proletariat of all nationalities, and only in particular and exceptional cases can we put forward and actively support demands inclining toward the creation of a new class state or toward replacing the complete political unity of the state by a weaker federative unity, and the like. 9. The party was thus in principle against federation. Lenin regarded it as a type unsuitable for a single state. 10 Inasmuch as it weakened economic bonds, but at the same time Lenin admitted federation in separate exceptional cases. Thus, starting from special and definitive conditions of history, Lenin put the matter of the Balkan Federation. In the Balkans, broad masses of the people were under a twofold yoke: the yoke of their own dominant classes of landowners and bourgeoisie, and the yoke of foreign imperialists. Each of the rival imperialist groups sought support from the dominant classes of separate Balkan states, setting one nation on another and evoking national conflicts and wars. In October 1912, Lenin wrote, "The actual freedom of the Slav peasantry in the Balkans, like that of the Turkish peasantry, can be guaranteed only by complete freedom within each country and a complete and final federation of democratic states." And in Russia the Bolsheviks defended the right of nations to self-determination, the right to separate and to form an independent state. For nations preferring to remain within the framework of a single multinational state, the party put forward regional autonomy. A new situation was created in 1917. The imperialist policy of the provisional government and its parties evoked the dissatisfaction of oppressed nationalities and contributed to the intensification of nationalist tendencies among them. Numerous national Soviets proclaimed by the bourgeoisie as the proletarian struggle for authority became intense, used their influence upon the toilers to develop a policy of separation from the proletarian revolution and thereby to create a barrier between the proletarian center and the toilers of the borderlands. Here all the force of the Lenin-Stalin dialectic was expressed in formulating the question of federation. Still more decisively the Lenin-Stalin party opposed its program slogan: "The right of nations to self-determination, including withdrawal," to the imperialist policy of the provisional government and its supporting parties. At the same time it summoned the toiling masses of all nationalities to join the Russian worker class in the struggle for peace, for land, a struggle which, under the guidance of the proletariat, drew the toilers of all nationalities into the channel of the socialist revolution. The organizational side of the task confronting the proletariat to unify the toilers of all nations Lenin had in view in his State and Revolution. In an analysis of definitive historical conditions evoked by war and revolution, the party after October 1917 put forward federation as a means of holding the masses of the nationalities in the camp of the proletarian revolution, as a way of strengthening the confidence between the toilers of all nationalities and of unifying their forces against common class enemies. The common struggle brought together the toilers of all nations, creating mutual confidence between them, strengthening the consciousness that their revolutionary conquests could be defended only by close unification of forces. Federation was the expression and the guarantee of the voluntary character of the union of peoples in the conditions of proletarian dictatorship. Lenin and Stalin effected the theoretical basic and practical organization of the new type of federation, the Soviet type, radically different from the bourgeois type of federation. Because it made real the slogan, "The right of nations to self-determination," including withdrawal/Soviet Federation, intensified the close voluntary bond between the toilers of all nationalities. Two elements play a most important part in ensuring the stability of the multinational state: the economic bonds of separate national parts of the state and national collaboration. These two elements, incompatible in the capitalist state, are democratically united in the Soviet Federation. Stalin has noted that the realization of the Soviet Federation was conditioned by the following circumstances. At the time of the October coup d'état, a whole series of nationalities appeared in reality completely separated and dissociated from each other, in view whereof federation seemed a step away from the dispersed condition of their toiling masses and a step forward toward those masses being brought together and unified, the very forms of federation projected in the course of Soviet building seemed far less incompatible with the purposes of bringing the toiling masses of the nationalities together economically than might earlier have appeared. Indeed, they seemed not at all incompatible with those purposes, as subsequent practice proved, and the comparative strength of the nationalist movement seemed far more serious, and the way to uniting the nations far more complex, than it could earlier appear in the pre-war period or in the period before the October Revolution. 12. The building of the Soviet Federation proceeded in conflict with hostile elements striving to pervert the essence and the meaning of Soviet Federation. Who should be the subject of the Federation? Stalin came forward against proposals which, in their lowest terms, would create the Federation upon the principle of geography. This is not a matter of the geographical position of any regions or of the separation of parts from the center by expanses of water or by a mountain range or by steppes. Poland and the Ukraine are not separated from the center by a mountain range or by expanses of water. Nonetheless, no one would think of asserting that the absence of these geographical signs excludes the right of these regions to free self-government. 18. Lenin and Stalin came out against a draft federation starting from the left TSR circles, who proposed to create a federation of separate autonomous regions. These proposals were redolent of petty bourgeois provincial rule and the theory of Proudhon. Thus the federation proposed by the left SRs said, among other things, upon the principles of federation the Soviets of cities and villages form a close fraternal union of Soviets called a Socialist Federative Republic. Stalin emphasized that not all sorts of parcels and units, not every sort of geographical territory should and can be the subject of the federation. Only definite regions naturally uniting within themselves peculiar ways of life, unique national structure, and a certain integral minimum of economic territory. 14. The 10th Congress of the Party, taking account of the experience of organized national Soviet republics and regions, noted that the Federation of Soviet Republics, based on military and economic community, is the general form of state union which makes feasible a guarantee of the integrity and economic development of separate republics as well as of the Federation in its entirety, the inclusion of all the diverse ways of life, cultures, and economic conditions of the different nations and nationalities, and the application of this or that species of federation, and the advancement of the harmonious life together and the fraternal collaboration of nations and nationalities that have in one way or another united their fate with that of the Federation. 15. Soviet Federation is not dogma, its forms cannot be frozen and established once agid for all but must evolve, changing to the extent required by the concrete environment. The new period of peaceful building, begun after the triumphant finish of the Civil War, demanded still greater confirmation of the bond of all the Soviet republics. This was evoked by conditions of capitalist encirclement, by the necessity of better utilizing to advance their common purposes all the resources historically distributed among the separate Soviet republics, and finally by the very character of Soviet authority, international in its nature, striving to bring together the toilers of all nations for more successful attainment of purposes jointly planned, the building of socialism. In this is the greatest world significance of the Soviet Federation which, side by side with other factors, guaranteed the power and the might of the proletarian state and made it a model for all future proletarian revolutions. Noting the significance of Soviet Federation, Lenin, in his original sketch of Theses on National and Colonial Questions said, acknowledging the Federation as a transitional form to complete unity, it is necessary to strive for ever closer federative union, having in view the impossibility of defending the existence of Soviet republics encircled by imperialist powers of the entire world, of incomparably greater military might, without the closest union of Soviet republics, the necessity of close economic union of the Soviet republics, without which it is not feasible to rehabilitate the production forces destroyed by imperialism and to guarantee the welfare of the toilers, and the tendency to create a single universal economy as an entirety, regulated according to general plan by the proletariat of all nations, a tendency perfectly clearly manifested already under capitalism and unconditionally subject to further development and complete culmination under socialism. 16. These teachings of Lenin in 1920 served later as the basis for organizing the USSR. The development of Soviet Federation occurred during violent conflict with the remnants both of imperialist chauvinism and of local nationalism, intensified in connection with the new economic policy. The imperialist chauvinism was overcome by destruction of all the privileges of the former sovereign nation, by the struggle for the factual equalization of nationalities. Guided by Stalin, the party struggled against overestimating national special characteristics and underestimating proletarian class interests which could only hamper the uniting of the proletariat and all the toilers of the various nationalities. It rejected and overcame the nationalist import unities of the Georgian nationalists, later disclosed as enemies of the people, having already, at that time, termed their coming forward and demanding a privileged position for Georgia a hostile, nationalist sortie * defending the creation of a single Union Soviet state. Stalin came out also against the Ukraine project defended by nationalists and Trotskyists, directed at construing the USSR as a union of separate republics, a confederation, rather than as a single Union state. True, the nationalists and Trotskyists did not dare to come out openly against a unity for which there was so strong a mass movement. The Ukrainian bourgeois nationalists and Trotskyists perverted the meaning of the contract and the declaration accepted at the First Congress of Soviets of the USSR. In their own draft of a constitution of the USSR, they repeated the introductory part of the contract concerning the formation of the USSR, but the words, "They conclude the present contract concerning unification into a single Union state," they replaced by the words, "They conclude the present contract concerning the formation of a union of Soviet Socialist republics." Thus the words about unification into a single Union state were apparently thrown out, the essence of the USSR as a single state thereby emasculated, and it was given the character of a union of states, of a form approximating a confederation. From that it followed also that in their counter-revolutionary draft the Ukrainian nationalists and Trotskyists proposed to leave the directive canned not to merge, the most important organs whereby the USSR maintains relations with the outside world, the People's Commissariat for Foreign Affairs and the People's Commissariat for Foreign Trade. This emphasized still further the character of the draft of nationalists and Trotskyists as a confederation. Hence their proposal concerning the creation of a special presidium for each chamber of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR. In their draft, they threw out the words about the presidium of the Central Executive Committee as bearing supreme authority in the intervals between the sessions, having divided authority between the presidia of the two chambers. The Soviet Federation rejected all nationalistic theories to the effect that the freedom and independence of nations can be acquired only by isolating them, and proved all the advantages of a big socialist state which in no wise whatever contradicts the Soviet national statehood personified by the Union and autonomous Soviet Socialist republics. In the Soviet social order the proletariat found the key to the correct solution of the national question. It opened therein the road to the organization of a stable multinational state on the principles of national equality of rights and free will. 17 The essence of Soviet Federation consists in the peoples being rallied in a single state union on the basis of common interests of socialist social reorganization, and the spontaneity and equality of the constituent parties. Herein is the fundamental distinction between the Soviet state and the bourgeois multinational state. There, in the West, in the world of bourgeois democracy, we are concerned with the gradual dissolution and decline of multinational states into their constituent parts. But here in our federation, which unites no fewer than 30 nationalities, we, on the contrary, are concerned with the process of strengthening state bonds between independent republics, a process leading to ever closer approximation of independent nationalities into one independent state. Here are your two types of state unions, of which the first or capitalist type leads to the collapse of the constituent parts of the state, while the second, the Soviet type, leads on the contrary to gradual but stable approximation of formerly independent nationalities into one independent state. 18 Such are the bases of the Marxist-Leninist doctrine as to federation, the key to the unification of peoples and organization of the unity of all toiling humanity on a socialist basis. SEC 4. The principles of building the Soviet Union state. The Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is a union state formed on the basis of the voluntary unification of Soviet Socialist Republics having equal rights. This definition in Article 1.3 of the STOM Constitution stresses three characteristic features of the USSR. It is a union state formed on the basis of voluntary unification of Soviet Socialist Republics having equal rights. This defines the political form of the state organization of the USSR. The Union State. The Soviet Union State is a federative state. Both by its class essence and by its organizational structure it is sharply distinguished from all existing forms of federation, confederation, and unitarism formerly or now existing in the capitalist world. It is a type of state without a precedent in history. It emerged from the problems of the worker class dictatorship in a multinational country. It is the realization and expression of the general will and mutual confidence of the toilers of nations with equal rights. The nationality principle at the basis of the creation of the Soviet Union state is the distinctive characteristic of the Soviet type of federation. The toilers of each nation of the USSR are independent in deciding upon the national forms of their participation in the general socialist building. Soviet national statehood is the national form of the worker class dictatorship. For each nation, resting on the help of that dictatorship, it became and continues to be genuinely possible to raise its economy, to develop its culture, national in form and socialist in content, and to put it to the service of socialist building. In each national state unification, the state mechanism is radicate. It consists of representatives of local root nationalities thoroughly acquainted with the language, manner of life, psychology, and needs of the local population. Each national state unification was an instrument to raise the economy and develop the national culture, and to draw the broadest masses into the administration of the Soviet state and into the building up of socialism. Soviet authority had first of all to become understood by them before it could become their own. Hence it is necessary that all Soviet organs in the borderlands, court, administration, organs of economy, organs of immediate authority, consist so far as possible of local people knowing the way of life, the mores, the customs, and the language of the local population, that into these institutions be attracted all the best persons from the indigenous masses of the people, that the local toiling masses be drawn into all fields of government of the land, including also the field of military formations, and that the masses see that Soviet authority and its organs are a matter of their own exertions and personify their desires. 1. The eradication of the state mechanism is a constituent part of Soviet socialist democracy and, at the same time, one of the conditions of constant democratic control of that mechanism by the masses. The union form of the USSR state organization is a political organization of peoples united on the basis of the socialist social organization inscribed in Chapter I of the Stalin Constitution, with the purpose of further developing this social organization and strengthening its defense in Con. 1. Stalin, Marxism, and the National Colonial Question, p. 62. 230. The law of the Soviet state conditions of capitalist encirclement. Thereby is its content distinguished from the content and essence of all bourgeois union states. Their constitutions speak only of external forms of union statehood. They establish jurisdictional boundaries of organs of authority, the administrative territorial division of the state, but they emasculate the class content and essence of the state and shade out the class and national contradictions of social organization. 2. The Soviet Union state is built on principles of democratic centralism sharply opposed to the bureaucratic centralism of the capitalist states. It takes maximum account of the singularity and the demands of separate parts of the state. It strives to unify these parts by a common conscious will, by common interests and tasks. It not only does not exclude local self-help, on the contrary, it assumes it, making it broadly possible for rural areas to utilize the most suitable means and ways to realize general problems. Finally, it eliminates contradictions between separate parts of the state, including those between different national districts. Thus democratic centralism makes real that which the bureaucratic centralized capitalist state, pursuing the opposite course of sharpening contradictions between city and country, between different regions, and between nations, could never make real. Employed to crush the weak nations, bureaucratic centralism intensifies chauvinism and nationalism, and renders international collaboration and worker-class solidarity difficult. Democratic centralism presupposes centralism in basic questions, in general guidance, in the maximum unification of all economic activity according to one statewide plan, in guiding production to the end of rational and economic utilization of all the country's material resources. Far from excluding, it presupposes local independence, upon condition of developing the creative self-reliance and initiative of the local population for the best possible fulfillment of general plans of economic and cultural building. Democratic and socialist centralism has nothing in common either with the setting of a pattern or with the establishment of uniformity from above. Unity in the basic, the radical, and the essential is not destroyed. It is rather guaranteed by multiformity in details, in local special characteristics, in methods of approaching the matter, and in the means of realizing control. 8. 3. Obscuring the exploiter character of the state, the Constitution of the USA points out that it is published to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Far from excluding local self-government and the autonomy of regions distinguished by peculiar economic and life conditions and peculiar national structure of population, democratic centralism necessarily requires both the one and the other. For it affords national districts the broadest possibilities of utilizing the means and methods most suitable and intelligible to the population to realize the purposes confronting the districts themselves and the state as a whole. At the same time, it presupposes that all organs of authority are necessarily elected and broadly accountable to their electors, and that subordinate organs are obligated to execute the decisions of those above them. Soviet Federation, built on principles of democratic centralism, permitted all the diversity of ways of life, culture, and economic condition of various peoples in different stages of development to be embraced. Its distinguishing feature is the elasticity of its forms as applied to concrete problems of the socialist state in raising the economic-cultural level of each people separately, and to the conditions of the class struggle at each separate historical stage. The forms of federative bonds existing in bourgeois federations are alien to it. Soviet republics became the basis of state and national regeneration of the nationalities in forms most intelligible and suitable to each separate nation. As early as 1921, before the formation of the USSR, Stalin noted the distinction of these forms of federation. Russia's experience with the application of various species of federation, with the transition from federation based on Soviet autonomy to federation based on contract relations with independent Soviet republics and with the admission of interstitial stages between them, entirely confirmed the complete expediency and elasticity of federation, as the general form of the state union of Soviet republics. 5. Federation based on contract relations between independent Soviet republics was a stage on the road to federation based on their unification into a single union state. While still in the course of its building in the period of civil war, Soviet Federation confirmed all the political, economic, strategic, and other advantages and preferences of a big Soviet state for the toilers of the Soviet republics unified thereby. This was emphasized with special importance in conditions of capitalist encirclement. Russia, as Stalin said in 1920, represents a boundless, vast country in whose territory it is possible to hold out for a long time, retreating in case of failure into the depth of the land, so as to muster forces and again go over to the offen. 4. Ibid, Volume 17, p. 155. 1. Stalin, Marxism and the National Colonial Question, p. 69. 232. The Law of THB Soviet States of. Were Russia a tiny country like Hungary, where a powerful attack by the adversary quickly decides the country's fate, where it is difficult to maneuver and there is no scope for retreat, Russia could, as a socialist country, scarcely hold out for a long time. Then there is still another condition, likewise of a constant character, contributing to the development of socialist Russia. Russia represents one of a few countries in the world having within itself an abundance of all species of fuel, raw materials, and supplies, a country independent of, and able to get along without, foreign countries with reference to fuel, supplies and so on. No doubt if Russia lived by foreign grain and fuel like Italy, for example, she would have fallen into a critical condition on the day following the revolution, since merely to blockade her would suffice for her to be left without bread and without fuel. As it was, the blockade of Russia undertaken by the Entente struck at the interests, not of Russia alone, but of the Entente itself, since the latter was deprived of Russia's raw materials. 6. The legal form of Soviet Federation, created after the organization of the USSR, reduces basically to the following: the USSR is a voluntary unification of Union republics having equal rights, in which separate republics comprise in their turn autonomous republics, autonomous regions, and national districts. By the declaration and the contract concerning the formation of the USSR, the Union republics acknowledged the necessity of creating a single central Union authority to which, having contracted among themselves, they handed over a number of their rights and functions concerning the most important matters of defense, foreign relations, and economics, voluntarily limiting themselves in aid of the Union authority. The contract was thereafter confirmed by a basic law binding upon all constituent parts of the Soviet Union state. Upon the basis of the USSR Constitution, laws of Union authority, in accord with the rights and jurisdiction appropriated to it, are binding upon all the Union republics. The Union Constitution defines the jurisdiction of Union authority and that of the authority of the Union republics. State unity was confirmed also by a single Union citizenship. Union republics have their own constitutions which they have the right to change independently. They publish statutes which are of binding force within the territory of the given Union Republic. These sovereign rights of Union Republics are confirmed by the further right of a Union Republic to unilateral withdrawal from the Union, written into both the USSR Constitution and the constitutions of the Union Republics, and further confirmed by the fact that the territory of a Union Republic cannot be changed without its consent. Constitutions of Union Republics, like all Stalin, the October Revolution, p. 22. The state organization of the USSR 233. Their legislation must conform with the USSR Constitution and with Union legislation. The voluntariness of the Union of Peoples in the Soviet Union state flows from principles of Soviet authority, from the Lenin-Stalin national policy, from the active, voluntary aspiration of toilers for unification into one Soviet Union state. We wish a voluntary union of nations, such union as would be based on the most complete confidence, on clear consciousness of fraternal unity, on completely voluntary accord. 7. No union of peoples, no unification of peoples into a single state can be firm unless it is completely voluntary at its foundation, if a given people, if the peoples themselves wish not to be united. 8. This sharply distinguishes the Soviet Union state from all the bourgeois Union states. The voluntary character of the Soviet Federation is distinctly and clearly expressed in the Declaration of Rights of the Toiling and Exploited People, which proclaims that the Soviet Russian Republic is instituted upon the basis of a free union of free nations, as a federation of Soviet national republics. The Third Congress of Soviets is limited to the establishment of the root principles of the Federation of the Soviet Republics of Russia, leaving it to the workers and peasants of each nation to make a decision independently in their own plenipotentiary Soviet Congress as to whether or not they wish to participate in the federal administration and in the remaining federal Soviet institutions, and if so, upon what basis. 9. Bourgeois Union states, emerging at first as a unified alliance of little states, in the process of their further development maintain state unity over the members of the Union by force. In an interview with a correspondent of Izvestia concerning the matter of organizing the RSFSR, Stom, characterizing bourgeois federation, noted that their process of development passed successively through violence, oppression, and national wars. 10. Thus in the USA in the 1860*5, the leading reactionary cliques of the southern states, in consequence of economic dissensions with the northern states as to freedom of trade, formulated the matter of their withdrawal from the Union, a question decided by arms in the Civil War by the victory of the North over the South, that is, by military violence. One of the greatest commentators on the American Constitution, James Bryce, wrote, "The victory won by the North will discourage like attempts in the future." This is so strongly felt that it has not even been thought worthwhile to add to the Constitution an amendment negativing the right to secede. The doctrine of the legal indestructibility of the Union is now well established. To establish it, however, cost thousands of millions of dollars and the lives of 1 million of men. 11. But even before the Civil War, the territory of the Union State was extended not at all by reason of the voluntary wish of the population of the territories that were added, but by way of trade agreements and wars. In 1803 the United States bought Louisiana from France. In 1819 the United States bought Florida from Spain. In 1845 it finally annexed Texas as a result of war with Mexico. Another example is the creation of the Swiss Union State. In 1847 the union of 7 cantons, the so-called Sonderbund, under the influence of reactionary clerical Catholic circles, raised the question of separation from the remaining cantons. Undoubtedly this contradicted the interests of the capitalist development of Switzerland, whose industrial bourgeoisie aspired to centralize the national market and the state, and the question was decided here also by war, by violence, by the military defeat of the Sonderbund in that year. In precisely the same way the North German Union was created in 1867 through the war between Prussia and Austria, as a result of Austria's defeat. Thereafter Austria was knocked out of the Union of German States by Bismarck and obligated not to obstruct the creation of the North German Union under the hegemony of Prussia. Thus it is not seemly to talk of the voluntariness of the Union in bourgeois Union States. The voluntariness of the USSR was emphasized in the Stalin Constitution by the provision that in behalf of each Union Republic is preserved the right of free withdrawal from the USSR. The significance of this article was pointed out in Stalin's report to the extraordinary 8th Union Congress of Soviets. To exclude from the Constitution the article concerning the right of free withdrawal from the USSR would be to violate the voluntary character thereof. 12. Precisely because the Union is of this voluntary character, the Union Republics have strengthened their mutual bond ever more closely. This is explained also by the fact that the peoples of each of the sovereign Union Republics really feel and are conscious of the very great advantages of the Union, which has made it possible for them to pass the stage of a national economic and cultural regeneration unprecedented in history and has guaranteed the conditions of their further forward movement. 11. James Bryce, The American Commonwealth *, Volume I, pages 378, 379. 11. Stalin, Report on the Draft of the Constitution of the USSR, p. 36 *, The State Organization of the USSR 235. The equality of rights of Union Soviet Socialist Republics flows immediately out of that of the nations which they unify. Equality of nationalities and of states. This was the watchword frequently put forward by reformists and seized upon by bourgeois nationalists. Everyone knows, however, that under imperialism there can be no talk of any sort of equality of rights of nations and states. The utopia of a peaceful union of nations having equal rights is often confirmed by representatives of imperialism, upon condition of veiling the serfdom of weak nations by the dominant classes of powerful nations. The same interest is served also by various international non-state institutions organized on the basis of modern bourgeois international law. The capitalist world is sharply divided into oppressor nations and oppressed nations. Only the great October Socialist Revolution proclaimed the equality and sovereignty of the peoples of Russia and made these principles real indeed. Soviet authority, starting from these same principles, denounced all the unequal international contracts fastened by the former Tsarist government upon other nations, and concluded with them new contracts on principles of equal right and friendship. Legal equality was the great conquest of the victorious worker class, and the toilers of the formerly oppressed nations united around it. Legal equality lay at the basis of the USSR. All the Union republics which have entered the USSR, irrespective of the size of their territory and the numbers of their population, possess equal rights. All enjoy the blessings of the Union in like measure, and all alike renounce in its favor certain rights to advance their own interests as well as those of the Union as a whole. Legal equality is further confirmed by the participation of all nations in creating the Soviet of Nationalities, the second chamber of the highest organ of authority, the Supreme Soviet of the USSR. Every statute accept by the Soviet of the Union requires confirmation also by the Soviet of Nationalities. This emphasizes the necessity that statutes, as the expression of the will of the entire Soviet people, be responsive to the special interests of nationalities as well as to the general interests of the toilers. Through the Soviet of Nationalities, and likewise through their deputies in the Soviet of the Union, the peoples of the USSR participate likewise in creating the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR, in which there are 11 vice presidents, the number of Union republics. They participate in forming the government of the USSR, in elections to the Supreme Court of the USSR, in designating the public prosecutor of the USSR, and the like. Legal equality is guaranteed to the nations and the nationalities of the USSR in all spheres of social-political life. But, as Stalin noted as early as the 12th Party Congress, we have proclaimed and are developing legal equality, but, all the same, from legal equality which has in itself the greatest significance in the history of the development of Soviet republics, it is a very great distance to equality in fact. 18. The introduction of the element of factual equality side by side with legal equality into the national question sharply distinguishes the Bolshevik formulation of the national question from all formulations thereof by reformists. What is factual equality? It is not only political equality but economic and cultural equality as well. National equality would be incomplete if the party and Soviet authority did not strive to give a stable economic and cultural basis to political equality. In this regard, the national question is solved in the USSR by analogy to that of women. Merely to proclaim that women have rights equal with the rights of men would be inadequate. A woman must further be armed economically and culturally, so that she can in fact take advantage of the equality given to her. As to the national question, the problem is to raise the economic and cultural level of numerous peoples who by reason of national oppression experienced in the past are in a backward condition. Bourgeois ideologists strive to perpetuate this backwardness by theories of a supposedly inevitable difference between civilized and uncivilized nations. Reactionary bourgeois, particularly fascist, ideologists strive also to devise qualitative differences between nations. Thus German fascists spread a theory of higher and lower races to justify their bandit policy and their aggression against other peoples. The so-called uncivilized character of backward nations is conditioned by definitive, historical causes, and particularly by national colonial imperialist pressure artificially retarding the economic and cultural development of backward peoples. The logical putting into practice of the Lenin-Stalin national policy proved that in the conditions of the worker-class dictatorship are found all the conditions precedent to the equalization of backward with advanced nations. In the USSR, the backwardness of peoples formerly oppressed is shaken off with the aid of the worker class of the advanced districts, aid economically guaranteed by the planned organization of the socialist economy. Direction of a single centralized economy by the Soviet Union state, personified by its higher organs of authority and administration, makes feasible the conduct of planned work to raise formerly backward peoples economically and culturally. This helped to make it possible for nations formerly in pre-capitalist conditions and now sustained by the worker-class dictatorship to avoid the capitalist stage of development and to embark upon the road of socialist development.